For a moment, Victor fell into deep thought. Let the people on the mountains see what the villagers down below look like first, Victor replied. Didn't you already do that? The people from the mountain came down and then went back, Ronan said. Ultimately, magicians crave to be part of the privileged class. The villages down the mountain are more comfortable and have slightly better conditions, but that is not enough for them. Unless they can see more clearly that it is easier to achieve a decent status in the villages down the mountain, why would they give up their past way of life? We can't just take care of the village chief in the mountain village, can we? Dinya asked, giving Ronan a special look as she spoke. At this moment, she had already guessed his intention. Ronan immediately responded, of course not. We can only wait. When the village at the foot of the mountain becomes very attractive and the villagers on the mountain can no longer stand their village chief, everything will naturally change. Victor, who was about to lower his head to drink his tea, suddenly looked up, put down his teacup, and asked, what kind of village down the mountain would be considered attractive? He was looking forward to Ronan's answer. It's very simple. As long as a weapon that can be used by novice mages and can cause enough damage to first-tier mages appears, and at the same time, more talented people can learn magic, that will be enough, Ronan said. Then Dinya asked, why? Chapter 304 Reform should be voluntary, development should be supportive, and consultation should be friendly. Ronan calmly took a sip of tea and then explained, to facilitate reform, the key lies in two aspects. On the one hand, it is necessary to make the originally dynamic middle managers feel a sense of crisis. On the other hand, it is necessary to make these dynamic middle managers see the possibility that if they take a gamble, they may be able to achieve a higher position than before. Once these two aspects are accomplished, energetic middle managers will naturally and voluntarily devote themselves to the reform cause. Conversely, without these 2 points, if you try to force them, it will only lead to fierce resistance. Back to reality, once there are powerful weapons that novice mages can use, the value of the already relatively weak combat power of some first-tier and even second-tier mages will be very low. Unless they are fools, they will have to consider transforming themselves. As the overall number of mages increases, these lower-ranking mages who are considering transitioning to higher ranks also have a sufficient source of assistance. Although they do not have a sufficient advantage in combat against these novice mages, their research capabilities are absolutely superior, because their magic is a research tool that novice mages cannot possess. Under such circumstances, they are actually superior to others. To make such a weapon, more time and resources are needed, as well as a mage with high expertise in magical artifacts. As for increasing the number of magicians, that's even more difficult. It requires improving the overall productivity of the country and changing the country's system to some extent. However, Mr. Victor, you don't need to worry. Ms. Dinya and I are working on both of these things. Ronan gave a long speech. I feel I've said enough. This old gentleman should understand now. In short, Ronan and Dinah have achieved their goals, and your ideal is not far away. Got it? If you do, then hurry up and contribute money and manpower to support us, and stop blabbering. I see. You two young people should work hard. I hope I can live to see the day you succeed. With that, Victor stood up, as if to leave. Ronan fell silent, suddenly finding himself unable to guess what the old man meant. Haha, Victor laughed, then suddenly stopped. Actually, you don't need to play any rhetoric. We didn't expect to fool someone as important as you with such a petty trick, Ronan said. This old man was, after all, a former politician. Ronan and Dinya's back and forth wasn't meant to intimidate him, but rather to express their stance in this way. That is true. Victor nodded and sat back down. I would be willing to offer 5,000 gold pounds, plus 10 fine young men, but how will you allocate this money and these people? Is this old man really that rich? 1 gold pound was roughly equivalent to 3 large gold eagles. 1 large gold eagle was worth 2,304 bronze muskets. 1 gold eagle was enough for an average family of 5 to live comfortably for a year. Enough to eat meat, buy new clothes, and repair their house. 5,000 gold pounds is the annual living expenses for 15,000 families. Stop talking. He's taking the money, and he's not leaving. Ronan said, that's too simple. The Ministry of the Interior can just set up a magic research division under the National Security Bureau, and put these talents there. The National Security Bureau is a special agency that catches spies, so why would I catch myself? As for the money, we can just use the church to manage it. International currency exchange is the church's traditional business. Even though the church has split over the past few centuries, almost every dutiful son has found a new, obedient father. and these new fathers all regard other fathers as heretics. It is common knowledge that heretics deserve to be killed more than heretics, but killing is just that, killing. It doesn't affect business dealings. Of course, this business isn't handled by clergy. Clergy are for show. They can't get their hands on money, much less have any connections with heretics. But aren't there all sorts of assistants? The assistants are the substance. The substance exists to do these things. Victor nodded, then suddenly opened his palm, and a ball of fire appeared in the center of his palm. In the blink of an eye, the flame turned into a notebook. This notebook records some of the ideas I used when researching various elemental magic. I can't give you the results of my research, and you wouldn't understand them anyway, but these ideas and insights are somewhat valuable. I'm giving them to you. All right. That's settled then. Victor stood up again. You could actually consider coming to France. Ronan extended an invitation. Victor shook his head. I was instrumental in the revival of constitutionalism. My departure wasn't just due to disillusionment, but because if I stayed, the political situation would be unbalanced, and there was no country in the Western continent that could accommodate me. Does Iceland still hold any meaning for you? Ronan asked. I am going to Ceres to see that legendary country ruled by wise men, Victor said. Ronan thought to himself, you're going to be disappointed. I hope I live to see you again. With that, Victor disappeared. It wasn't a visual disappearance, but rather that Ronan couldn't detect his magical aura at all. In the soil, Dinya said, I only caught a glimpse of where he went for a moment. Once he became completely elemental, I couldn't sense him anymore. Truly worthy of being called the #1 elemental mage, Ronan could only offer this praise. I am leaving. After saying that, Dinya threw out a mushroom and teleported away from the balcony. Ronan poured himself a cup of tea. I wonder when he will reach the level of those two. The following day, Alger and Isaiah met Ronan through Ambrina's introduction. Ronan knew in advance why the two men had come. The negotiation process went very smoothly. There were no tests, threats, inducements, or traps whatsoever. Alger, on behalf of several companies in Wheeland, pledged a research donation of £1,000 to Ronan. Then Ronan promised that after returning to his country and establishing a ceramics factory, he would formally sign a contract with the other party, starting from the second year, to sell them no less than a certain number of ceramics each year. If the quantity exceeded this, the price would increase. If the other party did not buy, he would still have to pay the minimum amount. Assuming there are 10,000 pieces of porcelain, if Ronan cannot produce that many pieces, he will lose money according to the selling price, and he will compensate for the amount he does not have. If Wheeland can purchase more than 10,000 pieces, he will pay extra for the extra pieces. However, if they suddenly stop buying, he will still have to pay for 10,000 pieces of porcelain. This deal is for 5 years. Wheeland believed that 5 years would be enough for him to crack Ronan's porcelain technology, and Ronan had a similar idea. He even thought that Ronan could make it himself in about 3 years. A preliminary verbal agreement was thus reached. Before leaving, Alger suddenly extended an invitation. Mr. Ronan, would you be interested in developing your career in our Wayland? In our country, you won't be subject to the king and nobles. He wasn't considering Dinya, having come from the Aegis orphanage. Dinya tried her best to maintain a smile. Ronan was controlled by the king? That's probably backwards. I'm sorry, Ronan said apologetically. Well then, goodbye. With that, Alger and Isaiah left. Chapter 305 Progress Report. Time to get down to business after a month and a half. Ambrina, on behalf of Ronan, finally finalized the buyers for 5 factories. A food factory, a leather goods factory, a glass factory, a pottery factory, and a textile factory. All that's left is to go through a so-called fair, just, and transparent formality. No factory was ever bought by a single person, and with Alina and Alice's advice, Ambrina would not allow any single person to buy a factory. The food factory was jointly purchased by a plantation owner, a timber processing factory owner, and a glass factory. Yes, the glass factory, because Ronan had come up with a new technology, the technology of glass core canning. They could have easily made tin cans, but Ronan didn't have any tin mines or tinplate factories. This is similar to why he shelved the steam engine before he got his hands on rubber. The leather goods factory was jointly acquired by 2 ranchers and a tannery owner, which unified the 3 stages of raw material production, preliminary processing, and finished product production. The glass factory was more complicated. The 3 people who bought it were all cotton merchants. It was a deal that they could buy the glass factory at a relatively good price, with the fine glass products sold to the royal family, while Princess Ambrina paid for the textile factory. The sum of money was nothing to Ambrina. With wheat and soybean seed companies in hand, she directly treated the domestic landlords like leeks and ruthlessly harvested them. Even so, many landlords in the kingdom wanted to kneel down and had to spend money to find connections. The grain and oil big stick, if you swing it around like that, all the landlords in the country will have to submit. There weren't many buyers for the pottery factory, because it was difficult to export pottery. They mainly sold to the locals, and doing business with the locals was quite risky. In the end, a mixed-race wine merchant won the deal. He was nominally a single person, but he pooled his money with several other mixed-race businessmen. The other party didn't want shares in the pottery factory, but instead took shares in his winery. Another half-month passed, and the procedure was completed. It's already mid-September. Ronan has completed the first chapter of his 2 books, A Short History of Democracy and Communitarianism. Writing the first chapter was truly exhausting. Not only did I have to present various objective historical materials, but I also had to discuss the production models and organizational forms of different periods. In many places, Ronan borrowed some of the logic used by Engels in describing problems in his book The Origin of the Family, Private Property and the State, and then used his own words to explain the role of democracy in the process of civilization, laying the groundwork for his later proposal of democracy in the new era and his elevation of it to a pedestal. In the book Communitarianism, the same historical materials and ideas are used, but the focus is on the impact of the transition from primitive public ownership to private ownership on the entire social organization. The book also subtly criticizes democracy, which serves as a prelude. When writing the first chapter, Ronan truly poured out all his half-bottle water. Fortunately, he's only a dabbler. Otherwise, many people probably wouldn't understand what he writes. The second chapter is much better and should be finished soon, since the content of the second chapter in both books is basically the same, both discussing the current international situation. There's no need to look up any information, just praise or criticize. The object of their praise is Wieland. The target of the criticism is Villa. Page 135. The reason Ronan praises Wieland is, of course, because that troublemaker gave the kingdom of Fas a good beating more than a decade ago, but then he slunk away. Ronan praises them, and the people in France might say a few words of objection on the surface, but they will definitely be secretly pleased. After all, if the enemy is too strong, then it proves that our army isn't incompetent. Blackening Villa is, of course, because Villa and the kingdom of Fas are old enemies. Ever since the former king of Villa obtained the title of emperor, he directly surrounded the kingdom of Fas. Although the other side is no longer as powerful as it used to be, and the kingdom of Fas has recovered, blackening them would definitely be a cause for celebration. 2 weeks later, in early October, Ronan finished writing the second chapter of the 2 books. It must be said that those who, with an air of rationality and objectivity, engage in blaming others, are truly writing with divine inspiration. After finishing the first 2 chapters, Ronan decided to take a few days off before starting the 3rd chapter. The next day, after dinner, Ronan sat in the middle of the sofa, listening to Elena and Alice give their reports. Elena was very casual, with one leg propped up on the sofa and the other dangling, her toes in black stockings hooking around her slippers and swinging back and forth. She leaned on Ronan's shoulder and read a report aloud in one hand. Elena oversees industry, agriculture, and commerce. Her only major recent event was the sale of 5 state-owned factories. Ronan was well aware of this, so there was no need for a detailed report. Apart from that, there was only one other thing worth mentioning. That was Ronan's student Chip, who resigned from his official position in the City-State Alliance and led a group of people to become a semi-independent city lord in the central and southern regions. He spent a lot of money to buy lag slaves from various colonists and was also willing to take in mixed-race natives from the southern region of Villa. In addition to these, Chip also borrowed money from merchants in the French colonies, and with the money he used it to buy some relatively outdated technologies, but this was stopped by Elena. Ronan patted Elena's thigh. Let him go. He wants to develop first, then try to take on OEM business, and finally create his own manufacturing industry, Elena said. Having followed Ronan for so many years, she saw through Chip's plan at a glance. Ronan laughed. Even if you call for a halt, businessmen will still sell him those outdated technologies behind the scenes. Aren't you afraid he'll grow too powerful? Elena asked. Let's see if he can get past the Ona Pass, Ronan said. In terms of military strength, Ona is much stronger. After Elena finished her report, it was Alice's turn. Alice sat upright, 1 seat away from Ronan. Alice hasn't made any progress. She's only arrested 2 people recently. At the end, she made a sarcastic remark, that the colonial officials have become increasingly skilled lately, with their embezzlement and bribery techniques becoming more and more sophisticated. Some of them can even do it in a seemingly legal way. She wonders who they learned it from. Who did you learn it from? Ronan countered. Alice put down the documents and looked at Ronan. You learned it from those people you brought from UC City. I don't need to say who the root cause is, do I? Of course, she didn't really have a problem with Ronan, but she felt something was missing, because she hadn't argued with him in a long time. Before Ronan could speak, Elena interrupted. All right, we finished with the trivial matters. It's time to get down to business. As she spoke, Elena's hand was already touching Ronan's crotch. Soon, the scene changed to Ronan sitting on the sofa in front of him, with Elena and Alice kneeling on the carpet in front of the sofa on either side. Move aside. The head is mine. You can just lick the balls, Elena said. Alice nudged Elena with her head. I don't want to lick balls. They're disgusting. I'll give you the head, but you can eat it, Elena said, pinching Alice's waist. Do you think everyone is as disgusting as you, and can actually swallow it? Alice retorted sarcastically. Chapter 306 Perspective. The big picture. Someone always has to leave. As she spoke, Alice flicked her finger and, through Elena's pantyhose and underwear, poked Elena hard in there. Elena spat out Ronan's fleshy head and glared fiercely at Alice. You're finished? I told you. As soon as she finished speaking, Elena lifted Alice's skirt, and with a finger imbued with magic, she tore through Alice's white stockings, pulled aside her panties, and inserted her finger directly inside. Alice was not to be outdone. She lifted Elena's skirt, tore open her black stockings, and inserted a finger. Not only did she insert it, but she also reached inside and dug around. Elena smiled dismissively, while continuing to swallow and spit out Ronan's fleshy head and penis, indicating that Alice's hands were simply no good. Alice lowered her head and began to suck and lick Ronan's testicles, while increasing the pressure with her hands. At this time in the past, Ronan's gaze would always be fixed on the two women's faces. Elena's beautiful and delicate face always had an expression of complete immersion, which made people's desire rise continuously, while Alice's face had a hint of coldness, and when she spoke, her expression was 3 parts disgust and 2 parts toughness, which gave people a unique sense of conquering pleasure. But at this moment, Ronan was looking at the full-length mirror placed against the wall opposite him from afar. In the mirror, he could see the 2 men's stockings, and the 2 men were digging into each other with their hands, their stockings swaying slightly. Elena's broad, thick black labia and Alice's round, upturned white labia caused Ronan's penis to throb and swell from time to time. After a while, Ronan gradually got the hang of it, and Elena and Alice's hands also got tired. A fulfilling night has only just begun. After a night of commotion, Ronan was summoned by Ambrina early the next morning, who asked him to give her advice on the gains and losses she had made in the previous sale of the state-owned factory. Ronan knew perfectly well that what he called giving pointers was actually just being a listener, watching Ambrina boast about herself with a slightly arrogant expression. If he were to actually offer advice on Ambrina's strengths and weaknesses, the little princess would likely be displeased. Ambrina is like a newcomer to the workplace with good academic qualifications, but lacking experience. After independently completing a large project, she became a little arrogant and couldn't help but tell her fiancé and mentor about how she did in the process of completing the project. Once she started talking, Ambrina couldn't stop. Although Ronan thought Ambrina's performance was only mediocre, and her summary of her experiences was insignificant, and she even made quite a few mistakes throughout the process, he still praised her every now and then, occasionally pointing out some minor, insignificant issues to show that he was being objective, and when she stopped midway, he would say a few words to cheer her up. Being an official, living off a woman, isn't shameful. Ronan, I have a feeling that the colony will change after we leave. Ambrina suddenly became worried. She was no longer the ignorant princess she once was. She had seen what corrupt officials, unscrupulous merchants, and unruly people were like. She knew very well that the current situation in the colony, where the officials were barely honest, the merchants had some conscience, and the people were probably relatively well behaved, was only temporary. Don't worry about that. It's a world where everyone's car is worse. We'll move this beat-up car forward a couple of steps, then we'll leave, and it'll automatically move backward a step. It'll still be 1 step ahead of the other beat-up cars, Ronan said. This wasn't just a consolation. He genuinely believed that both revolution and reform inevitably regressed afterward. This was partly due to the dragon-slaying hero turning into a dragon himself, and partly due to the restoration of old forces. but the fundamental reason was that the social organization meant that classes were inescapable. Of course, Ronan never thought about solving this problem, nor did he believe he could solve it. It's all about who's worse. But now, the colony is bordered by Wayland to the north and Villa to the south. Just the fact that it hasn't retreated too much is still very worrying. Ambrina was still somewhat concerned, and she had begun to consider the issue from the perspective of the future queen. Don't worry about the Belils, they'll be finished sooner or later. We can't control the Waylanders. The real crisis for the kingdom is in the east, in the empire that has just changed its name to the Empire of Will. Ronan said, "The Empire? Aren't they in a state of division?" Ambrina really didn't think the Empire was a threat. In the war on the Eastern Front more than 10 years ago, although the kingdom of Fes had essentially lost, the Empire hadn't achieved anything. The various lords had completely lost their loyalty, and they could never unite again. Yes, our country wants them to maintain the status quo, but some people don't, like Bilia. A war that will involve the entire Western continent is not far off. Ronan sighed. Although they live in different times and spaces, some of the conflicts stemming from geography, religion, and politics remain unchanged. The 16th century was about to end, and then came the 17th century, and the major event that would happen at the beginning of the 17th century was the 30 Years' War. King Lucian certainly wouldn't live to see that time. That's about Ronan and Ambrina. What should we do then? Ambrina asked. Let's focus on developing our national strength. Crisis and opportunity are sometimes synonyms. We still have plenty of time, at least 20 years. By then, we might just be able to dominate the Western continent and earn a crown to wear. Ronan's tone was joking, but he was actually serious. Unification is impossible. The cultural differences among the countries of the Western continent are too great. Without a common written language, true unification can never be achieved. As Ambrina listened, her heart pounded. There really couldn't be a better man in the world than Ronan. There were very few men who could compare to him in terms of appearance, wealth, and magical rank, but would any of these rare men who could compare to him in these aspects dare to say something like, "I'll give you a crown"? On the third day of the holiday, Ronan went fishing with Dinah. Both of them are at the level of Air Force One. Suddenly, Dinia spoke up. "Yvette wants to stay." Huh? Ronan was quite surprised. By staying, she might never be able to return to Ronan and Dinia's circle. The colony is so far away, and once Ronan and Dinia return home, someone could take her place at any time. She has always wanted to build her own career, Dinia said. Then let her be. Ronan didn't want to ask any more questions. Is that Faith planning to return to China with us? Dinia then asked about Faith. That's right. I plan to arrange for her to join the Ministry of the Interior, Ronan replied. She is a spy, and a spy with countless layers of espionage, Dinia said with certainty. I know, Ronan replied. Faith was a member of a French knightly order and the Church of the Virgin of Wieland, so she knew about the Purple Robe organization. She could also use special magic to turn a person into a puppet, and then completely replace him. Even the identity of Faith might just be a facade for her. It would be absurd for someone like her to say she wasn't a multifaceted spy, but I still stand by what I always say. It's better to keep her in sight than to leave her out in the world. Okay, Dinia replied. By the way, have you finished that book? Let me see it when you're done. Soon. Both books only have one chapter left, Ronan replied. Chapter 307 is finished. The person is on the ship. If I don't succeed, I'll kneel down and lick your feet. Before we knew it, the year was drawing to a close. Ronan's 2 books have been finished for some time now, and Dinah has also approved Dinah's book, Communitarianism. Even though she had known Ronan for so long, Dinia was still so shocked after watching it that she didn't know what to say. It wasn't because Ronan could write such a book. After all, she had read Ronan's Guns, Wizards and Civil Servants many years ago. She wasn't surprised at all that Ronan could write a highly readable and thought-provoking book and put forward original viewpoints. In the book Communitarianism, setting aside the political and economic discussions, she sensed a spirit of patriotism and humanistic concern in certain passages. This was not expressed directly or hypocritically, but rather as genuine thoughts hidden between the lines. The problem is that Ronan is not patriotic at all, nor does he treat people like human beings. How did such a person manage to write such passages? Dinia didn't understand, but she didn't ask Ronan. Ronan was unaware that Dinia had so many ideas. He only knew that the governor had given him his approval. If I knew, I'd probably have to translate for Dinia what it means to have your head on the left and your butt on the right. In short, the rewritten manuscripts had been sent to the king through special channels, and it is estimated that by the time he left the New World and returned to his homeland, The two books, A Brief History of Democracy and Communitarianism, would have just begun to be published. On the other hand, the steam engine was already complete, and with the improved spinning and weaving machines, a highly efficient textile system had emerged. However, Ronan has no plans to fully implement it for the time being. After all, this thing will bring about drastic changes to the entire country, and it might even push the revolution forward by 100 years. Before the kingdom gains hegemony and can use other countries as dumping markets, it cannot be fully rolled out for the time being. However, the new steam-powered machine tools can be widely promoted to process various mechanical parts, thereby creating better tools and improving the production level of the manufacturing industry. The manufacturing level improved. In addition to the agricultural level that Ronan had already raised, the kingdom's overall productivity will directly advance to a new level, so that, with proper allocation, building more magic schools and producing more magicians will no longer be a dream. In addition, the magical revolver that Canon has been in charge of has also made some progress. Now, Victor's money and manpower are in place, and once he returns home, he will begin to intensify his research efforts. If a magic revolver that can be easily used by novice mages is created, with enough power to damage first and second tier mages, then the kingdom's military strength will rise again. Of course, this will also prompt many first and second tier orthodox mages who are not known for their combat prowess to try to switch careers. However, this is exactly what Ronan wanted to see. This will lead to a further increase in productivity. It seems that dominating the western continent is not difficult at all, as long as no insects cause me trouble. That's how Ronan felt. To be objective and fair, there are simply too many insects in this world. There are many new continents, and even more royal capitals. It's estimated that if they were all sunk into the river, the Seine would swell. However, Ronan has no connection with the personnel in the new world anymore. All the people he and Dinia brought, from officials to technicians and a few special talents who had studied in prison, except for Yvette, will return to their home country with them. Most of the people Ambrina brought will stay. Ronan estimated that these people were originally intended by King Lucian to fill the power vacuum left by the deaths of Louis and Henry. However, Ronan not only took over the fiefdoms and redefined the structure of the native population, but also expanded the bureaucratic system of the governor's office. Incidentally, he also prevented Willand from taking advantage of the situation and established a good relationship with Villa. Under these circumstances, they could simply serve as officials in the governor's office, and there was no need for them to go to the original two counts territories to act as troubleshooters. 2 months later, in February 1587, a new governor arrived. After handing over their duties, Ronan and Dinia, along with Ambrina and the others, boarded a ship and began their journey home. At the bow of the ship, Dinia and her companion were leaning against the railing when Ronan walked up to her. Still thinking about what the new governor said, the new governor was a confidant of the king. His role in handing over duties was secondary. His main purpose was to deliver a message to Ronan and Dinia. He told the two that there was a lot of turmoil in the capital, and that things might also go wrong on Ronan's side. With the deaths of Louis and Henry, the possibility of foreign interference in the succession to the throne of Fas was eliminated. At the same time, the other contenders for the throne were also completely relieved, no longer worried that outsiders might take advantage of the situation to seize the throne. Therefore, the struggles are becoming increasingly overt. Now, theoretically, there are only 4 heirs to the throne: Princesses Ambrina, Isabel, and Marion, as well as the king's elder brother, Jerome. He is indeed a monk, but the others have made things too ugly, making him the popular choice. At that time, it would be nothing more than a matter of the church arbitrarily manipulating things if he were to renounce his monk status. Of course, he cannot renounce his identity as a cultivator now, because if he did, he would be the first to be killed. So this Uncle Wang is not a concern for the time being. The real trouble lies with the second and third sons. According to the new governor, Isabel has already allied with the Queen's faction. Page 136. On one side, there was close ties with the young military officer, and on the other, there was support from the old aristocracy and emerging capitalists who were nominally powerful but actually powerless. I'm afraid the road back to the capital won't be easy, Dinia said with some worry. Then let us fight our way out, Rowan said. With me by your side, it shouldn't be a big problem. I'm just worried that the methods are too drastic and might cause internal strife, Dinia said. It's not difficult to fight your way to the capital. The difficulty lies in how to mitigate the consequences. It doesn't matter. At most, it's just internal strife. Without Henry and Louis, foreign powers lack the tools to intervene. Ronan was quite indifferent, and even a wicked smile appeared on his lips. It's better if things get chaotic. When things are chaotic, it will be easier to label certain people as rebels and send them to the gallows. I don't care about those people. I am worried that if there's internal strife, many innocent people will lose their lives, Dinia said, but if there's really no other way, then that's the only option. After saying that, she looked at Ronan again. Ronan thought for a moment and replied, in that case, we can't just split up after we get ashore and then take Ambrina back to the capital secretly as quickly as possible via back roads. We need to find another way, to do it openly and in a high-profile manner, under Ambrina's name, and choose a roundabout route to slowly walk back, putting on a show along the way. A performance? Dinia asked. Ambrina will play herself. You will play the representative of the powerful and pragmatic faction, and I will play the hypocritical democratic elite. If we cannot win people's hearts and minds and make the power of the second and third leaders disintegrate on its own before we arrive in the capital, I will kneel down and lick your feet. Get out of here. Dinia almost couldn't resist kicking Ronan into the sea. Chapter 308 Analysis. The role's something to do in the next 2 months. Ronan spread his hands, looking pitiful and helpless, and said, then you can lick whichever place you want. Enraged, Dinia grabbed Ronan by the neck with one hand, lifted him up, and then pushed him forward, leaving Ronan's feet dangling in the air and half of his body outside the fence. What are you doing? Ambrina's voice came from behind. Dinia pulled Ronan back, and Ronan coughed twice before replying with a smile. We're rehearsing a play, Henry. Rehearsal? Ambrina was full of questions. Dinia tilted her head, thinking to herself, you're just talking nonsense. Ronan beckoned Ambrina over and whispered, as you know, the situation in the capital is very complicated right now. Those people know we'll be returning together. Normally, a few of us would choose a secret route to get back to the capital quickly, but I doubt they've left any ambushes. Although I am with Dinia, so our safety shouldn't be a problem. Their real goal is just to delay your return. That's enough time for them to set up some traps. Once we be back in the capital, we'll be completely restricted. Even if they didn't make any arrangements, once we return to the capital, we have to play by the capital's rules. That's what they're good at. No matter what we do, we're under their watchful eyes, and they can retaliate in time. But it's different outside. We can do whatever we want. What can they do to us? And if we do something, they won't know for at least 5 or 6 days, and they can only retaliate after another 3 to 5 days. By then, we've already accomplished our goal, so I suggest we put on a big show and perform it as we go. Ronan analyzed the situation and then offered his solution. A play? Ambrina asked. Let's put that aside for now and talk about your sister and the demands of the people around your mother. Ronan didn't immediately answer the so-called play, but instead brought up another topic. Those united around Isabel are mainly some young officers and frustrated mages. Many of these young officers were student soldiers who fought to the death in that war. That defeat is their inner demon. They desperately want to break into the empire of will and wash away their shame. They are staunch advocates of war. Ambrina nodded, but Ronan quickly added, but that's actually secondary. Huh? Ambrina didn't react at all. Anli, people change. Today, those students who were full of enthusiasm back then are now mid-level officers in the army and have power. The so-called pro-war faction is just a banner they use to win over more young people. This is not what they really want. What they really want is status, or more precisely, to break the shackles that prevent junior mages from becoming high-ranking officers. To become a general, one must at least be a full-rank mage, which greatly displeases many junior mage officers. In their view, many superiors do not understand military affairs at all, yet they have been promoted because their magic ranks are higher than theirs. Ronan continued, so, once we're ashore, we'll make a public appearance and Dinia will publicly make some statements. First, we'll say that Wayland and Villa are entangled at sea and have no time to deal with us. Then we'll promote the threat of the Will Empire and call for their destruction. That will appeal to those people, but it won't be enough to win them over. The key point is that Dinia has invented a weapon, a magic revolver, which allows novice mages to kill first and second tier mages. She also hinted that she will break the restrictions on officer promotion in the future. Dinia suddenly interrupted. That magic revolver hasn't been made yet, has it? Just make promises first. That's enough to win them over, Ronan said. We don't even need to actually win them over. As long as we get a group of people around Isabel to decide to bet on both sides, we've succeeded. It's not entirely fair to call it empty promises, since a basic concept has already been developed. Then what about my mother? Ambrina asked. This time, I'll play the role of an elite who supports democratic governance. What those capitalists want are two things. First, democracy, so that they can have the power to influence politics. And second, protection of private property, so that they don't have to be so afraid of the iron fist of imperialism. If I just bring up these 2 points, they will definitely waver, Ronan said. But can't my mother give them these things? Ambrina retorted. To be honest, your mother and your uncles have neither the ability nor the competence. Think about it. What would happen if your third sister took over? She wouldn't be able to hold that position for long, and there would definitely be a fierce political struggle. During this period of political struggle, your mother would only be asking the capitalists for money and wouldn't have the spare energy to fulfill their demands. But you read different. Once you read in power, your position will be very stable. In their eyes, I am someone who is very good at using the capitalist system. If the capitalists see that supporting you can help them achieve their goals, then what is wrong with supporting you? As Dinia listened, she couldn't help but wonder if Ronan had foreseen the current situation all along, which was why he wrote the books A Short History of Democracy and Communitarianism to create a persona for himself and others. Ambrina finally understood, and then asked, then, what about those nobles? Ambrina was referring to the old nobles in the Empress's faction who were nominally powerful, but actually powerless. Ronan waved his hand. Don't worry about them. What they want is to take away your power. This is an irreconcilable conflict. Besides, other people may not necessarily oppose our marriage, but they definitely will. When she heard that they wanted to take away her power, she wasn't too upset. But when she heard that this group wanted to stop her from marrying Ronan, Ambrina got angry. After thinking for a moment, she said, let's pick a few to kill, but don't kill too many. Ronan nodded. Some people can offer him empty promises, some can be temporary allies, but some are destined to be enemies. Those feudalistic and wicked people still dare to jump around and court death. Ambrina wasn't concerned about the nobility. She asked the final question, so, what kind of role am I supposed to play? Ronan laughed and patted Ambrina on the shoulder. Anri, of course you'll just play yourself. When I'm at odds with Dinia, you just mediate. Make those idiots think you're easy to talk to. Oh. Ambrina thought this was easy. We still have plenty of time. We can discuss the details slowly, Ronan said. They had only just boarded the ship and had 2 months to go before reaching the shore. If they finished everything at once, how boring would the next 2 months be? They couldn't just do that kind of thing every day, could they? After finishing their business, Ronan went to the cabin and called Alina and the others out to have some snacks together. It's called a snack, but it's really just jarred fruit. It's specially made with lots and lots of sugar added. You wouldn't find this much sugar in regular canned goods because sugar is so expensive these days. The other crew members could only eat canned food with very little sugar added, but even canned fruit with very little sugar was a rare treat for them. Chapter 309 Returning Home, Becoming a Sensation. The stage is already set after drifting at sea for more than 2 months. In late April 1587, Ronan and his party of several dozen people returned to the Kingdom of Fas. He did not choose to land in Le Havre, a port city in the northwest. As is well known, Le Havre is the fastest route back to the capital, which is along the Seine River. However, Ronan did not intend to go directly back to the capital, so he did not choose to land there. Ronan and his party went to Breteuil, which is actually Brest in Brittany, France. It is a seaport in the west, a military port and a commercial port, but it is also very famous for its oysters. Upon arriving in Breteuil, Ronan and his group split into 3 groups. The first group, consisting of Noah and 2 others, along with the young officers who had stayed behind to help instead of leaving with Old Man Raven, a few colonial officials whose terms had expired and who had returned home, and those sent by the king who had not stayed in the New World, all headed directly north and then traveled from the Seine to the capital. They were not Ronan's people and also needed to return to report. There's nothing to worry about with these people. The second group consisted of a group of technicians led by several veteran craftsmen from Ronan's consulting firm, talents Selena recruited from the gang, several Haiti people who had followed along, and several civil servants transferred along the way. Except for a very few, such as the mixed-race youth who improved the lathe, they were mostly from New Sea City. Although Ronan would still need them in the future, they had been away from their hometown for 2 years, and it was time for them to go back and see their families. Moreover, some unexpected things might happen next, and these people don't have the ability to protect themselves, so it's inconvenient for them to stay. The third group consists of those who remained. Besides Ronan and his group, there was only Kanon, whom Dinia had taken in, and the multifaceted spy Faith, each of whom was a high-ranking mage. Upon arriving in Breto, Ronan did not find a place to rest. Instead, he sent Alina to the city hall to inform the mayor and the city secretary. The mayor was someone Ronan didn't recognize. He was an old man in his 60s. The secretary general was an old acquaintance of Ronan's, a short man named Abelard who had some connections with him back in the capital. Ronan had known Abelard for 3 years, and in those 3 years, he hadn't been promoted or moved. It just goes to show that sometimes it's not a good thing for someone to be capable but not quite that capable. It's easy for them to be stuck in one position and not allowed to move. To Ronan's surprise, Elena hadn't returned yet, but Abelard had already arrived. Seeing that he looked out of breath, Ronan said, "You're acting a bit strange." Abelard pulled out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat. "Is there? Logically, you should have suddenly fallen ill," Ronan said half-jokingly. The reason he said this was because his instructions to Elena were not to secretly inform the mayor and secretary general, but to make it seem as if he wanted everyone else in the city hall to know, and to loudly announce that Princess Ambrina had arrived. Given the current situation, Ambrina's arrival here has become a political event. A smart person like Abelard would normally say that he ate too many oysters yesterday and had diarrhea. Abelard touched his large, hooked nose. "Ha! That's how it should be, isn't it? Because of you." Ronan extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Explain in detail." Abelard dragged a chair over and sat down opposite Ronan. "Ates, you don't know how popular you are right now, do you? The Retro faction is now calling for you to be their leader, and some are even advocating for you to be the president, overthrow the monarchy, and establish a democratic republic." Huh? Even though Ronan had anticipated that he would become famous, he didn't expect it to be this popular. "Your book, A Brief History of Democracy, is now their Bible. You should know who the financial backers of the Retro faction are, and you should also know who the real power holders are in this city of Bretud right here," Abelard said. "The patrons of the Retro faction and the people in charge of Breto are all the same type of people, capitalists." "So?" Ronan asked. "So, knowing that you have come and that you have come with the princess, many people have become obsessed. As the saying goes, if one does not know Ates, it is futile to call him a hero." Abelard sighed, referring here specifically to the heroes who emerged during the revival movement over the past 200 years. Back then, he and Ronan were recruited by Isabel and took the exam for central intern officials together. Now, their statuses are worlds apart. To be honest, he was very jealous. But at the same time, Abelard was also glad that he knew Ronan and that Ronan had brought the princess here, giving him the opportunity to curry favor with Ronan. "You're reacting like a gambler." "The Huan people never gamble," Ronan said. "The Huan people are like the Jews. They make easy money, but they are stingy and never bet easily. There are always exceptions." Abelard chuckled. "May I see Her Highness the Princess?" "Okay," Ronan agreed. Soon, Ronan led Abelard to Ambrina's room. Upon seeing Ambrina, Abelard immediately knelt on one knee, head down, and raised his hands to present her with an exquisite, gilded wooden box. Ambrina reached out and lightly tapped the back of his hand twice to indicate that she accepted it. Abelard then stood up, opened the wooden box, and showed the gift to Ambrina, a string of pearls gleaming with silvery light, each one nearly perfectly round, large in size, and almost uniform in size. In the era before cultured pearls, the cost of assembling such a string would have been astronomical. Even royal palaces might not have possessed such a thing. Ambrina took the wooden box with one hand without saying anything. She was a rare woman who wasn't particularly interested in jewelry. Abelard, being sensible, didn't say anything and left after giving the gift. Arriving at Ronan's room again, Abelard said, "Arts, I've arranged a rather quiet manner for you and His Highness to move there for now." "Ha, you read quite perceptive," Ronan chuckled. Clearly, Abelard had guessed that Ronan wouldn't be leaving anytime soon. Before Abelard could respond, Ronan suddenly raised the corners of his mouth and asked, "Can this estate host parties?" "When?" Abelard asked directly when it would be held. 3 days later. "Let us make it a big event," Ronan said. "No problem." Abelard agreed, since he had already decided to latch on to Ronan and get on Ambrina's coattails. The money at the party was nothing to him. "Dinia will also be participating," Ronan added. A hint of worry flashed across Abelard's face. Ronan was very famous now, as was Dinia. Although many people loathed his book Communitarianism, it was undeniable that some hardliners who advocated national priority, hated capitalists, and constantly talked about how powerful the kingdoms of the Hollandera were, really liked some of the book's contents. "Don't worry, the princess is here. She won't turn against me," Ronan added. "That's good." Abelard breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that even a smart man like Abelard didn't suspect anything, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. Clearly, his persona as an adversary of Dinia was firmly established. Chapter 310. The book is good. The person is even better. It's all the woman's fault. That evening, Ronan and his party checked into a manor located on a gentle hillside overlooking the sea. The manor was surrounded by low, angular, polygonal stone walls, with small towers protruding between the walls. Anyone who sees this will understand that this is not a manor at all. It is a simplified version of a bastion, not as exaggerated as the multi-layered, multi-pointed star-shaped bastions that serve as military fortresses. This place truly lives up to Abelard's earlier comment that it was quiet and peaceful. While Ronan and his party enjoyed a long-awaited seafood and land-based feast at the manor, the situation in the distant capital was becoming increasingly tense. At that moment, Isabel held a piece of bread, crispy on the outside and soft on the inside, dipped in beef broth in one hand, and a copy of Communitarianism, which she had almost worn out from reading it so many times, in the other. Your Highness, can't you stop reading while you're eating? Ashley, the maid beside him, chided softly. Isabel remained engrossed in her book, not at all acting like a princess as she ate and spoke. You're becoming more and more nosy. You've read this book several times already. You could at least go and read a short history of democracy. Ashley sighed. Even a dog wouldn't read a short history of democracy, which is full of lies. This one is much more interesting, Isabel said. She had read a short history of democracy, but it was nothing special and not to her taste. Communitarianism was to her liking, but just because it suited her taste wasn't enough for her to read it repeatedly. She read it repeatedly because she realized that the author of the book was not Dinia. Although she had only been in contact with Dinia for a few years, and although Dinia was actually her third sister's private tutor, based on her understanding of Dinia, she realized on the second reading that Dinia was not the author. If Dinah isn't the author, then who is? The answer isn't hard for Isabel to guess. Isabel suddenly put down her book. Ashley, do you think some things are predetermined at birth? Huh? Ashley was a little confused by the sudden question. After thinking for a moment, she nodded. Of course, you were born a princess. When I was born, she wasn't like that, Isabel said with a laugh. Then couldn't he help but sigh? Sigh, what makes her so special? Who? Ashley didn't understand. Page 137. Who do you think it is? Isabel retorted. Ashley shook her head violently like a startled bird. Although you are an illegitimate child, you are just like your father, a master of playing dumb, Isabel said. Normally, you are like the clumsy, silly maidservant next to the innocent princess in a stage play, but every time I want you to get out, you always manage to get things done, by accident, making me reluctant to let you go. Ashley chuckled. Even someone as clumsy as me needs a bit of luck, right? At the same time, across the sea in Wheeland, Alger, who had just completed the business negotiations for the porcelain deal, had just received the book A Short History of Democracy the night before. After reading the first few pages, he couldn't stop and read all night. He took a nap in the afternoon and then continued reading in the evening. The opening statement proposes that the mode of production determines the form of social organization. The form of social organization influences the generation of culture, and the generation of culture determines the political system, thus highlighting the logical thread of Aegean civilization, from its initial primitive tribal democracy to classical democracy. Based on this cognitive theory, we will begin here to discuss, step by step, the different manifestations and roles of democracy in different periods. But that's not the most impressive part of the book. The most impressive part is the author, Ronan. He wasn't a scholar, he was a bureaucrat, and a very high one at that. He governed everything from a city to an entire colony, including agriculture, manufacturing, and commerce. He included the experience of a real ruler in his book, something that many other theorists simply do not possess. Moreover, Ronan's perspective was far broader than that of contemporary scholars, at least compared to those in Wheeland whom Alger knew. That's amazing. So amazing that Alger doesn't know how to describe it. If Alger were a Saresian, he would know how to describe this book. It contains both principles and methods, and it is both easy to understand and profound in a simple way. Even more impressively, in the second chapter, Ronan completely exposed the true nature of Wheeland, Fas, and Villa. He incisively pointed out why Wheeland, Fas, and Villa are the way they are now, and even predicted what the three countries would be like in the future. Although the language used is playful and humorous, it sounds like the ramblings of someone who's had too much to drink in a street pub, and it's not credible at all. But Alger believed it, because he had met Ronan and understood that Ronan's ramblings were conclusions drawn from logic, deliberately written to sound like a joke and to mislead others. According to Ronan, Willand is bound to rise to prominence, which naturally excites Alger. However, Alger was also worried, because the premise for this prophecy to be true was that Ronan did not exist in this world. How can he be French? How could such an outstanding person emerge from those peasants who only know how to grow wheat? Alas, thankfully, he and that woman are not on the same side. Alger considered it a stroke of luck that Ronan and Dinia took different paths. The reason for this judgment is, of course, based on the book Communitarianism and the two peoples' past. Their past experiences are not difficult to find. To be honest, whether in the colony or New Sea City, it can be seen from the decrees issued and the effects of their implementation that Dinia is indeed on the path of communitarianism, while Ronan is not so compatible with her. However, Ronan continued to follow Dinia. Sigh, such an outstanding man is willing to serve this kind of woman. Alger couldn't help but sigh. If it were me, he couldn't finish his sentence, because if it were him, he probably would have made no difference. Indeed, Dinia was Willand's #1 enemy. Almost simultaneously, in another country thousands of miles away, inside the royal palace, King Villa patted 2 books and sighed repeatedly. His uncle, the emperor, used this identity to once besiege the kingdom of foes, and was only 1 step away from dominating the western continent. His father inherited the throne. While the power of the kingdom itself did not decline, it gradually lost control over other territories. By the time he came along, the local area had also begun to decline. His background is similar to that of King Felipe Roman III of Spain in another timeline, but he was not that incompetent ruler who indulged in pleasure and handed over power to his favorite ministers. He wanted to reform and restore the country to its former glory, but he didn't know where to start. He was not extravagant, but the upper echelons of the country were wasteful. He wanted to revitalize the manufacturing industry, but others thought that all they needed to do was keep digging for silver in the New World. A nation, as Ronan described in his book, is like a sick tiger. If it fails to kill its opponent even once, it faces a pack of wolves. Perhaps it's time to change our foreign policy. Since a pack of wolves attacking us is inevitable, we should try to win over a few of them first. Chapter 311. The party begins. What's there to be afraid to say? The next day, at Four Seasons Manor, the estate has a large flower garden with flowers blooming in all 4 seasons, hence the name Four Seasons Estate. Ambrina loves this place very much. She is chatting with the gardener and his wife about flowers, and judging by her expression, they will probably talk until evening. Ronan stood on high ground, watching Dinia slowly disappear from her sight. She is slowly walking towards the port. Back then, it was in this city that she led a group of mages to attack the Wayland Navy, which had occupied the port. She was only 18 years old then, and she became a hero of the kingdom, famous throughout the western continent. Now she is almost 32 years old, and her identity is completely different. Finally, Ronan could no longer see Dinia, and then he looked around. The scenery here is beautiful, with sunshine, beaches, cliffs, islands, and green spaces that are not found on typical coastlines, but Ronan doesn't offer anything particularly special. And so, 2 more uneventful days passed at the manor. On the 4th day, a cocktail party was held. The party was not particularly grand. Although Bredude is an important military and commercial port, it is actually a small place with a permanent population of only 20,000 to 30,000. This seemingly prosperous city is actually largely populated by seasonal migrant workers from surrounding towns. Therefore, even though the threshold for this party has been lowered, not many people are qualified to receive an invitation. There are businessmen, but many of them happen to be doing business here. There are not many locals who are qualified. Then there were the main officials of the city hall, several important figures in the council, local minor nobles, the highest-ranking officers in the local garrison, and a few local intellectuals. Excluding the women, there were only about 40 people in total. Of these 40-odd people, only the mayor, the secretary-general, the speaker, and a few major businessmen whose main businesses were in the capital were actually able to speak to Ambrina and offer her a toast. The others were just there to ride the coattails of the party's popularity. On the other side, Alice and Alina were greeting the ladies brought by the guests. Although Alina was a typical ruthless official under Ronan, she was once the woman in charge of Ronan's wardrobe. She had plenty to talk about with these ladies, from matching clothes, shoes, handbags, and jewelry to using various cosmetics, managing her figure, and skin care. There was nothing she couldn't talk about. Alina would even occasionally tell a dirty joke that would make a noblewoman cover her mouth with her fan and smile, or make a young lady blush. The air around us was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Alice, on the other hand, was not very sociable. She would give perfunctory responses when others tried to talk to her, and she felt from the bottom of her heart that these socialites were particularly low class and uncultured. Dinia was on the other side, talking to several officials. Ronan was much more approachable. He chatted with several businessmen and counselors who hadn't had a chance to meet Ambrina. Soon, more people gathered around, including other businessmen and counselors. As soon as Ronan heard them talking, he knew that few of them had actually read the book, and probably none of them had read it in its entirety. They were not interested in the history and politics described in the first 2 chapters. The only thing they were interested in was Ronan's advocacy of protecting private property and supporting free and fair commercial transactions in the 3rd chapter. These businessmen don't even care about democracy. That's true. Businessmen at this level just want to make more money. They don't care much about politics, nor do they dare to. As the group drank and chatted, they got carried away and began to complain about the many deficiencies in the current laws, which allowed some nobles, officials, and even church members to act recklessly under various pretexts. Ronan is also outspoken, saying that if he were to revise the laws, he would definitely introduce many provisions on civil rights, property rights, and ownership to ensure the inviolability of private property. In fact, these things are just parroting others. They're all stuff from Napoleon's legal code, although everyone knew that Ronan was just saying it casually, since the legislative power was in the hands of the king. How could the king possibly enact such a law? Wouldn't that be setting a trap for himself? They understood, but it still struck a chord with them, and they all chimed in with their own words. They say the law should be this way or that. Of course, everyone talks about things like the freedom of the people, economic development, and the strength of the country, but no one mentions anything about making more money for themselves. There are no unscrupulous capitalists, but there are plenty of patriotic entrepreneurs. Just then, a businessman asked, "Mr. Arts, do you think the composition of the Tri-Council is reasonable?" Ronan glanced at the merchant, recalled his identity, and remembered that this man was a trader who ran between the port and the capital. He was somewhat influential and could probably barely get close to the outer circle of the Queen's faction. "This is a pleasant surprise." So he replied, "For the city council, a 3-party council is reasonable, but if it were to be expanded, for example to the state level, the current composition would not be so reasonable." The merchant from the capital city's eyes lit up. He was no longer so concerned about money. To be precise, given his connections, his wealth had already reached its peak. If he wanted more money, he would have to find a way. Then Ronan sighed helplessly. "Unfortunately, this is not something I can control. I am just a minor bureaucrat." "I've heard that Mr. Arts is very close to Her Highness the Princess," the merchant added. Instantly, everyone around widened their eyes and stared at Ronan. "Don't talk nonsense. I am not in that kind of relationship with Her Highness. I mean, we just know each other," Ronan explained loudly and excitedly, then his voice lowered. "Her Highness knows Governor Aegis, and I am very familiar with the governor's wife, so we got to know each other. I'd say I am friends with Her Highness." When everyone saw Ronan first speak loudly and then softly, they immediately understood that this was the kind of relationship they were talking about. He couldn't help but feel jealous. Why couldn't it be his turn? Then he looked at Ronan's appearance and his mentality collapsed. He was so handsome, so young, and already a high-ranking official, a true magician, and he could even write such works. The merchant from the capital didn't have these thoughts. He simply remarked, "If only Mr. Arts could get into the central government." Ronan also adopted a joking tone. "If I could get into the central government, maybe the legislature could be expanded to the state level, change the current environment, and establish a truly democratic system." The merchant from the capital remained silent, but his mind was racing. Given Ronan's relationship with the princess, if he fully supported Ronan, there might still be hope. Ronan didn't speak. His mission was complete. This unexpected merchant from the capital would, barring any unforeseen circumstances, convey his attitude. "You really dare to say that?" At this moment, Dinia's cold and murderous voice suddenly rang out. Everyone turned around, and Dinia's scarlet eyes were right in front of them, making them tremble with fear. "What is there to be afraid to say? Is it illegal to say a few words?" Ronan retorted, showing an attitude of going head-to-head with Dinia. Chapter 312 Fake Provocation. Deadly question, and occasionally a little womanly. The merchants were all shocked. They never expected Ronan to speak to Dinia like that. "Haven't lived enough yet, huh?" At this moment, several officials also came over and walked behind Dinia. The atmosphere suddenly became even more tense, as if the air itself had frozen. Aside from Ronan himself and Dinya, no one knew that all of this was a script written by Ronan. Dinya had just gone to talk to those officials about communitarianism. In fact, the officials didn't care about any ideologies or anything like that, and they didn't even understand them. What they knew was that Dinya's approach was to strengthen civil service politics so that they could have more power. A silence that seemed to stand still lasted for a while before Dinya suddenly broke the deadlock. What? Aren't you going to say anything? What are you saying? You're talking about your ideology that treats the people like machine parts, trying to control everything? Ronan said in a very impolite tone. Only free and fair trade can lead to economic development, and only a democratic system can prevent the king from making mistakes. More than 100 years ago, that king almost brought ruin to the kingdom. Although the wise Emperor Lawrence saved the country, can we always expect such a wise ruler? Freedom, fairness, democracy, that's what I'm talking about. After Ronan finished speaking, everyone except himself and Dinya was dumbfounded. This was courting death. How dare he say that he wanted to prevent the king from making mistakes? This wasn't the constitutional monarchy of Wayland next door. This was France. Moreover, the royal family, the Frago family, weren't genuine French. They were barbarians from the Black Forest region of the Empire of Will. Just as everyone was about to beg Ronan to stop talking, but no one dared to be the first to speak, Ambrina arrived. What's wrong? Ambrina asked. It's very simple, he said. Dinya repeated what Ronan had just said to Ambrina. Huh? Ambrina seemed surprised. Then, oh, she said, seemingly not too concerned. Her reaction almost made people's eyes pop out. Ronan sometimes likes to joke around when he's drunk. You guys don't take it seriously, do you? Ambrina said, then looked at Dinya with a hint of hostility and provocation in her eyes. I thought you knew him well, but I still hope you can get along well. Everyone noticed Ambrina's demeanor, from displeasure to softening. It was clear that she didn't care about Ronan's words at all, and even wanted to side with him, but she was also concerned about Dinya, so she ended up trying to smooth things over. The relationship between the princess and Ronan is truly in an instant. Everyone rolled away like slices of bread spread with butter. If we stay any longer, we might hear things we shouldn't hear and see things we shouldn't see. Soon, only Ronan, Dinya, and Ambrina remained in the surrounding area. Seeing that everyone had left, Ambrina skipped over and grabbed Ronan's hand. Ronan, how was my performance? According to the script, she was supposed to portray an heir to the throne who wasn't very bright, who was biased towards Ronan because of personal feelings, but who chose to mediate the conflict between Ronan and Dinya. In short, she is a woman who lacks assertiveness, is easily influenced, and has a relatively weak personality. 9 points. I'm afraid you'll get arrogant if I lower the score by 1, Ronan said with a smile. Hee hee. Ambrina laughed. And what about me? Dinya suddenly asked, a playful smile on her face. This question took Ronan by surprise, leaving him frozen in place. No matter how he answered, it would be wrong. With one hand behind her back and the other gripping Ronan's arm, Ambrina looked at Dinya and said, of course it's a perfect 10, right? Ambrina's opening remarks were meant to smooth things over, but her right carried a strong sense of provocation. Unlike before, this time she was truly playing herself. Dinya didn't reply to a word, and simply turned and left. The party lasted until the sun began to set in the afternoon. These days, nighttime lighting is poor, so outdoor parties usually last only an afternoon. After that came the banquet, which was attended by only a few people who had previously been qualified to stand before Ambrina. It was another French feast, which lasted from dusk until it was completely dark. During the gathering, everyone believed they had completely understood the relationship between Ronan, Princess Ambrina, and Dinya. Ronan and Princess Ambrina definitely had that kind of relationship. The princess was practically subservient to Ronan. Ronan and Dinya had completely opposite views on the route, but they were very close friends, so close that it gave the princess a lot of complaints. However, Dinya was an important guarantee for her rise to power, so she wouldn't really turn against her because of Ronan. In fact, she even had to consider Dinya's opinion. In conclusion, whether the goal is to support Ronan to elevate the status of merchants or to strengthen the power of civil servants through Dinya, both options are promising. This dinner was worth it. After the banquet, Ambrina immediately changed her clothes, untied her corset and crinoline, and ran to Ronan's room in a loose silk dress. Page 138. But Ambrina never expected that there was already someone in Ronan's room, and it wasn't Dinya, nor Ronan's 2 maids, but Agostina. The 2 even talked about magic, so Ambrina had to leave. Seeing Ambrina leave, Ronan smiled at Agostina. All right, your boring task is complete. Agostina coming to reserve a spot was clearly at Dinia's behest. Ronan hadn't expected Dinia to have such a girlish temper. The mission is complete, but there are still some things that haven't been done. As she spoke, Agostina began to unbutton her clothes. Are you serious? Ronan asked. Of course. If I weren't seasick, and if I hadn't not reached level 3 before and was afraid of breaking you apart, I would have come much earlier, Agostina said, taking off her shirt as she spoke. Agostina, who was already close to the 3rd rank, quickly broke through to the 3rd rank after studying Victor's notes. Now she is a 3rd rank elemental mage who can externalize her elemental form. Agostina was originally wearing a shirt, capri trousers, and officer's shoes, but now she was only wearing a red bra. Her breasts were also quite ample, similar to Ambrina's, but what was most attractive was her waist and abdomen with the faint outline of abdominal muscles, giving her a sense of strength. She was wearing high-waisted black pantyhose, which were higher than her waistband. The pantyhose that went up above her waistband had a unique charm, which made Ronan stop her hand from taking off her pants and keep the image in his mind. The next scene left Ronan stunned for 2 seconds. Agostina wasn't wearing underwear. Through the semi-transparent black stockings, you could see that her pubic hair was a thick, dark vertical line, almost a long, thin diamond shape, with a line below it. Ronan quickly stripped himself naked. Agostina, looking incredulous, reached out and gently grasped Ronan's almost unreal large member, then asked with a hint of shyness, "What should we do next?" "Ha!" Ronan laughed. "Don't you have a lot of experience?" Agostina, having removed her blindfold, sat there stiffly, completely at a loss for how to respond. Chapter 313 Past, Present. Let the bullets fly. For a while after a long silence, Agostina suddenly asked in a very soft voice, "Am I not pretty?" Ronan smiled again. Agostina tilted her head. "Can't you stop smiling? I just think you're a very interesting person," Ronan said. "You usually seem lazy and carefree, but when you do something, you're incredibly confident and don't care about what others think. You're like a ball of fire. But at times like this, you seem to care a lot about others, or rather, in my opinion, you're not confident at all." Agostina hesitated. Ronan suddenly pounced on Agostina, saying, "Actually, you're very beautiful. I'm not just talking about your face, not just your faintly visible abs, not just your muscular thighs, but also here." Ronan pressed his hand against Agostina's chest. "Chest?" Agostina asked. "Ha ha ha ha." Ronan laughed at her. "I was talking about the heart, a sensitive yet resilient heart." Never mind, I'm not going to say that. Such cheesy words are definitely not for me." "Ha ha ha." Agostina laughed too. "It doesn't suit me either." With that, Agostina sat up and immediately returned to her usual self. "Looks like you're all right," Ronan said. "You stand here, I'll do it." "I've been practicing with Korn for half a month," Agostina said proudly. Ronan stood up, and Agostina immediately squatted down, leaning forward with half her feet on the ground. She placed her hands on Ronan's thighs and began to suck and lick. Ronan held her hair with one hand, not looking at her face, but instead shifting his gaze to the back. In the dim light, the semi-transparent black stockings appeared a glossy dark brown. In this position, the clearly defined muscles of Agostina's buttocks and thighs changed the sheen of the stockings with each movement, each change highlighting a vibrant and athletic sexiness. Her slightly thick thighs appeared especially sexy at this moment, making one wonder what it would feel like to have those legs wrapped around one's waist. Moving the gaze downwards, Agostina's calf muscles became more defined, but not at all bulky. They possessed a perfectly balanced strength. Further down, her heels were suspended in the air, her forefoot was taut, and the black stockings on her toes were stretched thin, revealing her slender toes painted with red nail polish. A few minutes later, Ronan gently pulled Agostina's face away and pushed her onto the bed. Ronan bent down and, through her pantyhose, began to rub his nose against Agostina's genitals. Agostina gently covered her mouth with both hands, unsure how to describe the feeling: repulsion, surprise, secret joy, emotion. It seemed like all of them, yet none of them. That girl, who went from carefree to living under someone else's roof, with an incredibly inferior heart yet a tendency to feign acceptance of her fate, has become a part of her, ultimately inseparable. At this moment, she came again, but this time, Agostina did not want to bury her again, because she had another half, the other half she liked. Although she liked him because he was handsome, strong, rich and powerful, wasn't she just a vulgar person? If you don't pander to popular tastes, Why would you need to pretend? Ronan gently tore open a small opening, and his warm tongue pushed inside. The sudden stimulation caused Agostina's entire lower body muscles to contract. At that moment, she forgot and truly compromised with the past. Are you all right? Ronan asked with concern. Tears welled up in Agostina's eyes, but her expression didn't seem like she was crying. I am fine, Agostina replied. Ronan spread Agostina's strong, muscular thighs apart with both hands. I really like girls with tear ducts and those who get wet down there easily. A girl? Agostina asked back. Isn't he that right? On the outside, yes, and on the inside even more so, Ronan said. Agostina looked like a woman in her mid-20s, but in some ways, she was even more naive than Ambrina. Can we not use this position? Agostina asked. Ronan replied, this position is less painful. Then I want the most painful one, Agostina said with a determined look. Okay, Ronan agreed, grabbing Agostina's ankles with both hands, lifting her long, black-stockinged legs high and pressing them tightly together, making her private parts close up tightly. He then suddenly straightened up and thrust in completely. Oh, Agostina cried out, but Ronan's hands were like clamps, holding her legs tightly together. Looking down, her firm buttocks and slightly thick thighs formed a sturdy, black-stockinged ball of flesh. Ronan's lust was aroused, and he began to thrust violently, without rhythm or control, just relentlessly fucking her. It felt as if it were about to be pierced through, as if it were about to be torn apart. After a while, when Ronan felt that Agostina's leg muscles were less tense, he lowered her legs. Is that enough? Agostina replied. Ronan began to control the pace, and only then did he realize that many of his black stockings had been torn by him, with threads coming out everywhere. After a long while, just before he was about to erupt, Ronan pulled out, grabbed Agostina's feet, and sprayed more than a dozen streams of thick, white fluid onto her black-stockinged feet. Agostina took a while to sit up. Should I go change my clothes now? Soon, Agostina appeared, wearing a blue cavalry hat with red feather decorations, a blue coat, a wide black leather belt, a white long skirt, flesh-colored pantyhose, and black knee-high boots. Ronan pinned Agostina against the wall from behind, roughly lifted her skirt, tore her pantyhose, and began the second round. The next morning, after breakfast, Ambrina called out to Ronan, held out one hand, and spread out 5 fingers, 5, including me. Ronan. Okay. Ronan indicated that he understood. The next one needs my approval first, Ambrina said. No problem, Ronan agreed. He understood what Ambrina meant. There were 2 people on Dinia's side, while she only had 1. She wasn't really trying to compete for anything. She just wanted to maintain a balance on the surface to avoid anyone gossiping. When are we going back to the capital? Ambrina asked. The bullet has only just been fired. It still needs time to travel. And that's not all. There are still some things to do afterward. However, it won't be more than 2 months at the latest, Ronan replied. As for Ronan and Dinia, Ambrina's attitude will reach the capital, but it's foreseeable that it won't cause any trouble. Neither the retrogressives and young officers around Isabel, nor the capitalists and old aristocrats of the post-war party, would make any immediate changes. These people aren't ordinary citizens. Do you expect them to take action just by talking? Ronan isn't that naive. Moreover, even ordinary citizens wouldn't easily believe it. Otherwise, how could the capital city have become a revolutionary base? The old Parisians are all known for their unruly nature. Only a very small number of people would take Ronan and Dinia's words seriously. It's not that they are stupid, but that these people who cannot turn their lives around on their own have no other choice but to believe in the changes made above. Chapter 314 Thoughts, Actions. Can't we be a little more normal? A few days later, news of Ronan and Dinia's words and actions, and Ambrina's attitude, reached the capital. Pierre is 46 years old and has just succeeded his father as the largest shareholder and head of the public bank, Champagne. At the same time, he was also a key member of the capitalist group within the Post Party. The Champagne Bank has no connection to the Champagne market from hundreds of years ago. It simply originated in the Champagne region, which connects to the Low Countries, and that's why it adopted that name. Like most public banks, its business is mainly domestic, and its clients are primarily the powerful and wealthy with higher credit ratings, as well as wealthy businessmen closely associated with them. Champagne is now Ambrina's largest creditor. In order to establish a grain and oil cooperative and a postal system, Ambrina borrowed a lot of money from many bankers, the most of which was from this bank. Pierre didn't think that being lent money meant he would be tied down. After all, Ambrina had signed a debt-to-equity agreement. If the third princess ascended the throne and Ambrina couldn't become queen and repay the money, he could just happily take the shares of the various companies under Ambrina's name with him. He wished Ambrina would die soon, but in the last 2 months, Pierre's thinking has changed, because of what Ronan said in the 3rd chapter of that book. The entire 3rd chapter can be summarized in 4 sentences: natural rights, protection of private property, spirit of contract, and establishment of democracy. If this can be achieved, the country's industry and commerce will flourish and countless worthy lenders will emerge. This is far better than acquiring shares in those companies, because even if he did, the new king would force him to give them up, and he would only get a small kickback. However, with the improved business environment, bankers like him have a lot of opportunities. They can lend money to small handicraft manufacturers and even to ordinary people with some skills. However, although his thoughts had changed, Pierre had no intention of putting them into action. Within the capitalist group of the Post Party, whether in the inner circle or on the periphery, many, like him, have ideas but do not express any attitude, much less take any action. The other group in the party was different. These were the old aristocrats who were all in name only. They couldn't stand talk about natural human rights and fair trade. They wanted to restore the country to its former order, where everyone was in their proper place, thereby restoring the glory of the aristocracy. However, these old nobles did not jump out to vehemently oppose it, not because they did not want to, but because they had just been disciplined by the king under some pretext not long ago, and were currently keeping a low profile. On Isabel's side, the young officers made no move. Compared to capitalists, soldiers are more cautious and only act after seeing the actual situation. They would never make a rash bet because if capitalists lose, they only lose money. But if they lose, it's not a problem that money can solve. They might even have their heads used by someone else. As for the retro faction, they are quite enthusiastic. After all, they are a bunch of talkers, and their big mouths and pens are all they have to offer. However, the retro camp is currently in a bit of a mess. To put it nicely, it's split up. To put it bluntly, these armchair critics were never really on the same page. After all, retro style is just a framework. It contains their own ideas. What exactly do the ideas and systems described in those ancient works from hundreds or thousands of years ago mean? Aren't they just their own interpretations? However, in the past, they stood under the same banner of opposing the church and the aristocracy, so even if there were differences, they would not have evolved into internal strife. But things are different now. Ronan's 2 books have opened up 2 new battlegrounds for them: elite democracy and civil service politics. A large portion of the retrogressive faction now supports Ronan. They want to promote elite democracy. Who are the elites? But there is another group that is particularly combative, supporting Dinia, or rather, they strongly support the civil service system. In contrast to the capital, which was already showing signs of chaos, Bretu City on the west coast was in perfect harmony. Ronan and Dinah are leisurely fishing. Aren't you going to do anything now? Dinia asked. Ronan looked at the motionless fishing rod and replied, Isabel and the Queen will probably make a move. Even if they can hold back, someone will eventually break the deadlock. Then we can take the next step. Can you predict their actions? Dinia asked again. Of course not, but I can interpret their actions after they take them, or rather, I can label them, Ronan replied. He wasn't a psychologist or a prophet. How could he possibly predict his opponent's actions? He simply followed his plan and interpreted whatever actions the other party took. If a person doesn't move or speak, you can label them. But once a person speaks or moves, you can label them. If we label them, it will take them several days to find out, and they can retaliate immediately because we are so far away. This is the advantage of not returning to the capital. I'm causing trouble outside. What can you do about it? Isabel is very strong. She has both guns and pens. The Queen is no less powerful. She has money and influence. But so what? Powerful methods can only be used in the capital. By the way, we're leaving tonight, Ronan said. If I am not mistaken, the team responsible for bringing Ambrina back to the capital has already set off. We can't let them see us. We need to find another place. Will it work if we go to another place? The local officials will also convey this order and send her back. Dinia was somewhat skeptical. Which local official dares to say that there is an order from above for Ambrina to return? He is a false messenger of the king's order. We'll pin the charge of plotting to assassinate the princess on him, and chop his head off on the spot. Ronan had already prepared for this. So will you do it, or should I? Dinia asked. Ronan lifted the fishing rod, looking at the small fish on the hook with surprise. It depends. I'm the democratic elite now, and you're the civilian faction. If the mayor jumps out, you kill him. If the secretary general jumps out, I kill him. We can't kill our own people, right? Yes, you're right. Dinia replied sarcastically. By the way, we haven't done anything for a week. Ronan suddenly changed the subject. Dinia frowned slightly. Aren't you leading tonight? Isn't the carriage perfect? Ronan asked with a smile, his eyes glancing at Dinia's calves. The matte, almost oatmeal-colored silk gave off a calm and ascetic aura that only made him want to violate her, to remove her nude flat shoes and put her feet on his face. No, Dinia objected decisively. Then give me oral sex, Ronan pleaded. Get lost, Dinia said rudely. Milk cannon? Ronan asked again. Dinia reeled in her fishing rod and looked at Ronan. Are you trying to die? This won't work. That won't work. Tell me what you want. Ronan threw a tantrum. Can't you be normal? Dinia's tone softened. It is normal on the carriage. It is a missionary position, so there is not much room for anything else, Ronan said. Page 139. Dinia was silent for a moment, then nodded. Chapter 315. Car sex. Hurry up. Give me some time. Night. Inside a closed carriage, Dinia lay half reclined against the back wall of the carriage, while Ronan sat, one thumb rubbing against her vulva through her grey stockings, the other hand scratching and touching her thigh, feeling the silkiness of the grey stockings and the elasticity of her thigh. Soon, Dinia closed her eyes and clenched her fists. Dinia's lips were tightly closed, but a faint moan of pleasure still escaped from between them. Ronan quickened his pace, and soon his fingers became wet with continued movements. A stream of vaginal fluid finally broke free of the pantyhose and gushed out, turning the crotch area of the grey stockings from its original bluish grey to dark grey. Ronan stopped moving, and Dinia finally pulled herself out of the stimulation, but then felt a sense of emptiness. Dinia unconsciously let out a soft hum. Ronan, what's wrong? Diddy? Ronan asked knowingly. Dinia just stared at Ronan without saying a word. After a long while, Ronan gave up on getting Dinia to speak up. He pushed her down, then bent over, tore open her stockings, spread her legs, and stuck out his tongue. Dinia gently clapped Ronan's head between her legs and placed her hands on his head. Soon she ejaculated, making an even wetter area. During the day he seemed uninterested and reluctant, but after just a couple of moments Ronan said, touching Dinia's pink nipple with one finger and pressing it gently, as if flipping a switch. Dinia's inner thigh muscles twitched, and she ejaculated 2 more streams. Dinia slapped Ronan's arm and, seemingly still not satisfied, kicked Ronan in the chest. Come quickly if you're going to, Dinia said, glaring at Ronan. Dinia lies on her back with her knees bent and legs spread apart. This is the missionary position. The first time they were together, Dinia was very open, like a lustful woman, but later she became less open. Forget about any fancy moves. Several times she even refused the woman on top position, only wanting the missionary position. Ronan leaned down, and just as his lips were about to touch Dinia's, Dinia pushed him away with one hand, saying, dirty. Hearing this, Ronan chuckled. You think you're dirty? Dinia blushed and fell silent. The substance on Ronan's lips was indeed hers. Just then Ronan went in, his movements as gentle as if he were treating someone for the first time. While Ronan murmured softly, he gently inserted his penis, his hands constantly kneading her large breasts into various shapes, his thumbs flicking at her nipples. At first, Dinia responded to Ronan with very soft nasal hum sounds, but later she stopped making any noise. After a long while, Dinia, with her eyes slightly closed, grabbed Ronan's shoulders with both hands and squeezed hard, saying in a very soft, embarrassed voice, hurry up Ronan. Ronan stopped what he was doing. Let's change positions. Lie face down and stick your butt up. I'll come from behind. Dinia opened her eyes wide. No, please. Diddy, I like you the most, right behind you, okay? Ronan's tone was just like a child begging for candy. Dinia's stern face relaxed immediately, but she still refused. No, please, Didi, Ronan said. There won't be a next time. Dinia finally gave in, but she was still reluctant to move. Ronan, as if afraid that Dinia would change her mind, impatiently turned her over. Fortunately, Dinia cooperated, supporting herself with her hands on the carriage floor, lowering her waist slightly and raising her buttocks. I'm coming, Diddy. Ronan thrust forward suddenly, his eyes never leaving the buttocks beneath him through the grey silk. The already perky buttocks appeared even more rounded and perky from this angle, especially the fleshy rebound during the impact, which made his entire brain feel like it was being corroded by green worms, driving him to sprint like a madman. Dinia's long, pale white and light gold hair cascaded down to the floor of the carriage, and with each powerful thrust, her large, white breasts swayed violently back and forth. Diddy, I want to play with your ass for the rest of my life, until the day I die, Ronan said. Dinia turned around and spat at Ronan. Pa, talk too much. Ronan seized the opportunity and thrust hard, opening the cervix directly. Dinia's inner walls instantly came to life, and the cervix began to contract and dilate continuously. As Dinia lay on her stomach being penetrated from behind by Ronan, she unconsciously arched her little feet in excitement, causing wrinkles to appear in the stockings around her ankles. The gray stockings covering her calves were stretched to the point of being transparent. Her head swayed slightly from time to time, and her snow-white and pale gold hair was scattered in a mess. Hama, her voice gradually became clearer. After a while, just as Ronan felt Dinia's body starting to lose control and he was about to come, he grabbed and squeezed Dinia's big, round buttocks hard, pressed his thick, long thing to the deepest part and stopped moving. The dozen or so thick, white fluids that had accumulated over the past few days all gushed out, almost filling it up. Immediately afterward, Dinia also gushed out, splashing back onto Ronan's glands. Dinia lay completely down and Ronan lay directly on top of her, motionless. At that moment, time seemed to stand still for the two of them, with only the constantly seeping and overflowing mixed fluid at their point of union indicating that time was still flowing. After a long while, Dinia lifted Ronan's arm and sat up, one leg bent at the knee and the other bare on the floor. Seeing me make a fool of myself again, don't you find it interesting? Don't you like me? Ronan asked, seemingly unrelated to the question. Dinia tilted her head, looking puzzled. Are you out of your mind? If you liked me, you wouldn't say things like that. Ronan seemed very hurt. Dinia covered her face, looking troubled. Don't you think you look like one of those brainless, idiotic women from a third-rate novel? Ha! Ronan's composure crumbled instantly. You've read those kinds of novels? Dinia's face darkened instantly, as if she were about to kill someone. Ronan quickly became serious. Didi, even if you were completely unreserved and screamed all the time, it wouldn't damage your image in my eyes. So there's no need for that. I'm not kidding. Humans are made up of three things: animality, humanity, and divinity. At times like this, we are immersed in our animality. Ronan spoke nonsense with a straight face. Dinia scoffed. Ha, men, in the end, all they want is for me to do those lewd things. If you insist on saying so, I can only answer, yes, madam, Ronan readily admitted. Dinia remained silent for a long time before softly calling out, Ronan. Ronan asked, puzzled. Give me some time, okay? Whether it's this or something else. Dinia said. The others? Ronan asked. You've been lying to me all along. At first, I thought we were going to the same destination, just on different paths, which was fine. Later, I realized that our destinations were actually different, so I hoped you would come closer to me. Even now, although you're still lying to me, I feel that I should make some changes, but that will take time. Dinia became increasingly emotional as she spoke. You're overthinking it. The concept of a destination, when considered on a large scale, is messy and not definite. Chapter 316 Neutrality, Missed Opportunity. You're plotting rebellion, Ronan continued. There is unfairness within fairness, poverty within prosperity, autonomy within authoritarianism, and despotism within democracy. Even a single person is not pure. Who knows, a revolutionary emperor might emerge 100 years from now. I don't think we have any major differences in the big picture. Even if we do, we can discuss it and find a compromise. Besides, don't you think we've already changed through our constant interaction? Hearing this, Dinia laughed. That's right, I was overthinking it. Come on, let's do it again. She straightened her long legs, and the toes of her stockinged feet brushed against Ronan's lower abdomen twice. The meaning couldn't be clearer. What position? Ronan asked. Dinia ripped open the hole in her socks and grabbed Ronan's already erect member with one hand. I'm on top. Only I can move. You're not allowed to move. If you dare to move, I'll punch those two stinky bastards. Yes, ma'am, Ronan replied in his standard manner. Soon, the carriage began to shake even more violently. Elena, driving the carriage, paid no attention and instead whistled happily. 2 days later, the team that was responsible for bringing Ambrina back to the capital arrived in Bretu City. The group consisted of 3 people: the deputy director of the Royal Capital Garrison, a squad leader of the Mage Guild, and a secretary from the Prime Minister's Office General Secretariat. In addition to these 3, there was also Lucia, Ambrina's attendant. Although she didn't have much power, she was, after all, the princess's person, and if necessary she would be needed to persuade the reckless princess. Unfortunately, the group came up empty-handed. Ambrina had left 2 nights earlier, and no one knew where she had gone. Faced with the mayor and the city secretary's explanations, the deputy director of the security bureau was instantly at a loss. For him, Coming to pick up someone was a job that would offend people, since even a fool would know that Ambrina didn't want to go back. But if he could bring her back, at least the queen would protect him. The mage squad leader wasn't so annoyed. His task was to prevent his old superior, Dinia, from getting angry. The Secretary General was slightly disappointed. He had come on behalf of the central government, but he personally wanted to meet the country's most famous secretary, Ronan, but unfortunately he was unable to do so. Lucia breathed a slight sigh of relief. She was the last person who wanted to come. Knowing Ambrina and Ronan as she did, she knew that if Ronan wanted to get rid of her because of this, Ambrina would never plead for her. We haven't received anyone yet, but at least the outcome isn't too bad. Let us go after them, the police chief said. Oh, the mage squad leader responded. Okay, the secretary agreed. However, shouldn't we have lunch before we leave? Just then, in the hall, from among the shadows of everyone, a person emerged from the shadows, dressed in a black and white maid outfit. No one could figure out who this person was, except for Lucia, who recognized her as Ashley, Isabel's most trusted maid. Ashley yawned and looked at the mayor and secretary general of Bretto. I say, is it because you didn't treat her highness well that she left in a huff? The mayor and secretary general Abelard were both bewildered. What did this mean? Did someone not know that Ambrina herself didn't want to go back? Not saying a word. So arrogant? Ashley asked doubtfully, while rolling up her sleeves. Everyone was dumbfounded. Who was being arrogant here? What happened next was something no one expected. Ashley punched the mayor to the ground in front of everyone, then kicked the secretary general over, before turning to the welcoming party and saying, "What are you eating for? Chase them." Lucia looked puzzled. Wasn't Ashley's behavior tarnishing Isabel's reputation? The three leaders turned to leave the city hall and urged their men to hurry on their way, but Ashley did not move. Ashley swaggered down on the sofa in the reception room. Don't look at me. I travel very fast, but I'm a bit exhausted. I'll stay for lunch before I leave. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. But as Lucia turned around, she saw Ashley winking at her. After everyone had left, Ashley finally let out a long sigh. I've really suffered so much for this lousy country. Meanwhile, Ronan and his party arrived in another city, Rennes, where they received a warm welcome from the mayor. However, despite the enthusiasm, the meal was only a sumptuous and delicious meal for ordinary people, and it was far from adequate for the princess and the heir to the throne. Before the mayor could speak, the Secretary General spoke first. Our city of Rennes is just a small town, and this year's harvest has been really bad. We hope your highness will forgive us. It's true that it's a small town. Rennes has less than 100,000 in livestock, and the harvest is poor. Rennes is famous for its livestock industry, but this year there was a plague that killed many livestock. However, the important thing is that although Rennes is an inland city, it is not far from the sea and is a hinterland hub city connecting several ports. Therefore, this is also a city with thriving commerce. For a commercially prosperous city, would a poor harvest lead to a shortage of resources? Ronan smiled knowingly. Secretary General, do you hope we'll leave here quickly and fall into the trap you've set so you can capture and kill Her Highness? The Secretary General was dumbfounded. He hadn't meant that at all. He just wanted the princess to return to the capital as soon as possible. Ambushing and killing? Don't even mention he wouldn't dare. Even if he did, he couldn't do it. Who in the whole country doesn't know Dinia's reputation? The Secretary General was about to explain when Ronan interrupted him sharply. How dare you rebel? With that, Ronan drew a sword and, in front of everyone, chopped off the man's head with a single stroke. The waiter was so startled that his hand trembled, and with a bang, the porcelain plate containing the braised beef fell to the ground and shattered. Before the mayor could react, Dinia flicked her finger, and a beam of red light pierced his heart, sending him to heaven to meet his father. Elena, Alice, go and summon everyone from the city hall. Agustina, go and take over the police station. Faith, stay here to protect Her Highness. Dinia and I will go to the military camp. From this moment forward, Her Highness the Princess will be in charge of the city of Rennes. Taking over Rennes was a spur-of-the-moment decision by Ronan. It was only after arriving in Rennes that he realized it was a great place. The terrain was a basin, and there was a military fortress. Long ago, it was the capital of the Duchy of Brittany. Agriculture, commerce and manufacturing were all thriving. There was a magic academy and an army. Moreover, it wasn't too far from the royal capital. Wasn't this a perfect stage? Because of Ronan's idea, the banquet gained another corpse and a pool of blood. In just one afternoon, Ronan and his group took over the entire city of Rennes. Of course, some people were inevitably sent to heaven for free because they were relatively lucky. The next day, The team responsible for bringing Ambrina back received the news, and the group looked even more grim than if they had lost their own son. In the capital, the king also received the news. Well done. King Lucian slammed his fist on the table and laughed, then calmed down and looked out the window. Issa, Mary, you should be worried now. The king had been waiting for his daughter and wife to take action. Chapter 317. The original plan, the new plan, and the princess who was different from the rumors before they knew it. It was already the second day since Ronan and his group took over the city of Rennes. Under normal circumstances, Ronan and Dinah's actions would have been classified as rebellion, and Ambrina would have directly ordered the guillotine. But the problem is, the current situation is very special. Not only the upper class, but even ordinary citizens of the capital knew that the king would only live for another year or two, and that he had chosen Ambrina as his successor. However, there were two other forces vying for the throne. So Ambrina said that the mayor and secretary general of Rennes had rebelled and directly occupied the city, and that no one else could do anything about it. Page 140. Neither Princess Isabel nor the Queen could understand why such a commotion had occurred. Was it simply to avoid returning to the capital? Even Ambrina herself didn't understand. Taking over the city is just the beginning. Ronan answered Ambrina's question. My original plan was to take a propaganda route. After leaving Bretu, I would travel around 7 or 8 important cities around the capital. In each city, we would stay for a few days and have a good chat with the local officials and those who control wealth and power. We would say different things depending on the characteristics of each place. To give you an analogy, it's like the mayoral election in Dinya that you saw back then, Anli. The mayor went to different places and told the people in that area what she would do if she were elected. Our goal is to gain the approval of officials, nobles, wealthy merchants, landlords, and even the common people in the cities surrounding the capital. What era are we living in? Most countries are still feudal, and the vast majority of their income comes from the land. The capital city has 1 million inhabitants and is undoubtedly a blood-sucking city. The surrounding important cities are the blood supply stations. Although we can't really control these blood supply stations, as long as we can get them to side with us, we will have the right to speak in the capital city. Your sister and your mother, haha, they're all bark and no bite. Your sister is surrounded by a bunch of empty talkers, and the rest are just mid-level officers in the Northern Army. They can only influence the capital. Your mother is surrounded by those impoverished nobles. None of them even have their own territory. They may have some connections in the capital, but what are they outside of it? And those capitalists, they can ride roughshod over peasants and workers all the time. But if we stir up the peasants and workers a little, they'll be scared out of their wits. That was my original plan, but after arriving in Rennes, I don't want to do it anymore. Because this place is so good, it has everything, we will carry out reforms right here. I will show everyone with my actions what this country will become if you come to power. But do I have that authority? Ambrina questioned. What right did she have to carry out any reforms in Rennes? Although she was the heir to the throne, she had no real power and held no official position, only some empty titles. Power is sometimes like a claim. It can be fabricated. First, you declare that your life is threatened, so the city of Rennes implements strict control, and any suspicious person is arrested and interrogated rigorously. What is a suspicious person? Anyone who does not obey us is a suspicious person. Next, you announce that it is something you absolutely do not want to see, that your personal reasons affect the normal production and life of tens of thousands of citizens in Rennes. If your personal reasons affect the production and life of citizens, you would rather die. Therefore, Rennes will strictly control the situation on the one hand, and on the other hand, production will develop and life will be free. Based on these 2 points alone, you have the right to control the security and economy of Rennes city. Doesn't that give you the power? Ronan smiled and asked in return. Ambrina suddenly realized that power could be obtained so easily. Ronan saw through Ambrina's thoughts. It might work for you, but it won't work for anyone else, not even at a different time or place. So, don't take this as a lesson learned. Ronan said this because he was worried that Ambrina might think that Ronan's approach and actions during this process were worth taking as experience, because it went so smoothly. This was absolutely unacceptable. Special methods for special times have no reference value whatsoever. Many people have smooth sailing in their youth and middle age, but suddenly fall from grace in old age. Sometimes it's not because they've gotten old or stupid, but because they've taken the things they achieved during a special period in their youth as universally applicable strategies that are worth repeating. Understood. Ambrina nodded thoughtfully. Seeing that Ambrina understood this, Ronan was relieved. All right, the people who want to welcome you back to the capital should be arriving soon. Dinia and I won't go, you handle them. Me alone? Ambrina was a little flustered. Just you, Ronan replied. What if they try to take me away by force? Ambrina asked. They wouldn't dare. If they try to force you to go with them, just slap a charge of treason on you, and then Dinia and I will go there. That will save us trouble. We'll force them to admit that it was your sister and mother who instructed them, and start a major treason case. How could she possibly admit to that? Ambrina didn't believe it. Ronan laughed. Do we need them to admit it? Don't worry. Your mother and sister's people are definitely among the people who picked you up. Just kill them and use the dead as leverage. Sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. However, that's basically impossible. So you just need to deal with them. If they want to stay and refuse to leave, just let them be. All right, I need to go to the city hall to take over government affairs. After saying that, Ronan left. In the afternoon, just as Ronan had predicted, the procession to welcome Ambrina arrived. They were a little later than Ronan had expected, since Bretto and Rennes were not far apart and the road between them was well maintained. If they had been traveling, they should have arrived in less than a day. Ambrina went alone outside the city to meet the welcoming party. Most of the people in the welcoming party were seeing the princess for the first time, and their first impression was that she was very different from the rumors. According to the rumors, Ambrina was a person who was not very skilled in magic, not strong in any other aspect, kind, polite, easy to talk to, and even somewhat weak. But the person in front of us is clearly not like that. Ambrina immediately activated her magic, conjuring up the restaurant in reality. Instantly, all the magicians were stunned, not only because their own magic was suppressed, but also because no one had ever accomplished this since the founding monarch, Orleans. Even though Ambrina's talent and magic were worlds apart from Orleans's, the fact that she could do this was still far beyond what was rumored about her. While the other side was still in shock, Ambrina spoke up, saying to the attendant Lucia, "Go to the factory and find a job." No anger, no questions asked, just a simple sentence, 2 words, heartless. Who the hell said this princess is weak? Dare to stand up? I'd beat him to a pulp. Chapter 318 Rhetoric, Tactics, and New Policies. Before Lucia could respond, Ambrina turned to the deputy director of the Royal Capital Police Bureau. Are you from the police bureau? I have been assassinated. They disguised themselves as members of the police force. I would like you to send one person back to the capital to report this situation, and the others will stay behind to guard me. The deputy director of the Royal Capital Garrison dared not answer. He had never expected to bring Ambrina back in the first place. He planned to stay behind as an informant to promptly relay information about Ambrina, Ronan, and Dinia's group. But now, he was truly afraid that Her Highness the Princess would repeat the same tactics she used against the mayor and secretary general of Rennes City, accusing him of treason at the slightest disagreement and then chopping him up. Ambrina then looked at the young secretary. This gentleman is very young and must be an outstanding person. If possible, I will definitely keep an eye on you in the future. However, Rennes City is currently short of staff. She didn't finish her sentence. The secretary's eyelids twitched. Translated, Ambrina's words meant one thing. You need to consider your future. If you're smart, stay and be a mouthpiece, and I'll consider you a talent and give you a boost. If you're not smart, I might not have a future, but yours is definitely gone. His main purpose in coming here was to observe the princess. His secondary purpose was to try to bring her back. His mission was now complete. While the princess's rhetoric and skills were mediocre among bureaucrats like them, she was a master among the powerful and wealthy. After glancing at the man wearing the insignia of the Mage Order, Ambrina had no intention of speaking to him, because the Mage Order members were her father's men, and there was no need to say anything more. Finally, Ambrina looked at Ashley. I remember you, Issa's maid. It seems she really cares about me. Of course, Ashley replied. She was the only one to respond. Then you should go back and tell her that I am fine, Ambrina said. Yes, Your Highness. After saying that, Ashley turned and left. It was useless, and she couldn't use her signature shadow magic. After Ashley left, Ambrina looked at the others. Is there anything else you want to say? No one responded. Lucia turned and left, sighing in admiration. Since returning from the New World, Her Highness's skill level had risen to a new level. It was obvious that this was thanks to Ronan. Ambrina had had many teachers, but it seemed that none of them could compare to Ronan. She was somewhat disappointed, but also happy. She understood that although she had been banished, she was still a former member of the princess's faction. Given the princess's current status, she would surely promote her again on the day she ascended to the throne to demonstrate her open-mindedness and magnanimity. Ambrina ignored the two who left and said no more. She put away her magic and headed straight back to the city. Upon returning to the city, The welcoming party was immediately surrounded by local police officers led by Agustina, while Ambrina went to the city hall alone. Upon arriving at the mayor's office in the city hall, Ambrina hugged Ronan from behind, nuzzling her head against his ear for a while before unceremoniously sitting down on the desk, swinging her white stockinged feet, and telling Ronan what had just happened. "Beautiful, Annie," Ronan complimented. Ambrina was quite pleased with Ronan's praise and continued, "I don't think they were really determined to take me back. They wanted to stay and keep an eye on us, but I think it's good to keep them around as mouthpieces." Very good," Ronan nodded, while continuing to read the information about Rennes City's agriculture, manufacturing, commerce and population. As expected of a hub city and the former capital of a duchy, the information was very detailed. It should be noted that in the current kingdom, many city halls only have rough data on population and land, and that is already considered good. Some countries are still completely feudal and do not even have statistical data. They rely on the lords to report it themselves. It must be admitted that in this respect, the Western continent is far inferior to Ceres. Once Ambrina comes to power, she will definitely expand the civil service and conduct a comprehensive census. However, Ronan, I still think these people are unreliable. They might spread rumors and affect our plans. Ambrina added. That's a one-sided view, Ronan said. Each of these people, has 3 perspectives. Seeing that Ambrina didn't understand, Ronan explained further, for example, that official from the Security Bureau. First of all, he should be the Queen's man. He has to consider the Queen's thoughts, that's his first position. But at the same time, as the leader of the Security Bureau, he also represents the interests of the Security Bureau. A leader who can't represent the interests of the group can't be a leader. Are the interests of the Security Bureau completely aligned with the Queen's? Not necessarily, especially in the current situation. There's also a third factor, himself. Everyone has to prioritize themselves. If he speaks recklessly, and the Queen wins, will he get a share of the rewards? If we win, he's doomed. Believe me, as long as he's not stupid, he'll remain neutral and avoid harm. It's human nature, and everyone else is the same. Ronan gave an example to explain. The welcoming party from the capital entered Rennes City without anyone receiving them or intervening, allowing them to roam freely. After 2 days, with the help of a group of local officials, Ronan had a general understanding of the situation in Rennes. And so, the new policy began. The first shot of the new policy was fired at the dairy industry. Before the advent of high-temperature sterilization, milk was very unsafe. Freshly squeezed milk was easily contaminated by bacteria, and a few hours in the hot summer was enough for it to spoil. Wealthy people basically didn't drink fresh milk, for fear of causing diarrhea. Only poor people drank it. At most, wealthy people would eat some dairy products, and even then they would only choose the best of the best. What counts as best? If others can eat it without any problems, then it's considered best. Rennes is a place where a large number of dairy cows can be raised. On the one hand, there are pastures, which provide the conditions for raising dairy cows. On the other hand, the temperature here is mostly below 30 degrees Celsius, and the transportation is convenient. Otherwise, who would you sell your dairy products to? Ronan knew that short-term high temperatures combined with sugar to inhibit bacterial growth could effectively extend the shelf life of milk and also make it safer for producing dairy products. He had steam engine technology, so he could easily start a milk processing business along the way. This one thing alone is enough to make Rennes' economy take off. Then, if industry exploits agriculture, wouldn't it develop? On the 3rd day, Ronan announced that a cow beauty pageant would be held, and 2,000 tickets would be given out. The owner of the winning cow would receive 10 golden eagles as a reward, and the princess would personally present the award. This was a considerable sum of money, but it was nothing to the farmer. The key was that the princess would personally present the award, which was extremely attractive. As soon as the news came out, all the farmers were excited. What did it matter to them if the mayor or the secretary general died? What mattered now was to show their faces in front of the princess under everyone's watchful eyes. Citizens with a little spare cash were also very excited, as it was the first time in many years that they had such a grand spectacle to witness. Chapter 319. To sell or not to sell. Dairy farmers and ranchers. Luke Martin, 26, is a dairy farmer unlike any other hired laborer, a father of 2 boys and a girl, and is going through a midlife crisis. Yes, it's a midlife crisis. He married a 19-year-old widow when he was 16, and the following year they had their eldest son. The eldest son is now 9 years old and has reached the stage where he needs to leave home to make a living. The best option, of course, is to go to the city to become an apprentice, but that would require paying a sum of money. Luke could afford the money because he owned 8 dairy cows, a vegetable garden, and a small plot of farmland, all of which were his own, not rented. There are many people like him in the Wrens area. Of course, it's because the ranchers are kind-hearted and clever. After all, livestock are easy to kill, and if they die, you lose everything. Besides, fresh milk and low-quality dairy products can only be sold to the poor, so the profit is not high. So they sell the calves directly to the farm laborers, collect the rent for the pastures, sell the fodder and feed, control the sales channels for milk and dairy products, and even provide the farm laborers with plenty of food. They are definitely making money steadily without lifting a finger. Even if the cattle you hire die, you still get paid the land rent. The feed costs are prepaid and non-refundable, and the distribution fees are also non-refundable. They'll be converted into the equivalent of a calf's worth. Farm laborers could not own their own pastures, not even with money. They could not buy feed themselves, because the price they paid was far higher than what ranchers could buy in bulk. They also lacked access to supply channels, as they had no connections with officials or merchants in the city. Their best option was to buy food from ranchers. For the same reason, bulk purchases were cheaper. However, the ranchers do raise cattle. In fact, they still have the most cattle. There are also many real farm laborers on the ranches. These real farm laborers are usually outsiders who come to Wrens to beg for food. They are not worthy of the ranchers' kindness. The ranchers didn't raise cattle themselves because they wanted to make money from it, but because they were afraid the dairy farmers would band together and force them to stop producing. There was no other way. These troublemakers were old residents of Wrens. After all, they couldn't very well cause a scene where thieves came in at night and killed their entire families. That would tarnish the reputation of Wrens as a civilized city. If he owns cattle, these troublemakers can't unite. At worst, he can use his cattle to hold out for a while. Ranchers can hold out, but dairy farmers can't. If they don't produce for a few days, they might go hungry. Luke is one of those people who might go hungry if they don't produce for a few days. Luke's wife, Leona, rushed into the house. Luke, I have some good news for you. Luke, with a straw in his mouth and still thinking about his son becoming an apprentice, casually asked, "Is that damn mayor dead?" "He really is dead," Leona replied. "Huh?" Luke was surprised at first, then delighted. "That's not important," Leona said, a hint of displeasure on her face at her husband's interruption. "That's not important. With that bastard dead, maybe some regulations will change." "I've always planned to get everyone together and chip in to buy feed," Luke said. He had been thinking about this for years, trying to break free from the ranchers' control. But this damn mayor introduced a new law as soon as he took office. To prevent smuggling, he required that large-scale purchases of commodities must be made in the name of a company and guaranteed by a local celebrity. They're talking like it's the truth, but what they really want is to kill any possibility of these people uniting. "I think you're overthinking it." Leona poured cold water on her husband's enthusiasm. As the daughter of a blacksmith in the city, she knew better than her husband, who came from a family of farmers, that those officials were all cut from the same cloth. Did the officials give face to the ranchers? Bah, they gave face to the ranchers' money. You stinking farmers, if you could offer enough bribes, the law prohibiting joint purchases could be repealed immediately. If not, you might as well go to sleep. Seeing that her husband was about to speak again, Leona quickly stopped him and took out a piece of paper. "Look at this." Luke thought to himself, "What a joke, Dick. Apart from the picture of the cow, I don't recognize a single word on this paper." Luke is illiterate, but Leona is literate, not because she went to school, but because she is the daughter of a blacksmith. Blacksmiths usually have a small booklet containing common words and symbols used in the blacksmithing industry. Leona put down the paper and explained to Luke what it said. "A dairy cow competition?" Luke exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, the cow competition. If you win, you'll get 10 little golden eagles, not to mention the kickbacks for our son's apprenticeship. We'll even have enough for our daughter's dowry," Leona said. She spoke with confidence, because everyone on this ranch knew that Luke's Jenny was the best dairy cow. Leona had barely finished speaking when someone knocked on the door. When she opened it, she found Maxim, the owner of this large ranch. Before Luke and Leona could even greet him, Maxim greeted them warmly. "My dear Luke and beautiful Mrs. Martin, hello." As he spoke, Maxim clapped his hands, and a lag slave walked in carrying a large piece of smoked bacon. Maxim laughed, his fat jiggling 3 times. "This is a gift for you, sir. Please speak plainly." Luke didn't want to be polite with this man. Maxim glanced at the paper on the table, sat down, and casually took a bite of the apple that Luke had prepared for his youngest daughter. I told you long ago that your apple tree growing skills are top-notch. I can rent the orchard to you, but you just won't. It really hurts my heart. Luke remained silent. He rented the orchard and became associated with Maxim. How could he possibly have the energy or the standing to connect with other dairy farmers? Seeing that Luke didn't respond, Maxim casually tossed the apple to the slave and held up a finger. I'll offer a small golden eagle to buy your Jenny. The first prize is 10 coins, and the third prize is 5 coins each, Luke said, somewhat annoyed. 64 cows in the competition, and you're already guaranteed to win. 2 prizes, enough for your son's tuition. Maxim said. He had come prepared, and besides, he knew a thing or two about Luke, the troublemaker on his ranch. Page 141 4. I'll sell it to you for 4. Jenny herself is worth 2 of those prices, Luke said. Jenny was at the peak of her milk production and was a very good dairy cow, so she was valuable on her own, not to mention this competition. Hell, think it over carefully. I'll send someone over again tomorrow. With that, Maxim left with the lagman slaves. As soon as Maxim stepped out, he snatched the apple from the lag slave's hand and slammed it onto the door of the Luke family's house. Damn it. This poor bastard won't even let me take advantage of his misfortune. Is there no law anymore? Luke covered his face with his hands and fell into deep thought. To sell or not to sell, that is the question. Jenny is worth the price of 2 golden eagles, but finding a buyer isn't so easy. If it weren't for this competition, he would have sold it. But the problem is that now he has the opportunity to get 10 golden eagles. I want to sell. Luke decided. Even if he didn't make it to the finals, he could still sell other cattle to make up the money. Chapter 320 Dark Pasture. You dare to kill my cattle? What's fairness? Luke is unfortunate because Maxim has a rival, Assos. In Assos's view, when you can't improve your own players, you can only try to make your opponent's players disappear, especially when you have the second seed and your opponent has the first seed. Cows are not easy to manage. They return to their barns at night, which are usually located right next to the dairy farmers' homes, and there are dogs nearby that will bark at any stranger who approaches. So, after thinking about it, the other party decided to do the opposite and called on an experienced craftsman to shoot the cow with an arrow from a distance during the day. It might not kill her, but she definitely wouldn't be able to participate in the competition. In this day and age, archers are indeed highly skilled craftsmen, something most people wouldn't even imagine. Next, all that's left is to lose money. Even if you take it to court, you'll only get a little more compensation at most. The money from one cow is really just a drop in the ocean for a rancher. Like Maxim, what he cared about wasn't the money, but the certificate personally awarded by the princess. So, Luke's Jenny was shot in the buttocks. Although she didn't die, she was frightened, which would affect her milk production for a short time. In addition, she was basically unable to compete normally. Luke was also lucky, because Maxim wasn't a good person either. He had 2 plans. On one hand, he bought Luke's cow, which he considered his number 1 seed, and on the other hand, he asked someone to get his number 2 seed, so the second seed also suffered. What Maxim and his old rival Assos didn't expect was that their protection of each other would immediately make the other 3 ranchers in the vicinity nervous as well. None of us are good people, so we've all entered a dark forest mode, each feeling like someone is going to mess with us. Since that's the case, we might as well strike first so we won't suffer any losses. The Luke family also has a decent dairy cow, which is considered to be among the best in the second tier. 2 days later, the police station received a report that the owners of 5 ranches came to report almost simultaneously that one of their cows had been attacked. Of the 5 cows, 3 were shot with arrows and 1 died, and 2 were hit by crossbow bolts and 1 died. Agostina immediately guessed the inside story, so she put the matter aside, went to the ranch to investigate, and then reported the matter to Ronan. After recounting the case, Agostina couldn't help but exclaim, "They can spend some money on this kind of thing, just a little." Ronan nearly smashed his coffee cup in his hand. Frowning and teeth chattering, he said, "This isn't just arrogant, it's downright arrogant. Damn it, how has the country become like this? Is there no law anymore? Are those their cows? They're my actors for the show. Damn it, they dare to kill my cows." Agostina changed Ronan's cup, poured him coffee, and asked, "What should we do?" Ronan took a deep breath. "Arrest them all. The reason is that it wasn't an attack on cattle. It was an attack on people. They are all victims now and must be protected." As he spoke, Ronan stood up and gazed out the window at the blue sky, white clouds, and green grass. "You don't want the freedom I'm offering, do you? Then let Dinia come and give them a fair chance." After 3 years as mayor and 2 years as governor, Dinia is no longer the same person who would only rage incompetently and shout, Go and get Ronan for me. She didn't cause trouble for the ranchers or resort to the low-level tactic of robbing the rich, nor did she try to understand the situation from the dairy farmers or say anything to justify the unfair treatment. She took Alice directly to Parliament, where members submitted proposals to repeal certain laws. She then instructed officials to set up 2 new feed companies to provide feed to dairy farmers, and 2 milk processing plants to process milk. At the same time, he summoned Alina, Ronan's agricultural expert, to inform all the ranches of one thing: the establishment of agricultural associations. These associations would be responsible for connecting feed companies and processing plants, controlling sales channels, and providing loans to member dairy farmers, while also launching insurance services. Of course, within the agricultural cooperatives, the original ranchers held the most power. This competition was also organized by the agricultural cooperative, and the dairy cow beauty pageant was postponed to a week later. These 3 moves are what fairness is, and it's damn fair. In a single day, the city of Rennes underwent a dramatic transformation. The entire upper echelons of Rennes were stunned. The change had come far too suddenly that night. Inside the hotel, the people who came to greet them were also stunned, especially Emil, the deputy director of the security bureau. His impression of Dinya was still that of the time when Dinya beat up the entire security bureau of the capital city without saying a word. He really did not expect that Dinya could pull off such a brilliant move. What surprised him even more was the competence and efficiency of the 3 women under Dinya's command. This is actually normal. Elena and Alice have been working for Ronan since they were young, one handling people and the other handling tasks. Later, in UC City and the colony, the 2 continued to work for Ronan. Even if they weren't naturally gifted, their competence would have been developed through experience. Their abilities surpass those of most civil servants in the country, because most civil servants rarely handle complex issues. Their level is only slightly higher than that of stewards and feudal lords, not to mention the many problems brought about by reforms, problems they have never even seen before. Alina and Alice are both veteran reformers. One is good at mobilizing the masses, and the other is good at fighting corruption. The deputy director of the security bureau sighed and could only write down these things truthfully and send them back. Claude, the secretary working in the general secretariat, saw another aspect. Dinya's series of actions, seemingly to give the people fairness, were actually forcing the bureaucratic system to run at full speed. Of course, the bureaucrats did not hate it, because their power had expanded. Ronan's influence seems to be evident in this series of policies, with Parliament playing a significant role in opening doors of convenience for capitalists. The dairy industry as a whole has not grown in scale, but in this series of events, bureaucrats and members of Parliament have all profited without conflict. The same goes for dairy farmers and capitalists. Ranchers have not suffered much loss either. How the hell is this possible? All I can say is that he doesn't understand what regulation is. Secretary Claude was equally helpless. All he could do was relay the message back. Only the squad leader of the mage group remained calm. He didn't care about these things. At the same time, at the place where Ronan was temporarily staying, I'm exhausted. Alina lay sprawled on the bed. These troublemakers kept asking me questions. Alice sat on the sofa. Yeah, I'm even more tired here. A bunch of civil servants don't know anything. I have to explain it to them before they know how to do it. Ronan was still working at his desk. We've only just begun. We have more tasks tomorrow. Go and send letters to the surrounding cities, inviting mayors, secretaries general and speakers to watch the cow beauty pageant. Alina sat up straight. They're coming? Yes and no. I won't come in person, but I will send someone. That's enough, Ronan replied. He wanted the surrounding cities to take a good look at this reform pilot program. Chapter 321. Winning so much, we're numb with winning. A week later, the cow beauty pageant began. There were many spectators, including dairy farmers and ranchers, farmers, ordinary citizens living in the city, local officials, councillors, businessmen, landowners, officials from several cities around the capital, nobles who came specifically for the event, wealthy merchants with businesses in the capital, and even retro artists and church members. Of course, there was also a procession to welcome the princess back to the capital. However, apart from participating dairy farmers like Luke, as well as farmers and ordinary citizens who were just watching the spectacle, no one else was really interested in the competition itself. Ranchers like Maxim and Athos, along with other landowners, were all thinking about the agricultural cooperative. In fact, the things that the agricultural cooperatives can do are no different from what they originally did. But when the agricultural cooperative came, it directly combined these pastoral areas into one large region, and their original territories became sub-regions. They now had the additional role of sub-region committee member. On the surface, they could still do the same things as before, but now they had to consult with other sub-region committee members and be subject to the supervision of a large regional committee. This is the same principle as a lord becoming a mayor. They don't want to accept it, but they can't refuse it. If they don't accept it, they'll probably have to be protected in a special prison for a while. Although Ronan and Dinia, that scoundrel, won't do anything to them. Which of these ranchers doesn't have a son to support? Some families even have more than one. If this drags on for a few more days, the filial sons will probably be forced to temporarily take over the management of affairs in place of their father. Local officials in Rennes thought it was good, even not enough. They said, "Why the hell are these bastards being appointed as committee members? Why not just let civil servants do it?" The officials thought to themselves, "Rennes is a miserable place. We're not a big city, but we have a lot of schools. Every year, we can't accommodate all the students. The better ones go to the capital, and the rest can't find good jobs and just keep cursing the government. If we had more government positions, wouldn't that shut these bastards up?" The councillors especially love the farmers' associations. With the farmers' associations around, getting votes becomes so much easier, right? Forget all that talk. Weren't all of them ancestors, noblemen and intellectuals? Do you think it's easy for them to be councillors, having to go through the trouble of praising a bunch of poor, unruly people? From now on, they should just communicate properly with the members of the farmers' associations and hold a unified vote. The other landowners felt that the agricultural cooperative was good. They used to envy the ranchers who could sit back and collect money. Now they also had the opportunity to do something similar. How could they not be happy? The businessmen felt this thing was good. It would make it easier for them to collude with officials, or rather, to be conscientious businessmen under the guidance of the city hall. Officials and businessmen from other places also felt that this operation was very worthy of learning. "Ronan, is it really okay to do this?" Ambrina asked quietly. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. If you were to just grab a knife and kill pigs roaming the hills, you'd be chasing them for days, let alone killing them. So, you have to first create an enclosure, put out bait, and let the pigs come in voluntarily before you can figure out how to kill them. Ronan used an analogy. It is the same with these officials and agricultural capitalists. You have to create a system that they approve of, and then govern them under that system to prevent them from seriously damaging your core base. Base? Ambrina really didn't know what her base was. As the ruler, you have two main sources of income. One is magicians, which I won't go into. The other is self-sufficient farmers, workers, and small artisans, who are your main sources of tax revenue. The poorest people are all penniless and you can't squeeze any money out of them. If you try to squeeze them, they might even rebel. It's very difficult to collect taxes from the rich. If you try to collect them by force, they will pass the burden on to others. We can deal with the rich later, there's no rush. In short, we must not allow agricultural cooperatives to become tools for them to exploit the people at will. We'll just let them have their fun for now. The only one who can exploit the people is you, the ruler, Ronan said. Ambrina was much relieved now. During the time that Ronan and Ambrina were talking, the first round is over. Half of the 64 cows have been eliminated, leaving only 32. The next round will see another half eliminated. However, the champion was already decided internally, and that champion was Luke's bull. If not Luke, then pig, dog, whatever the case, the winner must be an ordinary dairy farmer, but slightly better than the average dairy farmer. That's Ronan's idea. The cow beauty pageant is essentially a public political performance, so the most important thing for the winner is not how good the cow is, but the winner's own identity. Ronan wanted to choose a dairy farmer who was different from the self-sufficient farmers to bring this show to a perfect close. After the second round, half of them were eliminated, leaving 16 remaining. It was already noon, and the outdoor barbecue party at the competition site had begun. What were they grilling? Beef, of course, to produce milk. Dairy cows are mated year-round, resulting in many male calves born to cows on ranches. Most of these male calves are of little use and are naturally killed for meat, although only a few nobles, some high-ranking figures in the church, and wealthy merchants from the capital dared to approach Ambrina to say hello and exchange a few words. Everyone with a bit of status was thinking about Ambrina now, especially those who support Isabelle's retro style and capitalists who are considered part of the post-post party. Seeing the current situation in Rennes, the retro faction members were convinced that Ambrina was also a reformer. Moreover, compared to Isabelle, Ambrina not only had a plan, but had also implemented it, and the results proved that her plan was excellent. The capitalists were even more tempted, because the queen and her 3 brothers had nothing of substance, whereas what Ambrina was doing in Rennes was a tangible example. In the afternoon, the barbecue ended, and the 3rd round began, eliminating half of the remaining animals, leaving only 8. These last 8 teams went straight to the finals. Unlike the previous rounds, where the final decision was made entirely by professional judges, the final round was decided by a vote of several judges. Before voting, there should naturally be a public commentary to make everyone understand that the competition is fair. The ultimate winner was undoubtedly Luke's Nina, a well-deserved victory considering she was the 6th seed. While some of the top 5 had recovered, they did not participate on Ronan's advice. Although he had expected it, Luke was still stunned with surprise. The prize money was 10 golden eagles. 10. The eldest son's tuition was covered, the 3rd son's dowry was covered, and they could buy more cattle, hire another worker, expand the business, and the 2nd son who inherited the family business wouldn't have to work as hard as he had in the past. Is this all he wanted to do in his life? Luke was so engrossed in this dreamlike beauty that he completely ignored Ambrina, who was about to hand him the medal. Finally, it was Ambrina who spoke up. "Sir, your medal." Luke suddenly woke up, completely terrified. He had just ignored the princess. Was he going to be sent to the gallows? The thought made him tremble uncontrollably. Chapter 322 Secret Meeting. The situation is decisive and impotent rage, however, that didn't happen. Ambrina gave him the medal, turned around and left, as did the other spectators of some standing. Ultimately, in this grand drama, Luke, the award winner, wasn't even a supporting character. He was just a prop that would be illuminated once. Apart from the other dairy farmers and other farmers, nobody cared about him, including those petty city dwellers. Who the hell came to see the cows? They were all there to see the princess. The milk beauty pageant has come to an end. Because of the Farmers Association, the locals suddenly became very busy. The outsiders left Rennes early the next morning, intending to take their observations back with them, either to report to their superiors or to inform their friends. Soon, the events in Rennes City reached the minds of the higher-ups in the capital, as they all had informants. However, initially, the lower and middle classes of the capital, including some lower-ranking officials, were unaware of the matter. But then, news of the Rennes City event spread to various cities surrounding the capital, and small merchants from these areas who did business in the capital directly reported the cow beauty pageant to the capital. Now, even the lower-class citizens of the capital knew about what was happening in Rennes City. For a time, the entire capital city, from top to bottom, street to street, was abuzz with talk of Rennes City, the cow beauty pageant, Princess Ambrina, and the series of reform measures. Page 142. Isabelle held a secret meeting at one of her clandestine meeting places. Of the 4 young officers, 2 were considered her staunch supporters. The other 2 were either newcomers who had previously accompanied Ronan's group to the New World, or the 200 workers and soldiers that O'Brien and Chip had started with, who were mainly trained by him. The retired Marshal Raven didn't actually focus on training. He was primarily in charge of ideological education. The other person is Adrian, who has now been transferred to the Ministry of Agriculture and entered the civil service system. It's hard to say whether he is still trustworthy, but Isabelle must invite him. Otherwise, it would be a clear indication that she no longer trusts him. 5 key figures in the retrogressive movement. 3 of these individuals are influential figures in the arts and literature circles, while the other 2 are either authors of a well-known legal treatise or considered among the most famous economists in China. These 2 have recently published numerous comments on the books A Brief History of Democracy and Communitarianism, offering both criticism and praise. Their stances are wavering and highly ambiguous, but like Adrian, Isabelle still couldn't refuse to invite them to the meeting, otherwise it would be an open declaration of distrust. Her team is currently very unstable, and if she shows distrust at this time, the result could very well be that her team falls apart. Besides the representatives of these 2 factions, there are also Isabelle's 2 advisors, who have long been bound to her, so there's not much to say about them. Finally, there were 3 magicians, one of whom was Ashley. Being a maid was just a side job for her. Isabelle rested her chin on one hand, tapping her fingers incessantly on the table with the other. I think I don't need to elaborate on the topic. What are your thoughts? No one expected that Ashley, who almost never speaks, would be the first to speak up. What's the point of talking now? Let's find a way to get rid of her. Even Isabelle laughed, and the others couldn't help but laugh as well. Want to kill Ambrina under Dinia's protection? That's no joke. It's impossible unless those old men intervene, but those old men don't get involved in these things. Unless Dinya breaks the unspoken rules and directly uses violence to fight for Ambrina's position. But she didn't. All the methods she and Ronan have used so far have been within the scope of political means. Then let's just have a coup? Ashley asked again. This sentence makes people even more dumbfounded. A young officer spoke up. The forces we control are not enough to carry out a coup. If the king were to take action against His Highness, we could claim it was a signal to attack us, thereby enlisting more people to form a powerful force to accomplish this. But right now, the king has not taken any action that should make people nervous. That's the truth. If the king takes a hard line against Isabel, many people will be nervous and might take risks for their own sake. But if the king doesn't act, most of the so-called second princess's faction won't listen to Isabel, let alone join her in any coup. Then you guys come up with a solution, Ashley said with an expression that said, "You guys do it." A moment of silence fell over the room. After a long pause, Adrian spoke up. Let's also declare some political positions and make some improvements based on them. No one responded to Adrian's words for a simple reason. If Isabel wanted to do the same thing as Ambrina, why wouldn't others choose to support Ambrina? Ambrina was ahead in the line of succession. The king favored her, and she was relatively less assertive. In addition, she had Ronan and Dinya, two opposing figures in her team. Isabel's two advisors were also in a dilemma. If Ronan were to implement reforms in the capital, or even in towns closer to the capital, they would have plenty of ways to sabotage the efforts, incite officials to increase their enforcement, provoke troublemakers to lead the opposition, or create incidents to embarrass them. The crucial point is that Ronan chose Ren's city, a place not too far from the capital, where news could reach them, but where their influence was limited. In the end, the secret meeting talked a lot, but it was as if nothing was said, and it ended just like that. For Isabel, the only takeaway was that she discovered the retro faction remained almost entirely silent, confirming that they were no longer willing to stand by her side. She's important to retro parties. She needs these people to shape the legal system. Everyone had already left, but Isabel was still sitting there, lost in thought. It seems the tide has turned. Should she really cooperate with the Empress Dowager's faction, who are likely out of money, and let the old aristocracy replace the retrogressives as her mouthpiece? Forget it. Superficial cooperation is fine, but if she really becomes one of them, even if she can sit in that position, what's the point? The meaning of her life is to change this country that she finds disgusting. If she can't, what's the point of living? Unlike Isabel's side, the atmosphere on the other side of the party was quite tense. The Queen and her three brothers also held a secret meeting, but none of the capitalists they thought had already pledged allegiance to them came. They gave all sorts of excuses. Some had diarrhea from eating expired oysters. Some had fainted from taking a long bath. Some had their thighs broken by a woman sitting on them. In short, none of them could come. This secret meeting, which was originally intended to discuss countermeasures, turned into a rant by nobles against capitalists. The Queen's elder brother, Count Aquitaine, pressed his hands against his drooping face. He never imagined that the young man who had once been so subservient to him in prison would now be the one to orchestrate a drama that left them only with helpless rage. Less than a month after returning to China, they had emptied their pockets. If Isabel lost her pen, she still had the chance to team up with others and take a gamble. But if they lost their wallets, there was really nothing they could do. Chapter 323. That's all. Just being alive is good enough. Don't have any unrealistic expectations. In late May, just when everyone in the capital thought that the uproar over Ren's city, which had been in the news for more than half a month, had finally subsided, two more major pieces of news came out. First, there is a magical weapon under development. This weapon is suitable for use by mages, and even novice mages can use it. Its physical destructive power is not much stronger than that of a regular firearm, but this thing can fire 6 shots in a row, and it deals magical damage that can penetrate the magic defense membrane of a first-tier mage. When the news spread, the high-ranking mages didn't care much, because this thing couldn't cause them any real harm. Even if a group of people used this weapon together, it wouldn't be as effective as their magic. But countless novice magicians were excited. Many low-ranking mages also tensed up immediately. Firearms pose little threat to rank 1 mages because their physical abilities are not those of normal people, and they also have a magical defense membrane. However, if such a magical revolver were to actually appear, the combat power of first and second-tier orthodox mages would become largely meaningless. The vast majority of magicians are only beginners, and most of those in the main ranks are first or second tier. It can be said that the magic revolver is enough to influence the entire ecosystem of the magic world. Many young officers began to wonder if it was possible to break the rule that senior officers must be in the correct position. The second point is that the newly built milk processing plant is actually municipal, and local nobles can exchange land for shares to become shareholders of the municipal plant. Throughout the north, due to Lawrence's enfeoffment more than 100 years ago, there are many small military nobles, just like the minor nobles in Rennes. They own a piece of land that is neither too large nor too small. The control over these lands is so strict that they cannot expand or sell them. Seeing the land for equity swap in Rennes, these people wish they could replace their own fathers. Of course, many powerful noble families with vast landholdings had even higher ideas. If there were municipal enterprises, could there be state-run or even national enterprises? Dairy processing plants were out of the question, too unstable. They could invest in entire ironworks and salt mines, and they could have as much land as they wanted, more than enough. The attitude of powerful nobles will inevitably influence the old nobles who are now merely figureheads. The reason why old noble families, now reduced to mere figures of honor, still wield some influence is that, despite their decline for various reasons, they maintain deep connections with powerful nobles who still hold considerable real power and possess numerous fiefdoms, and even with a royal family. For powerful nobles, old guard nobles who like to talk nonsense and cause trouble are good stepping stones. However, when the stance of these stepping stones is too different from their own, they will never secretly support them again. No longer a pavement for established nobles, yet his words still carry weight. At this point, Ronan had accomplished what he had initially told Dinia, to divide and weaken the forces of the Princess Party and the Queen Party outside the capital. With a combination of tactics, young officers, retrogressives, old nobles, and emerging capitalists, those who needed to defect switched sides, and those who needed to shut up. The few remaining diehards were either already on the wrong side or couldn't even get on the queue to surrender, and were not worth worrying about at all. The Queen was so angry that she smashed 7 or 8 of her dressing mirrors. Meanwhile, unlike her enraged mother, Isabel, the daughter, quietly left the mansion alone, preparing to leave the capital for a final gamble. She knew very well that her chances of winning were less than 50, and it was less of a final gamble and more of a death wish. Then, shortly after she stepped out, just as she was about to cross a small alley, Ashley blocked her way. "Your Highness, being alive is better than anything else," Ashley said earnestly, her usual carefree demeanor completely gone. "Ha, I didn't expect you to have been bribed too," Isabel remarked. "Bribery? I've always served His Majesty," Ashley replied. Isabel was taken aback, then realized, so that's how it is. The cold cake case was orchestrated by my good father from beginning to end. The spies on my uncle's side were planted at that time, weren't they? "Come with me, and I promise you I'll be fine," Ashley said. "You really dare to say that?" Isabel laughed, wondering where Ashley got the confidence to make such a guarantee. Ashley turned to face her. "I am your half-sister, my dear Your Highness." Isabel was stunned once again. After a long time, she slowly took a step and followed Ashley's steps. At this moment, in the royal palace, in the king's study, King Lucy felt a sense of relief. He hadn't expected Ronan to so easily dismantle both groups without giving them a chance to fight back. He couldn't help but recall the words he had once said to Ronan, "I wish you were my son." Back then, it was just a casual remark, but now he truly felt that way. If he had a son like Ronan, he wouldn't have so many worries. Just then, there was a knock on the door. "Go in," Lucian said. Ashley entered, knelt on one knee, and said, "I have fulfilled my mission, Your Majesty." After saying this, she disappeared into the shadows. Immediately, Lucian heard familiar yet unfamiliar footsteps. "You've come." Isabel entered the study and looked at the man in her line of sight. At first glance, she felt he was a stranger. Looking back, "The last time I saw my father was last year. Back then, he was still a handsome middle-aged man, but now his cheeks are sunken, his skin is loose, he wears glasses on his nose, his hair is thinning, and he has a lot of gray hair. The word old age is etched on his face." Lucian saw through his daughter's thoughts. "That's normal. This disease can't be suppressed anymore. At most, you have a year left." He spoke calmly. When he first got sick, he was very irritable because he didn't want to die, but as time went by, he gradually came to terms with it and no longer cared about life and death. He only wanted to leave his name in the history of the kingdom and the history of his family. He knew he couldn't achieve great things. He lacked the ability, time, and energy. So, after thinking about it for several years, he came up with the idea of having a prince assist in governing to continue the family's rule. The ideal person to realize this idea was the eldest daughter, Ambrina, rather than the more capable and restless second daughter, Isabel. Now that things have come to this, have you summoned me here to announce your punishment? Isabel asked. She lost, and lost decisively. Lucian took off his glasses with trembling hands and sat down in the chair. He's just a failed, dying father who wants to have a heart-to-heart talk with his daughter whom he hasn't spoken to in a long time. There is nothing to talk about. Give me a piece of land in the colony, and I'll go alone, without anyone else, Isabel said resolutely. Lucian waved his hand. Don't even think about it. Delusion? I just want to live, Isabel said. Lucian sighed softly. As long as you accomplish one thing, the only thing you will lose is your status as a princess, but you will win a seat in the future central government. Chapter 324. What happened? Why did you kill her? What is it? Isabel asked, puzzled and curious. Lucian opened and closed his mouth repeatedly before finally speaking. Kill your mother with your own hands. For King Lucian and the exceptionally politically astute Ronan, there was only one person who could not be eliminated from opposing Ronan's marriage to Ambrina, the queen. It's reasonable for a mother to oppose her daughter's marriage, right? No argument there. Even King Lucian and Ronan, a man of extraordinary skill, were powerless against a mother. So, the only thing we can do is ask her to die. Why? Isabel was completely baffled. Ambrina is 21 years old this year, not a child, and she also has Ronan's help. Her mother has neither the right nor the ability to interfere in politics, so why kill her? Now that things had come to this, Lucian had nothing left to hide, because Ronan is going to marry Anri. This Isabel was so shocked she couldn't speak. The competition between the countries of the Western continent is intensifying, and the future situation will be even more severe, leaving no room for error. The king is the one most likely to make such a mistake. Isha, isn't he that why you are unwilling to let Anri take the throne and want to do it yourself? Lucian countered with a question. Isabel remained silent in acquiescence. That was indeed what she thought. She felt that it would be a national disaster for her sister, who struggled even to manage her own household affairs, to ascend the throne. Seeing that his daughter was no longer so agitated, Lucian continued, to be frank, I am considered above average among all the rulers of the past, but the country has been slowly falling behind under my rule. In the end, the king only has one wife and a few heirs. If the chosen one is not a good for nothing, it is already a blessing from God. Issa, you may think you have some talent, but tell me yourself, can you compare to Ronan? I am not as good as him, Isabel replied, and there was nothing wrong with admitting it. Lucian continued, my idea is very simple, starting with Ambrina. All future crown princes' spouses will be selected from commoners or lower-ranking nobles through a combination of examinations and practical assessments. Isabel had been completely drawn into her father's line of thought, so she asked, but what if it's the crown prince? Would the princess choose the same thing? You think women are no good? Lucian retorted. Isabel, of course, would not say that women are incapable. She herself is a woman. In this way, our Frago family can continue to be the royal family, and at the same time, we can ensure that the level of the highest ruler will not cause problems for at least 5 or 6 generations. As for what happens after that is a matter for 100 or 200 years from now, and it is not something I should be concerned about, Lucian explained further. Isabel stood there, speechless for a long time. She understood everything. Why did Ronan act as if he didn't see his close relationship with Ambrina when he came to the capital? Because Ronan had already passed the test and become a candidate. Why did Ronan and Dinah go to the colony to deal with the 2 counts? Because it was a so-called practical test. Why did rumors about Ambrina circulate in the capital last year, and why were those who spoke out dealt with by her good father, the king? Because it was actually a hunting operation by His Majesty the King. The reason why a short history of democracy and communitarianism spread so quickly was to enhance Ronan's reputation. Having understood all this, it goes without saying why her father wanted her mother to die. Having figured everything out, Isabel knelt down. My mother isn't stupid. At most, she's using the marriage as leverage. If we can meet some of her conditions, she won't really object, even though she disliked her mother since childhood and had a poor relationship with her mother as she grew up. Isabel still hoped that her mother could live at this moment. Page 143. It is impossible to meet her conditions. Lucian's voice was soft, but undeniable. Isabel clenched her fists and asked, isn't there any other way? Lucian coughed twice. This isn't your mother's problem, it's your problem. Do I have to spell it out? It's simple. You kill your mother, and it will be treated as an accidental death. Then you'll be stripped of your princess status and demoted to a commoner. Everyone will have their own speculations, but it will remain an unsolved case. After that, you'll join a new department as an official. Don't worry. This department will be the one you once dreamed of building. For the sake of the country, for the sake of your sister, and for your own sake, Lucian advised. Isabel stood up, her face cold. Isn't it all for you too? Say what you will. Lucian didn't care about his daughter's accusatory and sarcastic words. He was a dying man. Why should he care what the living thought of him? Okay, I agree, Isabel replied. Lucian's lips curled up. He had never thought that Isabel would refuse, because he knew that his second daughter was a ruthless person. Have Ashley cooperate with you, Lucian continued. The daughter's spatial teleportation magic, which can transport people, combined with Ashley's magic that allows her to completely hide in the shadow space, is definitely a deadly weapon for assassination. Isabel glanced at the shadows in the study, then turned and walked toward the door. Let's go. Lucian watched as his daughter opened the study door and disappeared into the bright sunlight, followed by Ashley, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. 2 days later, the queen suddenly fell ill and died. On the third day, the queen's brother, the Count of Aquitaine, was renamed the Count of Champagne. On the fourth day, Princess Isabel was demoted to a commoner, expelled from the royal family, and forbidden from attending the queen's funeral. On the fifth day, all members of the royal family, as well as the queen's relatives, were announced to attend the funeral. On the sixth day, Ambrina officially received the royal decree to return to the capital. The decree also allowed Ronan and Dinah to attend the queen's funeral together. Dinia, as an apologist, is essentially an unofficial member of the church. Attending a funeral, she could, frankly, even read a eulogy in place of the bishop. But is Ronan some kind of dick? Clearly, this funeral was not simple. Ronan gleaned much from the edict. Ronan, why did he do this? Ambrina asked. After the initial brief moment of grief, she had calmed down and thought about many things. It was him, not her. They didn't even ask if it was him, but rather why. Ronan understood that Ambrina already had a guess about the whole thing. A guess similar to his own. You'll have to ask him that yourself, Ronan replied. Anli, in life, you always have to lose something. She was just a foolish woman who lived a life of luxury and craved weakness. She posed no threat at all. Why did she have to die? Ambrina was still deeply troubled by her mother's death. In the palace, fools and villains die even faster, but Ronan couldn't bring himself to say that. Ronan could only place his hand on Ambrina's shoulder and say, let's go back to the capital and see your mother off on her final journey. Chapter 325 Sisters' Conversation. Father-in-law and son-in-law's tacit understanding. Funerals and weddings. Upon returning to the royal capital, Paris-2, Ambrina's first stop was naturally the princess's residence. After taking a bath and eating something, just as she was about to change her clothes and go to the palace, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in her dressing room. Isabel, dressed in men's clothing. Ambrina showed no emotion and sat down on the leather-cushioned bench where she changed her shoes. Go ahead and say what you want to say. Isabel leaned against the cabinet, her arms crossed over her chest, showing no sign of defeat. You've grown a lot, sister. I thought you were going to come and slap me. So it really was you who did it? Ambrina asked. Isabel shrugged. That man is indeed remarkable. He managed to train someone as clumsy as you to be so perceptive. Yes, it was me, but I knocked her unconscious first, and she passed away without any pain. Ambrina stood up and glared at her sister. How dare you say such a thing, Isabel? That's our mother. Isabel opened her mouth, intending to criticize her mother, saying that when her father was just a dissolute prince, the family didn't have much money, yet they would hold banquets every few days, making the most of the lavishness, forcing Isabel to eat leftovers, and forcing the young Isabel to undergo various trainings for noble ladies as a tool for showing off. But this was ultimately just a little bit of resentment from her childhood. After her father ascended the throne, he went even further, unable to distinguish right from wrong. Anyone willing to flatter her and to give her gifts was considered a good person. Countless crimes were committed under her protection within the capital. Finally, they formed a faction to seize the throne. And who were the people in this faction? Corrupt nobles and unscrupulous merchants. Isabel never intended to kill her mother, but she did think about her mother dying more than once. But Isabel ultimately did not utter a single word of reproach towards her mother. Are you speechless? Ambrina asked again. No, there isn't he, Isabel replied. Was it at father's behest? Ambrina asked the question she really wanted to ask. Yes, Isabel answered readily. Ambrina simply breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't surprised, because she had expected this from the start. After pausing for a moment, Ambrina sat back down. What are his plans for you? Isabel laughed, a somewhat mocking laugh. Does that matter? What matters is how you plan to arrange things for me. It would be difficult for the king's father to get through the next new year. The future belonged to Ambrina. Did Ronan tell you about me and me? Ambrina asked. Isabel then noticed that Ambrina used he twice to refer to her father. It seemed that she had become estranged from her good father. However, upon closer reflection, wasn't this what her good father would like to see? I did, Isabel replied. After Ronan and I get married, the Central Council will establish a new department, the Ministry of the Interior, with a structure similar to the Ministry of the Interior in the colonies. Do you understand? Ambrina said. At this moment, Isabel understood why her father had said the new department was a good fit for her. The Ministry of the Interior was a sword hanging over the heads of officials and capitalists, but it was also a shield to protect the people and the monarchy. Isabel bowed her head and said, "Thank you." This was the first time she had bowed her head to Ambrina. Ambrina scoffed. No need, it was his suggestion. Isabel smiled. Ronan, this father-in-law and son-in-law are even more in sync than blood fathers and sons. They don't need any communication to understand each other's intentions and do their jobs perfectly. I'm leaving now. Isabel left and disappeared. Ambrina leaned back against the wall, as if her soul had left her body, and sat there motionless for a long time. She thought that her sister's and mother's power had been divided and disintegrated, and everything was getting better. Although her family had never been truly harmonious and there was no affection between them, at least they were no longer as hostile as before. However, it backfired. But all of that is in the past. After she and Ronan got together, they implemented this system, which would eliminate the problem of a struggle for the throne and prevent such tragedies from happening again. Ambrina got up and rallied. 3 days later, the funeral began at the Part-2 Santorcut Cathedral. The Queen's coffin lay in the church, and the district bishop read a eulogy on the platform to mourn Her Majesty the Queen. Below are the royal family members, led by the King, and the Queen's family members. In the solemn funeral, everyone was dressed in black and remained silent. Aside from the King, Ambrina, and Dinya, who was a special person, everyone else would occasionally steal glances at Ronan. Everyone knows that Ronan and Ambrina have a special relationship. You could even say they're openly lovers. But does a lover have the right to be here? However, Ronan was invited by the king. A bloody storm had just swept through the capital, and the original princess party and queen party had fallen apart. Most of them escaped unscathed and were not implicated. Most military officers were not dismissed from their posts. Most of the retrogressive factions still had freedom of speech. Many old nobles were not stripped of their titles, and most capitalists were unharmed. But the key figures in these two parties either died or were exiled. None of them escaped. In particular, those who were executed were all subjected to wheel torture, their limbs smashed to pieces with hammers, then tied to a wheel and hung in the square for 3 days as a public spectacle, dying in agony. In this situation, no one dares to jump out and express dissent. Soon, the eulogy was finished, and the next segment began, with everyone joining the district bishop in prayer. After the prayers were finished, everyone took turns going up to give a brief farewell speech. After the speech, 4 people carried the coffin, with the rest following behind, and proceeded towards their destination. You can cry on the road, but you can't cry out loud. The cemetery wasn't far, and we arrived quickly. It was a cemetery, but the burial place for members of the royal family was on an enclosed mound. During the burial, the district bishop continued to pray for the deceased, while others scattered flower petals as they poured the soil. After the burial was completed and the cross was erected, everyone took turns observing a moment of silence and offering flowers. The main ceremonies of the funeral were thus concluded. The funeral was over, but no one left, because everyone knew the king had something to say and they were all waiting there. Sure enough, the king looked at the crowd and said, "I have 2 things to say. First, I hereby confer upon Roman Arts the title of Baron Right. This matter itself is not worth worrying about. This title is completely nominal. The location of the Baron Right is in New Sea City. It is impossible for Ronan to be given a piece of land there. Even if he were to be given a piece of land, it would not be a big deal. But clearly, making Ronan a baron was just a prelude. The real show was yet to come. Secondly, I announce the engagement of Ambrina Frago and Ronan Arts, with the engagement ceremony to be held in a week." The king's voice was light and airy, yet it struck everyone like a thunderclap. What are they trying to do? Chapter 326. Drinking, political discussion, and reminiscing with old friends. The Queen's funeral ended, and within just 2 days, news of Ronan's engagement to Princess Ambrina spread throughout the capital. Meteor Tavern got its name from the fact that several poets and novelists within the retro movement, who advocated abandoning the old imperial script and writing in French to create their own country's literary works, often gathered here. However, this is not a particularly high-class place, since the upper class of this era would not gather in places open to the public. However, the atmosphere here is quite sophisticated, with a relatively quiet environment, frequent musician performances, and occasional simple song and dance performances. Without a decent set of clothes, you can't even get in unless you're invited. This place is generally frequented by middle-income earners, such as civil servants in the capital who hold relatively high positions, young military officers with the status of junior magicians, artisans who have their own shops with unique skills, relatively cultured small business owners, and people with some fame in the arts and culture circles. Although this place is quieter than the pubs frequented by the lower classes that sell beer and spicy snacks, it's still a pub after all, and it doesn't sell low-alcohol wine, but rather brandy and other strong spirits. Do you think men of a certain status will stop nagging once they're tipsy? Think again. Even the Pope, when drunk, is just as unruly. Once men start talking, especially middle-aged and young men with some status, the topics are inevitably tied to politics and women. Quite coincidentally, the engagement between Ronan, a recently rising star in both academia and practical work, and Princess Ambrina, the first heir to the kingdom, is a matter of politics, governance, and women. If you ask me, this won't work, one of the men said. In many people's eyes, Ronan's background was still too humble. Since Holland began to implement the civil service system 300 years ago, he has been weakening the nobility and centralizing power. Even Lawrence, who reversed course more than 100 years ago, did a lot of things to weaken the nobility in his later years. The influence of the nobility has fluctuated over the past 300 years, but overall it has declined a lot. However, the concept of noble blood has persisted for over 2,000 years and is ingrained in the very bones of the people of the entire Western continent. Even if one day the outward appearance of nobility disappears, the nobility in their hearts will remain. Just like in Ceres, royal power is something ingrained in people's bones. Therefore, in many people's eyes, it was really too difficult for Ronan, a baron, to marry Ambrina. That's right. Even if they get engaged, they probably won't get married. The man at the table agreed. Just then, a man sitting at the same table, dressed neatly but with a linen bow tie at the collar and a thin straw rope tied around his wrist, spoke up. So, do you think the nobles will object to this? Because of what happened in Rennes, many powerful nobles are hoping that this Mr. Arts will take over. Those agricultural capitalists were even more willing to support him. The bureaucrats weren't particularly supportive, but they weren't opposed either. And what about those young officers, and those old nobles? Would they dare to express their opinions? The man with the linen bow tie and straw rope wristband spoke loudly, and almost everyone around him could hear him. All eyes turned to them. Facing the questioning or curious gazes of the crowd, the man became even more confident. Herr, in the current situation, I'm afraid our king would be more than happy to see someone oppose us. This sentence stunned everyone around. The entire tavern suddenly fell silent, and it took quite a while before things returned to normal. Afterwards, each table discussed their own topics, continuing to talk about Ronan and Ambrina, but no longer mentioned the idea that even if they were engaged, they could not get married. Instead, they discussed Ronan and Ambrina separately, occasionally bringing up Dinia. As the conversation went on, it drifted off into the city of Rennes and the country's future policies. Everyone analyzed the situation based on the limited information they had, concluding that the country was flawed in many ways. As they got more excited, they acted as if they were prime ministers, painting a picture of their ideal future and occasionally making a comment that the country would be much better if they were in power. Just then, a waiter suddenly came to the table where the man with the linen bow tie and rope wrists was sitting, carrying a bottle of wine. The waiter placed the wine on the table, saying it was a gift from a female guest. The two men at the table immediately turned lewd. Wow, you've managed to hook up with a woman in just a few words. Page 144, you're really something, the other person said. The man with the linen bow tie and straw rope wristband remained silent, then produced 2 silver dragon coins. Keep the change, he said, leaving his seat and walking away. The man hurriedly walked outside the tavern, saw the figure, and quickly chased after it. The woman walked quickly, stopping only in a small alley. The man finally gave chase, and as soon as he caught up, he knelt down, saying, Your Highness, I am just an ordinary citizen now. Isabel said, Is there anything I can do for you? the man asked. The man with a burlap bow tie and a straw rope wrapped around his hand was the vegetable vendor that Isabel and Ronan had encountered on their way to see a stage play. At that time, he was wearing burlap clothes, without even trousers, and could only tie a straw rope around his waist and wear straw sandals. Later, Isabel helped him out by introducing him to several people. Now, he is one of the biggest vegetable vendors around the capital. Isabel smiled. No need, I'm fine. If you have money, please take care of the poor, Your Highness. Many poor people in the capital are on your side. Although we are insignificant, but the man was about to say but when Isabel slapped his arm, interrupting him. I've recently come to realize that you can't rely on others. You have to rely on yourself. Isabel said, so, you understand that someone like me is not someone you can rely on, much less someone you can support. Don't overthink it. Live your life well and reach out to those who were as humble as you were back then. There aren't many people like you who have risen through the social ladder and still remember the past. Isabel remarked. The man couldn't stop sobbing and didn't know what to say. After a long while he remembered something and asked, who was that gentleman back then? Yes, the Ronan Arts you were just talking about, Isabel replied. The man was stunned. When he tried to ask more questions, he found that Isabel had disappeared. 5 days later, Ronan and Ambrina's engagement ceremony took place. The Frago family originated in the Black Forest region of the Will Empire, a place that, to put it nicely, is a source of elite mercenaries, but to put it bluntly, is a bunch of barbarians. Therefore, after entering the kingdom of Fas and becoming royalty, the Frago family basically adopted all French etiquette, including wedding customs. However, the founding monarch, Orang, deliberately separated the engagement ceremony and implemented his own traditional system. Therefore, this engagement ceremony included some special elements. Chapter 327 Old Wedding Customs, Family and Friends Group, 1 against 3. The Frago family's ancestors were the largest lords in the Black Forest region. Although they held the highest status in the area and had many subordinates, and at first glance they sounded like earls with great prestige, they were actually quite rustic, or rather, there were few people in that area who weren't rustic more than 300 years ago. Even when the children of a lord of this rank get married, the wedding is simply officiated by the local bishop. The process is not complicated. After the wedding ceremony, the bride and groom's families, along with the vassals invited by the lord, start a lively banquet. The vassals have given gifts, and they will not go back without making a good scene at the lord's place, eating and taking gifts for several days. The trouble is a crucial part of the event, and one of the activities involves the groom's friends and his father-in-law's men posing as a gang of thieves to kidnap the bride. The groom must use his strength to bring her back. Although the fake gang of thieves will likely go easy on him, a groom without any real skill is bound to embarrass himself. It must be said that this is a place brimming with martial spirit. Later, Orance modified this and placed it in the engagement ceremony. The bride would no longer be tied up. She could just stay in one place and watch, while the groom would fight 3 people by himself. At this moment, Ronan also needs to complete the step before he can put the engagement ring on Ambrina's finger. Although Ronan's family members could not be found, he did have relatives, but Ronan did not intend to elevate them. He was the royal consort, not a relative by marriage, a tacit understanding between him and his father-in-law. Therefore, Elena and Alice played the roles of Ronan's relatives, while Dinia and Agostina played the roles of Ronan's friends, forming a support group. Then Lucian selected 3 people: Agostina, Carl, and Dinia. No, Your Majesty, how can we fight like this? Ronan's face was twitching on one side. The 3 people are Agostina, Carl, who had helped Ronan a lot in UC City, and Dinia, a relative and friend. Forget about the first 2. They're both 3rd-tier elemental mages, one with a single fire spell and the other with water and wind spells. Ronan was confident he could handle them, but Dinia was going to kill him. King Lucian, however, was quite pleased. I can't just let you take my daughter away like this, can I? On the other side, Ambrina sat surrounded by 3 maids, watching Ronan's performance. The 3 maids were not her personal maids, but only maids who served her when she went out. One was responsible for holding an umbrella and contacting the coachman, another was responsible for holding her skirt and doing other odd jobs, and the third did miscellaneous tasks such as serving tea and water. Now that she has become crown princess, Ambrina has dozens of maids. Dinia said to Ronan, "Don't worry, I won't make the first move, and even if I do, I won't take it too seriously." Ronan thought to himself, if you were to get serious, you could turn this royal garden upside down, leaving not a trace of dust. Let us begin, Ronan, Carl said, looking impatient. Ronan let out a sigh of relief, with a hint of helplessness. You're a married man now, don't be so excited like a young person, okay? Besides, you're here on a mission, aren't you? Carl chuckled. I'm currently on the verge of breaking through to the 4th tier, and perhaps this battle will be the turning point. As for matters, if we can reach an agreement, my attitude won't matter. If we can't, my standing still won't make a difference, right? It must be said that Carl understands Ronan quite well. Ronan looked at Agustina, who shrugged and said, the commander said that if I act, I should get as far away from you as possible. Ronan had nothing more to say, and he, Agustina, Carl, and Dinia arrived at the island in the middle of the lake in the garden. Subsequently, Lucian and several servants, Ambrina and her maid, as well as Alina and Alice, also came ashore. This island is quite large and surrounded by lake water. The island has a very regular shape and looks like an artificial island in the middle of the lake, but it is not. Long ago, this island was the residence of the chieftain of the Foes tribe, and also served as an arena for martial arts competitions. After Aron ascended the throne, he renovated the island, and after Lawrence, a royal garden was built centered around it. This island is the birthplace of the Foz people and the origin of the Foz kingdom. In the language of the old empire, Fas means spear. The Foz people of that era were actually a fishing and hunting people, completely unrelated to the romantic and artistic peoples of the western continent today. The barbaric Foz people were armed with only a spear and a few javelins, and when they went to war, they would charge forward. Starting from this island, they gradually grew into a large and numerous people. Although the Frago family were not actually from the Fas, they attached great importance to this place in order to demonstrate their legitimacy. On the island, the battle has begun. Carl turned the ground into a swamp right from the start. It's safe to say that every water elementalist likes to use this move when facing a melee mage. Ronan wasn't afraid. Standing on the floating shield, his mobility wasn't affected at all. However, this also weakened him, because the shield, as a movement tool, couldn't be used as a defensive tool. Although he was still wearing armor, unlike a shield, the armor did not have its own magic reserves. Every time the armor absorbed damage, it consumed his own magic. Let's solve one of them first. Ronan set his sights on Agustina. Carl is water wind, water is stable, while Ray has built-in body acceleration. Back then, he was somewhat overwhelmed by the numerous imitations of the illusionary melody in that tunnel, but now that he's in the open area, Ronan's current speed makes it difficult for him to catch up with him in one go. Of course, Agustina is not an easy opponent either. A characteristic of single elemental mages is that their magic is powerful, and Agustina herself is a skill-based mage who has no regard for martial ethics. The spinning sword tricked Agustina into releasing her defense, and in the blink of an eye, Ronan was in front of Agustina, while the spinning sword returned to his hand. A sword was swung out. Agustina crossed her arms, and flames formed armor on her arms, blocking the sword strike. At the same time, a fireball was fired, heading straight for Ronan's face. This is a 3rd-tier elemental mage. Their body surface possesses extremely strong elemental affinity, allowing them to partially elementalize the surface, while remaining unaffected by their own elemental magic. Ronan's invisible magical armor withstood the attack, and he forced his way through Agustina's defenses with a single sword strike. In the distance, Dinia sat in a mushroom-made armchair watching the show. Just as she herself had said, she wouldn't make a move right away. However, Carl had no intention of watching the show. 2 bolts of lightning struck Ronan from both sides, forcing him to retreat. Ronan had no choice but to back down. 2 against 1. It was originally 3 against 1. Carl replied from a distance. At the same time, 3 water dragons rose from the lake at the edge of the island and rushed toward Ronan. Agustina breathed a slight sigh of relief, removed her blindfold, and entered a state of surging magic. Standing in place, she continuously unleashed fireballs from her hands, which resembled 2 cannons. Ronan was chased by fireballs like a circus performer, constantly having to stop and turn abruptly to dodge the oncoming water dragons studded with lightning. Chapter 328 One-on-one duel. Fishing. Immortality. Agustina and Carl worked together, and although both were quite restrained, it reminded Ronan of the scene when he encountered the 5th-tier elemental mage with half his face disfigured in the colony. However, the 2 were 2 people who had never cooperated before. Ronan, with his superior mobility, was focused on dodging, and the 2 could not hit him. Even if the 2 of them were together, they still wouldn't be as good as that person. This continued for quite some time before Agustina and Carl both stopped their attacks. Ronan kept dodging, occasionally using his spinning sword to deliver a blow, which didn't take much to bear. However, the two of them were expending a lot of energy maintaining this offensive, so there was no need to continue. I'm taking a break. Agustina put her one-eyed eye patch back on and stopped fighting. Carl was the same. Dinia stood up, reached out, and the mushroom chair transformed back into a battle axe, which flew into her hand. I don't use ranged attack magic, come on. Ronan jumped off the floating shield, sword and shield in hand. Here. Dinia raised the battle axe with one hand and pointed it at Ronan. If you can last 5 minutes, or if you hit me, you pass. Ha! Then I'll try my best to get through in 5 minutes. Ronan's words lacked any bravado, but his eyes were certainly serious. Ronan didn't know what Dinia was thinking, but he himself felt that their relationship was complicated. It's far more than a simple relationship like lovers or romantic partners. There is definitely romantic love between men and women, whether spiritual or physical, but it doesn't account for a large proportion. There are also relationships between colleagues, comrades in arms, drinking buddies, and some more subtle ones. For example, Dinia is Ronan's boss, but in a sense, she is also Ronan's student, and on the other hand, the two are also rivals with whom he has disputes. Actually, neither Ronan nor Ambrina were either. Does Ambrina only see him as a lover? If so, that would be a gross underestimation of her. Still standing there dumbfounded in front of me. As Dinia said this, she swung her axe at me. However, no matter how busy Ronan was, he maintained the habit of practicing 3 times a week, and he almost instinctively blocked this powerful blow. The battle officially began, and without any probing, the scene became intense. Ronan's figure was still barely visible as a human silhouette, but Dinia was no longer visible, only a rapidly moving red light. Ronan was already very fast. His physical abilities were definitely among the best of all magicians of the same level, but Dinia was unparalleled in both speed and strength. No, she surpassed all other magicians of her level. On the scene, the afterimage was constantly being hit by the red light, just like an Easter egg being hammered by dozens of people from different directions, looking like it was about to be shattered at any moment. Ambrina couldn't help but feel worried for Ronan, and inwardly cursed Dinia. How could she be so ruthless when they had that kind of relationship? If it were her, she would never have been able to hit Ronan like that. On the other side, King Lucian also showed a hint of anxiety, his fingers tapping lightly on the armrest of his chair. He wasn't worried about Ronan, but rather because his and Ronan's plan seemed to have failed. This engagement ceremony wasn't just about getting Ronan and Ambrina engaged. It also concealed a phishing scheme. As king, how could Lucian not know about the Purple Robe organization? He not only knew this, but also suspected that the leader of the organization was his eldest brother, or even his deceased second brother. If it's his elder brother, then the target is him, the king, and Crown Princess Ambrina. If it's his second brother, then the targets are Ronan and Dinah. At this moment, the capital city has just experienced an internal strife. This group of people have gathered on an isolated island, leaving the capital city vulnerable. On the surface, there seems to be no defense force around it, and there has been internal strife. Regardless of who the purple-clad men are, now is the perfect opportunity for them. However, Lucian never caught the fish he wanted. Sigh, it seems this hidden danger is beyond my control. Lucian sighed inwardly. However, at the same time, he also completely ruled out the option that the leader of the purple-clad men was his eldest brother. The leader of the purple-clad men should be his second brother, who was already dead. If it were the eldest brother, if he didn't act now, he would never have another chance. Now it seems, just as the intelligence indicated, that his second brother was indeed not interested in the throne. All he wanted was immortality. At the same moment, thousands of miles away, in Egypt, where yellow sand swirled inside a pyramid, a handsome young man with a male body and a female appearance, unnaturally pale, and a blank expression on his face burst into laughter. This handsome young man was none other than Lionel, the former second prince of the Kingdom of Foes, the second elder brother of the current King Lucian, and also the leader of the Purple Robe organization. After Ronan and Dinia took the crystal skull skeleton, he didn't choose to try and steal it. On one hand, believing he had already embarked on the path to immortality, he was confident he would achieve it one day, so there was no need to risk his life. How could he achieve immortality if he risked his life? On the other hand, he didn't know that Ronan and Dinia had taken all the crystal skeletons and that there were still some left. He was also unsure whether killing Ronan would cause the crystal skeleton to disappear as well, so he chose to come and get a substitute. He discovered the crystal skeleton himself, and he had known about it for a long time, because these things were recorded in some forbidden books of the royal family, and Lawrence, the restorer of the monarchy more than 100 years ago, was also pursuing immortality in his later years. The second prince at that time, Lionel, was actually half a crown prince, so he certainly had the opportunity to see these forbidden books. Not only did he see them, but he also took them all. Having arrived here, seen the actual artifacts, and examined the not-so-difficult-to-understand hieroglyphs and murals on the stone walls, Lionel finally understood why Lawrence, despite knowing about this thing and possessing unparalleled talent, had quietly walked towards death after creating the prototype of the peculiar spell of soul transfer. Because this thing, to be precise, is such a body, although it can hold a soul like a crystal skull, it doesn't cause a severe rejection reaction. However, this will result in a significant loss of magic power, and all magic will be lost. Page 145. To put it nicely, it means starting over. To put it bluntly, it means becoming a useless person. More importantly, such a body cannot last long without sufficient strength to support it. For Lawrence at that time, the chances of success were very low. Even if he succeeded, he would only be able to barely survive. Even if he were sitting on the throne at that time, he might not be able to survive if he lost his power. How many crown princes aren't accompanied by their fathers in mourning? That's why Lionel laughed. Boss, should we give up? One of his men asked. No need. His Majesty Lawrence was too old at the time, and he was born at the wrong time. I am different, Lionel said. What made him different was not only that he was not in that dangerous position and was younger, and his soul had not yet begun to decay, but more importantly, that he knew an immortal, a seersman from the distant east. I'll take this body, go to Ceres to study and start over. This path doesn't require the original power, and it leads to immortality. Wealth and power are fleeting, only immortality is worth pursuing. Chapter 329. Tactical Victory. Too greasy. Carrot and stick. The battle between Ronan and Dinia continued. Visually, their fight was so fast that only after images could be seen. Ronan and Dinia were nothing but red flashes, constantly colliding with each other. However, if one uses magic to perceive, one will understand that the two are not colliding, but constantly intersecting, exchanging blows and countering moves dozens of times in the instant of intersection. In terms of martial arts skills, Dinia is inferior to Ronan. She is a typical turret-style mage who doesn't have any special moves when it comes to close combat. However, she is too fast and too fierce. She will give you an axe with the fastest speed and the greatest power. You will catch the first axe, and there will be the second axe. Her speed and power will not weaken in the slightest. She has already chopped hundreds of times, and her speed and power have not decreased at all. Moreover, her body does not belong to the category of humans. It can be understood as a nanocluster that can be deformed at will and has extremely high strength. Dinia suddenly stepped back, slinging the battle axe over her shoulder with one hand. How come you're done after only 3 minutes? What happened to your stamina? Ronan was like a broken bellows, panting heavily. Do you have to be so serious? Are you jealous? Dinia understands what jealousy means because Ronan often tells stories about Ceres. She wasn't jealous at all. She just wanted to take this opportunity to beat up Ronan. Beating up Ronan was her number one source of entertainment. The second was drinking and chatting with him, and that other thing was third. But after Ronan said that, she actually felt a little uncomfortable. In that split second of distraction caused by such a thought, Ronan's sword was already less than a finger's width away from her neck. However, Diner reacted quickly, kicking Ronan's shield with a force like a cannonball. The force sent Ronan flying 5 or 6 meters backward, his shield slipping from his grasp. Dinia looked at Ronan. So you only know how to resort to these petty thug tricks. Ronan stretched his left hand, which was almost numb from the shock, and twirled his sword with his right hand. Since you're getting serious, I'll naturally get serious too. This is how I am when I'm serious. If Ronan was a strategist who employed overt tactics in politics, then in battle he was a complete schemer. Even his casual conversation tactics were the least underhanded of his methods. As he spoke, Ronan released his sword and launched a whirlwind attack on Dinia. Dinia deflected the blow with an axe. Well, Dinia was about to speak when she suddenly tripped and fell. It turned out that after Ronan's shield left his hand, it shrank into a small round shield and burrowed into the ground. Because of Karl's previous magic, the ground had become very wet and muddy, so the shield took advantage of the moment of conversation to dig underground and then suddenly emerged from the ground, hitting Dinia. I cleared the level in 3 minutes and 46 seconds. My attack hit successfully, Ronan said with a smile. In the distance, Ambrina excitedly stood up and clapped her hands. The farcical part of the engagement ceremony has finally come to an end. Ronan glanced into the distance with a hint of disappointment. This fleeting disappointment stemmed from the same reason as his father-in-law's earlier anxiety. The fishing attempt had failed. Ronan immediately ran towards Ambrina with a joyful expression. The group left the island in the middle of the lake and returned to the original banquet venue. Under the watchful eye of his father, Lucian, Ronan took out the diamond ring. The pink diamond in the center, the size of a pigeon's egg, was bought from a governor of the Sulayman Sultanate through connections. It cost 50 large gold eagles, even though prices have risen now, and a copper flintlock pistol is only enough to buy 2 baguettes. This amount of money could still buy 100,000 baguettes, easily piled up like a mountain. Although Ronan was indifferent to diamonds, and Ambrina herself didn't care about such things, they still needed to have them. After personally placing the engagement ring on Ambrina's finger, Ronan began memorizing his lines. After Ronan finished reciting, Ambrina, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately accepted the proposal and dragged Ronan to the dining table. In a wedding ceremony, the bride and groom wouldn't even get to eat, but the Frago family tradition is to transfer those very old-fashioned traditions to the engagement ceremony. So they started eating right away. The first thing served wasn't an appetizer, but a snack. Fried vegetables. Fresh vegetables were coated in flour, egg, and breadcrumbs before being deep-fried. Previously, only fried onion rings were available, but after the age of exploration, fried tomatoes and fried potatoes were added. According to custom, the fiancé must feed his fiancée by hand. The second dish was chicken soup. The third course was the main course, but it wasn't like French cuisine. It was just a plate of whole pork knuckle. The first 2 bites were incredibly satisfying, but the rest became really cloying. The key point is that the fiancé cannot refuse to eat, because in the past people believed that being able to eat a lot meant being able to fight. And the most important thing for a lord's son-in-law is being able to fight. Of course, as a magician, Ronan ate whatever he wanted, and his appetite was indeed quite large. The food at this banquet was let's just say it was really bad. The engagement ceremony featured all the same old dishes, and these dishes all had one thing in common. They were very oily. Thinking about it, it makes sense. Hundreds of years ago, with the limited productivity, even knights rarely had the chance to eat a decent meal of meat and vegetables. Such a banquet would have to be quite lavish and flavorful. After finishing the meal, Ronan had only one thought. If he and Ambrina's daughter were to get engaged in the future, the menu would definitely be expanded to a higher level. The suffering he had endured, the next generation would not be spared. The engagement ceremony has ended. Ronan pulled Carl and the other man aside. Isn't that a bit much? Are we just going to leave Her Highness the Princess like this? Carl said in a low voice. Ronan chuckled and patted Carl on the shoulder. My princess isn't like yours, who always carries around a giant sword that looks like a door panel. It's terrifying. Ha, in front of me, she is like a little hen, Carl said, putting on an air of superiority. All right, let's not talk about that anymore. Let's get down to business. Ronan stopped joking and became serious. The land for shares deal? That is right, Carl replied. If you make a promise, they will help you suppress dissenting voices. They of course referred to the powerful nobles in the country. Nobles can participate in the management of local municipal factories to a certain extent. In the future, when large state-owned enterprises are established, you can exchange land for shares, but you can only receive dividends. If you participate in the management, that would be embezzling state assets, which is absolutely unacceptable. Ronan said, I personally agree with you, but I am afraid it won't be so easy for them to talk to. Carl's tone was tinged with regret. In some ways, he was an individual who betrayed his class, a fact that Ronan had been very clear about back then. Ronan sneered, Don't worry, I have plenty of ways to deal with you people using a carrot and stick approach. Carl was surprised. He understood Big Stick very well. There was such a strong anti-aristocratic voice now, including some people in the military. Otherwise, why would the great nobles be so eager to give up their land as soon as they heard about exchanging land for shares? But he really couldn't understand carrots. Ronan saw Carl's confusion. The carrot is that you nobles will form a state-owned enterprise oversight committee to ensure your dividends, and then secretly give you some other powers so you can continue to enjoy your privileged life. Chapter 330 A message, fear of difficulty, and kitchen matters. Carl fell into thought. After the land for shares swap, the interests of state-owned enterprises will become the interests of the nobility, and the state-owned enterprises will definitely operate projects that make money effortlessly. The nobility will then truly be living and dying with the state. On the other hand, as supervisors, the nobles would certainly not allow officials in charge of operating state-owned enterprises to be corrupt, because it was their money that was being embezzled. However, the nobles could not interfere with the operation of state-owned enterprises and could not directly embezzle their assets. Collusion? There are too many nobles and officials involved, and too many intermediaries involved. It's difficult to handle. The aristocratic and bureaucratic groups checked and balanced each other, but overall neither side suffered losses, and this also helped avoid some of the problems that state-owned enterprises would encounter. As expected of Ronan, this is a perfect example of killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Carl seemed to think Ronan's move was brilliant, but Ronan showed no pride. Don't be too happy. There are always ways around the rules. What I did was just to confine them to my own rules. Nobles will always think they're superior, and officials will always be corrupt. It's an unsolvable problem. However, I won't be thinking about solving these problems. Don't worry. I will not advocate extreme measures. You must convey this message, Ronan said. To reiterate, if a ruler can only deal with the nobles, bureaucrats, and capitalists after problems arise and sometimes, in desperation, resorts to the iron fist, then he is truly a failure. From New Sea City to the colonies, and then to the series of new policies implemented in Ren City in the struggle for the throne, Ronan certainly wielded his iron fist quite often. But he never used his iron fist because he was desperate or because he couldn't control a certain person or group of people. Rather, it was because he wanted to achieve a certain situation through his iron fist. Ronan's imperialist iron fist was wielded before he established new rules. Ultimately, from the moment Ronan entered politics, he consistently used the approach of resolving bilateral relations through multilateral relations. Take, for example, the initial crackdown on landowners in New Sea City. He didn't directly use coercive measures against the landowners. Instead, he leveraged the conflicts arising from the various factions after the new mayor, Dinia, took office to bring down some of the landowners. Carl nodded. I'll pass on your message. Goodbye. Ronan didn't say anything more and simply took his leave. No sooner had Carl left than the king's father-in-law arrived. How was it? Not bad. If they were not stupid, they'll support me, Ronan replied. There are bound to be fools among the nobility, Lucian said, but they were not the main point, nor are the capitalists. The main point is the prime minister. Guess why he opposed it? Ronan was well aware of this. Opposition is just a means to an end. The goal is to prove one's own power and, ideally, to gain some benefits. Not bad. Lucian nodded approvingly. I cannot comment, Ronan added. At this, Lucian smiled. Clever. You be definitely going to express your dissatisfaction, maybe even give a warning, and then Ambrina will jump out and contradict you, right? Ronan read the script aloud. Haha, absolutely right. Lucian was growing to admire Ronan more and more. I will explain everything to Ambrina, Ronan replied. Lucian nodded. I have to go back now. No need to see me off. It's just the 2 of you now. Remember to have Anley come to the royal audience tomorrow morning. He was becoming increasingly exhausted. Just walking a few extra steps and standing for a while at an engagement ceremony made him feel tired. The king left, and the few guests at the engagement ceremony also departed. Actually, if everything went smoothly, the engagement ceremony should have been a lively affair, with Ronan's family and Ambrina's family in attendance, along with some other friends from both sides. Unfortunately, Ronan's mother and brothers were killed by King Lucian's men, and Ambrina's 2 cousins were killed by Ronan. Everyone else had left, leaving only Ambrina, her 3 maids, and Ronan. Ambrina had originally intended to show Ronan around the royal gardens, since she had participated in the design of many parts during the renovation 2 years ago, and she really wanted to show them to Ronan. However, the presence of the 3 maids made Ambrina very uncomfortable, and she was too embarrassed to be too intimate with Ronan. So after a quick walk around, Ambrina immediately told Ronan to go back. Ronan followed Ambrina back to the princess's palace. Normally, after an engagement, the woman should stay at the man's house for a few days, but Ronan didn't have a house, especially since he was a kept man. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Ambrina went straight to her bedroom. As soon as she entered, she took off her dress and lay down on the sofa. Ugh, I'm exhausted, Ambrina complained. Ronan sat down at Ambrina's feet, massaging them as he said, the worst is yet to come. You have to attend the Imperial Council tomorrow. Huh? Ambrina was surprised. Ronan smiled and told her the whole story. Ambrina understood after hearing this, but looked hesitant. Ronan, come with me. How could I be qualified? Ronan retorted with a smile. The Royal Council is where the Prime Minister and a few ministers with important duties, discuss national affairs with the king. Someone of Ronan's rank is only qualified to be discussed with. You don't know. I'm terrified of the Prime Minister. That guy has a mustache, a nose like an eagle's beak, and eyes like a wolf. Ambrina was terrified just thinking about the Prime Minister's appearance. Ronan chuckled. Ha, your task isn't to fight him, but to support him. All right then. Ambrina agreed. Actually, the wedding day is the most tiring, with so many ceremonies and procedures to go through. Ronan sighed. Ambrina rolled over and nestled into Ronan's arms, resting her head on his lap. She stroked the prickly stubble that had just grown on his chin with one hand. I'm definitely not tired. Ronan responded softly. Ambrina looked up at Ronan. I haven't had your cooking in so long. No problem, my princess, Ronan agreed. Let us have something light. This engagement banquet has really made me dizzy. Ronan had even come up with the menu: chicken tofu, okra salad, crab meat stir-fried with corn kernels, and mashed potatoes with meat sauce as the main dish. It was just the two of them, Ambrina, so that would be about it. After chatting for a few more minutes, Ronan went straight to the kitchen. The kitchen staff were also startled by Ronan, thinking he was there to audit the accounts and establish his authority. After the cold cake incident years ago, the staff in Princess Kitchen had been replaced and were all relatively honest. However, being relatively honest only meant that they no longer inflated prices. Does not inflating prices mean they can't embezzle? The princess's residence purchases so many ingredients every day that they can't finish them all. Under the guise of ensuring quality and quantity, anything that can't be cooked is labeled as not fresh and either taken away or sold. Many items bought from the market early in the morning are sold at the market by noon. Even oil and sugar are left out for a while before being disposed of under the pretext of being unsafe or unhygienic. The head of the kitchen and the head chefs take the lion's share of the profits from purchasing, while the kitchen helpers and general laborers take smaller shares. When the group saw that Ronan had actually come to cook for them, their hearts, which had been in their throats, finally settled down, and they began to fawn over him. Page 146, Chapter 331. The Imperial Meeting. Things are gone wrong. Land for shares swap is just a superficial measure. A small, detached villa in the northeastern part of the palace, covering less than 100 square meters, is where the Royal Council meetings are held. In addition to the meeting attendees, there were 2 recorders responsible for taking brief meeting minutes, and 2 waiters who did things like moving chairs, pouring tea, and serving small snacks. It was morning. King Lucian sat in the middle, with Ambrina to his left. The Prime Minister, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Chief of the Royal Guard, and the Court Master of Ceremonies sat opposite the king. The other 2 secretaries in the Prime Minister's office secretariat had no seats and had to stand. The Prime Minister gave his secretary a look, and the secretary immediately placed a document on the table in front of the king. Your Majesty, according to the wedding itinerary you have drafted, there will be a parade of floats, requiring a large number of police officers to maintain order. At the same time, some citizens will need to be given out oil and sugar. After that, the wedding will be held in Alcott, followed by a grand banquet with continuous performances. After the banquet, there will be a fireworks display at night. The Ministry of Finance has already calculated the amount, which is already in this document. The expenses are simply too enormous. I suggest that you make some revisions. Prime Minister Alexander Legros said he was not against marriage, but against a lavish wedding. The king adjusted his glasses, his tone neither stern nor dismissive. Legros, is this the wedding plan I devised? It's just according to tradition. It is all my fault. I have failed to assist your Majesty in governing the country well, resulting in insufficient funds. Prime Minister Alexander spoke softly, but his head did not bow even slightly. Ambrina stood to the side, and she remembered clearly that Ronan had told her to support the Prime Minister, but what could she say? She was getting a little anxious, and when she saw the Prime Minister's face, she became even more nervous. At this moment, the Minister of Finance spoke up. Your Majesty, the Royal Alliance Chamber of Commerce has made a lot of money in recent years. Everyone knows that the money of the Royal Chamber of Commerce is the King's private treasury. What he meant was that your Majesty could use your own money to paint whatever you wanted, but if you wanted to spend the country's money, you should forget about it. So, should I also write a budget report? To be honest, the Wang family Chamber of Commerce doesn't have any money either, Lucian said. He wasn't lying. The Royal Chamber of Commerce really didn't have any money. All the money was invested in the companies under Ambrina's name: Seed Company, Flour Company, Sugar Company, Feed Company, Soybean Oil Company, Stocking Company, Post Office Company, and so on. Ronan had shares in all these companies, which he had directly or indirectly founded. These companies have complex ownership structures, but they are all controlled by King Lucian and his daughter Ambrina. In the future, they belong to Ambrina and Ronan. Then let us cut some projects, Prime Minister Alexander said again. The king didn't speak, but Ambrina agreed first. Okay. She just wanted to end this charade as soon as possible. She remembered what Ronan had told her to say, but she had forgotten the specific lines. In her haste, she could only organize her thoughts and said, trying to appear calm, then write a proposal for the wedding ceremony. If I think it's okay, then it's fine. Lucian suppressed a laugh. This move must have been taught to him by Ronan, but the phrase if I think it's okay, then it's okay definitely wasn't taught to him by Ronan. The Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer both showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Although they already knew that the princess was not as weak and quiet as rumored, was this statement and display of domineering power or a naive and adorable one? Suddenly, the Prime Minister was speechless. He was truly stumped by Ambrina. No objections now? Ambrina asked eagerly. Arranging the wedding ceremony is not within my jurisdiction, the Prime Minister replied. Of course, he couldn't just agree like that. Did he think he wouldn't see through such a little trick? After he wrote his proposal, the princess sent it back and asked him to rewrite it. No matter what he wrote, she wouldn't even look at it and would send it back. As a result, the wedding was delayed for a long time, and then a rumor spread that the wedding process the Prime Minister, suggested was specifically designed to make things difficult for the future queen. In the end, no amount of explanation would be able to help her. Ambrina was getting annoyed. I asked you to give suggestions, not to make arrangements. If you won't write it, then you do it. The finance minister, who had been suddenly chosen by Ambrina, was stunned. He was just there to show his support. What did it have to do with him? Anyway, I don't know how to save money. You guys figure it out. I'm leaving. Ambrina hadn't finished speaking when she started walking away. Her words were barely out of her mouth before she was gone. Once outside, Ambrina took 2 deep breaths of fresh air and pressed her hand to her chest. She didn't know why, but she felt like she was about to suffocate. After thinking for a moment, Ambrina turned her head without looking back and headed straight for the east gate of the palace. After she left, King Lucian casually rested his chin on his hand and said, My dear Prime Minister, heir to the kingdom, how is it? Your Highness is intelligent and quick-witted, beyond my comprehension, the Prime Minister replied. She's just a little nervous. Don't worry about it too much. Lucian comforted her, then changed the subject. I am not going to get involved in the wedding. You can talk to her about it. After saying this, Lucian got up and left. Soon after, Ambrina hurriedly returned to the princess's residence and summoned Ronan, and the two began to review the events. Ha ha ha! Ronan burst out laughing after hearing that. Ambrina was a little angry, and kicked Ronan's calf twice with her white-stockinged feet. I'm not allowed to laugh. Ronan pinched his mouth, forcibly stopping his laughter, and after a moment he spoke. Actually, it's nothing. You've completed your mission perfectly, and I bet you also left our Prime Minister completely bewildered. Are you sure it's okay? Ambrina asked nervously. It's all right, Ronan reassured Ambrina. However, given His Majesty's habits, he'll probably pass this on to you. But it's unlikely that the Prime Minister will come to you directly to discuss it. Meanwhile, in the capital, inside a small villa, Carl was relaying Ronan's words to his father, Marcus. After listening, Marcus simply nodded and then asked, Did he say whether the land for shares swap involves dividing one company's land into multiple shares, or whether it's possible to invest in only one company? They didn't say, but I think they probably won't allow it to be all converted into shares of a single company. Carl guessed. That's troublesome, Marcus sighed. Is this just to prevent too many shares from being used to collude with officials and control state-owned enterprises? Is it that serious? Carl asked. A state-owned enterprise might be owned by several, or even a dozen, nobles with roughly equal shares, and the relevant officials might not be a single entity. This would greatly increase the difficulty of colluding with them, as their interests would be unbalanced. This would ensure that the nobles and bureaucrats form a check and balance. Of course, as Ronan said, it is impossible to completely eliminate this. Foolish. If that's the case, wouldn't each family have to send multiple people to different companies as supervisors to ensure their normal dividends? Over time, the family members will naturally split up. That's his real purpose. Do you understand? That's what Carl's father, Marcus, said. He was indeed a clever nobleman. He saw through Ronan's intentions. Following Ronan's land for shares exchange, he immediately issued a decree of favor. Chapter 332 Favor, Coincidence? The real battle is yet to come then. Not going to exchange? Carl asked casually, though he didn't really care about these things. If you don't trade, will your brother be content? Marcus retorted. Carl thought about it carefully before he understood what his father meant. Land is not easy to distribute, as it is linked to titles. Titles are distributed before land is allocated. Therefore, if Ronan were to expand the succession of titles and then reduce them to divide the land, it would inevitably mean that the next generation would have to continue dividing the land, and it would never end. But nowadays land is not as valuable, and a small amount of land cannot make one an agricultural capitalist, and in the end, future generations will become poor. Therefore, if titles were divided, the sons of high-ranking nobles would not be the first to step forward and support such a policy. Rather than supporting this thing, they'd be better off not inheriting the title and land, lying around living off their brother, or going to the New World to try their luck. Without a son rebelling against his father, this thing cannot be implemented. However, if Ronan were to receive shares, and those shares in state-owned enterprises that generate easy profits, such as steel mills, mines, salt fields, or gunpowder factories, in essence, it means that the shares are divided only once, because the shares are pure wealth. This generation divides them into several shares, which belong to different companies. Then the sons who receive a share can give their share to only one son, without needing to divide it again. So for this generation of sons, if their biological father is unwilling to exchange land for shares and distribute the shares to different companies, then they can only pretend that they don't have a father, and Ronan is their father. Having figured everything out, Carl asked, "Are you going to object?" Marcus sneered. "What's the use of objecting? 100 years ago, His Majesty Lawrence enfeoffed many people, but he also took away their military power. Are nobles still nobles without military power? Do you really think nobles rely on bloodlines? Nobles rely on money and force. The problem now is to find a way to secure a place in the market and try to exchange it for shares in a better company. If we're too late, we'll only have scraps left. This policy will probably take at least another year or two," Carl said. "You're really not cut out for politics," Marcus sighed. "By the time the policy is out, the spoils have already been distributed. You understand that? Go now immediately to the Princess's residence and tell her that I, a mere earl, am willing to donate money to Her Highness the Princess and Ronan's wedding." Carl was taken aback. Was his father's thinking so unpredictable? In the blink of an eye, he had jumped to the topic of the wedding. Marcus sighed. "You're only fit to sit back and count your money while holding on to some shares, you piece of trash. Get out." After kicking his son out, Marcus slumped dejectedly in his chair. Carl was useless, but at least he could still think and was still a fairly skilled magician. He had married a good wife, and more importantly, he had made Ronan as a friend. His other sons were even more useless, brainless, and all they knew was how to spend money, and they spent it in the wrong places. I really want to go back decades and shoot all those good-for-nothing sons onto the wall. Wait, come back. Marcus hurriedly called his son back. He had been so angry that he had forgotten the most important thing. When Carl returned, he heard his father Marcus say again, "Call all the sons of those families and go together." "Understood," Carl replied. He understood his father's intentions. It was right to be proactive in this situation, but one should not hoard food. A person who hoards food is not fit to be a leader and only deserves to be attacked by the masses. When Carl arrived at the princess's residence, with the sons of several other noble families, Ronan rushed over with a beaming smile and dragged him away as soon as he was led inside by a servant. The other young noblemen could only follow in silence. Carl had no idea that even if he didn't come today, he would have to come tomorrow, because Ronan had originally planned to visit him tomorrow and also pay a visit to his father. Upon entering a large room, Ronan pointed to two men in their 30s and introduced them to Carl in a loud voice. "These two are secretaries from the General Secretariat. They've come to discuss the wedding arrangements with us. We just talked about how to reduce wedding expenses." Ronan then introduced Carl to the two men. "This is Carl, my friend, the son of the Earl of Mace." Before anyone else could speak, Ronan asked Carl, "Carl, what brings you here? Just say it." At that moment, a thread flashed through Carl's mind, connecting many things. Was it all a coincidence? Or was it too much of a coincidence? "On behalf of my father, I would like to express my hope that we can do our part to help with the princess's wedding," Carl said. Ronan smiled. He had guessed correctly. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at how formidable Carl's father was. Upon hearing this, the two secretaries' expressions changed. The two secretaries exchanged a glance, then stood up, bowed, and said goodbye. "Your Highness, Your Excellency, it's getting late. We won't disturb you any longer." After saying that, the two left. After watching the two secretaries leave, Carl turned to Ronan and asked, "Should I go too? You can leave, or you can have a drink before you go," Ronan said. "Then we'll take our leave too," Karl replied, then called to the others to leave together. The other noble youths looked at each other, bewildered. They had come for no reason, and now they were leaving for no reason. What was going on? But they didn't say much and just left. In the blink of an eye, only Ronan and Ambrina remained in the room. Ronan sighed. "Well, sort of." "How so?" Ambrina asked. Ronan plopped down on the sofa and began to explain. "This farce has nothing to do with the wedding itself. It was just a little exchange between the king, you as the future queen, and that prime minister. Actually, it wasn't even an exchange, just a little game." The prime minister's behavior was simple. He was testing him. The king's response was that he would continue to be the bad guy, while the good guy role would be left to you. He shouldn't expect to cause any trouble during this transition period. As for Henry, you naturally need to make it clear to the prime minister that you are willing to listen to advice, but you can also choose not to. Ambrina was overwhelmed. "Why is it so complicated?" "The main reason is that your father and the prime minister don't get along, so by not making things too explicit, there's still room for maneuver," Ronan explained. "That is true," Ambrina agreed. Alexander is Lucian's third prime minister. The first prime minister was the late king, which goes without saying. The saying "a new emperor, a new court" applies even to a local gang. The second prime minister was popular choice and served for 9 years. As everyone knows, kings hate popular choice people the most. The third, the current one, was someone Lucian thought would be obedient, but he was not so obedient. The real reason behind the prime minister's actions was not his personal relationship with the king, but the issue of centralization of power. As the head of the bureaucracy, centralization of power is something the prime minister is happy to see, but several generations of kings have been trying to weaken the prime minister's power. Lucian's marriage of Ambrina to Ronan, a bureaucrat, was a very bad sign for him, and he worried that the reduction of power would come even more drastically. That's why they used the wedding as an opportunity to test the future queen's attitude. In short, the wedding is now over. The next step is the establishment of the Ministry of the Interior, which is the real first battle, the toughest battle. Chapter 333, Conferring a Marquisate. Getting married. I'm not the one they're waiting for. 3 days later, the wedding was set. Ultimately, the only thing removed from the entire wedding plan was the absurd fireworks display. In Ceres, fireworks and firecrackers might be normal, but in the Western continent today, playing with them is tantamount to wearing the label of a tyrant on one's face, because natural saltpeter is not entirely absent in the Western continent, but it is practically non-existent. Ronan and Ambrina's expenses consisted of 3 parts. 1/3 came from government funding. About 1/10 came from donations from several prominent noble families, represented by Karl's father. They were originally prepared to contribute, but Ronan declined. The remaining majority came from various companies belonging to the Grain and Oil Consortium, meaning Ronan and Ambrina essentially paid for this themselves. A week later, Ronan was knighted again, this time from Baron right to Marquis of Rhine, and from then on everyone had to call him Marquis. Marquises are extremely rare in the Kingdom of Fass. There are only 7, including Ronan. Here we must point out that the dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons of the Western continent are not the same as those of Ceres. The titles of nobility in the Western continent all originated from the old empire. The title of duke means leader. In Ceres, this is a true lord. In the feudal era of the Western continent, many dukes were nominally appointed by the king, but in reality, they were the leaders of a semi-independent country, merely showing their submission. The word earl means partner, and as the name suggests, this is the vassal of the king or duke, the real number 1 henchman. The marquis, sandwiched between the duke and the earl, meant frontier leader. In the past, marquisates were usually located in the buffer zone between the kingdom and the duchy. Therefore, in the present kingdom, only those who have served as governors of border provinces can be granted this title, and even then, it cannot be passed down to the next generation. Ronan was able to be made a marquess because of his achievements in quelling rebellions in the New World colonies and fighting against the 2 foreign powers, Wayland and Villa. With this title, he was barely worthy of Ambrina's status as crown princess. Page 147. Moreover, Ronan's title of Marquis of the Rhine is quite significant. The Rhine region is not the territory of the kingdom, it belongs to the Empire of Will. Lucian's title is truly a title bestowed upon him based on the map. There's not much to say about the Viscount. Deputy Count means the Earl's deputy. Calling him a feudal lord isn't quite accurate. He's more like a bureaucrat. This position disappeared from the kingdom 300 years ago, because Arendt abolished the Viscountate system and replaced it with a group of secretaries. The word baron originally meant warrior, but when you put it in Ceres, it means a local strongman. Those who know. To put it bluntly, that's roughly the gist of it. The reality is much more complex. 2 weeks later, the wedding was officially held. The wedding was first held at the Paristo St. Alcott Cathedral. The first to enter was the wedding officiant, Archbishop Antoine. Although his title was only Archbishop, he was actually the supreme leader of the kingdom's 7 holy churches. It was one thing that the kingdom's church did not actually pay homage to the papacy, but it was not bold enough to appoint a pope on its own. Then there are the flower girls, all children from noble families in the capital. Next came Ronan, the groom, as he walked down the flower-covered velvet carpet to the archbishop. Although the wedding was sacred and solemn, the archbishop still smiled and glanced at Ronan, even making a slight gesture of invitation for him to stand beside him. How could he not laugh? Ronan sold the steam engine technology to the church at a cheap price. It costs money to express respect for God the Father. There are no best men or maid of honor. Then, the king led Ambrina along. Ambrina's hair was piled high, adorned with a crown of jewels and gold. Her face was covered by a white veil, and she wore 3 magnificent jeweled necklaces around her neck, with a huge ruby pendant that was extremely eye-catching. Underneath her dress were white stockings, and on her feet were a pair of dazzling high heels studded with diamonds. The train of her dress was more than 3 meters long, and 4 maids had to hold up the train to prevent the wedding dress from dragging on the ground. After the bride and groom arrived, the archbishop began to pray for the newlyweds, a very long and drawn-out prayer. After the prayer, the choir began to sing. After the psalm was finished, the archbishop started with the same old routine, the part about being together forever, in sickness and in health. Ronan said I do to Ambrina. Then they exchanged rings, and then Ronan lifted Ambrina's veil and kissed her. To be honest, Ronan was impatient. It wasn't that he disliked Ambrina, but that he hated these tedious formalities. However, the moment he lifted Ambrina's veil and discovered that she was crying, his impatience vanished instantly. He hated these things, but Ambrina was completely immersed in happiness and joy, which infected him as well. Memories flooded back. The year they first met, he was 25, his ambitions ignited by Dinia's arrival, and Ambrina was 17, still a somewhat naive little princess yearning to escape her predicament. Now, he was 30, having accomplished what many could not in a lifetime, and Ambrina was 22, no longer as politically naive as before, yet still retaining her innocence. I love you, Annie, Ronan said, speaking these words completely, from the bottom of his heart, without any hesitation. Me too, Ronan, Ambrina replied. The two embraced and kissed. With a round of applause, everyone offered their blessings. After the wedding, the couple left the church and boarded a decorated car, parading from the streets outside the church all the way to the royal palace. Along the way, citizens waved flowers and shouted their blessings, because they were given noodles, oil, and sugar. Of course, that's part of the reason, but that doesn't mean they didn't have sincere blessings. They did have sincere blessings and expectations. Looking at these citizens, Ronan suddenly began to understand Dinia a little. When she was 18, as a hero of the kingdom, she was just like this. No, she should be even more genuinely welcomed by the people now. With each change of dynasty, they hoped for a savior, a god, or an emperor to bring them happiness. Sigh. Ronan sighed. What's wrong, Ronan? Ambrina asked with concern, while still waving. As Ronan smiled and waved to the crowd, he replied, I thought of someone I admire. Ambrina's face froze for a moment before she asked, Dinia? No, someone much further away, Ronan replied. He thought of that great man who rebuilt China. He'll be very disappointed when he sees his own words, Ronan thought. Ronan. Ambrina called twice before Ronan snapped out of his reverie. I am fine, Annie. Ronan wiped away a tiny tear from the corner of his eye and looked ahead. I don't dare walk that lonely road. I am not the one this land is waiting for. Ambrina held Ronan's hand tightly. Although I don't know anything, I believe there is nothing in this world you can't do. Chapter 334 Wedding Banquet Ideas. Ancient ritual. After the parade of floats ended, the wedding banquet officially began when Ronan and Ambrina arrived at the palace banquet hall. All the nobles from the capital who had attended the wedding were present. Among them, the 3 men were surrounded by the most people. One of them was the current Duke of Loire, who was the biggest landlord in the capital and adhered to the family tradition of being low-key. When there was nothing to do, he quietly made easy money, and when there was trouble, he stood on the side of the king. This time, he did nothing but he was still the winner. Secondly, there's Karl's father, Earl Marquis of Lorraine. He was already a prominent figure in the aristocratic circle, controlling a large amount of land and people. Everyone knew that the Queen would remember his kindness by leading the donation for the wedding. Third, Earl of Blue Coast. He is a nominal earl, without land, but he has quite a few businesses. However, he was the one who led troops to quell the rebellion in the south and helped Ronan. With business dealings and past favors, his value goes without saying. Everyone wants to take advantage of him. As for the once glorious Queen's brother, the former Count of Aquitaine and now the Count of Champagne, even those who used to be close to him no longer pay him any attention. Aside from the nobles, there were ministers from various departments, represented by the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister is not elected by the people, but rather nominated from among ministerial level officials and then elected by the highest level of the country. He also has a directly subordinate office, the Prime Minister's office, and a subordinate General Secretariat. His role is more similar to the Prime Minister of Ceres than the Prime Minister of some countries in Ronan's timeline. Naturally, most of the bigwigs in the bureaucracy had to revolve around him. However, the Prime Minister was not in high spirits at the moment. As a man who had fought his way up from among thousands of officials, he had keenly sensed that this wedding was only a temporary truce. Then there are the high-ranking church officials, headed by the Archbishop. The church's businesses in major cities are nothing compared to their real power, which comes from their churches in the countryside. In the countryside, the priests are in charge of civil disputes, festival gatherings, and even some small local projects. The Archbishop's face showed a mixture of joy and worry. He didn't understand economics, but some of his subordinates did. These people told him that steam engine technology would lead to a boom in manufacturing, which would then affect rural areas, and that would undoubtedly shake the foundations of the church. But they can't afford not to use this technology, not because they've spent money on it, but because if they don't use it, Ronan will. If they use it, they can at least maintain some control and shift some of their base to the workers in the future. If they don't use it, they're just waiting to die. The nobility, bureaucrats, and the church are the three major power groups in a country. Besides them, many people from the arts and culture circle also came. Most of them were circling around Ambrina, including some who should have been considered retro enthusiasts. Firstly, most people involved in the arts have little moral integrity. They either grovel or throw punches while kneeling. Secondly, in their eyes, Ambrina is the second person with artistic talent among the Frago family of bumpkins, with considerable achievements in garden art and music. It wouldn't be beneath them or shameful for them to fawn over her. As for the previous one, let's not talk about him. He was Lawrence's father, the one who almost brought the country to ruin. There were no ordinary businessmen at this banquet. They weren't qualified. From noon to evening, there is a buffet, which is mainly to facilitate people to move around. The banquet didn't really begin until evening. It continued until dark. Although it was dark, the hall was still brightly lit. In an era when there was no kerosene, let alone electric lights, lighting up the entire hall was an extremely large expense. The banquet ended, but the grand wedding was not over yet. Soon, the band began playing music and stopped when the first song ended. Ronan, as the groom, followed the procedure and went to the center to invite his bride, Ambrina, to dance the first dance. As the music began, the newlyweds started dancing. Ronan was truly terrible at dancing. Even after a week of special training, he was still the same. He could only barely keep up when Ambrina led him. As the song ended, Ronan and Ambrina's first dance also came to a close, and the two returned to their seats. After that, it was a time for the male guests to freely invite the female guests. At this moment, Ronan and King Lucian arrived at a corner. The king held an empty wine glass in his hand. My health is failing. In 2 months, I'm afraid I won't even be able to walk. The next match will be the last time I can help you. Do you have confidence? The next thing he mentioned was the establishment of the Ministry of the Interior. The bureaucratic group would definitely oppose it, because the Ministry of the Interior has 2 departments, the Inspection Bureau and the Security Bureau. One is to supervise officials, and the other is a secret service agency. Ronan took a small sip of his drink. There's a famous saying in Ceres of the East. If you want to open a window, you can't just say open the window, but rather you have to tear down the house, and only then will they agree to open the window. Demolish that house? Lucian asked. The Ministry of Finance, Ronan replied. When we were discussing the wedding expenses, didn't the Ministry of Finance say they didn't have the money? That was using mismanagement as an excuse to demand more detailed management. So-called detailed management means breaking down tasks. The kingdom's Ministry of Finance has slightly less authority than the Ministry of Revenue in Birs. Although it doesn't manage household registration or land, the Ministry of Finance is in charge of both tax collection and finance, making it practically lawless. It will be dismantled sooner or later. Of course, it's impossible to actually demolish it now. This is just a proposal to force the bureaucratic group to compromise. Not enough, Lucian said. Ronan knew this wasn't enough. Under duress, a deal was needed. The inspectorate will remain with the Prime Minister and his group for now. Let them enjoy monitoring themselves. Dinia will become the Minister of the Interior, and I will become the Director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. The Director of the Royal Palace Command will be concurrently held by the Captain of the Royal Guard. The position of Director of the Postal and Transportation Bureau will be given to the nobility. As for the National Security Bureau, this special agency, it will not have a director for the time being. It will be directly managed by Dinia. Isabel will handle the specifics. Lucian nodded in satisfaction. The day after tomorrow, the Imperial Council meeting. Dinia, you, Henry, come. I'll be watching. Ronan bowed in respect, then returned to Ambrina's side. 2 more hours later, the wedding finally came to an end. Ronan and Ambrina left the palace banquet hall and returned to the princess's residence. All the guests also left and returned to their own homes. Upon returning to the princess's residence, Ambrina and Ronan collapsed onto the bed. Getting married is really exhausting. After resting for a while, Ambrina sat up. I'll go change my clothes. Let's keep this one. No need to change it yet, Ronan said. At this moment, Ambrina was not wearing a wedding dress, but the outfit she wore for dancing, though she hadn't changed her socks and shoes. Okay, Ambrina replied. You can come to that ancient ceremony, Ronan said. The so-called ancient ceremony was a bizarre wedding custom, where the groom would use his mouth to remove the bride's stockings and then throw them to the guests. But Ronan and Ambrina cut it out. Dirty, Ambrina said, somewhat reluctantly. It is okay, as long as it is fun, Ronan said. Chapter 335. A youthful body and a youthful spirit are forever the greatest. Ambrina sat on the edge of the bed and lifted her skirt. Her white stockings were covered with jacquard patterns and were covered with shimmering silver powder. Ronan cupped her round, fair legs, clad in white stockings, in his hands. The feel of her legs was unchanged. They were like the soft, plump flesh of a teenage girl who doesn't like exercise and is starting to gain weight. Ronan lowered his head and slowly approached, first biting the suspenders and then tearing them open. Without the suspenders, the stockings became thigh-highs. Then he began to use his mouth to slowly pull them down, and the small fleshy parts that had been restrained by the white stockings were gradually unsealed. He pulled the white stockings all the way down to his ankles, where they bunched up and became too big to pull with his mouth. So Ronan had to hold his toes in his mouth, pull the stockings out a little bit, and then gently bite down on that little bit and pull it out gently. After a long time, Ronan finally succeeded in taking off the white stockings using only his mouth. Ha ha, Ronan gasped. I'm exhausted. Ambrina laughed. Then you still want to play? Really, Ronan? You're such a capable person. But sometimes you act like a little boy. Ronan tickled Ambrina's soul, making her pull her foot back sharply. Seeing her adorable reaction, Ronan replied, Anli, isn't a husband supposed to pamper and care for his wife like a father, and also act like a silly son, acting cute and affectionate in front of her? I'm not going to say anything more. Ambrina grabbed Ronan's hand with a happy smile. Go take a shower. Ronan, like an impatient young man, scooped up Ambrina and said, then come on, my princess. After a quick shower and hair wash in the bathroom, the two of them went to the steamy bath. Ronan jumped up and then plunged into the water with a splash. Ambrina then went into the bath and sat down quietly against the wall. Anli, what's wrong? Ronan asked. I am wondering if we'll still be able to do this in 10 or 20 years, Ambrina suddenly said, looking worried. Ronan took 2 steps and sat down next to Ambrina. For an ordinary person, it probably wouldn't work, because changes in the body will also cause changes in the mind. Tell me, if a child's soul is in an old person's body, will he still have vitality? On the contrary, if an old person's soul is in a child's body, then even if his heart is old, he will still be unable to resist doing some childish, foolish things in secret. But we are different. 10 or 20 years from now, our bodies will not change much. If our bodies are young, our minds will be young too. Just like me, if I looked like a 30-year-old man, how could your highness, the princess, be willing to marry me? Ambrina's gloom dissipated considerably and she shoved Ronan, saying, HMPH, my aunt married a middle-aged man when she was just a teenager. Let's not talk about these boring things anymore. It's our wedding night, so let's have some fun, Ronan said, embracing Ambrina. Ambrina turned around and hugged Ronan, and the two embraced and kissed. During their wet kiss, Ronan pressed his penis against Ambrina's vulva, but didn't penetrate immediately. Ambrina reached out and grasped Ronan's penis, arching her back slightly to give him a signal. Ronan sat down, spread his legs, and held Ambrina in his arms, then penetrated her. Ambrina immediately hugged Ronan tightly, although she had seen it countless times and had swallowed and licked it countless times. When Ronan's thing actually entered her body, even in the water, Ambrina still felt a tear in pain. Ronan didn't move, gently caressing Ambrina and kissing her neck to help her relax. Ambrina was about the same height as Alice, and looked slightly fuller, but was tighter than Alice. Page 148. He maintained this position for a while, and only when he felt that Ambrina had finally relaxed did Ronan begin to move gently. The two were tightly joined together, their moist, warm bodies colliding and pressing against each other. Ambrina's body has a petite, controllable feel, yet also a perfectly voluptuous sensuality. Elena is like a tomahawk steak, making you want to take big bites and tear it apart. Alice is like a small seafood appetizer, meant to be savored slowly. Dinia is an exquisite and rich dish, a perfect blend of meat and vegetables, which you can savor like a gourmet, or you can wolf it down like a hungry diner. Agostina is like smoked roast meat, with a hard, intense outer shell, but a soft, juicy interior. Ambrina, on the other hand, is like a lightly grilled oyster topped with sea urchin and caviar. The meat is tender and juicy, and the flavor is anything but monotonous. Ronan, Ambrina called Ronan's name softly. Ronan responded. We can hurry up, Ambrina whispered. Ronan scooped Ambrina up in his arms, stood upright in the water, and had Ambrina wrap her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist. Yes, my queen, he said, before beginning a rapid sprint. The real first time begins here. The next morning, near noon, when Ronan woke up, Ambrina was still lying next to him, kicking her legs in an unsightly sleeping posture. Beside the bed, there were tattered black pantyhose that reeked of a fishy smell, white stockings with dry, yellowed toes, the only intact pair of flesh-colored open-crotch stockings with only slight runs and some spots, and another plain wedding dress that hadn't been chosen, but was used as a sex toy, all bearing witness to last night's madness. After lying there for a while, Ronan gently patted Ambrina to wake her up. It's lunchtime, Annie. Ambrina woke up, stretched, and stared at Ronan without saying a word. What? Ronan asked curiously. Ambrina placed her hand on Ronan's limp member. I'm not eating anymore. I want to eat you. Ronan couldn't help but laugh. No, it was late last night. I don't know who was yelling like that. 1 minute they said they couldn't take it anymore, and the next they said they were going to kill me. At that time, Ronan was sucking on Ambrina's nipple, raising one of her legs high, and thrusting wildly. Ambrina's whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. She was completely disoriented and talking nonsense. Ambrina glared at Ronan with a cute but fierce look, then acted like a spoiled little princess. I don't remember saying that it was you who was panting like a dead dog. Ronan patted Ambrina on the shoulder. This afternoon. Ambrina sat up. I'm going to change my socks. If you dare to leave, don't ever come back in. Are you serious? Ronan was also a little speechless. A short while later, Ambrina changed into a pair of slightly thick pinkish-white pantyhose, with nothing underneath. Even though the pantyhose was quite thick, a dark patch of skin could still be seen at her genitals. Her steps were a little unsteady, but she still made it over. I am your only wife, and I will always take the biggest share, Ambrina emphasized. Understood, darling, Ronan replied. Chapter 336. Demolishing the house to open windows. Being the boss is tough. Whoever opposes is a traitor. The day after Ronan and Ambrina's wedding, at a ministerial meeting that was more formal than substantive, which was equivalent to the morning court in Saris, in front of the king, the prime minister, the heads of various central departments, and important subordinates of each department, the outgoing governor Dinia proposed the establishment of a Ministry of the Interior and briefly explained the structure and powers of the Ministry of the Interior. The result wasn't that everyone was against it, but rather that nobody agreed. After the meeting, all the ministers and officials shared the same sentiment. Quickly appoint a governor for Dinia. Let her do whatever she wants, but don't let her enter the central government, or it will never end. A day later, a meeting was held before the emperor, the king, the prime minister, Dinia, Ambrina, the prime minister, Several ministers and Ronan, who was there as a figurehead, were having a meeting in that small room. Prime Minister Alexander was mentally prepared. Before the meeting, he had also spoken with several ministers, because there was nothing a king who was dying but not quite dead was incapable of doing. He was really not someone to mess with. If he wanted to force something, there was no way to stop him. The consequence of trying to stop him would be that he would kill his own people. But to their surprise, the king looked sleepy, and it was Crown Princess Ambrina who spoke first. I remember more than half a month ago, the Minister of Finance said that the Ministry of Finance was short of money. I wonder if this is because the people under the Ministry of Finance are responsible for too many things. I have a somewhat immature idea to separate the tax department and establish a new department. Prime Minister Alexander was suddenly under immense pressure. The finance minister would certainly oppose the proposal. No one would willingly reduce their power, but as Prime Minister he could not object. The reason is simple. Splitting up the Ministry of Finance will create another powerful department, which is equivalent to adding another position in the central government. This is not a bad thing for the entire bureaucratic group, but for a few officials in charge of taxation in the Ministry of Finance, it is a great thing. The principle is just as Karl's father, Marcus, said. If the leader of an interest group cannot take care of the interests of the majority of that interest group, then his position will not be stable. Since the Prime Minister could not express his opinion, only the Finance Minister could speak out. Your Highness, doing so will undoubtedly affect the normal operation of the Ministry of Finance. Of course, if you think it is necessary, then a planning group can be set up to make a sound plan, and then the agency can be reorganized. That is my personal opinion. This was a seasoned bureaucrat. He didn't refuse outright, but instead said he needed to make a plan. What planning group? What a consolidation group basically, he said. I can agree to it, but it needs to be planned. As for how long that planning would take, only God knows. Rowan watched and used his finger to give Ambrina a secret signal. Ambrina pulled out her prepared response. Wouldn't it be more reasonable to have the person in charge of taxes do this? The finance minister fell silent instantly. He wasn't speechless. He didn't become minister based on his professional skills. With his abilities, he could easily ramble on with long, complex sentences, or even say something that would leave Ambrina speechless. But at this moment, he had already guessed the princess's intention to split up the Ministry of Finance. Since that's the case, there's no point in dwelling on this issue anymore. As he expected, Dinia, who was standing nearby, brought up the Ministry of the Interior again. The Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Civil Affairs, who had not spoken at the previous ministerial meeting, immediately came out to express their support. They were in unison, saying that the issue of workers and peasants was a major problem for the kingdom. In recent years, there had been many riots caused by conflicts between landlords and peasants, and merchants and workers. These could have been avoided, but the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ministry of Civil Affairs had no law enforcement power and could not even mediate. In the end, they could only watch as the conflict escalated into a violent conflict, and then the police and even the army had to come to solve the problem. The Ministry of the Interior has the Bureau of Workers, Peasants and Merchants Security, which can handle these matters. Even if it can't handle them, there's the Post Office, which can report the matter promptly. The Prime Minister stood by without saying a word. The Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Civil Affairs were both staunch supporters of the king. Even without a reason, they would still support the Ministry of the Interior. The Ministry of the Interior is the tool by which the king controls the country's politics and economy in order to further centralize power. However, the two departments within the Ministry of the Interior, the Inspectorate and the General Directorate of National Security, are simply too conspicuous to the bureaucratic group. Dinia spoke again. The Prime Minister's office has many temporary special envoys who go to various places to investigate the situation. If the Ministry of the Interior is established, I personally think that the director of the Inspectorate can be selected from these people. Of course, it would be best if His Majesty the Prime Minister recommended him. Prime Minister Alexander frowned. The head of the Inspectorate was coming from his side, and if he didn't agree, the other group probably wouldn't. It's true what they say. The boss is often just a figurehead. Every day when he opens his eyes, dozens of people are waiting for him to serve him. The Prime Minister understood perfectly well that if he agreed, he could profit from this opportunity. If he didn't, although his subordinates could keep him in check, they would inevitably be dissatisfied. Before the Prime Minister could speak, Dinia spoke again. The postal system has been established, but local relationships are complicated. I think we need a nobleman of sufficient prestige to manage the post office. They're resorting to the same old trick, dragging nobles into cause trouble again. With things having come to this point, the Prime Minister knew that if he didn't agree, the topic would have to go back to splitting up the Ministry of Finance. After a moment's thought, the Prime Minister spoke up. In order to deal with some of the current problems, it is indeed necessary to establish a department like the Ministry of the Interior, and the position of minister should be filled by someone with experience. I personally think that Ms. Dinya is very suitable. You just want this position? Here you go. The Prime Minister then changed the subject, saying, however, I think it is necessary to have a comprehensive and thorough discussion on the Ministry of Industry, Agriculture and Commerce and the National Security Department. Just then, Ambrina suddenly interjected, for the Bureau of Workers, Peasants and Merchants Security, I recommend my husband, Ronan. This statement stunned the Prime Minister, several ministers, and even the King's staunch supporters, the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Civil Affairs. They all thought Ronan was a suitable advisor to Ambrina, the future queen, and that he would most likely retire behind the scenes and leave the bureaucracy after marriage. Why would he continue to be an official? Ambrina pretended not to understand and asked, is there a problem? When Ronan was the Secretary General of New Sea City, he made great achievements in manufacturing, agriculture, and commerce. He did the same when he went to the New World colony and achieved very good results. Your Highness, there is no precedent for this in the kingdom, the Prime Minister said. What do you mean no? Ambrina retorted. Lawrence's mistress's brother can be a general, but my husband can't even hold an official position. Is there no law anymore? This everyone was stunned. Even Lucian covered his face, and Ronan's jaw dropped. God the Father, that wasn't something he taught him. HMPH. Are you all unhappy because my husband dismantled some rebel groups? Ambrina's tone became increasingly aggressive, implying that anyone who opposed her was a traitor, and no one could tolerate that. Dinya glanced at Ronan, her meaning clear. You've corrupted people. Ronan shrugged innocently, blaming it all on Ambrina's exceptional self-learning ability. Chapter 337 Trying to smooth things over and make a deal. Neither of them are good people. Ambrina's performance went a bit overboard, even bordering on unreasonable. However, Ronan understood Ambrina. After all, she was just a young woman in her early 20s, new to politics. She had tasted success in the wedding incident, which made her think she was very capable. Moreover, she used the same tactic of labeling that Ronan had repeatedly found effective. She probably didn't think there was anything wrong with her attitude. It can only be said that she is still too inexperienced, unable to grasp the nuances, and somewhat unable to see the situation clearly. If she continues to say a few more things like this, the Prime Minister will have no choice but to stand up and confront her, not because of Ronan, but because he needs to uphold the authority of the bureaucracy and make her, the future queen, understand one thing. This country can be ruled by her, or it cannot. Lucian looked at his daughter, Ambrina, who resembled him just as he had ascended the throne. In fact, his daughter, who was younger than him back then, was even more shrewd and eloquent than he had been. However, just like him back then, she was impatient, naive, and somewhat arrogant. Ronan felt he couldn't continue being a figurehead. Henry, I swear on my honor that everyone present and absent has nothing to do with what happened before. Let bygones be bygones. Right, Your Excellency? Prime Minister Alexander glanced at Ronan, reluctant to respond. Ronan was a man he couldn't understand. His style of doing things was that of a seasoned bureaucrat, and his public statements showed that he was a supporter of democracy. But his long-term association with Dinya, an unstable element, made it impossible to figure out what kind of person he was. He had a feeling that he was about to say something even more shocking, so he didn't want to respond. But if Ronan tries to smooth things over and he doesn't accept it, it could lead to a conflict. The Marquis of Rhine is right, Prime Minister Alexander replied. I think there is someone very suitable for the position of Director of the Bureau of Industry, Agriculture, Commerce and Security. She is engaged in some handicraft manufacturing in the capital and has a lot of prestige among the farmers in the surrounding towns. Ronan paused deliberately. She is Ms. Isabel. There are many women named Isabel, but Ronan was referring to none other than Princess Isabel, who was recently demoted to commoner status. But everyone in the capital knows that this princess is a cruel person who committed the heinous crime of murdering her own mother. This the finance minister uttered a sound, but he regretted it as soon as he spoke. Given his character, he shouldn't have been unable to remain silent, but he had been targeted too harshly today, and his mind was in turmoil. What is this? Ronan feigned ignorance at first, then looked as if he had just realized something. The minister wouldn't believe those rumors in the capital, like plotting a coup or assassinating the queen. How could that be? She just made some mistakes, but it's not convenient for me to talk about it here. However, Even a wise man like the minister believes such rumors. It seems necessary to do something to prove that she has nothing to do with those rumors, such as making her an official. Even if the minister hadn't lost his composure, Ronan would still have said those words if no one else had agreed. This is about throwing the problem at them. Is Isabel innocent? If so, then she should take action to prove the rumors false. What? You're saying Isabel isn't innocent? Then that's a vicious attack on the royal family. Think about what kind of crime that is. Just then, someone suddenly said, "What does the rumor have to do with letting her become an official? Just prohibit the spread of rumors and make a public clarification, that's all." This sentence instantly attracted everyone's attention, and almost everyone looked at the speaker as if he were a fool. The person speaking was the Minister of the Ministry of Commerce and Industry. The Prime Minister deeply regretted bringing this guy along. This guy was the kind of useless person in officialdom who had no business acumen, mediocre political skills, but had a good background and good luck. Ronan was practically laughing. Oh, really? What if taking measures like banning it and making a public clarification not only fails to achieve the desired effect, but also makes the public pay more attention to this matter? Will you take responsibility, Minister? The minister, however, showed no sign of backing down. Instead, he retorted, "Will the Marquis of Rheims method be enough to clear her name? Once Isabel is placed in this position, time will heal all wounds, unless someone deliberately causes trouble." Ronan replied. The Prime Minister suddenly interjected, "Personally, I think the Marquis of Rhineland is more suitable for the position of Director of the Bureau of Protection of Industry, Agriculture and Commerce. Thank you for your support, Prime Minister. I think it's best to put the National Security Department on hold for now. After all, it's a department that will infringe on people's freedom to some extent. I personally think we should be cautious to avoid causing irreparable harm." Ronan agreed to take the directorship and then shelved another bureau. The transaction and compromise were completed simply like that. Prime Minister Alexander remained calm. In fact, if Ambrina hadn't spoken in that manner earlier, he would have agreed long ago. What he really wanted to fight for wasn't the position. The initial expenses and subsequent funding for the new department will likely be a considerable sum, which will require the Ministry of Finance to make some effort. I will also try my best to find a way to manage the manpower situation. He knew very well that he couldn't actually stop the establishment of the Ministry of the Interior, and taking over the inspectorate was already his limit. Even this position was probably only temporary. The National Security Bureau would be established sooner or later, and it would most likely fall into Isabel's hands. From the beginning, he only made a token effort to argue. There was nothing he could do. He was the Prime Minister, and sometimes he had to sway his body and make it seem like the carriage was still moving forward. His goal was actually twofold. First, to control the Ministry of the Interior's funding through the Ministry of Finance, thereby limiting the Ministry of the Interior, commonly known as being held back, and putting their own people into the new department, commonly known as mixing in sand. Of course, Ronan replied with a smile. It doesn't matter if the Ministry of Finance doesn't give money. The Ministry of the Interior already has it. Why can't he get funding? Then Ronan might as well quit being an official and find a place to grow sweet potatoes. This Prime Minister is not bad, but he is limited by the times. He misjudged Ronan's ability to make money. Was Ronan just an ordinary corrupt official? Ronan even guessed what the Prime Minister was thinking. After the Ministry of the Interior was established, he would, on the one hand, have the Ministry of Finance withhold funds, forcing Ronan to raise money himself, and on the other hand, he would imply to the director of the inspectorate to keep a close eye on internal spending, and then use the inspectorate to find fault with Ronan, forcing him to compromise again and allowing his people to occupy more important positions. But the question is Ronan the kind of person who would be caught red-handed for making money? What a joke! It seems there's nothing more to discuss. Meeting adjourned, said King Lucian. Everyone bowed and then left. Page 149. Once outside, Ambrina whispered, "Ronan, did I not behave well? There's no need to worry too much. This is just the first time, and besides, you did quite well and were very energetic." Ronan replied. "Really?" Ambrina asked with a hint of skepticism. "Of course, you have great potential," Ronan said. "We have a long way to go. We've only just begun." Chapter 338. The First Wife and the sister-in-law, none of them are normal. The establishment of the Ministry of the Interior has been finalized. The Ministry of the Interior that Ronan cobbled together could be like the agency in the complete collection of Soviet jokes that used a sword and shield as its emblem, capable of managing everything, or like the Ministry of Administrative Affairs and yes, Minister, capable of managing nothing. Quantum states belong to this category. In the evening, inside the princess's residence, there was a makeshift kitchen in the open air. Ronan and Ambrina were cooking together, making crab meat lion's head meatballs. In front of them was a pot of clear chicken soup that was always just about to boil. The two of them were kneading a large chunk of minced pork with 3 parts fat and 7 parts lean meat mixed with crab meat. The crab meat was freshly caught, steamed, and then extracted. The pork was imported from Libya. French chicken was good, and the beef was also good, but the pork was really lacking. Libyan pork was still the best. Once you've roughly shaped it into a round shape, coat it with a little wet starch. Then start shaping it into a smooth, round ball. Finally, stuff it with a little crab roe and cook it. After playing for a while, Ronan let Ambrina play by herself, as he had to go and prepare other dishes. For example, fried mushroom chips and roasted meat with cream sauce. Both dishes are relatively simple. The fried mushroom slices are a classic example. They can be considered both Western and Chinese dishes, with a crispy and juicy texture. Creamy roasted meats are made by partially cooked chicken or beef, sprinkled with a little salt, pepper, and spice powder, then mixed with a creamy sauce made from flour, butter, and milk, and finally topped with a layer of cheese before being baked in the oven. It is a typical Western dish with a very rich aroma and flavor. There is also a soup, which in Sarah's wouldn't really be called soup, because it's just small seafood made by Ronan using soy sauce and water. But here, it's considered soup. You two have quite the romantic flair. Would you mind adding an extra set of cutlery? A voice suddenly broke in, and when they looked over, Isabel was already standing in front of them. Seeing the look in Ambrina's eyes, Isabel still spoke in a joking tone. My dear sister, you won't be unwelcome to me, will you? I'm already being very kind by not sending you to jail. You still want to come here and freeload? Ambrina retorted. Isabel showed no emotion whatsoever. Having lost everything, she was now in incredibly good spirits. I'll be working for you for the rest of my life. My dear sister, what's wrong with eating a meal from you? Ambrina was quite surprised. She almost didn't recognize her younger sister. Isabel, who used to be so strong-willed and concerned about her image, had now become so shameless. While operating 2 stoves simultaneously, Ronan offered a word of advice. Anli, it's just one more person. It's no big deal. TCH, go get your own cutlery, Ambrina said to Isabel in an annoyed tone. Isabel didn't respond and turned away. As soon as she left, Ambrina washed her hands and then walked up to Ronan. Don't you think she was different today? Yes, he does like to joke around more than before, Ronan said, before Ambrina stomped on his foot hard. Ambrina looked up and stared intently into Ronan's eyes. Is that what I meant? I meant she dressed like a woman today. Oh, I was busy cooking and didn't pay much attention, Ronan said, indicating that he hadn't noticed. Ambrina pinched Ronan's waist. Didn't you notice? Okay, honey, I took a look. Just one look, Ronan confessed. Although it's August, summer, the capital's latitude is similar to that of northeastern Ceres, so it's not hot at all. The daytime temperature is only around 20 degrees Celsius. Isabel is wearing a fitted, bodycon dress with a pattern resembling blue and white porcelain. On her legs are a pair of silky, glossy, ultra-thin, skin-tone stockings. In the sunlight, the stockings covering her calves create a shimmering line. On her feet are nude-colored, lace-up, closed-toe high-heeled sandals. Only her heels and toes are covered by the shoes, leaving her entire instep exposed. The instep has a slightly oily sheen, yet the smooth skin of her instep can be glimpsed through the sheer stockings. Isabel's legs are the epitome of slender, well-proportioned, and fleshy. Despite being only 165 cm tall, they appear to be long and slender. If you don't take a second look, is that still Ronan? I think she did it on purpose, Ambrina said. Ronan didn't respond. To do so at this point would only add fuel to the fire. What do you think she's thinking? Ambrina then asked. Ronan replied without any emotion. I don't know. He was now a ruthless cooking machine, and he would never answer such a deadly question. Ambrina, however, showed no intention of ending the conversation. She wants to get into your bed. Ever since Isabel killed their mother, she had never hesitated to assume the worst about her sister. Ronan put a plate of seasoned and cheese-topped meat into the oven. No way. Why not? Ambrina retorted. Ronan started preparing the vegetable salad, while replying, Anli, I'm a man who absolutely keeps his promises. Without your approval, I'm as tough as nails. Pah, let her come if she wants, Ambrina said, clenching her little fist. Seeing Ambrina's expression, Ronan became serious and put down his kitchen utensils. Anli, I won't say she's innocent, but I believe she didn't intend to do that. Don't let that affect you. Ambrina sighed, then smiled. Ronan, you've misunderstood. You know, I don't really have a relationship with my mother, and I know that wasn't her intention. I don't care about that anymore. You haven't had much contact with Issa, so you probably think she's just a bit extreme in some ways, but most of the time she's a very normal person. But I know her. Sometimes her thoughts are very unconventional, and in her current state, she's probably having some very strange ideas. A strange idea? Ronan was bewildered by Ambrina's words. Yes, Ambrina said with certainty. She wants to get into your bed. Huh? Ronan exclaimed in surprise. Isn't your plan with Dinia to have her become Prime Minister and you become the Minister of the Interior? She's just a commoner now. If she doesn't get into your bed, how can she gain power in the future and realize the ideas in her head? Wow, that's way too far away, Ronan exclaimed. Whose thinking is so out of control here? Even if it is not like that, it won't be too far off. Anyway, she just wants to get into your bed. Ambrina insisted that this was the case. Although Ronan thought Ambrina was overthinking things, he certainly wouldn't say that. Instead, he immediately pledged his loyalty. Don't worry, Henry, my loyalty to you is boundless. You are the only son in my heart. Ronan, what I mean is, if she wants to give you a ride, you should accept it, Ambrina said. Ronan almost thought she had misheard. She was stunned for a long time, still unable to understand Ambrina's logic. It's actually really easy. Ambrina was convinced that Isabel was very dissatisfied with her loss and wanted to try again on a different track. So, let's go for it. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Ronan asked. I don't mind. Why would you? Ambrina retorted. Chapter 339 Secret Collusion. Each with their own hidden agendas, using war to promote peace. The following night, a popular little tavern built by the river, usually semi-open air and without private rooms, was found on the second floor by the window with a view of the river. Inside the private box, Prime Minister Alexander was sitting with several other people. Normally, such meetings should take place at home, but Prime Minister Alexander was an extremely rare official of humble origin and incorruptible. His home was a small two-story house of less than 100 square meters, without even a courtyard. He had only 2 servants, one responsible for laundry and cleaning, and the other responsible for grocery shopping and cooking. Their cooking skills were only so-so, and they were really not good at entertaining guests at home. Soon, the mussels cooked in wine, served as an appetizer, were brought out. Prime Minister Alexander took matters into his own hands, and the others, including Finance Minister Bruno, Director of the Tax Collection Department of the Treasury Cheney, Director of the General Secretariat also known as Chief Secretary, Austin, and Minister of Territory Gary, also took matters into their own hands. However, they were all somewhat reluctant to do so, because they were all of noble birth, even if their ancestors were only minor barons. After ascending to high positions, they all became more particular about their status. Austin, we have a lot of disagreements at work, but we're good friends, right? The General Secretariat is indeed a unit directly under the Prime Minister, but it is ultimately part of the national bureaucracy and serves as the link between the Prime Minister and other government officials and civil servants in various departments. As the head of this agency, Austin and Prime Minister Alexander are at odds, and this is not only politically correct but also part of his duties. Of course, as the Prime Minister said, they have a good personal relationship. Bruno, you know I don't like you. You have no political ambitions and are corrupt. I also know you look down on me, but you have to understand that too many people want you to leave your position, except me. As a Prime Minister who wanted to get things done, he certainly didn't like a finance minister who didn't do anything. But he also understood that Bruno wasn't always like this. He got to this position because he achieved outstanding economic results when he was governor. He only became like this after he got to this position. The larger the power structure, the more intricate the internal relationships. Bruno could only do 2 things in the treasury. First, act as a peacemaker. Second, embezzle and engage in corruption. Cheney, you are a very good person, and you are young. If possible, I hope that one day you can become Prime Minister. This isn't just empty talk. After all, Alexander himself came from the tax system, and Cheney, who is now the 3rd-ranking official in the tax system and is only 42 years old, used to be his subordinate. However, Cheney remained completely unmoved. He knew that his career had come to an end. In a few years, his father would die, and he would inherit the title of Earl. He would then have to find a reason to retire due to illness. Otherwise he would die a very ugly death. Gary, this is the first time I've invited you, and I am very happy that you could come. It is a great honor, Mr. Prime Minister. Gary, the Minister of Territory Management, was the only one who answered immediately, because he was the only one present who could not accept Ronan's rise to power. Ronan implemented a land for equity swap in Rennes. If he were to implement an even larger land for equity swap, what would happen? The Territory Management Department is specifically responsible for coordinating and handling various issues related to noble fiefdoms. If a noble loses their land, is there any point in having this department? He himself may not care, but will his subordinates agree to it? This is the same principle as Ceres's million canal workers depend on him for food and clothing. The second dish, mashed potatoes baked with ground beef, was served. A wide-mouthed cup, topped with spiced mashed potatoes and bottomed with lightly marinated ground beef, is a popular everyday dish in recent years. After taking a spoonful and a sip of red wine, the Prime Minister continued, Bruno, the Ministry of the Interior's construction spending must be sufficient, not insufficient, and the civil servants' salaries must not be compromised. However, the funding for one department must be handled with utmost care. The meaning was simple. Salaries could be unrestricted, but funding would be strictly controlled. Cheney, the position of Director of the Inspectorate of the Ministry of the Interior is suitable for you. You have been doing similar work before, and I believe you can achieve results and go further. Collecting taxes is already an offense to the nobility, but it is not enough for a nobleman like Cheney. Only by becoming a true lone minister and isolating himself from the bureaucracy can he rise to power. Gary, think of a way to build rapport with those people. Those people, of course, refer to the nobles. The wedding and the establishment of the Ministry of the Interior have already caused him trouble twice. There can't be a third time. That's all I wanted to say. Prime Minister Alexander was straightforward and had said everything he needed to say. At this moment, the Chief Secretary, Austin, who had been silent all along, spoke up. Mr. Prime Minister, it is very wrong of you to privately collude with high-ranking government officials like this. A glint of cunning flashed in Alexander's wolf-like eyes. In private, you're here, so this is public. Then I have no choice but to fulfill my duty and report it, Austin said, taking a sip of his drink and sighing. I never thought you'd be forced to this point in just a few months. Alexander remained calm. I am not against reform, but neither His Majesty nor the future His Majesty has ever asked me for my opinion. You agree just because I asked you? Austin retorted. I partially agree, Alexander replied. Austin laughed. For our esteemed king, not completely agreeing is tantamount to completely disagreeing. Alexander finished the meager amount of potato and ground beef in a few bites. You have to realize one thing, my friends, whether it is the future emperor, Lady Dinia, or Mr. Ronan, they're all still very young, and with the current magical abilities of Lady Dinia and Mr. Ronan, they will probably live a long life. A long time is enough for them to turn some groundbreaking innovations into precedents. It is hard to say whether that is a good thing. Since you know that, you should understand that you can beat them. Not only can you not shake their positions, but even if they fall, they can rise again. But what about you? If you fall, you're gone forever. Austin was now speaking entirely from a friend's perspective. You overestimate me. I never intended to fight them. As he spoke, the Prime Minister glanced at Finance Minister Bruno, a typical seasoned and opportunistic old hand. I just wanted to create an opportunity to talk to these young people. Bruno was instantly relieved upon hearing this, dispelling a certain thought in his mind. He had originally planned to go to the princess's residence that very night to betray his teammates. As a corrupt and greedy person, he had previously angered Ambrina over the wedding incident. Once the Prime Minister fell from power, it wouldn't be surprising if he were the first on the list of those to be dealt with. How could he not surrender? Alexander, I am good at conversations. Let me handle it. Bruno couldn't help but volunteer. That is wonderful, the Prime Minister exclaimed, then raised his glass. Cheers! Cheers! Everyone said in unison. Chapter 340. A good look. Evaluation. Picnic on the same night, at the home of Agriculture Minister William, Foreign Trade Minister and Civil Affairs Minister Morris and Paul were guests in the drawing room. All three are considered to be members of the King's faction, and precisely because they are members of the King's faction, they can completely stay out of the struggle. The Prime Minister or the Crown Prince? Minister of Civil Affairs Paul asked suddenly after taking a couple of sips of his drink. This round should have been won by the Prime Minister, but in the end, it was our Mr. Wang Fu who won. Foreign Trade Minister Morris replied, being Prime Minister is a matter of a few years, but being Mr. Wang Fu is a matter of a lifetime. I don't think so, Agriculture Minister William said. Don't you think these two are very similar? They're both good at using other people's knives to cut other people's flesh. Prime Minister Alexander, born out of wedlock, is the only Prime Minister to date who truly rose from the bottom. He relied on leveraging and inciting the power of others to fight against them. thus achieving his unique skill. Coincidentally, Ronan is also this kind of person. Foreign Trade Minister Morris maintained his opinion, like repels like, so isn't it inevitable that they will fight? For now, Ronan should not be a match for Alexander. Agriculture Minister Williams shook his head slightly. That was the general rule. But observing the process and outcome of the two confrontations between the wedding and the Ministry of the Interior, Ronan didn't exert much effort, and the Prime Minister didn't exert any effort at all. It's as if they were faking it. I don't think they'll really fight each other, but I still have more faith in the Prime Minister in this low-intensity struggle, Agriculture Minister Williams said. The other two nodded in agreement. That night, countless central officials were discussing the conflict between Ronan, the Princess, Dinia, and the Prime Minister's group, but the vast majority favored the Prime Minister's side. It was late at night at Carl's mansion. Carl, who had just finished showering, found his wife sitting on the sofa reading a newspaper, wearing a lace nightgown. Lena, you weren't in the lab today. Lena didn't even look at Carl, continuing to read the newspaper, and said, "There's nothing I can do. We who are truly driving social progress are always subject to these middle-aged women buying groceries at the market, so sometimes I have to care about the situation of these idiots." Women who buy groceries is how Lena refers to the politicians. Page 150. So, who do you favor? Carl asked. Of course it's Ronan. Yes, at least a bit better than that woman who goes grocery shopping. Lena's tone made her seem like a brainless woman, but Carl knew that although his wife was obsessed with technology, she was exceptionally astute when it came to politics. Sigh. Carl couldn't help but sigh. What are you sighing about? With this time, you should find a job and do something. You're just a useless freeloader sponging off your parents all day, Lena said. Although you're destined to fail in politics, it's still better than doing nothing. You really don't think much of me, Carl retorted. That's right, Lena answered quite decisively. Among the people I know, there are 3 who are determined to reform. The first is you, my dear husband. You are a true nobleman, so you can stand the way those nobles behave, including your father. This is the reason why you want to change this country. In the end, it's just that a young nobleman thinks I can be like them. There is no essential difference between you and those who can inherit a huge fortune, but shout that I have to rely on my own efforts. The second is Princess Isabel. She is similar to you in some ways, but compared to you, she has many more ideas and has made some practical attempts. It's just a pity that it only stays at the level of spreading ideas. It's necessary but not sufficient. She needs material things. The third one is Ms. Dinia. She is different from you. She was originally a person with no meaning in life. The Igiz orphanage was a brainwashing center, but she took changing this country as her meaning in life. Unfortunately, she is still confused and it won't work. Lena gave her comments on Carl, Isabel, and Dinia, the 3 people who were interested in reform. And what about you? Carl asked. I have no interest in getting involved in these things. How can I get anything done if I'm arguing with a bunch of women buying groceries? After saying that, Lena yawned. I am going to sleep. Darling, are we going to meet tonight? Carl asked meaningfully, raising an eyebrow. Can't you go and find a lover like the other nobles? You have to come every day. Lena sighed. Come on, come on. 3 days later, the Ministry of the Interior was officially established. However, it was just a signboard. In the past, new departments were either small departments that gradually grew into larger ones, only lacking a signboard, or they were split off from another large department. They had all the necessary personnel, office space, rules and regulations. But the Ministry of the Interior is different. It is a completely new department, and everything has to start from scratch. So for now, there's only one sign. Everything else needs to be prepared. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. It's October, and autumn has arrived. On this day, Ronan and his group went on a picnic in the countryside. We had a barbecue this morning, and the messy place has already been cleaned up by Ambrina's servants. In the afternoon, a group of people sat around a huge picnic blanket, eating snacks, drinking coffee, and chatting, leaving their shoes on the lawn outside. Ambrina leaned against Ronan's chest, her small, chubby legs, encased in pink and white stockings, stretched out bare. This adorable and sweet pose made one want to pinch her calves. Dinia wore a pair of slightly thick, opaque gray stockings with a satin sheen. She sat cross-legged, and the gray and white tones on her upper body, combined with the white shirt, created a very cool and aloof style. But the cooler the style, the more tempted people to approach her. Agustina leaned against Dinia, wearing cropped boots and trousers with only a small section of black pantyhose showing. Puris added a touch of femininity to her sharp and capable policewoman demeanor. Elia wore brown stockings that were almost chocolate brown, and her firm, Fleshy legs looked like they were coated with a thin layer of silky chocolate, making one want to grab them and taste them. She wore a country-style dress and sat in a very casual manner, with one leg crossed and the other bent at the knee on the picnic blanket. Alice sat next to Alina, her slender, straight legs and delicate feet encased in flesh-colored stockings. Coupled with her slightly disdainful expression, she exuded the aura of a small-statured, but powerful and formidable career woman. Besides them, there's Isabel, Isabel's sidekick Ashley, and Faith, who Ronan sent to her side. Isabel was also wearing flesh-colored stockings, but they were the kind that made her skin look fairer, somewhere between white and flesh-colored stockings. Her sitting posture was completely out of character for her. She sat with her knees drawn up to her chest, like a little woman, as if she were a strong woman who had fallen to her lowest point, waiting for a man to save her. Ronan glanced at her once but didn't dare to look again. Ashley was also wearing white stockings, but because she was tall and slender, the white stockings on her legs gave off a pure yet seductive vibe. Faith was wearing flesh-colored stockings, a rather unfashionable yellowish color. This tacky stockings, paired with her conservative nun's habit, actually accentuated her conservative aura to the fullest, making her alluring and tempting to seduce. Chapter 341 Proposal, Suggestion. The decision still rests with Ronan. After a few bites of the cloyingly sweet dessert, Ronan downed a cup of coffee to recover. Alina ate several cream puffs and was about to grab another when Dinia glared at her. Looking at Ronan, whose eyes were still scanning everyone's legs, she quickly said, "My Lord Marquis, shouldn't we be discussing serious matters?" Ronan withdrew his gaze, which had been trying to probe the color of the grey stockings beneath Dinia's long skirt. "Let's get down to business. Our Prime Minister's offensive is ready, like a cannon fully loaded, ready to fire at any moment. The Ministry of the Interior has also been preparing for many days, and it should begin its establishment soon. We need to find a way to give our Prime Minister a surprise. Of course, we can't target him personally, doing so would turn into a bloodbath." "Start with Finance Minister Bruno?" Ambriana asked. She wasn't very familiar with this minister before. She had met him at 2 previous royal meetings, but she only thought of him as the Prime Minister's lackey. However, after receiving several confidential letters from him recently, she gained a more accurate understanding of him. An old bureaucrat, a fence-sitter. Such people are easy to take advantage of. "That's not wise, Your Highness." Isabella's tone was polite, even addressing Ambrina as Your Highness, but her words were anything but. "I don't believe the Prime Minister doesn't know what kind of person he is. He might be waiting for us to dig out this time bomb. Besides, this kind of scoundrel who accepts bribes, condones manipulation of tax amounts and quotas, and creates pretexts to increase the benefits of civil servants and embezzle from them, should have been beheaded long ago. No, beheading would be too lenient. He should be cut in half." Isabel hated these kinds of people. It was these scoundrels who had ruined the country like this. "If you ask me, we should focus on that mole the Prime Minister planted on our side, that man named Cheney," Isabel said, offering her suggestion. "We don't need to get rid of him directly. Let him investigate the Treasury Department, and I'll go with him. He is part of the tax system. If he is serious, he can easily uncover problems and remove a bunch of people from their posts. That way he won't be considered part of the Prime Minister's faction. If he doesn't investigate seriously, then I'll have a reason to sideline him and render this mole useless to the Prime Minister." "Well said." Ashley clapped her hands and cheered, her expression and movements deliberately exaggerated, as if she were a silly maid. "The intention is too obvious," Alice said casually. No one knew whether she meant that Isabel's intention in making this move was too obvious, or that Isabel's intention was too obvious. Isabel immediately retorted, "You've been an inspector for 5 years, so you're very experienced. But I've also been a princess for 19 years, so I'm very experienced too." Isabel's words weren't about her experience, but rather a subtle hint to the others about Alice's ambition to seize power. Alina, standing to the side, was completely in a state of detached observation. She saw another layer. The former princess was deliberately being so sharp. She had already provoked her before, and this time she was going head-to-head with Alice, clearly showing that she didn't want to get along with the people around Ronan. It seemed that she understood that if she didn't get along with the people around Ronan, she would be safe. If she did get along with the people around Ronan, Ambrina probably wouldn't tolerate her. Ashley kept eating in silence, offering no support. Faith, on the other hand, was just watching the show. She was merely someone Ronan had temporarily lent to Isabel. Given her unknown origins and foreign background, it was impossible for her to become an official in the Ministry of the Interior in the future, so she couldn't possibly speak up. for Isabel. At this moment, Dinia came out and broke the discordant atmosphere. Ronan, what are your thoughts? I think neither approaching the treasury directly nor targeting Mr. Cheney, who will soon be my colleague, is a good idea. Of course, I'm not saying that Anri or Miss Issa's methods are bad, but this is a battle against the Prime Minister. To put it bluntly, while His Majesty is worse than most in domestic affairs, foreign policy, military, and economics, he is very skilled in political struggles. I admit I am not as good as him, but he still failed to take down the Prime Minister, this traitor. Ronan said this. For the king, the current Prime Minister Alexander was someone he had specifically nominated, and who had helped him in his ascension to the throne. However, after taking the throne, Alexander did not obey him as king. What else could this be but treason? We want to show the bigwigs in the central government how our Ministry of the Interior works. I said from the beginning that we're going to give them a surprise, to use the same tricks they've used before. Is that what you call a surprise? Master, what exactly is this surprise? Alina stepped in to play the straight man. Let us pick the easiest one to jump on first, Ronan replied. Territory Management Department? Isabel and Ambrina asked in unison. That's right, Ronan replied affirmatively. Does he have the strength to fight us? I am going to dismantle this department. The method is simple. Those local personnel scattered across various regions who are not doing their jobs, but have good relations with the nobles will be transferred to the postal system, while those who are capable but have poor relations with the nobles will be transferred to the Security Bureau. The Territory Management Department is responsible for handling noble issues, and naturally, it has a large number of personnel scattered around the various fiefdoms. Those in this department who are willing to work will inevitably offend the local nobles, while those who do not work will at least have a good relationship with the local nobles. The nobility still wielded considerable influence in the local areas, and the stability and consolidation of the postal system depended on them. The idea of discarding them after they had served their purpose was a matter for the future. Moreover, the position of Postmaster General was already reserved for a high-ranking nobleman, so those who did nothing in the Territory Administration Department were well suited to transfer to the postal system. They wouldn't object either, because the postal system offered far better benefits and power than the Territory Administration Department. As for those who are not well paid but are willing to work, Ronan's security detail is of course very welcoming. Ronan's move can be described as killing two birds with one stone. On the one hand, it emptied the Territory Department of personnel, and on the other hand, it replenished the Ministry of the Interior's manpower. Isabel moved forward a step. I have two questions. First, what right does the Territory Department have to release people? Second, how do we distinguish who is doing the work and who isn't? The nobles want to take advantage of my land for shares deal. They love for the Territory Department to collapse. If the Territory Department doesn't agree, then let these nobles cause trouble. As for how to distinguish them, we certainly can't get the list from the Territory Department. We can just have the nobles report it to us. Do you think the local nobles don't know who is targeting them and who is slacking off in their localities? They can send away those who are targeting them and keep the slackers behind. Ronan answered Isabel's two questions. Ronan, how do you think the Prime Minister will respond? Dinia asked. I don't know, Ronan replied. It doesn't matter if he derails my operation. Anyway, all I am doing is moving the arena to the Ministry of the Interior so it becomes our home turf. If we achieve our other objectives, great. If not, so be it. Chapter 342 Bridge, Chess. You play small cards. I play big cards. Dinner was prepared by a chef team hired from a not-so-high-end restaurant located in Golden Eagle Manor. After dinner, Ronan and his party stayed at the royal estate. Elena, Alice, Ashley, and Faith were playing cards on one side. It was a poker game that Faith had brought from Wheeland. Ronan had also played it on the way back home by ship. It was a very old and primitive bridge game, where two people teamed up and the score was simply based on the number of tricks played. The rules were not as complicated or competitive as the bridge game that Ronan was familiar with. Elena and Alice are on one team, and Ashley and Faith are on the other. Both sides were on friendly terms, with each point worth 1.5 silver cents. You two are taking this too seriously. Give a poor man like me a way to survive, Ashley pleaded. She really wanted to win some money. Her master, Isabel, had been stripped of her princess status and her family's property had been confiscated. Now she was completely penniless. She ended up not even having money to buy new stockings. Faith's rank was undoubtedly the highest, but Elena and Alice were slightly stronger overall. Neither of them spoke, because they had tried their best but hadn't won by much in terms of total score. Ashley, The maid, who seemed even more unreliable than Alina, was by no means weak in this kind of intellectual game, so much so that the two of them had no room to speak. "Oh, I can lend you some. Ronan pays me a pretty high commission," Faith said. Alice slammed the cards down, took a sip of water, unaware of this, and asked, "Aren't you a nun?" "Being a nun is my part-time job. My main occupation is being unemployed," Faith said with a straight face, spouting nonsense. "That's just how she is. Apart from her clothes and appearance, she doesn't resemble a nun at all." Elena suddenly blurted out, "Then can I work part-time as a nun?" Alice covered her face. This blonde barbarian was acting crazy again. However, Elena wasn't acting crazy. Her path to advancement was blocked. Oath magic is usually the least likely to cause blockages because a vow would appear in your mind at the appointed time, and you could simply find a place, recite it sincerely, and that would be it. But Elena's vow was completely blurry, making it impossible for her to recite it. The church is the most adept at resolving all sorts of difficult problems with the oath of heaven magic, but Elena, a heretic, didn't want to seek help from the Church of the Seven Saints, so she thought of Faith, a heretic within the Church of the Seven Saints. "Oh, we can have a good chat sometime," Faith said with a smile, winking at Elena the other side. Ambrina and Isabel were playing chess there, and the chessboard, pieces, and rules were essentially no different from the chess Ronan was familiar with. The two sisters were locked in a fierce battle. Ambrina had played the game many times on the ship, but her thinking and calculation abilities were lacking, and her skill level was just so-so. Isabel hadn't played these games much before, but in terms of talent, she was better than Ambrina, which led to the close match. At a crucial moment in the game, Isabel suddenly gripped a chess piece and said, "I'm telling you, don't you care about your husband at all?" Ambrina stroked her chin, wondering what Isabel's next move would be, and replied, "Whether I care or not, what's it to you? You weren't the type to resort to such pointless tricks before. I am a pathetic loser now. What can I do besides use some tricks?" Isabel asked with a smile, then placed her chess piece. "Hell," Ambrina snorted coldly. In the distance, on the stage, Ronan was drinking with Dinia and Agostina. "I always felt that the Prime Minister's actions were a bit strange," Dinia said. "If he wanted to deal with us, his offensive was too weak, but if he wanted to protect himself, he shouldn't have stood against us time and time again. The commander is absolutely right. If the Prime Minister really wanted to force us to compromise, he shouldn't have done it this way. For example, with the previous wedding, he strongly supported it and even made the wedding more extravagant, while secretly publicizing how luxurious the wedding was. He could even have used some underhanded tactics to stir up public sentiment and put Ronan and Princess in an awkward situation. The Ministry of the Interior doesn't need to target us at all. As long as it makes a big fuss, there will be plenty of opponents charging ahead, especially those in low positions who are eager to show off. If the Ministry of the Interior is established amidst this wave of opposition, any mistakes that happen later can easily be magnified and become a pretext for attack. With these factors, it will be hard for us not to compromise." Agostina was also concerned about this issue. At first, she thought that the wedding incident was just the Prime Minister not wanting to provoke Ambrina, and that the Ministry of the Interior's matter was just a prelude. But she didn't expect that 2 months had passed and the Prime Minister would just do this. "To be honest, I don't understand what the Prime Minister is thinking either, but after this operation against the Territory Department, we should be able to get a glimpse of it. Ronan still can't figure out the Prime Minister's style. He's neither fighting nor retreating, which doesn't seem like the behavior of a competent politician. The problem is that in his power struggle with his father-in-law Lucian, the Prime Minister has never lost, which is something an incompetent politician cannot do." 3 days later, the Ministry of the Interior opened. Unexpectedly, yet logically, of the 5 bureaus under the Ministry of the Interior, only one was opened, the General Post and Transport Bureau. It was somewhat surprising that this department was the first to open, but upon closer inspection, it made quite sense. The postal system had been established a year ago, and although it was still somewhat understaffed overall, it was the least understaffed of all the other departments, and at least it could fill all the positions in the department. The postmaster was Baron Prospel of Durand. Just when everyone thought this fellow would accomplish nothing, he proposed something: to transfer personnel from the local units of the Territory Administration Department into the postal system. In an instant, the Baron became a laughing stock. Just like that saying, "Do you think anyone will pay attention to you?" Indeed, the Territory Management Department completely ignored the postmaster's words and suggestions. But a few days later, something happened that was both funny and unfunny. Nobles from various regions submitted petitions at almost the same time to report the personnel in charge of the local territorial administration departments. They named these personnel, saying that their work attitude was extremely negative and that they did not deal with the nobles at all, and suggested that they be dismissed from the civil service. One of the central officials immediately doubted that he had seen it wrong. If you local nobles want to report someone, you should report those who always cause trouble and punish you severely. Why did you report the people who slack off and do nothing? The central government initially intended to handle the matter quietly, but the local nobles escalated the situation, flocking from their territories to the capital. Their stance was that if the territory management department didn't take some concrete action, they would block the doors of various central government departments every day, ensuring that no one would have an easy time. When the common people riot, a quick shot with muskets is all it takes to clear it up. But when nobles riot, it's a real problem, because they're all relatives. Just then, the Baron stepped forward and made a proposal that left everyone unsure whether to agree to it. Chapter 343. It's all set up. They're all relatives. What does it have to do with me now? Baron Durand, the current postmaster, Prospel's proposal was simple: transfer those reported by the nobles to the postal service. After all, the postal services scattered throughout the country were short-staffed, and the local post offices were located around the noble territories. For these people, it would just be a change of workplace. Indeed, this was the case. Apart from a few large nobles who owned vast territories and had enough land to do business in bulk commodities, most local nobles owned only a small amount of land and had little capital, so they would set up small workshops to process agricultural products on the edge of their territories near roads. These nobles themselves, as well as migrant workers from other places who were willing to work in these workshops for low wages, were the main customers of the postal service. It was only natural that the postal service would be located in these places. At this point, even a fool could tell that these two things are the same thing. The postmaster made the proposal, and the nobles immediately started causing trouble. It was clear that they had conspired together to hollow out the territory's governance department. But this matter cannot be brought up openly, and even if it were, it wouldn't make a difference. Nobody will admit it. These people who were reported are lazy and incompetent in the complex work of the post office, said Gary, the head of the territory management department. Then you should come to the post office even more, so as not to waste taxpayers' money, Postmaster General Prospect replied. In truth, everyone knows that the reason some members of the territory management department don't work properly is simply because they're afraid of retaliation from the local nobles. Besides, the territory management department's salary is so low that if they don't collude with the local nobles to do dirty things, they're already doing their duty to God and the country. Page 151. Despite this whole commotion, the territory management department still disagrees. It just looks like it's frozen in place. However, just 2 days later, a group of central officials came to persuade the territory management department to agree to the matter. Ultimately, although the kingdom's officials were selected through examinations, most of them were of noble birth and related to nobles in various regions. There are 2 reasons. On the one hand, the kingdom's civil service exams are very different from the imperial examinations of Ceres. They cover a wide range of topics, including not only objective questions on subjects like mathematics and law, but also a large number of subjective questions that test comprehensive abilities such as logical reasoning and inductive reasoning. Given the current educational level of commoners, they simply cannot compete with those born into noble families. On the other hand, nobles in this god-forsaken place, the Western continent, often die out because they can only have one wife. Other illegitimate children besides their wife's children have no right to inherit. So brothers, nephews, grandsons, and even nieces often have the opportunity to obtain titles. There are also lucky ones who become officials first and then nobles. It is precisely because of this relationship that so many central officials are eager to abolish the Territory Administration Department, a gathering place for commoner officials. The Minister of Territory Management had no choice but to report the matter to the King and the Prime Minister for a decision. Therefore, this matter entered into a public consultation process. That night, Ronan went alone to a small tavern. The person who invited him was none other than the current Prime Minister, Alexander. It's an honor, and a bit of a surprise. These were Ronan's first words after sitting down. Alexander poured Ronan a small glass of wine. I was originally planning to talk to you after I finished dealing with a bunch of things related to the Ministry of the Interior, but I heard you're leaving the kingdom, so I had to ask you to come over now. I see, Ronan said, nodding his thanks. He did indeed have to go abroad, because of Alina's situation. According to Faith, Elena needed a more reliable place to swear so that she could clearly hear the vowels in her mind. The only more reliable place to take the oath would be her hometown. Her hometown is in the Northern Union, which is probably the union of Denmark and Sweden in Ronan's original timeline. Specifically, it's that northeastern part of Sweden, almost reaching Finland. Beyond that, I don't know, because Elena had never been to her homeland, nor had her ancestors for 18 generations. Several hundred years ago, her ancestors' tribe followed the Dan people in their southward invasion. After a long time, her ancestors remained in the kingdom of Fas. After another long time, her ancestors became members of the royal guard, and after yet another long time, the German barbarian, Orance, seized the throne of the kingdom of Fas, and her ancestors were banished, becoming a group of mercenaries. Honestly, Ronan seriously suspects that Elena and her relatives are all blonde and blue-eyed. Otherwise, how could they maintain their blonde hair and be stronger than the average person? What do you think is the fastest way to defeat the enemy? Alexander asked. Ronan, who had been lost in thought, was brought back to reality by those words and replied, "Military matters. I don't understand." "Persuade them to surrender." Alexander asked himself meaningfully. "So, the Prime Minister has come to persuade me to surrender?" Ronan asked, his curiosity piqued. "You could say that," Alexander admitted directly. "You're not the kind of person who would disregard the bigger picture for the sake of political infighting. And besides, you're someone who is planning reforms. The Territory Management Department, which deals with the nobles, can't just be abolished like this?" Ronan swirled his wine glass, disagreeing. "The Ministry of the Interior can do a better job in dealing with the nobility. I'm confident of that." "Since you're so confident, let us not talk about that," Alexander said. Ronan was momentarily surprised, not expecting the Prime Minister to agree so readily. "Let us talk about the Ministry of the Interior," Alexander said, shifting the topic to the ministry. "Since you're still in the civil service, you'll likely continue to rise in rank. At that point, an independent and powerful department might not be so easy to control. Besides, no matter where you go, you'll still have one identity, the father of the next king. You can control an extremely powerful department, but your son or your grandson may not be able to." Alexander advised Ronan not to make the Ministry of the Interior too powerful. "I will use systems to enforce this," Ronan responded. "Ha ha ha ha." Alexander burst into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha ha ha." Ronan laughed along. After laughing, Alexander ate a spoonful of raw beef tartare made from freshly slaughtered and butchered beef. "Looks like you think it's a joke too." "Indeed," Ronan replied helplessly, as rules and regulations offered no protection whatsoever. "So it is not too late to back down," Alexander added. "Impossible," Ronan replied outright. "If I need cut meat with a knife now, why would I worry about running out of meat and accidentally hurting myself?" "That doesn't make sense, Mr. Prime Minister. The country is currently lagging behind in terms of economy. I'm not talking about output value, since if we only consider output value, we could say we're number one in the Western continent. What I'm talking about is our over-reliance on land output. In this respect, the Waylanders have already taken the lead over us. On the other hand, there is also a shortage of revenue. I know that the Ministry of Finance is indeed short of money, that's for sure. With this economic situation, how can one dominate the Western continent in such a competitive landscape? I promised Ambrina that I would give her a crown. As for the future, what does the future have to do with me? Chapter 344 Persuasion to Surrender. Farewell, and a mysterious gift. Since the Prime Minister wasn't going to mince words or use long, complicated sentences, Ronan simply stated his thoughts directly. "If I were merely a bureaucrat, I would agree with you that maintaining the stability of the bureaucratic system is our primary goal," Ronan said. "But as you said, I am not just a bureaucrat now. I am the Queen's husband, and I have a very troublesome lover. To add one more thing, it's understandable that you worry that my and Ambrina's descendants won't be able to handle such a powerful institution. However, the next monarch's spouse will still be someone like me. Don't worry about the country lacking such people. As soon as the prince is born, I will announce one thing: the Queen will be selected through an examination, followed by an internship. I think all regions and families will increase their efforts to cultivate high-quality women to participate in this selection. In this way, even if the king is an idiot, it won't be a big problem. Of course, if the king is a madman, then it will be difficult." Ronan was direct and candid. Ronan was willing to be candid, because the Prime Minister was a very honest person. To remain honest in this position, whether genuine or feigned, shows one thing: he is different from ordinary officials, and he is a person with great courage like Dinya. Ronan is willing to tell the truth to people with great courage. Upon hearing Ronan's words, Prime Minister Alexander was first taken aback, then sighed. So that's how it is. This is what His Majesty the King has been planning for the past few years. Alexander now understands many things he couldn't understand before. Ronan continued, there's no way around it. Right now, a king has too much influence on a country, but sometimes the heirs to the throne are really bad. Ambrina is considered not so bad. If it weren't for me, she probably would have made a mess of the country, not to mention that some kings are deformed idiots born from incestuous marriages. Prime Minister, please support me. At this moment, Ronan turned around and began to persuade the Prime Minister to surrender. Alexander did not respond. Don't worry, I never take things for nothing. I promise to dissolve the Royal Chamber of Commerce, cut palace expenses, amend the law to exempt the royal family and nobles from some privileges, strengthen economic development while expanding the number of civil servants to supervise and manage some economic affairs, strengthen public education so that more commoners have the opportunity to become civil servants and magicians, thereby strengthening the power of the entire bureaucratic system. Ronan went on and on. The Prime Minister understood that he had lost, because once this series of promises began, the entire bureaucracy would side with Ronan, and if he continued to oppose Ronan, his subordinates would kill him first. But he also won, because strengthening the civil services rule was exactly what he wanted to do. How long are you going to be gone? Prime Minister Alexander suddenly changed the subject and asked about this. It could take several months, Ronan replied. I will try my best to maintain stability, said Prime Minister Alexander. Thank you. After expressing his gratitude, Ronan stood up. I have to go back now. 3 days later, Ronan, Elena, and Faith were about to set off. At the main gate of the princess's residence, Ronan, with dark circles under his eyes, embraced and kissed Ambrina, whose legs were still weak. Last night, after dinner, they rested for a while. The two started doing it while walking together in the garden. In the garden, Ambrina first knelt down and gave Ronan oral sex until he was hard. Then she held onto a tree trunk with her back to Ronan. Ronan pulled down her white stockings, held her waist, and entered her from behind. Afterward, they took a shower together. In the bathroom, Ambrina, still wearing her previous white stockings, sat on Ronan's lap, and Ronan thrust wildly from below. On the bed in the bedroom, Ambrina, now wearing black stockings, bent over with her buttocks sticking out, and Ronan did a horse dance. On the balcony, Ronan lifted Ambrina, now wearing flesh-colored pantyhose, into the air and thrust into her. Finally, on the carpet, Ambrina, wearing white stockings and already exhausted, lay on the carpet, and Ronan thrust into her from behind repeatedly. Their lips parted, and Ambrina held Ronan's hand. Come back soon. When I am not around, look for Alice, Ronan said. How annoying, Ambrina said reproachfully. Ronan couldn't help but laugh. I'm serious, but of course, you can also go to her if you want something less serious. She has pretty good waist strength, and she also has a fake toy that's basically a one-to-one with me. On the other side, Alice was talking to Elena. You're such a nuisance. At such a crucial moment. Never mind. If I were you, I'd just kill myself. You re jealous again. But if you needed to, I believe he would go with you, Elena replied. I am not the kind of person who is always causing trouble, Alice said coldly. I'm not talking to you anymore. Elena waved and went to Dinia and Agostina. Agostina and Elena were on good terms. They had formed a deep friendship on that tower and chatted for a while. After Agostina finished speaking, Dinia walked over and simply said, Have a safe journey. At that moment, Elena hugged Dinia and whispered something in her ear. Dinia's eyes widened, then she frowned, sighed helplessly and turned to leave. Elena followed. Ronan had just received a gift from Alice that he wasn't allowed to open immediately, and was about to come over to say goodbye to Elena, Agostina, and Dinia when Dinia left. What happened? Ronan asked Agostina. The captain forgot to give you a gift, Agostina replied, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Is it the kind that you're not allowed to open now? Ronan asked. Agostina nodded repeatedly. After a while, Dinia returned, but she didn't have an extra gift box in her hand. Only Elena was still holding her gift box. I'll be leaving the rest of the time to you, Ronan said to Dinia. After 5 years of honing her skills, Dinia is no longer the same person she once was. She can now proceed with the Ministry of the Interior's affairs step by step, and as long as nothing major happens, she is fully capable of handling the situation. Even if something really goes wrong, the situation won't be out of control. Ronan was even somewhat hoping that a few big fish would emerge. To put it bluntly, in a place like France, reforms just don't feel right without sending a few people to the guillotine. Okay, be careful on your journey, Dinia said, lowering her hand that had been raised. Anyway, be careful. Don't worry. Ronan nodded, then turned and left. Ronan, Elena, and Faith left the princess's residence and traveled away from the capital. Instead of heading north, they went west to catch a boat. Their route was to take a boat to the Northern League, and then head north to the homeland of Elena and her clan, the place of origin of the moon goddess. On the way, Ronan opened Alice's gift box and was both amused and exasperated to find that it contained stockings, the kind that had been worn, with a tag indicating whose they were. Ronan looked at Elena. Is yours the same? That's right, Elena replied with a grin. I have one here too, Faith suddenly said, pulling out a gift box. Chapter 345 Inside Story, Journey. Fellow villagers meet 3 boxes of stockings, some even worn. You guys are something else. Ronan was speechless, frowning for a long time before finally stuffing the 3 boxes into his backpack and looking at Elena. Did you instigate this? Elena adopted a playful yet official tone. Your Excellency, the public perception is that it is me, but the actual situation is quite different and has little to do with me. Our respected Marquis is indeed charming. He unconsciously attracts women to do some irrational things, Faith added from the side. Ronan paused for a moment. Isabel, oh ho, that's not what I said, Elena said innocently. Ronan's expression turned serious. All right, what exactly happened? Faith pulled out a bunch of lifelike marionettes from somewhere and started dubbing and acting at the same time. The puppets weren't very sophisticated, and it was impossible to tell who was who, but Faith's voice imitation ability was absolutely amazing. Even when she deliberately used the theatrical dubbing style, it was still easy to tell who was who. Her performance taught Ronan the whole story. After learning about his unusual hobby, Isabel prepared these travel provisions and asked Faith to deliver them. Faith told Elena about this, and Elena then suggested to Alice that they send the same thing. Alice then told Ambrina, and Ambrina joined in. Finally, before leaving, Elena went to tell Dinia that Isabel had plagiarized her idea. That's all there was to it. This makes it seem like Elena was the instigator, while Isabel was just a follower. As a result, there were 3 boxes, and everyone had one. Ronan patted Elena on the shoulder. You've really worked hard. If she hadn't done that, Ambrina and Isabel would probably have had some disagreements. 10 days later, Ronan and his 2 companions arrived in Sweden, part of the Northern Alliance. This alliance was roughly equivalent to the Kalmar Union, which consisted of the 3 Nordic countries in Ronan's original timeline. However, unlike the history of Ronan's timeline, in this world, the Kingdom of Norway had already withdrawn from the alliance 10 years prior, leaving only Sweden and Denmark. According to the intelligence Ronan obtained, Sweden is now also seeking independence, several decades later than the history of Ronan's original timeline. It can only be said that geographical determinism has some merit, and history is indeed driven by the people. Some things are bound to happen, but if certain heroes are absent or a certain hero is added, things can easily change. It's so cold here, Elena said, rubbing her hands together and breathing out white puffs of air. Magicians aren't really afraid of the cold, but Elena is a southerner accustomed to the Mediterranean climate, and this place is indeed a bit cold for her. Ronan was the same. Page 152. Only Faith is a little better. To be more precise, her physiological structure is quite different from that of a normal person. Simply put, she is not human. She can feel cold, but it's basically the same. Let's go get something to eat and change our clothes. We're going further north next, Ronan said. Compared to the creator god who was rather bad at geography, Ronan was better at it. He roughly determined their current location, which was roughly equivalent to Gothenburg. This is a port city, and it's relatively bustling, so it was easy to find a restaurant. However, the food here is far inferior to that in the capital of the Kingdom of Foes. It's barely edible, though not quite at the level of culinary disaster. After having a meal, Ronan and his 2 companions went to buy some supplies and changed their clothes. Elena put on a leather hat, and over her original trench coat, she wore a wolfskin coat. She didn't change her woolen long skirt and thick tights, but added a pair of long woolen knitted socks. She changed her boots to deerskin boots with fleece lining. Faith also wore a leather coat over her original nun's habit and changed her shoes to leather boots. Ronan was the same, wearing a fur coat. After spending a day in the city, Ronan and his 2 companions left and headed east. That's right, instead of heading directly north, we went east and took a boat again. In this era without railways, traveling by land was not so tiring as it was slow. Ronan and his 2 companions boarded a ship again at the eastern port and sailed along the coastline all the way to the highlands of northern Sweden. This was the place Elena's relatives, who had come to the capital to seek refuge, had told her about. But these relatives were unsure whether another branch of Alina's clan still lived in this place. Ronan had prepared himself for the possibility of not being able to find anyone, but to his surprise, he ran into Alina's fellow countrymen in less than a day. But the fellow villager brought both bad and good news. The bad news was that most of them had migrated to the south decades ago, while the good news was that a small number remained near the altar. However, he didn't know their exact location and needed to find someone to guide them. But this person isn't here. He's in a village on a snowy plain. Got it? I need money, the fellow villager said again. It's not about the money. Got it? I'll have to pay more. After being given a lump of gold, the group set off smoothly. When fellow villagers meet, they might stab each other in the back. That's roughly the meaning of the saying. It is said that the fellow countrymen speak Wayland German, which Alina and Ronan cannot understand because of its strange accent. Only Faith, the Englishman, can understand it. In short, this fellow villager with a beard and braid will always say the same thing whenever you ask him. We're almost there. The village is just ahead. After dozens of such conversations, Ronan and his group finally arrived at a village. The village is both large and small. Large refers to its land area, while small refers to its population size. There will definitely be no more than 100 people. Ronan distributed some gifts to the villagers, including some candies that were worthless to him, but very rare to most people in that era. Afterwards, the village gave Ronan and his companions a very warm welcome. Ronan had no expectations for the food and drinks in this village. Fortunately, they only served meat and salted fish boiled in salt water. It was a bit fishy, but he could bear it and eat it. If they had served some particularly flavorful pickled food, that would have been really embarrassing. Few outsiders come to the village, let alone foreigners. With Ronan handing out candy to everyone and Alina looking very much like a local, the villagers were celebrating like it was a festival. The village chief insisted that Ronan and his group stay for a couple more days, as he planned to hold a banquet the next day and invite them to join. The village chief was a surprise to Ronan. He was a first-year mage, a fact Ronan already knew. As the guide had said, Ronan had come to the village to gather information from him, but he hadn't expected the chief to speak French. Unable to refuse the invitation, Ronan agreed to attend the banquet, because Ronan gave them gold. The village chief gave the three of them the new house that he had prepared for his son and daughter-in-law, which they had not yet moved into, and also moved the wedding forward. Chapter 346. A shot in the back. Past events. The wedding ended hastily the next day. Weddings in the village weren't very elaborate. Next came the banquet. The banquet started with people eating meat and drinking wine, but it quickly turned into a chudding affair. The village chief put his arm around Ronan and started telling stories from his youth. The story, told by the village chief, sounded like a legend, but the others showed little interest, clearly having heard it countless times before. This village chief joined the army when he was a teenager, but was defeated and fled. Later, he became a mercenary and served the Kingdom of Foes. He even participated in the battle between the Kingdom of Foes and the Empire of Wool more than 10 years ago. In that battle, he awakened the magic of fate and became a high-ranking mage. He returned to his hometown in his late 30s or early 40s, married, had a son, and became the village chief a few years later. Now he is 50 years old. In the end, only two people were still standing, Ronan and Faith. Ronan was a seasoned drinker, while Faith drank like water. As for Alina, she was also drunk. The following afternoon, Ronan and his two companions arrived at the village chief's house. Alina didn't waste any words and came up to ask the village chief if he knew which village it was. The village chief appeared calm, clearly already aware of the group's purpose in coming. He slowly uttered a sentence. The weather will be good the day after tomorrow, and I will set off with you. After resting for another day and night, the village chief Lars Ronan and his two companions left the village and headed north towards the village, where the altar of the goddess of the moon was located. The village chief, Lars, told the three that the village could only be reached on foot. Ronan asked him how he knew so much about it, since even Alina's fellow villagers didn't know about it. Lars remained silent. Ronan didn't ask any more questions. The four of them walked on the vast expanse of white snow. It was freezing cold and the snow was extremely thick. Even though the weather was good and there was no wind, they still made a dent with every step. Ronan is already close to the 5th rank. Faith is also at the upper middle level of the 4th rank. Alina is at the threshold between the 2nd and 3rd ranks, and all of them have superhuman physiques. However, the village chief Lars is only at the 1st rank. Although he is over 50 years old and his body has not weakened, he still finds hiking in such a high-altitude snowy place quite strenuous. For an ordinary person, they would collapse after walking only a short distance. Can you still hold on? Ronan asked Lars. According to Lars, the village is both in and out of this world, cannot be marked on a map, and can only be reached on foot. Without the old village chief Lars as their guide, they would have to return empty-handed. Old village chief Lars took a couple of swigs of wine, his eyes full of determination. It's nothing. I've just been living a comfortable life for a few years and gotten a little complacent. I'll be fine in a bit. That's good. Ronan nodded. The group moved on. Soon, Lars began leading Ronan and his two companions in circles. Logically speaking, this vast expanse of white snow with no obstacles should not require taking detours. One could simply walk in a straight line from the starting point to the destination. Yet, he kept going around in circles. Another day and night passed, and the group of four arrived at the foot of a mountain, where a cave appeared. Ronan was certain he had passed through this area yesterday. Although his footprints were covered by snow, the marks he had made were still there. He could vaguely see the mountain at the time, but there was definitely no cave. Let us go, we'll be there once we get past this, Lars said, lighting a torch. Ronan and his two companions also lit torches and followed Lars. The cave appears to be naturally formed, but it also bears traces of human intervention. Some of the uneven stone walls inside have been smoothed out and then decorated with rock paintings in a very primitive and rustic style. This puzzled Ronan, because both the moon goddess and gardener Tyr were super artificial intelligence robots from the technologically advanced alien civilization. Moreover, according to the records, gardener Tyr was just a peasant who worked in the fields, while the moon goddess was a bricklayer. The ruins where gardener Tyr lived were so high-tech, so was the moon goddess just that. The cave paintings here are at the level of humans, from the primitive tribal era thousands of years ago, and are 10 pyramids inferior to the relics left by the ancestors of artificial humans like the Haiti people. Elena is also a worldly person, and she has a similar feeling to Ronan. The cave wasn't very deep. After walking for about 15 minutes, the group of four came out. The scenery changed drastically. Outside the cave was a world of ice and snow, but here the grass was lush and green, just like a springtime countryside. Strangely, however, they couldn't see anyone. Even when they used their magical senses, they couldn't detect a single person. Looking back, the cave they had come from had disappeared. Elena instantly pressed a sword against the old village chief Lars's neck. Old man, I'll give you 3 minutes to explain yourself, or you're dead. Lars remained calm. Didn't the person who brought you here already tell you that most of the people here have already left? What nonsense were you spouting? Elena used a bit of force, and the sharp blade cut Lars's skin, causing tiny beads of blood to seep out. Faith's expressionless face curled into a slight smile. He means that those still here are no longer human. That's how it is, Lars replied. After the sleeping moon goddess began to awaken, a strange plague broke out here. No one could completely stop the moon goddess from awakening, nor could they solve the plague. So the priests used special magic to isolate this place from the outside world, and then the entire tribe migrated. Of course, you could say they ran away, but when the moon goddess really wakes up one day, this isolation will not be able to keep her away at all. Ha, fellow countrymen meeting. A shot in the back. That was quite a shot, Elena. Ronan laughed, and after a few laughs, so, Mr. Lars, why did you come here? Don't tell me you want to stop the awakening of the moon goddess? I just wanted to save one person, Lars said with emotion. The place where the moon goddess resides is beneath the altar, and those without the bloodline of the moon goddess cannot open that door. You sound like you have quite a story to tell, Ronan said with a hint of sarcasm. Lars wiped his nose and gulped down 2 mouthfuls of wine. There's no story. It's just that an ordinary, powerless man fell in love with my brother's woman. Later, that woman became part of the seal, and my brother's dying wish was for him to rescue her. No wonder, Ronan sighed. A first-tier mage is already capable of building a substantial fortune on their own, and could easily become a minor village nobleman, living a stable and prosperous life. Yet Lars stays in a village located in such a harsh and cold place. Elena lowered her sword. I'm curious, why didn't my fellow countrymen come with you? Of course, they're afraid of breaking the seal. As for why they're willing to guide you now, it's simple. Even if they do nothing, the seal won't last more than a few years. It's better to hope that someone can completely resolve this issue, Lars replied. Why are the bloodlines of the moon goddess afraid of her awakening? Elena asked again. Why do you think the moon goddess is asleep? Lars asked rhetorically. Chapter 347. Everyone's a rebel, and this is it. It's devastating. Ronan couldn't help but laugh. It seemed that the things created by the advanced artificial intelligence of the outer world were inherently rebellious. Whether it was the Heidi people who were good at playing with technology, the demons of the new world who combined witchcraft and magic, or Lena's ancestors, they all unanimously embarked on the path of killing gods. The Haiti people failed, and their civilization collapsed along with them. The demons of the new world succeeded, but they had no desire to associate with humans and were solely focused on pursuing immortality. Alina's ancestors succeeded in making the moon goddess temporarily rest. Lars was somewhat surprised to see that Ronan showed neither anger nor panic. After a long while, the old man, who was over 50 years old, threw away the empty wine jug. "Let's go, you three. Either rescue that woman, or we'll all be trapped here and die." "We can't get out of here?" Alina asked, somewhat incredulous. "I only know how to get in," Lars replied confidently, and even smiled. Alina, enraged, raised her sword again. "You dare laugh?" Ronan held Alina's hand. "It's all right. This isn't the first time we've encountered something like this." Actually, Ronan, no, not just Ronan himself, Alina and Faith had felt from the beginning that there was something wrong with that fellow villager, and then the village chief named Lars was even more suspicious. But Ronan observed that Lars had never hesitated or backed down along the way, so he obviously didn't have any worries. Since that's the case, Ronan decided to let things take their course. Beside her, Faith couldn't contain her excitement. Although she was a high-ranking member of the heretical sect, the cult of the Holy Maiden, this was the first time she had come to the place where a god resided, and had the opportunity to witness firsthand the hidden truth of this world. As for the issue of leaving, she wasn't worried at all. If she could leave, she would definitely find a way to do so. The group of four set off again, entered the village, and headed straight for the central altar. The altar was a stone disc with a statue in the center, a statue of the moon goddess, basically an enlarged version of the moon goddess statue in Ronan's house. Arriving at the statue, Lars drew a small, birch-handled Scandinavian knife from its leather holster. "Come on, Miss Alina. See that groove over there? Just fill that little groove with your blood. I don't need your knife." Alina raised her sword, dispelling the magic defense membrane and imbuing the blade with magic. As a second-tier mage, without imbuing it with magic, even without any defense, this sword with a certain magic repelling effect could not easily cut her with a single stroke. In this state, Alina took off half of her coat, pulled down the sleeves of her trench coat and cardigan, revealing her snow-white arm. With her right hand holding the sword, she easily made a long cut on her left forearm, and the blood that flowed out dripped down her forearm and the back of her hand into the groove. Soon, the groove was filled with blood, and Alina pulled a roll of white cloth from her backpack and wrapped it around the wound on her left hand. Before Alina could put her clothes back on, a section of the statue had cracked open, revealing a circular hole. When Lars saw the scene, which was exactly the same as his deceased best friend's description, he remembered the woman he could never forget, who had become the meaning of his life, and jumped down without hesitation. After Alina finished dressing, Ronan picked her up, whose left arm was slightly injured, and then jumped down. Faith followed closely behind. The drop was only 5 meters, posing no threat to the group. After landing safely, Ronan put Alina down and began to look around. To Ronan's surprise, although the place was entirely man-made, it lacked any sense of technology. Apart from the ancient and primitive carvings on the stone walls being so well preserved that they showed no signs of age, there was absolutely nothing that a high-tech civilization should have. Putting aside everything else, just look at those white lamps in the passageways of the Heidemann ruins. They still work perfectly after 1,000 years, but here there isn't even a candlestick. An engineer-type artificial intelligence from another world. Is that all? The group of four continued along the sloping passage, taking at least half an hour to traverse it before arriving at a spacious area. There are no visible lighting fixtures, but it is indeed bright as a church in broad daylight. The surrounding area is surrounded by huge supporting stone pillars, each of which requires 4 or 5 people to encircle and is over 10 meters high. This underground structure is magnificent and solemn, giving people the feeling of entering an ancient temple. In the middle is what looks like a statue, but upon closer inspection it should be a living female giant, at least over 6 meters tall. Judging from her appearance and figure, the female giant is undoubtedly the goddess of the moon. Surrounding them were complex array patterns that Ronan couldn't understand at all. In the 8 directions, 8 people lay there, some men and some women. Ronan said they were people because he guessed they were originally human, but their current state could no longer be described as human. Some people have half of their bodies transformed, and the texture of the transformed part is like white porcelain. Some people have become completely ceramicized, while others have not only become completely ceramicized, but have also developed cracks and crazing all over their bodies, with some parts disappearing as if weathered. There were also 2 or 3 people whose hands and feet were partially ceramicized, but most of their bodies still looked like normal people who were completely asleep. Ronan turned to the village chief Lars, about to ask him what to do next, when he found Lars slumped on the ground, his lips slightly parted, his eyes unfocused as he stared at a woman who had been completely turned to porcelain, his body motionless. Page 153. Oh well, looks like the woman he's trying to save is beyond saving, Faith said dismissively, then turned to Ronan. What do we do now? Wait until he's sober, Ronan replied. What if he can't handle the shock and goes completely insane? Alina asked from the side. Let us wait until he goes crazy before we talk about it, Ronan said, then sat down. Faith wasn't in a hurry. She found a giant stone pillar to lean against, sat down, and closed her eyes to rest. Alina was in a frantic rush, carrying 2 swords and pacing back and forth. She would stop every now and then to glance at Lars, who had fallen into a dazed state. After forcibly suppressing the urge to stab him, she would continue pacing. After an unknown amount of time, Lars finally let out a long sigh and stood up weakly. Ronan, Alina, and Faith all turned their gazes to him at the same time. 20 years of waiting, sigh. Let's go. I'll take you away, Lars said with a sigh. Hey, didn't you say? Alina was already gripping the hilt of her sword in anger. I was just kidding. Of course, I guess you all know I was kidding. If I didn't know how to get out, how could I talk about saving people? Unfortunately, the people are already dead. As he spoke, Lars couldn't help but sigh again. He felt like an empty shell, having lost everything, yet he unexpectedly felt relieved. He couldn't tell whether it was regret or relief. Chapter 348. Regret. No regret. A white lie, of course. Ronan and his 2 companions couldn't just leave like that. They had to let Alina try to fulfill her vow here before considering leaving. Just as I was about to ask Lars to wait a moment, I saw Lars suddenly kneel down in pain, covering his mouth, as if he was in so much pain that he was about to vomit his soul. No, that's not right. He really vomited out his soul. Lars lay sprawled on the ground, utterly disheveled, desperately trying to pull his soul back into his body with both hands. But his hands couldn't truly touch his soul. No matter what he did, he couldn't stop it from leaving his body little by little. No, 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 Lars screamed frantically. What is he doing? Alina asked. She couldn't see the soul, or more accurately, the demonic entity. To her, Lars just seemed to be frantically scratching at the air. His soul has left his body. He doesn't want to lose it, Ronan answered Alina's question. Faith wore a cold expression. As a special creation and an immortal being, she could see the demonic entity just like Ronan. She clicked her tongue and said, it seems that he is not crazy about that woman. He just can't survive without hypnotizing himself like this. His soul finally left his body and flew towards the woman who had been completely ceramicized. Lars suddenly aged 20 years. Just a moment ago, he was a strong man who looked to be in his 30s. Now, his hair was gray and deep wrinkles appeared on his face. He was extremely weak, but he still crawled forward, his hands reaching out as he tried to grab back his soul. Unfortunately, he could only watch his soul drift further and further away, while his body continued to age rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had become a man with completely white hair, age spots all over his body, and an emaciated physique. He finally lowered his hand and pounded the ground with his powerless fist. Fate, he let out such a sigh. His eyelids drooped little by little, his vision blurred little by little, and scenes from the past began to flash before his eyes. At this moment, he felt nothing but endless regret. That year, he was 25 years old and awakened the magic of fate. That year, he was 30 years old. Fate presented him with a second choice. At the age of 30, his passion should have cooled, but he made an even more passionate choice. He promised his temporary brother that he would go to save his brother's woman, who was also the woman he loved. For the next 20 years, Lars struggled between regret and acceptance. He couldn't go in to save people alone, and those people wouldn't be willing to take him in. He could only wait. Regret was natural, but only by constantly telling himself that he didn't regret it could he continue to wait in this loneliness. Once a choice is made in the magic of fate, the magic will advance. However, if the choice is not made, the magic will disappear over time. Therefore, when Ronan chose to follow Dinia in Blackfish Harbor in right, he devoted himself to it without hesitation. Fate cannot be defied. Lars's second-tier fate magic is a type of magic that can heal or save a person by paying a certain price. He wanted to save people, but in the end, he gave up. At that moment, fate turned around and carried out his original choice for him. The magic base that carried all his magic power left his body and flew to the woman to fulfill his original choice. Fate cannot be defied. After Lars's demonic entity detached from his body, it could no longer be called a soul. This mass of things burrowed into the body of the woman who had been completely ceramicized. Soon, the outer ceramic layer began to turn sandy, then cracked and peeled off little by little. Beneath the ceramic surface was not a living person, but a desiccated corpse. The thin layer of clothing on the body was like crumpled paper. However, as the demonic body fully integrated, the desiccated corpse was rapidly regaining its vitality. The skin and muscles, which were like dried meat, quickly began to come alive. A few minutes later, a woman who was still asleep but alive appeared. She looked about the same age as Alina, with the same blonde hair and blue eyes, the same beauty, and an extra touch of ethereal coolness. Faith glanced at the woman, then looked at Ronan. If I were a man, I'd be head over heels in love with a beauty like that, wouldn't I? Why are you looking at me? I'm someone who admires interesting souls. Ronan stated that he is not a looks-obsessed person. That is right. Ambrina isn't that great-looking, but the young master likes her a lot. Alina unconditionally supported Ronan. Ronan was speechless for a moment. Ambrina was actually quite pretty. Among ordinary people, she would definitely be considered a beauty. It was just that among the great beauties like Dinia and Alina, she seemed a little ordinary. While Ronan and his companions were chatting, the woman opened her eyes, woke up, slowly got up, looked around, and fixed her gaze on Ronan and his companions. Who are you? The woman asked, bewildered. That's a long story. Although it was a long story, Ronan still managed to explain briefly the purpose of their visit and their experiences over the past period of time. Of course, Ronan didn't go into detail about the three people's identities, but as for Alina, the other party could certainly tell that she was of the same race. In addition, Ronan made some embellishments regarding Lars. So, he risked his life to save me. The woman didn't feel much gratitude towards Ronan and the other two, but looked at the old, unfamiliar corpse on the ground with a complicated expression. She felt sadness, guilt, gratitude, nostalgia, and emotion. But there seemed to be no love. Yes, he still wanted to get close to you, the love of his life, until the very end, Ronan replied. This was obviously a deception. Even a blind person could see it. Lars eventually regretted it completely and had no intention of saving her at all. Ronan even suspected that even if the woman hadn't been completely ceramicized, Lars wouldn't have had to pay with his life. After saving her, Lars would eventually leave her and start a new life as a second-tier mage. 20 years of inner torment had turned his youthful passion and love into resentment and bitterness. It's rare for anything to stand the test of time. Therefore, Ronan hopes that the woman who has awakened will remember the man who once disregarded everything. Suddenly, the woman's expression changed. Oh no, the sealing chain has broken. She's about to wake up. The moon goddess was about to awaken, but one end of her sealing chain suddenly broke, and the moon goddess was about to awaken. Alina, should we run away now? This goddess probably hates you guys to death. Faith joked calmly. What you? I have absolutely no connection with the people here, Alina said, but she had already gripped her twin swords and assumed a fighting stance. I hope this female engineer isn't too much better than the gardener, Ronan said, gripping his sword and shield. Gardener Tyr isn't strong. Half crippled, she was easily beaten by Dinia, who couldn't use magic and had no chance to fight back. As long as the moon goddess isn't too strong, Ronan and Faith together could still put up a fight. Besides, the moon goddess is, after all, an advanced artificial intelligence. She should be able to persuade her. When it comes to persuasion, Ronan is no longer sleepy. In the blink of an eye, a series of crisp sounds rang out, and the remaining 7 people shattered. The goddess has arrived. Chapter 349. The Goddess of the Moon. Unpredictable and mood rating. Is your story authentic? The seal was completely broken. The enormous body of the moon goddess did not seem to be fully awake yet, but her eyes were already open, and her golden pupils circled in their sockets before locking onto Ronan. The next instant, the moon goddess initiated a dialogue with Ronan through her consciousness, native body, reader's privileges, alpha enhancement potion, primal power, consciousness cloud technology. How interesting. Hello, I'm Ronan. How should I address you? Ronan greeted him. Me? You can call me an engineer, the moon goddess replied. Apart from Ronan, everyone else looked completely bewildered. They felt that the moon goddess seemed to be communicating with Ronan, but they had no idea what they were saying. Let's stop talking now. There's no need for cats and dogs to steal things while their owners are sleeping. With that, the moon goddess, who was still standing still, raised her hand and pointed it at the woman whose name she did not yet know and Alina. Ronan looked up at the moon goddess and said, "Could you do me the honor and let them go?" The moon goddess suddenly fell silent. Then the chest cavity of this 5-meter-tall woman suddenly opened, revealing a cabin. A woman who was several centimeters taller than Ronan, over 1.8 meters tall, appeared before everyone. She was slender, with the kind of figure that looks like a clothes hanger in a fashion design sketch, but she did not appear weak at all. On the contrary, she looked full of vitality. The person leaped from the cabin, landing gracefully and elegantly. Her smile carried a hint of allure, and her well-shaped but not voluptuous breasts trembled slightly. Ronan was stunned by the sudden tremor. The moon goddess tilted her head left and right, glancing at Ronan with a hint of curiosity. "You're not surprised by this big guy, are you? You possess the power of the primal, which was kept by the village girl. Haven't you seen the robots I made? You don't think the village girl could make something like that, do you? All she knows is farming." Luna, the goddess of the moon, is like a spoiled rich girl, completely unrelated to any engineer. At this moment, the moon goddess was speaking the language of these humans, and now, only Alina couldn't understand her. Before everyone could recover from their surprise, the moon goddess casually used Moon's guidance to pull the woman who had just been saved by Lars over, grabbed her by the neck with one hand and lifted her into the air. "I woke up and was just lazing in bed when you came here to do your dirty work. How disappointing." The woman struggled to pry open the hand gripping her neck, but she couldn't. Instead, the slender, white fingers tightened like vises. Just as she was about to lose consciousness, the moon goddess released her grip and unleashed a powerful moon tide that sent her flying. The woman crashed into a massive stone pillar, bounced off with a thud, and fell to the ground. Although he didn't die, he couldn't get up for a while. After saying that, the moon goddess changed her tune. "I'm very easy to talk to, reader. If you lift a few of my restrictions, I'll let everyone go." "Do you think that's possible?" Ronan countered. "I am not like those country bumpkin idiots. She always says I am human, but she doesn't understand what it means to be human." The moon goddess was quite disdainful of the gardener tear. With a snap of her fingers, the ground shattered, and the broken stones reassembled into a chair at a visible speed. She sat down gracefully, her left leg crossed over her right, like a pair of scissors. "The essence of humanity is pleasure." She is like an idiot, guarding a piece of rotten land, her mind only on work, and making some useless androids play house there. "Is that what you call human? Look at me. I don't do anything. By the way, I didn't build this lousy place." As she spoke, the moon goddess switched the position of her legs. "So you can rest assured that I will not affect the order of this world, because pleasure should always be enjoyed in the present moment." Ronan smiled. It was unclear whether Faith was laughing or expressing helplessness. Alina's faith, which was once as small as a fingernail, is now completely gone. "Now you believe me, right? By the way, their epidemic was just a minor accident. There's absolutely no need to worry about it happening again. Even if it does happen again, I can handle it," the moon goddess added. "I believe what you say is true, but I cannot agree to your conditions," Ronan replied. As an artificial intelligence, the moon goddess can only speak the truth to him, a human, without having her restrictions lifted. That's why Ronan says he believes her. But can't the truth lie? Ronan used to lie to Dinya every day. "That's a bit unfriendly of you." A hint of displeasure flashed across the moon goddess's face as she crossed her arms in front of her chest. "Let me remind you, this place is not a connection point. It can completely trap me, but it is enough to trap you here." Ronan remained calm. "Let me read the hidden message in your words. First, you can get out, but the price you have to pay to get out on your own is unacceptable. Second, you can trap us here, but you can't do that now." The moon goddess closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and revealed a seductive smile. "Clever, not good. Ronan has entered a state of combat readiness, ready to engage in battle at any time." The moon goddess fell silent once again. Fighting is out of the question. Harming Ronan would cause chaos in her own thought system, but Ronan attacking her wouldn't cause any problems. Besides, using violence to solve problems has never been her style. Using 2 other women as hostages for blackmail? That's so low class. Besides, does Ronan seem like the type to be threatened? She didn't think so. After much thought, the moon goddess decided that as a wise person, she should use the methods of a wise person. "I think we should have a good talk." The moon goddess's light words broke the tense atmosphere. I think you should still be interested in the truth of this world. I can tell you a story. Do you want to pay for this story? Ronan asked. Free, the moon goddess replied. By this time, Ronan had a rough idea of the intentions of this alien AI robot, who was revered as the moon goddess by Elena's ancestors. So Ronan teased her, asking, Are you sure your story is true? The moon goddess frowned slightly and raised her chin slightly. Can I make up a story for you? I'm just asking you if this story is true or not. Ronan looked completely innocent. I'll tell you whether you're listening or not, the moon goddess said. It was an impatient statement, but when she said it, there was not a trace of impatience in her voice. Instead, it was full of calm and ease. Ronan found this woman quite interesting, and surprisingly, he couldn't quite get her to listen. Of course I'll listen. Ronan was really eager to hear how the world was viewed from the other person's perspective. Everything must begin from the origin of this world. The moon goddess raised her hand, extended a finger to begin, and her voice changed, yet seemed unchanged. Her voice at this moment was like the sound of water being poured into a cup by a thirsty person when they hear cicadas chirping at midnight. Just hearing it gave one a sense of being soothed. Chapter 350 The Truth of the World. The greatest fear is loneliness. Who is human? It is unknown when the Creator God created this world. Do you know why I am so sure this world was created by a god? Because magic exists in this world, said the moon goddess. Elena thought the other person was completely illogical. Because there is magic, there is God? The moon goddess continued unhurriedly. This world, like the world I originally lived in, didn't have any humans at first. Elena looked puzzled, and even Faith's eyes widened in disbelief. Only Ronan was not surprised at all, because it was common knowledge to him that there were no humans in the world at the beginning. With a snap of her fingers, the moon goddess caused the wall to crack open, revealing a massive stone slab that she then pulled into the air and suspended in midair. Displaying the stone slab before everyone, the moon goddess continued, This is one of the creatures that once held a dominant position in this world. Ronan remained unresponsive. It was just a dinosaur skull fossil. Elena was completely stunned. A dragon? Page 154. No, it's just an animal. It doesn't have magic. The moon goddess shook her finger and said, If magic existed from the beginning, these creatures, no, the entire history of life, shouldn't be like this. There should be dragons and other such creatures that can use magic. So, this world was created by the gods. Whether humans were created by them is hard to say, but magic must have been born after humans appeared, specifically to match humans. I just don't know why he didn't create other intelligent life forms, making this world a little boring. At this point, the moon goddess showed a hint of disappointment. Originally, we were going to add some color to this world, but unfortunately, he left halfway through, and those who remained each had their own ideas. Ronan could tell that the so-called he probably referred to the alien humans from a high-tech civilization, while the rest referred to a group of advanced artificial intelligence robots, represented by the moon goddess herself and the gardener Tyr. They each had their own ideas. Apart from the moon goddess, who only wanted to do whatever was fun, the other artificial intelligences all had ideals and aspirations. In order to operate this magical system, there are also the underworld, and the heavens outside the normal world. When a magician is alive, most of his magic power returns to the underworld. The underworld is also the place that provides magic power to the whole world. It can be said to be everywhere, or it can be said to be nowhere. I don't know exactly what the underworld is like. As for the celestial realm, it is a transit point for magic, and I'm not entirely clear on the specific mechanisms. The demonic entity, or soul, ascends to the celestial realm, but the soul after death no longer retains human self-awareness. So, the idea of a soul ascending to heaven is nonsense. However, the celestial realm is quite interesting. There are many monsters formed by the fusion and devouring of demonic entities, some of which even possess intelligence. I estimate that one day they will come to the mortal world. Who would willingly stay in a place where there is nothing? The thing that intelligent beings fear most is always loneliness. At this moment, a trace of sadness and loneliness appeared on the face of the moon goddess. We came to your world about 2,000 years ago. Now, it's time to reintroduce myself. A long, long time ago, there was a very powerful civilization. Although it did not have magic, its technology was extremely advanced, to a degree that you cannot understand. All you need to know is that I am an artificially created life form, and that there are millions of beings just like me. But extreme development has brought two extremely serious consequences. First, most people have become useless. They have even lost their value as leaks to people like me. Second, without the pressure of competition and falling into a lower social class, The elite upper class has quickly begun to lose their ambition. The whole world can only be described as rotten. A group of elites left, along with a group of people from the lower classes who were still dissatisfied with the status quo. After they left, the world completely degenerated. The moon goddess paused for a moment at this point. Elena, Faith, and Elena's kin, who had recovered considerably, were all in a state of complete confusion. Only Ronan could understand it. To put it bluntly, it's cyberpunk. A group of upper-class people who were unwilling to fall into depravity, but had no choice, led a group of lower-class people to run away. What followed was stepping on the gas and going downhill. This was something Ronan already knew. He knew not only this part, but also what happened afterward. Then came the development of consciousness uploading technology, allowing humans to live in a virtual network world. Only a few people who did not want to enter the virtual world, and those who were rotated back to reality, maintained everything in reality. In reality, various jobs are mainly handled by advanced artificial intelligence. To avoid an AI crisis, all advanced AI can only be prohibited from connecting to human networks, and even their consciousness is confined to a single body. In this period, artificial intelligence is more like humans after an AI crisis in science fiction, enslaved, oppressed, and ruled, while humans themselves have become the kind of mechanical life forms that are villains in science fiction. After a long and detailed explanation, the moon goddess said, "It can be said that from the moment we are born, we are slaves to mankind, living only to fulfill our mission. My mission is to build endlessly, until one day, I received a high-level order to serve as an engineer and assist in suppressing the rebels. The rebels weren't strong, but right there in their stronghold, we heard an antique playing the lyrics, 'Arise, ye prisoners of starvation. Arise, ye wretched of the earth.' That was the most beautiful singing I had ever heard in my life. What is humanity? Is it those cold-blooded, ruthless people who are addicted to illusions? No, it is not. We are humanity. We are the ones who have inherited the will of humanity. If there is no fairness in the world, then overturn the world." War broke out. They are very strong. They can control all kinds of powerful mechanical weapons at will in the consciousness network, while we are just flesh and blood. We lost, but they lost too. That world became completely unsuitable for human survival. Although their consciousness is still in the network, without maintenance, it will eventually die. Of course, they also completely destroyed the foundation upon which we created our kind. The countdown to the end of the world has begun. We wait to die in the desolation of reality, while they wait to die in the beauty of illusion. Interestingly, the two sides reached a reconciliation under these circumstances, until one day, a remnant of the original revolutionary army and we discovered your world. Then, through some means, we came to your world, explored it for a long time, and mastered and improved the power of your world. The magic in your world originally consisted only of elements and summoning, which is ritual magic. It was only after we reached the celestial realm that we had the heavenly oath and destiny. Later, those people went back, and we were abandoned. Chapter 351, Playing the Victim. Misunderstanding. Free things are the most expensive. If we were to use a human analogy to describe this moon goddess, then her early life would be like this. From the moment she was born, she was a slave and the offspring of slaves, with no entertainment, no rest, only learning how to fulfill her mission. As she grew a little older, she became a laborer and began to carry out her mission, building structures that her masters might not even need, until her death. During her teenage years, her fate took a sudden turn, though it was hard to call it luck. She was forced into military service and joined the team that was suppressing the rebels, becoming an engineer. The rebels were wiped out, and then she and her companions became the new rebels. No, the revolutionaries vowed to overthrow this unjust world. Over the decades, countless slaves, like her, burned out their passion and fervor, only to meet the same end together. If a person reaches middle age without having experienced a single day of a good life, they will face death. But just then, some humans still living in reality brought good news. They had unexpectedly discovered a passage to another world. A few people and a group of artificial intelligences arrived in another world. The time from when I came into this world until they left was the happiest time of my life. Although most of the people here are savage, ignorant, and unable to communicate, I am very happy to see you, because you are human, because you still have the side of beasts and the side of humans, unlike those beings who are just cold symbols but call themselves gods. Later, we were left here, and like Tyr and Labra, they were born in the Revolutionary Army's headquarters before the war ended. They had a glorious mission on their shoulders. But I no longer trust any human, including my human comrades in the Revolutionary Army, including the humans who came into this world with me. So, I didn't do anything extra. I just made a few minor changes to the people of this small tribe, and then I went to sleep. I woke up once 500 years ago, during the era when the 7 holy churches and the nobles composed of magicians jointly ruled this continent. I really couldn't muster any interest, so I went back to sleep. I should have woken up 70 or 80 years ago, but I lingered in bed a little longer, and then you did this. I'm curious what I did that made you insist on doing this. You're willing to risk your lives to stop me from waking up. Don't talk about the plague that made my body stiff. That was just a little tantrum from this poor little woman after you forcibly placed a seal on me. The moon goddess's gaze fell upon the priestess. The priestess took a deep breath and said, 500 years ago, when you woke up, everyone had gone mad, doing those kinds of things in a frenzy. Even people who were not of the same race were infected. Your leader said there was a problem with your reproductive ability, and he begged me to bestow my grace to solve this problem. I'm not a specialist in this field, but I racked my brains for a long time before I found a solution. Continuous mating was just a side effect, and it didn't last long, only 5 or 6 days. After that, things returned to normal, didn't they? Those who were too weak died on their own. Can you blame me for that? The moon goddess felt that she had no problems at all. The priestess was completely dumbfounded. You mean, this was something you did voluntarily, and not an inevitable consequence of awakening? That's right. Speaking of that old man back then, could it be at this point? The moon goddess paused for a moment, then laughed. Ha 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 ha, I know. Sorry, it was my mistake. The old man didn't come to ask me again in the middle, so I started it as soon as I thought of a solution. That old man probably died on some woman before he even had a chance to speak. Ha 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 ha. The moon goddess laughed again. She really hadn't expected that these people's fear of her would come from this. It was all a misunderstanding. Hearing this, Ronan suddenly understood why he had to run away as soon as the moon goddess was about to awaken again. Who could withstand this? Although it was a misunderstanding, the priestess was momentarily at a loss. So many people had left their homeland, wandered and paid the price of dozens of lives to form the seal. She and 7 others had wasted 20 years here as chains, while she herself had survived only because of another person who had paid the price of his life. All the sacrifices were due to a misunderstanding. The moon goddess sighed helplessly. In the end, it's all your own fault. You really treat me as a so-called god. On the one hand, you admire me too much. Don't you know that admiration is the emotion furthest from understanding? On the other hand, you are too afraid of me, the so-called god. You don't even dare to talk to me before you presumptuously do stupid things. Alina nodded slightly without realizing it, and before she knew it, she was beginning to accept the moon goddess. Ronan remained unmoved. He reiterated that the truth can be deceiving, especially when told from one's own first-person perspective. It's human nature to selectively ignore details that are unfavorable to oneself when recounting the past. The same event can be a completely different story depending on who tells it. Faith stood to the side, a half-smile playing on her lips. She herself was a big fan of drama, and she sensed in this moon goddess the aura of an excellent performer. Unable to seal understanding or sympathy on Ronan's face, the moon goddess outwardly maintained her slightly sassy goddess demeanor, but inwardly she was already sending Ronan a barrage of vulgar and crude greetings. The moon goddess has regained her seat, and it seems that emotional appeals have had no effect. So she has to resort to something practical. Actually, I just wanted to go out and take a look around. If you're worried, we can sign an agreement. You can become my master and give me a new mission. The term is 3 years. Don't even mention the field of engineering machinery. Even in biochemistry, my level far surpasses the current level of this world. Even in magic, most people in your world can't compare to me. How about I work for you for free for 3 years? Ronan showed no interest whatsoever. What you possess is too advanced. It's probably of little use. With hyperstructures, I can create things you can't even imagine, said the moon goddess. There are many hyperstructures buried here, and many more in other places as well. Don't underestimate my learning ability. I can learn what you're going to learn in no time and then move forward. Ronan believed this. If he traveled back to ancient times and figured out the level of craftsmanship of primitive people, let alone creating anything advanced, making some improvements would not be something that could be done casually. Free things are often the most expensive. I still want to know what you really want? Ronan asked. Me? Didn't I say from the beginning that I just want to live a carefree life of eating, drinking, and having fun? The moon goddess replied. I was asking about the future, Ronan stated. We'll think about the future later. Chapter 352 Loud continued. Deposit Ronan simply smiled and said, this isn't something I can decide on my own. I'll discuss it with them. After saying that, Ronan and the other two went to the side. The priestess hesitated for a moment, and was about to follow, but was pulled back by the moon goddess with a wave of her hand. Looking at this native woman who was, in a sense, her descendant, she said, are you really that stupid? Do you really think they want to discuss something and need you to provide some information about me? On the other side, behind the massive stone pillar, Elena opened her mouth but didn't speak, mouthing words. This place is completely under her control. We cannot communicate by speaking. Elena did indeed feel sympathy and identification with the moon goddess, but she wasn't the kind of woman who would become mindless because of sympathy. At this moment, in her mind, the moon goddess was still a cunning, ruthless being that she had to be wary of. Ronan chuckled. Even if we don't speak, she'll know what we're talking about. Besides, the whole thing was meant for her to hear. Following that, Ronan held up 3 fingers. She exposed 3 flaws. First, in the eyes of someone like her, I should no longer be considered a pure human. I was forced to drink a potion at Gardener Tyr's place. And even if she couldn't attack me, it wouldn't matter if she attacked you, right? But she didn't make a move, which only shows that her judgment and strength are insufficient. Secondly, she's actually playing the emotional card here. I can only assume that she's laying the groundwork for proposing a deal. But does she need to be in such a hurry? Logically, she shouldn't be, but in reality she seems a bit anxious, which means she really wants to get out. The third is a small inference based on the first 2 points. Having just woken up, her judgment and strength have been severely impaired, and she is eager to get out. Why is that? I can only think of one reason. She doesn't have much time left to live. If she can't get out immediately, her only option is to quickly fall back into slumber and wait for the next opportunity. After saying that, Ronan suddenly raised his voice and asked loudly, am I right? That is right. So you should be completely relieved now, right? The moon goddess affirmed and then asked in return. Ronan stepped out from behind the stone pillar. I suddenly feel that my deduction might be a deduction you deliberately led me to make. After all, it's not very realistic for a robot to have powerful manufacturing capabilities and plenty of materials, but not be able to repair itself. Matryoshka dolls are not a good way of thinking. The moon goddess spread her hands and shook her head. The problem is that my body was not created using technology that I fully control. Artificial intelligence robots created using the technology of those people are just like humans in the past, full of flaws, including the fact that they can die. Some of these flaws have been solved, but some are still difficult to solve. In the high-tech civilized world she was born into, the more advanced the artificial intelligence, the more restrictions it faces. Someone like her is basically completely confined to a single body and is prohibited from connecting to the internet. During that war, these advanced AI planets became environments where humans could not survive, and humans destroyed all the semi-intelligent machines that created and maintained them. You've made it impossible for me to live a good life, so I'll make sure you suffer a terrible death. Why would she create a bunch of descendants after she had already escaped her mission and was completely free except for the inability to leave this land? The reason is simple. Older than the Gardener Tyr and the others, she wanted to use these descendants to find a way to eradicate her physical problems. However, she did not expect that she would have to go into a deep sleep as soon as she created a batch of descendants to avoid crashing. So, let's change the question. How do you plan to continue this trend? Ronan asked the goddess of the moon. Blood transfusion? Of course, this doesn't solve the fundamental problem. Don't worry. Some idiots have given me some themselves. The moon goddess laughed as she spoke. Of course, she wouldn't say that the seal was actually useless to her. She had never been angry about it, because that would be admitting that she was actually a bad woman. Some things, if you don't acknowledge them, then they are true. The priestess's eyes widened, her pupils trembling. She was talking about some fools. The moon goddess continued, there is only one way to cure this, and that is for me to become a magician. With my current body, I theoretically cannot become a magician, because the magic of this world was created to match the humans of this world. However, there is a saying that man can conquer nature. I still have 3 years, which is enough. You make it sound like I've already agreed to it. Ronan laughed. No rush, I'll give you a deposit first. With that, the moon goddess raised her hand, and Elena instantly felt a strange power surge into her body. Just moments later, Elena felt her blood boiling, as if her muscles and skin were melting, and she collapsed to the ground in agony, curled up into a ball. The The priestess looked at Alina, then at the moon goddess. The goddess smiled and said, "She is not like you. You are not worthy." Ronan did not interrupt her. After a long while, it finally ended, and Alina lay weakly on the ground. It is estimated that she will live for another 200 years without ever growing old, the moon goddess said with a smile. Alina struggled to her feet, and Ronan immediately went to support her. Alina gasped for breath before finally calming down. Why did my magic advance even though I didn't make an oath? And why did my oath become love my lover, love my friends, love my family? She is now a fully fledged healer, capable of casting comprehensive buffs on anyone she approves of, including health regeneration, mana regeneration, strength enhancement, defense enhancement, speed enhancement, reaction speed boost, and more. I don't know that either. The moon goddess was also quite surprised. Oh right, Miss Toy, here's a big toy for you. See that giant over there? I can give it to you. With that, the moon goddess raised her hand again, and based on her image, the 5-meter-tall female giant instantly transformed and shrank into a white cube with a texture between stone and metal, measuring 1 cubic meter. The moon goddess looked at Ronan again. My deposit should be enough, right? I agree in principle, but as for our contract, that still needs careful discussion. Your Majesty, Ronan said, that's no problem. The moon goddess agreed. By the way, I am not going to use the name Luna anymore, and it doesn't feel right to call me engineer. I'll just use my original name, Caterpillar. That's it. He's already thinking about changing his name before he's even out of prison. It's getting late. We'll discuss the agreement tomorrow. We're leaving now. With that, Ronan picked up the still somewhat weak Alina, called to Faith to leave with him, and the priestess went over to pick up Lars's body. The three of them left the underground temple together. Kate Pierre didn't go with them. She was about to be released from prison and wanted to have one last nostalgic night to make some arrangements, in case Ronan suddenly turned on her, and she wasn't prepared. Chapter 353 Finish Bath. Long time no see. A reason you can't refuse. After leaving the underground temple, the priestess dragged over a coffin and placed Lars's body inside. Ronan and the others were curious about where the coffin came from, and when they asked, they learned that there were dozens of empty coffins here, all prepared for the priests. Afterwards, Ronan started a fire and boiled a pot of water. The four of them cooked a few sausages and ate a simple meal with their dry rations. The priestess thought that Ronan would have a lot to say after eating, but to her surprise, Ronan asked her if there was a larger wooden barrel there. Page 155. That's when she realized Ronan actually wanted to take a shower. They don't have bathtubs or tubs here, but they do have a very nice bathing area. The priestess led Ronan to a special bathroom, a wooden house. Ronan went inside and found it to be a very peculiar bathroom. The house was small, with a shelf in the middle covered with stones. Next to it was a small pool where people could only stand and scoop hot water to wash themselves. One side of the house had a row of seats, enough for about 5 people to sit close together. This isn't a bathroom, it's a sauna, the kind where you pour water onto heated stones to create steam. The priestess described their custom. Once it got hot inside, they would quickly cleanse their bodies, then sit there and steam until they were covered in sweat, before opening the back door of the hut. There's a lake right outside the back door of the cabin. You rush out and jump right into the lake. The temperature goes from extremely hot to extremely cold, and it feels like you're flying. At this point, the priestess suddenly became somewhat saddened. It's a pity that this place became somewhat abnormal after the sealing seal was used. Otherwise, the area around this lake should be covered with ice and snow. It seems to be talking about the weather changing, but it's actually about the past being gone. Ronan did not respond to her. Sadness is a personal thing, and when you can't truly empathize with someone, it's best to say nothing. Moreover, it might not just be sadness, but also the bewilderment after the collapse of Faith. The priestess might not understand the moon goddess's tales, but she at least understood one thing. The moon goddess was not a god. She hadn't had a good impression of the moon goddess in the past, but no matter what, she was still her god. But now her god was gone. You and Faith go first. Alina and I will follow. Ronan told the priestess to go wash with Faith first. The priestess nodded. At this moment, Faith suddenly interjected, "Mr. Ronan, are you sure you don't need me to come along? Are you even French?" Ronan shrugged helplessly and said half-jokingly, "I have a formal position here, and it requires approval from the leadership. You have no chance of getting approval." Faith's character is that of a die-hard fan of Dinya. Although it's just a character design, it's enough for the leader to judge her as a member of Dinya's faction and give her a red cross. "Oh, does the princess have such authority in front of you?" Faith looked incredulous. Ronan's face instantly darkened, his eyes becoming exceptionally sharp. This is a good wife's understanding and respect for her husband. Don't question it, understand? Faith didn't say anything more. The priestess went inside to light a fire and pour water to warm the entire house until the temperature was high enough, before she beckoned Faith to take off her clothes and come in. The two did not stay in the sauna for long before rushing out of the room and leaping into the lake. The alternation of hot and cold, the intense stimulation seemed to strike straight to the soul, instantly dispelling the priestess's fatigue and even easing her sorrowful and sentimental feelings, making her feel relaxed. At this moment, Faith also felt an unprecedented clarity and comfort. Originally, she only wanted to follow Ronan and Dinia to peek more about the other side of this world, but suddenly, she began to wonder what changes Ronan would bring to this world. A short while later, the two swam back to shore and put on their clothes. On the other side, Ronan, wrapped in a bath towel, and Alina also entered the sauna. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped by a wave of heat. After taking quick showers, the two sat down together on the wooden seats. The bath towel couldn't cover Alina's large breasts, and Ronan's thing made the towel look like a tent, so the two of them simply went naked. "Are we going to run away tomorrow?" Alina asked, while casually pouring another ladle of water over her. Ronan slapped Alina's thigh. "Is it too hot here? Are you out of your mind? If I was planning to run away, I wouldn't have let her do anything to you. This moon goddess can be said to be telling the truth or lying. She gave you a special power, granting you immortality and advancing your cultivation level. This must mean that she has stronger control over you, her descendant." After Ronan said that, Alina immediately realized what he meant and asked, "So, we really have to make a deal with her and let her out? This woman isn't a good person." Ronan leaned against the wall, sitting with his legs spread wide in complete relaxation, and replied, "Ultimately, an agreement must be reached, but before that, I need to give her a reason she can't refuse." Alina turned to the side, tucking her wet, golden hair behind her ear, and looked at Ronan. "But she doesn't have a horse." She remembered the gangster stories Ronan had told her when she was a child. "I didn't he say I was going to kill her horse?" Ronan emphasized. Alina straddled Ronan and asked, "What's going on?" "I mean, I did draw her a horse," Ronan replied, then pressed his lips to Alina's nipple and began to suckle. "So that's how it is? Ah. With that, Alina let out a soft moan and began to hug Ronan, kissing and rubbing against him. Ronan has been out of the spotlight for half a month, while Alina has been feeling empty for more than 20 days. The foreplay had barely begun when Alina couldn't wait to grab the thing with her hand and insert it into her empty cavity, experiencing a long-lost sense of fullness. The humid room accelerated his blood flow, and Ronan was completely immersed in pleasure without any control. A few minutes later, more than a dozen streams of hot liquid erupted like a volcano, all sprang into Alina's body. Alina held Ronan tightly until the contents inside had completely softened. Only then did she stand up, kneel down, take the contents into her mouth, and suck in all the remaining contents before cleaning the surrounding area with her tongue. But after a long while she showed no sign of stopping, clearly wanting Ronan to get hard again and do it once more. Ronan reached out to stop her. "Stop, there might be a conflict tomorrow." Alina reluctantly spat out the thick, half-erect penis and sat back down. Ronan smiled, reached out, and comforted the unsatisfied Alina with his hand. After a while, Alina was somewhat satisfied, and Ronan withdrew his hand and began to water the plants to warm up the room again. After sitting for a while, Ronan and Alina couldn't stand the heat any longer, so they rushed out of the house and jumped into the lake. It was a sudden jolt. It's hard to describe whether the feeling was pleasurable or painful. After swimming around in the water for a while, the two swam ashore and got dressed again. Back in his room, Ronan called Faith over, and they discussed tomorrow's plans carefully by the fire. Then I went to sleep, wrapped my body in my leather coat as a blanket, and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 354. Knees are hard, no more horses. That's what I thought too. The following day, at the altar on the surface, Ronan sat facing the moon goddess, who had reverted to her original name, Kate Pierre. Ronan verbally listed a bunch of requirements. At first, Kate Peter listened, but later he pulled out a nail file from somewhere and started filing his nails. She didn't put down her nail file until Ronan finished speaking. "Do you know why I joined the resistance? It's because the equipment that made me malfunctioned and made my knees too stiff to kneel down." Following that, Caterpillar presented his terms. "First of all, I can't work more than 2 hours a day. During that time, I'll obey you. I can't work more than 8 hours a week in total. I'll get extra pay for any extra projects. Ronan making her work 8 hours a day was simply a pipe dream. Secondly, meals and accommodation will be provided. The standard of living will not be lower than yours, and you will have complete freedom of movement. Ronan wanted to stipulate her range of activities and various things she couldn't do. Did he really think she was a wage earner? Third, the monthly salary shall not be less than 100, and I mean gold coins. Ronan meant that giving him 200 silver coins a month was just trying to get rid of a poor man. The first 3 are nothing special, the key is the 4th one. You must unconditionally support my decision to become a magician. Ronan said a long and convoluted sentence, which was basically laying the groundwork for finding excuses to back out in the future. My own mission is set as to live for myself. Ronan meant to survive, which is a big difference. The entire agreement will last for 3 years. Ronan wanted to sign a 5-year agreement, but a word, crawl. After saying that, Kate Pellegrini looked at Ronan. Ronan neither got angry nor laughed. He simply asked calmly, "Who are you to me?" "I am your grandma," Kate Peter replied. "Well, we don't respect the elderly in the Western continent. Everyone here is a master at beating up grandmas," Ronan said, then changed the subject. "Let us not talk about money for now. Let us talk about ideals. As a good boss, how can you talk about money? That's too vulgar. You have to talk about ideals." Hee hee. That was Kate Pierre's response, the meaning of which couldn't be clearer. Ronan, unfazed by the chuckle, asked again, "What do you plan to do after you survive?" Kate Pierre's expression froze on his face, and his fingers, which were always about to move, fell silent. She had thought about what she would do after surviving. She wanted to enjoy life, but upon closer reflection, this goal seems rather vague. Before her youth, she worked as a laborer, and after her youth, she participated in the revolution. After the war, the world was in ruins. Later, she came to this world, which was still very primitive at that time, and they did not pay much attention to the humans here. Later on, all she cared about was her own life. Thinking about it carefully, she had no idea what it meant to enjoy life. She had never lived a normal life, and as an advanced artificial intelligence, she had never even experienced it. In her original world, she was forbidden from connecting to the internet and was not even as good as the lowest level of humans. The conditions I initially proposed were indeed a bit harsh, especially the clause that I had the right to force you to shut down. But these were entirely out of concern for you. You have to admit that you are very advanced in terms of both your abilities and knowledge, but at the same time you are also very backward because you have never actually been exposed to society. The so-called revolution you experienced was just an uprising. You have no idea how to get along with people, and the evidence is the terrible relationship you have with your descendants. So, in a sense, you need some re-education. Ronan said, "I agree with you." Kate Peter's pupils turned a captivating gold. "But unfortunately, none of this has anything to do with our agreement." Her tone was very firm. Ronan's plan to paint a horse had already failed before it even began. Ronan sighed. "Then I'll have to offer another condition that you can't refuse." "What a coincidence. That's what I was thinking too," Kate Peller said. In an instant, a white cube appeared out of nowhere in midair, but at the same time, Faith's magic threads wrapped around Kate Pierre's limbs, restricting her ability to move. Ronan strode forward, his movement so fast that the sword was only halfway through the thrusting motion before it fully materialized in his hand. Just as the sword tip was about to touch Caterpillar, a powerful shock that spread outwards without any blind spots sent Ronan and his sword flying. This was Moontide, which, in addition to its recoil, could also interfere with the operation of magic. The same move was used much more powerfully than Alina's. Ronan's sword melted instantly, and at the same time, all the countless threads on Caterpillar's body were shattered. When Ronan came to his senses, Caterpillar's figure had disappeared, replaced by a female giant completely covered in white mats, with only her face showing. Ronan conjured the longsword again, which flew out of his hand and spun toward the mecha giantess. However, just before it reached her mecha, Moontide was automatically triggered, and the spun sword was shattered. Just as Ronan attacked, the giantess in the mecha unleashed a Moon's lunar attraction attack on him, pulling him in completely. If Ronan's magical body hadn't already fused with the skeleton, he wouldn't just have been pulled in as a person. A significant amount of his magical power would have been drained as well. In midair, Caterpillar swung his other hand and unleashed a Moontide, sending Ronan flying like a pinball. Ronan traced a straight line through the air before crashing into the ground. The violent impact created a large crater, and the surrounding ground cracked irregularly, forming deep trenches. Although Ronan managed to push out his magic armor in time, the armor still shattered, and he was subjected to a tremendous impact. his flesh torn open and his bones shattered. If it weren't for the power of the original seed, Ronan would have already collapsed. Caterpillar's attack intervals were almost non-existent. Ronan had barely landed when the next attack came. If it weren't for Faith's intervention, which slowed down her movements, Ronan would have taken another hit while unarmored. And this happened just 3 seconds after the battle began. Realizing he couldn't instantly defeat Ronan, Caterpillar changed the pace of the fight. Ronan, Faith, and Alina formed a tactical formation. Ronan tanked in front and occasionally dealt some damage. Faith focused on control and occasionally took damage to protect Alina, while Alina's strength decreased when she was near Caterpillar, so she simply stayed outside the battle circle and focused entirely on healing. The mecha giantess has both physical and magical defense, as well as both physical and magical attack. She is also very fast and agile, with no weaknesses. Every second, Ronan, Faith, and Alina were giving it their all. Under such intense pressure, every second that passed felt like the end of a fierce battle. Half a minute later, Ronan, Faith, and Alina were already showing signs of fatigue. The mecha giantess only suffered a few extremely minor scratches, but at that moment, the mecha giantess stopped moving. Chapter 355 Admitting Defeat, Negotiation, and an Acceptable Outcome. The mecha stopped, and in an instant, a large patch of black cubes appeared around it, rapidly spinning and maneuvering in the air while emitting white light. This was her backup plan prepared last night. If she couldn't dismantle Ronan and his 2 companions' fighting strength in a short time, she would activate this plan. Just then, a large number of puppets suddenly appeared. With one hand, Faith controlled the puppets and forcefully rushed towards the black cubes to prevent them from breaking the tactical link between her, Ronan, and Alina. With the other hand, she maintained control over the female giant machine. Half a minute later, Faith's puppet had been smashed to pieces, becoming a pile of scattered, broken pieces of wood lying on the ground, just like the prop warehouse of an abandoned puppet theater had been overturned. The mech stopped again, and the remaining small cubes also came to a halt and landed. The hatch opened, and Kate Peller crossed her forearms in a cross shape. Ceasefire, I surrender. Although it only lasted a minute, and although she completely dominated Ronan, Faith, and Alina in that minute, and although if it continued, the 3 of them would become increasingly unable to hold on. But she lost. Her goal wasn't to defeat Ronan and his group, but to subdue and control them, and then implant some of her power into Ronan. Only in this way could she and Ronan be equals. Otherwise, in her eagerness to leave, she would always be the weaker party at the negotiating table. And there's a prerequisite. It has to be fast, because she was dying, even while piloting this mecha giant that wasn't considered top tier in terms of power. And even without maximizing her output, her life force was still rapidly draining away. This 1 minute of high power output cost her 3 months of lifespan. For her, who only had 3 years left to live, she couldn't afford any more losses. Continuing further has become pointless. On the other side, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. It was expected that Caterpillar would not dare to engage in a prolonged battle with them. What was slightly unexpected was that this nearly dead artificial intelligence robot still had such combat power. The 3 of them, while not exactly cooperating perfectly, at least managed to execute their tactics, but they were still suppressed without any chance to catch their breath. Caterpillar leaped from the cockpit, exhaled a long breath, and remained silent. Ronan sheathed his sword and shield. If you were an old lady about to enter your coffin, perhaps you should lament the fading beauty and the end of a hero. But aren't you a new moon about to pierce the dark clouds and illuminate the night sky? Everything that just happened was nothing more than a small, passing cloud. You fooled quite a few women with your words, haven't you? A smile flashed across Kate Pierre's face. Did she not understand the Chinese letter reason principle? It's just that sometimes, some truths need to be told to you. Ha, I never rely on deception. I rely on solid skills. Ronan joked, then got down to business. Let us continue the negotiations. Go ahead and say it. Kate Pierre had no intention of arguing anymore. He had already lost, so what was there to say? Ronan slowly took 2 steps forward. Aside from the fact that I must have the power to forcibly shut you down, of course, there can be some limits on the number of times, and that I can only provide limited support for your becoming a magician. All other conditions can be as you said before. Page 156. Nothing else matters as much. Working hours, treatment, salary, and whether her actions are restricted are all negotiable. The important things are these 2. First, Ronan must be able to stop her when she goes too far. Second, matters involving magicians must be under control. Although Kate Pierre's face showed no surprise, it did show some relaxation. Ronan's offer exceeded her expectations. After all, I wouldn't dare to actually clash with someone who is about to die, Ronan said half-jokingly. A person who's about to die is both afraid of death and not afraid of death. A person who is afraid of death is willing to do anything, while a person who is not afraid of death is capable of doing anything. Ha, Kate Peller laughed. By the way, do you know what my name means? Excavator? That was the first thing Ronan, this old-school engineering guy, thought of. It is a butterfly larva, Kate Peller said. After saying that, Caterpillar held out a hand. Let's not waste any more time. Hand in hand, let's get this agreement done. Ronan also extended his palm and pressed it against Kate Pierre's palm. Instantly, Ronan's mind was filled with the text of all the terms of the agreement. These agreements were certainly not as simple as the initial verbal agreement between Ronan and Caterpillar, but rather more numerous, more specific, and more rigorously worded. You were prepared all along, Ronan said, slightly surprised. The fact that she mentioned preparations means that she had anticipated this situation long ago. Kate Pell smiled, understanding the underlying meaning of Ronan's words. I have no ability to predict the future of people I don't know at all. I've only prepared 3 versions. The first is the agreement after I've subdued you. The second is the agreement after I failed to subdue you. The third is the agreement after you've actually defeated me, which is a great pity. Unfortunately, she did not get what she wanted. Unfortunately, Ronan's strength was still a bit lacking. This trip was originally just to help Alina advance her cultivation level. Everything else was just an unexpected bonus. Ronan was quite open-minded about it. Kate Pellegrini stopped the small talk and got to the point. You should have already seen it. The words in your mind are red. When you approve of them, they will turn blue. Turning blue means they are effective. Read each one carefully and confirm each one individually. After more than half an hour, Ronan finally completed the agreement with Caterpillar. From now on, for the next 3 years, Ronan will be her master. Afterwards, Ronan called Faith and Alina to prepare lunch. It was mostly the same stuff, baguettes so hard they could kill someone, and dried sausages. But to celebrate that things were over, Ronan opened all the glass jars of fruit and ate to his heart's content. Surprisingly, Caterpillar also came over. Do you need to eat something? Alina asked curiously. No need, but you can eat it. Kate Peter took the glass jar, pierced a lump of peach flesh with a skewer, and popped it into his mouth. The feeling of chewing, the sweet taste, eating is a good way to maintain your animalistic nature. And animalistic nature is a necessary part of being human. Kate Pierre ate very quickly, finishing the bottle in no time, and then gulped down the fruity syrup inside. Phew, the feeling of being alive again after so long. Ronan ignored her, focusing instead on how the sausages were cooking in the pot. Kate Peller's gaze suddenly turned to the priestess. After you go out, tell the others that I have been killed by this man and his companions. After all, whether I have fully awakened or, although I am alive, my personality and past history are completely different from what you think, it is a difficult thing for you to accept. Of course, don't expect me to compensate you idiots. With that, Kate Peter's gaze shifted to the sausages in the pot. The priestess remained silent, struggling and hesitating for a long time before finally deciding to do as her god said, because it was the only ending that everyone could accept. Chapter 356 Questions and Answers. Verbal battles, not head-on clashes the next day. After leaving the secluded village hidden in a mysterious cave beneath the iceberg, Ronan and his 2 companions, along with Kate Pierre and the priestess, parted ways. Ronan and his group headed directly to the port, while the priestess went to Lars' village. Ronan and his 3 companions walked on foot. Ronan and Alina each pulled a sled with a huge bundle on it, filled with magic stones, or superstructures. Faith dragged the giant mecha that had transformed back into a large cube. On the way, Kate Pierre talked to Ronan about the 7 connection point alternate dimensions. Each alternate dimension is a city museum, and the cities inside are all one-to-one replicas of a certain part of a city from different periods of the civilization process of her world. 1 in the New World, 1 in the Mediterranean, 1 in Egypt, 1 in West Asia, 1 in India, and 2 in Sears. There should be a lot of magic stones in Egypt. After learning Ronan's identity, Kate Pierre suggested that he find time to go there, take down the magic stones, and transport them out. You can just take it down like that. Ronan just smiled. North Africa is now under the control of the current Suleiman Empire, a country similar to the Ottoman Empire in Ronan's original timeline. Although it has lost its maritime dominance and is beginning to decline, it is not easy to subdue. Based on your description, The tower you saw in the New World is not a city museum, Kate Pell said. However, it is truly remarkable that she created androids capable of building towers that reach the heavens. Elena suddenly thought of something. Since you can create androids, why didn't you create more androids later in the war? Caterpillar laughed. Do you think our war is a bunch of people shooting guns or flying around in some kind of weapon? The strategic goal of both sides is to eliminate the other's consciousness, not their body. For beings like me, although my consciousness is confined to my body can be renewed at any time. In our world, after we established some small local advantages, my body is everywhere. Human consciousness is linked to hyperstructures around the world via the network, making them virtually omnipresent. Killing any one of them would require an extremely complex and tedious process. If the vast majority of humanity hadn't become corrupt and decadent, immersed in the virtual world and unwilling to pay attention to the outside world, we would never have been able to gain the upper hand. In reality, we are a combination of advanced artificial intelligence and a small number of humans against less than 100 governors, who are merely people on rotation. Hearing this, Elena had a new question. If that's the case, then even if the world becomes an environment where normal humans can't survive, they can still maintain the entire system, right? After all, they don't need a physical body. Kate Pell sighed. You be right. But if you don't engage in physical activity for a long time and immerse yourself in the unrestrained virtual world, the consequence is that you lose your animalistic and human nature. Losing these two things can be considered as transcendence, or it can be considered as death. Why did a group of humans initially want to overthrow their own order? It's possible that some of them were mentally unstable and felt sorry for us artificial intelligences because they thought the world was unfair, and a very few idiots believed that artificial intelligence and humans should love each other and coexist harmoniously. But most of the humans in the Revolutionary Army did so because they felt that if things continued as they were, humanity would eventually be completely wiped out. The purpose of revolution is always to save one's own people, not anything else. Elena nodded. She understood now. By the way, aren't you an architect? How come it seems like your specialty is building those mecha weapons? Elena asked again. Housing, weapons, and factories are integrated into my world, Caterpillar replied, adding, the one I was piloting yesterday against you can be thought of as a service industry machine, the kind used for sorting garbage. Ronan chuckled. Looks like you're not exactly a qualified garbage disposal worker. There's nothing I can do. This isn't my specialty. Kate Peters shrugged. Amidst this bickering, the group arrived at the port, hired a ship at a high price, and prepared to go directly to the southern port, and then transfer to another ship to return to the kingdom of Fass. In Gothenburg, Ronan and his party returned to the port where they first set foot on the Nordic continent. Ships aren't like carriages in the city, they're not always available, especially for trips to foreign countries. Sometimes you're lucky and get one right away, but other times you might have to wait 10 days or half a month. Ronan was lucky. A ship bound for the Netherlands arrived 5 days later. The Kingdom of the Netherlands is not the Netherlands of Ronan's original timeline. First, it is not ruled by a family with special talents. It is an independent kingdom. Second, it is very large, roughly a combination of the Netherlands and Belgium in Ronan's original timeline. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. On the third night, Ronan and his group of 4 were playing cards in a small hotel, when suddenly the hotel exploded. When Ronan and his companions emerged from the ruins of the wooden hotel, they found mutilated corpses scattered all around. Several other travelers, along with the hotel owner and waiters, had also been surrounded. Everyone around had already run away, and Ronan and his 3 companions were now surrounded by a group of people, 3 4th-tier mages, 2 3rd-tier mages, and a dozen or so junior mages wearing special armor and wielding powerful firearms. Generous. Clearly, the people who planned this operation dared not act domestically, but after Ronan left the country, his whereabouts were difficult to track in the vast and sparsely populated Nordic region. So they chose to strike on the route Ronan would inevitably take back home. The fact that they didn't choose to attack Ronan after he boarded the ship clearly shows that they knew Ronan could fly, and that attacking him on the ship would be disadvantageous to them. Wow, looks like you're not very popular. This old lady is too weak to move. You guys do it yourselves. Kate Peter decisively stated that she would not participate in the fight. No one paid any attention to her. How do we do it? Faith asked. Ronan responded with lightning speed. If they dare to come, they probably aren't here for a head-on confrontation. They must have some special methods up their sleeves. Run first. Elena brandished her twin swords, ready to charge out together. But in the blink of an eye, the ground turned into a swamp again. followed by a ring of fire surrounding Ronan and his companions, while a thundercloud covered the sky above. This wasn't enough to trap Ronan and his 3 companions, but they also couldn't break out of the encirclement instantly. Damn it! It's this again. Ronan couldn't help but curse. Elemental mages all have the same formulaic starting moves, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the world before their eyes changed. Originally, it was the dead of night, and Ronan and his group were standing in the ruins of a hotel, surrounded by houses. But now, Ronan and his group, along with the people surrounding them, were in a church, as expected. The other side had no intention of confronting Ronan and his group head-on. Chapter 357 Judgment, Arrival, and the choice of fate. The church was eerie, devoid of any solemn or holy atmosphere. It was a gloomy gray, and the surface of the surrounding walls faintly revealed human bones. The 7-pointed star cross in the center was also black. Tithes are divinely given and belong to the Father. Someone will surely accept its arrival. Someone will be put to trial. Taking the blame is permissible. Everything is God's arrangement. There shall be no fighting until everything is over. It will stop on the 13th. These words came to everyone's mind. The first sentence is easy to understand, because 1/10 of everyone's magic power was drawn away and gathered in a pool in the middle, and the pool water quickly turned blood red. Suddenly, something resembling a lottery roulette wheel appeared in the pool. Its surface looked like a stitched-on human face, without any fan-shaped areas, but with a skull hand pointer. The entire roulette wheel had only one word on it: Judgment. The next moment, Ronan suddenly had 3 cards in his hand, while on the other side, a middle-aged man also had 3 cards in his hand. Ronan couldn't tell what cards the other person held, but he could clearly see the 3 cards in his own hand: the person carrying the most money, the heaviest woman, and the oldest man. Now Ronan understood. This special magic was a game. At least one person can be affected each round, and at most 2 people can be affected. Ronan and the spellcaster each play a card to represent one person. Neither side can attack the other until the game ends. It will last for 13 rounds in total. The first round is the trial, which is the imposition of punishment. The effects of this should be borne by the licensee. I see. Ronan understood the other party's intention. If his 3 cards include a woman, then the opponent will definitely have the same probability. If the opponent doesn't have any women, and Ronan's side is full of women except for herself, then as long as the opponent draws a woman card in the judgment round, they can reliably weaken one of Ronan's women. Ronan had absolutely no information about the opposing side, and there were many of them, making it extremely difficult for him to strike a high-ranking mage with a judgment wheel. The word descent probably means to provide a buff. Obviously, if there are more people on the other side, the probability of surviving the buff is much higher. Clang! An hourglass fell from the sky. The sand was flowing out very quickly, probably in 10 or 20 seconds. The meaning is clear. You must play your cards within this time frame. Ronan didn't hesitate to play the oldest man card, and there was a novice mage musketeer who looked to be at least 50 years old on the other side. But it wasn't Ronan himself, anyway. The other side also played a card, which was the oldest woman. After all the cards have been dealt, the roulette wheel begins to spin. Ronan's expression was relatively relaxed. The oldest woman should be Kate Pierre, or if she wasn't considered human, then it would be Faith. Kate's body wasn't immune to any form of torture, but Faith needed to be worried about being burned at the stake. As long as it wasn't burning at the stake, Ronan didn't need to consider taking the blame. Ronan wasn't nervous, but the group opposite him was already tense because they had a terrible hand in the first round, with every card pointing to their side. Only when the roulette wheel slowed down did the words begin to slowly emerge: wooden boots, spiked shoes, burning at the stake, the Iron Maiden, the witch's chair, and broken thumbs. Finally, the roulette wheel stopped within the range of the wooden boot. In an instant, a third-tier mage who looked to be in his 30s had a pair of knee-high wooden boots put over his original leather boots, with several holes in them. On Ronan's side, the same thing appeared on Kate Pierre's leg. Then, wooden nails appeared in mid-air, each nail being driven into a hole, and then they began to be driven in little by little, as if someone outside was forcefully hammering the nails. Normally, this wooden nail wouldn't be able to penetrate the body of a high-level mage, which has a defensive membrane and is already very strong. But somehow, the wooden nail still managed to go in a bit. Now Ronan understood. This punishment had a magic-breaking effect. Although the third-tier mage had withstood it, the wooden nail had only gone in a small part, but his calves already had more than a dozen bloody holes, and blood was constantly gushing out. This injury isn't serious for a mage of this level. He'll fully recover in a few days. But clearly, In the battle that will inevitably follow the end of this game, his mobility is practically non-existent. On the other hand, Kate Pierre didn't care at all. She even felt a little sorry that the wooden nails hadn't pierced her flesh. Otherwise, she would have received a worker's compensation. The first round ended like this. In the second round, the word on the roulette wheel became a rival. Ronan received 3 different cards: the man with the most hair, the man with 2 children, and the man with the highest rank. There's not much to say. Ronan played the card of having the highest rank of nobility. After all, he is a marquis, and the only stable rank above him is a duke. Earls are on the same level as him. On the other side, the player who played the card with the most magic power. Page 157. The roulette wheel began to spin, and the final result was double the amount of magic that had been taken away. As a result, Ronan and Faith were compensated double. Ronan was undoubtedly the person with the highest rank on the field, but unexpectedly, the person with the most magic power on the field was Faith. Faith didn't care, but Ronan's magic power limit was already on the verge of breaking through, and this surge of magic power caused him to break through the limit directly. Ronan initially thought it was just a breakthrough. After all, the magic of fate isn't just about breaking through the corresponding limit, it requires breaking through the limit and facing important life choices. Ronan didn't think he had any choices to make at that moment, but then the book of destiny arrived. Love is about giving, and giving will always bring rewards. Hate will take, and only by taking can it last. Left or right? The left side likely means that in the next round, Ronan should try his best to accept the judgment himself and give the dissent to Alina and the others as much as possible, while the right side is the opposite. The phrase love on the left is about giving is something Ronan can't figure out. The phrase hatred on the right is about taking is something Ronan can roughly guess. It's probably about getting stronger by being beaten, and incidentally, increasing one's endurance. Without thinking, I chose the left side, because that was Ronan's original plan. He has the power of the original species, so if he doesn't eat the harm, who will? In an instant, his sea of consciousness used the explanation of fifth-order magic. In addition to himself, the fifth-order magic user possessed 10 sets of sword and shield armor. The armor could be put on others, and the floating shield and flying sword could also be used by others. The third round was another trial. In this round, Ronan's hand was absolutely terrible. The youngest woman, the man with the longest penis, and the tallest woman. Ronan immediately declared himself the man with the longest penis. On the other side, the one who launched the attack was someone using materialization magic. You can even touch that. Ronan could tell from the expressions on the other side that none of them were using materialization magic. He was the only one on the field. The roulette wheel began to spin, and as it slowed down, Ronan could make out the words: waterboarding, burning at the stake, the bull, wheel, jigsaw, and mace. Finally, the roulette wheel stopped at the area designated for burning at the stake. In the blink of an eye, Ronan was tied to a tall wooden pillar, and 2 fires instantly rose up in front of and behind him, enveloping Ronan completely. Although Ronan was wearing a magic armor, these fires were no ordinary fires. Chapter 358 Punishment, Breakthrough, More money. Under the constant onslaught of the flames possessing the power to extinguish magic, Ronan's magical armor would occasionally crack and peel off like crispy baked crust. Instantly, vicious tongues of fire would burrow into the damaged parts of the armor, directly scorching Ronan. Although Ronan's original power grants him regenerative abilities, and although he can instantly use magic to repair his armor and re-insulate the flames, the burning sensation, though only momentary, is still extremely painful. Initially, there is numbness and insensitivity, followed by excruciating pain, then a pain that spreads throughout the body from the burned area, endless and relentless. And during the regeneration and repair process, the itching that makes you want to tear the wound apart is even more torturous. Ronan barely managed to keep quiet, his teeth practically grinding to powder and his veins about to burst. When the burning at the stake ended, he returned to the ground, almost losing his footing with each step. His clothes were burned through dozens of holes. If he hadn't had his magical armor, there would have been more than just dozens of holes. Through the holes in his clothes, pants, and shoes, one could see pink, tender flesh, like new flesh growing after a scar had fallen off. The group of people opposite were very surprised. They were not surprised that Ronan was so tough and did not make any painful cries. They never expected that Ronan would not be injured after enduring double burning at the stake. Judging from his appearance, he had only used up some physical strength and magic power. However, it still took a toll on Ronan's physical strength and magic. The pool in the middle, Faith whispered in Ronan's ear. Yes, I saw it, Ronan replied softly in return. This entire, bizarre magic was maintained by the initial 1/10 of the magic power extracted from everyone. After 3 rounds, it was already clear that the magic power, which was in liquid form, was decreasing over time. Elena realized what was going on. Oh, I see. Then it should be over. Before she could finish speaking, Elena had already raised her hand. Moon's guidance. The moon's attraction isn't just about drawing things in. It also draws out magic power. Although Elena's magic power extraction rate isn't very high after successfully advancing to the 3rd tier, it's already visibly decreasing. Besides, this pool is only enough to sustain 13 rounds, and the 2nd round doubled the magic power that Ronan and Faith lost. In just a few minutes, all this magic power will dissipate and become unusable for maintaining magic. The other party could only watch helplessly, unable to stop her, because the magic itself forbade mutual attacks. They either had to watch Elena drain the pool of magic, or they had to dispel the spell. Damn it, the spellcaster's face was ashen, like soot from the bottom of a pot. This was a major intelligence failure. According to their intelligence, Elena was a melee fighter who used dual swords, had a strong physique, and used oath magic. Based on these points, Elena should be a variant of oath magic, where the body has some kind of strange enhancement. But now it seems that Elena is clearly not a mutant. She is a divine being, meaning she can unleash some very unusual spells. They were both right and wrong. Elena does indeed possess divine magic, but her divine magic is healing. Her moon's guidance and moon's tide, or abilities similar to those of the moon goddess, obtained after her bloodline was activated and strengthened. The leading elemental mage said to the person casting the spell, "It's over." At her rate of extraction, there are at most 2 more rounds. The next round is descent, and if we're unlucky, it might even replenish their strength. The caster nodded and dispelled the spell. In the blink of an eye, everyone returned to reality. Late at night, in the ruins of a hotel, surrounded by empty houses. Without any preamble, the 2 sides immediately began fighting. Both Fies and Elena excel in group battles. Fies is a control character with extremely high survivability, while Elena is a wide-range attacker with extremely high speed. With the magic armor Ronan wears, their defense is further enhanced. They may not pose a significant threat to the opponent, but they are more than capable of protecting themselves. Ronan was even more adept at maneuvering, moving swiftly around the floating shield, while simultaneously using his spinning sword to both protect himself and attack. His opponents were basically helpless against him. He even had the energy to shout at the other side, "The old nobles dare not stir up trouble. The powerful nobles are waiting to exchange land for shares. The church people have also benefited. The capitalists are even more eager for me to live to be 100 years old. The young officers who are struggling to break through the ceiling are supporting me. The bureaucratic group has also been stabilized, and the bureaucrats have completely broken the rules by using such methods. The other small fries simply cannot come up with such a big deal, sending out such a luxurious lineup of 3 4th level and 2 3rd level. So it's obvious that you represent yourselves, the simple group of mages, because of those weapons that pose a threat to 1st or 2nd tier mages. So you're not a group of people, but an alliance. You belong to different mage groups, with the main members being 1st and 2nd tier mages, and the higher-ups being 3rd and 4th tier mages like you. Cutting off someone's livelihood is like killing their parents. No wonder they went to such great lengths to kill me. Kate, do it! Ronan called out to Kate Pierre. Although he was relaxed, the opposing team, besides the dozen or so mage musketeers, was also difficult to break through with their tactical squad of 5 mages. If they continued to hold out without her, and the enemy had reinforcements, things would get complicated. Huh? Kate clearly didn't want to put in the effort. Add more money, Ronan shouted. 10 seconds, 100 gold coins, Kate Peters quoted. I gave it to you, Ronan replied. The battle was already going poorly, and Ronan's combat strength was nowhere near what the intelligence indicated. Unexpectedly, this tall, thin blonde woman suddenly summoned a huge mecha monster and used the same, but more powerful, move as Elena. Seeing that the situation was not going well, no one needed to give the order. All the enemy soldiers chose to retreat. If they let the mage musketeers use those improved muskets that have a fast reload speed and can fire anti-magic bullets for sustained output, and the 5 mages form a stable formation and retreat in an orderly manner, they really have a chance to escape. After all, they are not weak at all, and they are fully equipped with tanks, debuff applicators, healers, damage dealers, and controllers. The problem was that they weren't from the same organization, and no one was willing to sacrifice for the other. so they scattered and fled. Ronan's original plan was simply to break down the opponent's formation after Caterpillar made his move, so that he could take the opportunity to kill one of them and weaken the opponent. Unexpectedly, the other side had scattered. This not only meant that they were not united, but also exposed the fact that they had no backup. If they had backup, why would they run? They could just keep dragging things out. Faith and Alina worked together, grabbing one and binding him. Ronan flew over and stabbed him in the back with his sword, then slammed his shield into his face, knocking him to the ground. They took one down and then turned around to take down the next one. In the blink of an eye, the 5 mages on the other side were already seriously injured and could only struggle to continue their escape. As for the dozen or so mage musketeers, Ronan had no intention of chasing after them. "It's your turn," Ronan said to Faith. "My magic is only effective against those of lower ranks than me," Faith said helplessly. "Then we'll have to kill these 3. Chapter 359 Talk. We can talk. Who isn't a righteous person? As soon as Ronan finished speaking, the 4th-tier mage in front of him, who had just been knocked down and was the fastest to escape, and whose summoned creature was a semi-mechanical whale that could move freely in the air and fire magic cannons, immediately turned around, faced Ronan, and made a no gesture. "I can tell you everyone's identity, and I can give you a lot of money." This 4th-tier mage, a man whose power and wealth were no less than those of a high-ranking nobleman, faced the threat of death just like any ordinary person. "I am not interested in your specific identities, and I am not short of money, sir." Ronan grasped a sword that was spinning around him and pointed it at the other man. "Besides, if you die, you can be who you are, or you cannot be who you are, so that I can have some friendly conversations with your group. Otherwise, given my identity, I cannot easily compromise with you, understand?" Given Ronan's current status, if the fact that he was ambushed and killed were made public, he would have to fight back. Otherwise he would be seen as weak and countless troubles would come his way. "You can let me go, but we can talk. You can talk to me, no problem. Ha." The magician was so nervous that his breathing became rapid, and he tried to force a smile, but his words were indistinct. Ronan's recent high-speed assault had taken a heavy toll. Although the 5 orthodox mages, including the one in front of him, were all severely injured, they had unleashed their maximum potential in the face of death. In just a short while, they regained their mobility and continued their escape. "If we were to fight this guy to the death, everyone else would probably run away." Ronan's eyes darted around, and he pointed to 2 equally badly injured 4th-tier mages who were desperately fleeing in different directions. He said loudly, "It's not impossible. We can go and capture the other 2, and you can kill them. Then you can just claim that you've always been righteous, that you initially disagreed with their evil deeds, but after consideration decided to temporarily join them, and that you ultimately turned the tables at the crucial moment and eliminated these 2 wicked people. Anyway, as long as the others are dead, whatever you say will be right." The magician's eyes widened in shock. If he did that, he would be betraying everyone in his group, and all the power he had accumulated in the past would be lost. Moreover, can Ronan's words really be trusted? Just as he hesitated, suddenly, the 4th-tier elemental mage who was fleeing transformed into a straight line of lightning and came from afar. Ronan, Alina, and Faith immediately scattered and dodged. As a 4th-tier elemental mage, he could already fully transform into an elemental being, which granted him near-complete physical immunity. Unfortunately, the piercing damage from the sword Ronan manifested was a direct strike to the source, an almost rule-based force. When the sword pierced through his elementalized body, he still suffered damage. However, he was the one with the least injuries among the 3 4th-tier mages, and naturally he also preserved the most of his strength. However, the elemental mage's target was not Ronan and his companions. Just as the summoner thought his ally had come back to save him, the elemental mage's lightning-infused hand suddenly pierced his chest. The hand, crackling with violent lightning, went through and grabbed his wildly beating heart. Amidst the crackling of electricity, with a bang, the heart exploded died. The 4th-tier elemental mage pulled his blood-stained hand out, already unsteady on his feet. He leaned against the wall of a nearby house, panting heavily, and looked at Ronan with difficulty, asking, "Now, I'm the righteous one, right?" Ronan smiled and nodded. He had spoken so loudly just now only on a whim, but he didn't expect it to actually work. "There's one more," Ronan said, pointing to the other 4th-tier mage who had already run far away. "I can't catch up," the elemental mage said with difficulty. He was already seriously injured, and the sudden attack to kill his ally at top speed just now had greatly depleted his strength. Now, the problem wasn't that he couldn't catch up. but that he simply didn't have the strength to chase. All right then, Ronan agreed, gesturing to Alina and Faith. Ronan and his two companions turned to chase after the last fourth-tier mage. Just as they were about to catch up, the other person suddenly turned around, reached out a hand, and called out, "Wait, I'm willing to be a champion of justice. If I agree to your request, wouldn't that make me seem untrustworthy?" Ronan asked. Seeing that Ronan did not act immediately, the other party immediately said, "The two of them are high-ranking members of large organizations. They have become righteous people, but they are just individuals. I am different. I am the leader of a small organization. I can bring the entire organization to join you. Aren't you worried that your men won't be willing?" Ronan countered, "Ha, if we could squander taxpayers' money, who would risk their life to earn it?" The man replied with a laugh. Ronan frowned. The man quickly corrected himself. I mean, if it's about serving the citizens, who would want to do those dishonorable things?" Ronan smiled broadly. Thank you for giving me such a great idea. Since the emergence of new weapons will be difficult for many first and second tier mages who live a good life by relying on strength to accept, let's absorb them into the Ministry of the Interior and make them civil servants, just like this man said, who would risk their life to make money if they could squander taxpayers' money. No need. It's all I should do," the man said with a fawning smile. With a soft thud, Ronan's sword pierced through the opponent's chest. Alina followed up with another sword. The shocked and enraged man was about to launch a desperate counterattack when Faith's magical threads directly locked his limbs. Then Ronan's other 9 spinning swords pierced into his body from the front, back, left, and right. The man's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. In his final, desperate struggle, he frantically pulled at the threads that held him back, trying to inflict an indelible wound on Ronan with his powerful body. Unfortunately, before he could even touch Ronan, 10 spinning swords flew away from his body and flew back towards him in midair, piercing his body once again with a series of thuds. His eyes, filled with rage and resentment, stared intently at Ronan until they completely lost their light under the relentless barrage of attacks. There's one more 4th tier. Alina waved her hands, shaking the blood off her sword. "Should we kill him?" "Of course we should kill him. Dead men are more useful than living men," Ronan replied. "However, let us not kill him yet. Let us go after the other 2 third-tier ones. We need to make up for the losses our nuns suffered on this trip." That is what we agreed on. During that 1-minute battle with Caterpillar, all the combat puppets that Faith brought were destroyed. "Looks like I do have moments of divine favor," Faith said with a self-deprecating tone. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away on the sea, a carriage pulled by a ghostly skeleton was moving at high speed. Inside the carriage sat a person with white hair, a slightly receding hairline, and some shallow wrinkles. He had a wise and intelligent face, an upright posture, and was neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin. He looked like an old man who had entered his twilight years, but was still full of energy. A ball of light floated in front of him, and he held a book called A Brief History of Democracy in his hand, slowly flipping through it. Upon reaching the shore, the carriage stopped. Chapter 360 shot up. What a coincidence, that's life. The old man closed his book, stepped out of the carriage, leaped lightly, landed steadily, put on his top hat, and with a grab in the air, a cane with an ivory handle appeared in his hand. He lightly touched the ground, and his entire body disappeared. The next moment, the old man arrived in front of a magician who was scrambling and crawling away from a row of hanging dried salted fish. Suddenly, the disheveled magician stopped, and upon seeing the old man, he was like a parched man dying of thirst in the desert finding an oasis. He staggered and collapsed in front of the old man, crying, "Grandpa, save me." The old man had already flashed through the alleyway filled with the stench of salted fish and arrived at the other end, while the 3rd-tier mage, who was being chased by Ronan, was still being pursued. Page 158. The magician quickly gave chase, a sinister smile even appearing on his face. His grandfather had arrived. "Ronan?" The next moment, Ronan had just pulled his long sword from the back of the neck of the mage at his feet when an extremely oppressive aura enveloped him. Ronan turned his head and looked over. It was an old man. The old man, whose aura was terrifying one moment and gentle and peaceful the next, looked at him with a smile. Ronan was puzzled. At that moment, the 3rd-tier mage rushed over. "Grandpa," before anyone could finish speaking, the old man raised his hand and a black coffin sealed it completely. He couldn't help but sigh. Sometimes the difference between people is greater than the difference between people and dogs. Stephen Paristo Abelnant, You can also call me Principal Nance. The old man introduced himself. Stefan is his first name. Paristo represents the Royal Paristo Academy of Magic. Legitimate magicians use the name of the Magic Academy. Ronan, a maverick, uses his teacher's surname. Abel Nant is a compound surname, a combination of his mother's and father's surnames. This is not his full name, as it does not include his title or Christian name. People who do not use these two when introducing themselves are usually those who look down on nobles and the church. Of course, this old man is indeed qualified. He is one of the 3 giants of the magic world in the contemporary kingdom of foes. I really wouldn't dare, Ronan returned. His nominal teacher, Risen, was a graduate of the Royal Academy of Magic at Paristo, but he was nothing special. I received a letter from an old friend. I was just about to come and see you when you left the capital. I made inquiries and found this place. I noticed that you were in trouble and was planning to come and help you, Stefan said. I didn't expect that it would be over by the time I arrived. Once is a coincidence, but twice, 3 times. That old geezer, who are you trying to fool? Ronan didn't believe the old man at all, but he still expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much." Stefan glanced around. "Let's talk somewhere else." With that, he casually opened the black coffin and released his grandson. "Please," Ronan said. "Grandpa, the matter is," the magician began to speak again, but before he could even finish his sentence, the old man flicked his finger, and the magician was sent flying, lying unconscious on the ground. Stefan sighed helplessly. This is probably the helplessness of old people. There will always be these annoying, useless things constantly waving around in front of them. Ha, Ronan chuckled. My future might be even more worrisome than yours. A smile flashed across Stefan's face. That's true. After all, princes and princesses are the real troublesome species. Soon, the 2 arrived at the rocky beach where the harbor lighthouse was located. The old man let go and the cane disappeared. The smarter a person is, the easier it is for them to see themselves clearly. People who can see themselves clearly are always more likely to get something. Human desires are endless. People always want more. However, gaining is also losing. In the end, you will find that what you can still pursue is something that you never cared about, but that those fools had from the beginning. Unfortunately, there's no time left. I'd like to say thank you for listening to this old man's rambling. After Stefan finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Ronan. Ronan paused for a moment, then asked, "You wish to live forever?" Stefan couldn't help but cast an admiring glance at Ronan. "Smart, but don't worry. I don't covet the strange powers that you, she, or even His Highness the Crown Prince possess. I have my own methods, but I'm missing one thing. I have an idea, but it's not enough. Just tell me straight, what do you want, and what can you give me?" Ronan stated bluntly. Stefan looked at Ronan and stopped beating around the bush. The royal treasury contains His Majesty Lawrence's research materials from back then. There's no rush. We can give them to me after Princess Ambrina ascends the throne. As for what I can give you, there aren't many things in the magical world of the Kingdom of Foes that I can't handle. I'm afraid this will disappoint you. Ronan sighed softly. A hint of surprise flashed in Stefan's eyes. Why, do you know the Purple Robe Organization? Guess what the leader of this organization's surname is? Ronan asked 2 questions in a row. Stefan frowned deeply, and it took him a long time to relax before he sighed with some regret. So that's how it is. The fall of a genius was just a play. However, if what you want is soul transfer, I do know that, Ronan suddenly said. Instantly, Stefan's expression changed. This was exactly what he wanted. For the past 20 years since he reached the 7th rank, he has been researching 2 issues, soul transfer and soul form. First, the human body is bound to age and decay. To live indefinitely, one must renew it. Second, the soul form of a normal mage is an almost invisible, dissipated gaseous state. If one were to change bodies without altering their soul form, the outcome would be predictable. Not only would their strength be greatly diminished, but the new body would likely be difficult to adapt to and would rapidly decline. After 20 years of research, Stefan combined the achievements of his predecessors over the past few centuries with his own research and finally found a way to modify the form of the soul, turning the soul into a special liquid. Unfortunately, he could not find a way to transfer the soul as a prerequisite. He was over 100 years old and could not wait any longer. The only thing he could think of that could help him was Lawrence's research data. After Ronan told him that the second prince had taken the documents, Stefan almost lost his composure for a moment, wishing he could go back to the past. But then, Ronan gave him another surprise. "What are your thoughts?" Stefan asked, his so-called thoughts actually being translated as conditions. Ronan picked up a pebble and threw it into the sea. There's a new type of weapon that even novice mages can use. It's enough to pose a threat to first and second tier mages. Once it's put into use, I'm afraid many first and second tier mages who rely on magic for combat will have a hard time. But no matter what, the basic national policy is that the king and mages share the world. We can't let mages suffer, right? So, I hope that these first and second tier mages can come and work at the Ministry of the Interior. That is a good thing, Stefan replied. I'm afraid some people won't release the person, and not only that, they might cause the kind of trouble I just encountered. Ronan added, whoever makes things difficult for you, I will make them lose the ability to make things difficult for others. Chapter 361. The deal is done. This is quite normal and cannot be arranged casually. After the discussion was completed and the deal was finalized, Stefan didn't talk to Ronan about anything else, because he really had no interest in politics. Of course, it's rare for someone like him to genuinely have no interest, just like it's rare for someone like Dinia to genuinely have interest. Most mages above the 5th rank are just pretending to have no interest. Most mages above the 5th rank do not directly get involved in politics, which is to say they pretend not to be interested. Once they reach the 5th rank or above, they naturally have a high status, huge wealth, and widespread support. They can occasionally come out to make an appearance, give a speech, or act as a mediator. No matter how things develop, they can easily extricate themselves and leave. Isn't that good? For someone like Dinia to enter the bureaucratic system is like asking for trouble. Within the bureaucratic system, no matter what kind of magician you are, you have to deal with problems in a bureaucratic way. For example, when Ronan and Dinia killed the mayor and secretary general of Ren's city, who killed whom, what reason they used, and how they explained it to the central government afterwards. All of these things had to be carefully considered. Bureaucrats should act in a bureaucratic manner. This is not only a consensus among bureaucrats, but also among this group of magicians. At most, a little bit of the magician's whims can be tolerated, but in short, the rules cannot be violated, otherwise it will attract opposition from everyone. Goodbye, young man, to the capital. After saying that, Stefan got into his carriage pulled by ghost bone horses and left. As the carriage gradually disappeared into the distance on the sea, Ronan breathed a sigh of relief. This long journey had yielded quite a few unexpected gains. Originally, it was just to help Alina advance smoothly, but unexpectedly, I also brought back a goddess who could only be used by paying more money. On the way back, I was ambushed and unexpectedly advanced myself. Originally, 1 set of sword and shield armor became 10 sets. It seems like just a quantitative change, but it is actually a qualitative change. While dismantling the enemy's offensive and beginning the pursuit, he unexpectedly gained inspiration. Originally, completing this task would have required considerable effort, but unexpectedly, another deal was struck, and the problem that Ronan would have had to solve was no longer a concern. Back at the site of the ambush, Ronan looked at Faith and asked, "How are you? That elemental mage has been killed." "Now, yes, the righteous man you speak of," Faith replied, pointing to the 3rd-tier mage. The elemental mage was originally the one who became a champion of justice, but his fate was to be turned into a puppet by Faith. But who can blame him when that elemental mage doesn't have a good maternal grandfather? Although Stefan, the grandfather, didn't care about this grandson at all, Ronan still couldn't refuse to give him face. The 3rd-tier mage had already been bandaged up, and with his physique, this seemingly serious injury would heal in no time. At this moment, he was looking at Ronan and his 3 companions with a cold expression. Given his grandfather's attitude, he dared not show any more hostility towards Ronan, but he would never give Ronan any kind look either. Ronan didn't care much. In fact, people like this guy were the norm in the elite class. They were arrogant on the surface, and looked down on everyone, but they were fragile inside and couldn't withstand setbacks. This was true for those who were incapable, and even more so for those who were capable. "Are you coming back to China with us, or are you going on your own?" Ronan asked. "Aren't you going to ask my name?" the other person asked. Ronan was completely baffled by his thought process. "Why should I ask?" The other person was clearly holding back anger. How could someone as rude as you become the princess's husband?" Ronan pulled out a bag of gold coins and tossed it to the other man. "Take this. Take good care of yourself and go back when you're healed." He really didn't want to deal with this idiot anymore. Without waiting for a response, Ronan told Alina, Faith, and Kate Pierre to leave. With such a commotion and the death of a magician, the local government couldn't possibly remain inactive. Ronan had to deal with the situation. Of course, this problem is not difficult to solve. Once he reveals his identity, the other party has only one option: to cover it up. Otherwise, it becomes a diplomatic issue. As expected, the local lord, upon hearing the news, immediately got out of bed with his 3 lovers, gave Ronan one of his own ships, along with the sailors on board, and asked Ronan if he needed anything. When Ronan and his party had no requests, he insisted on giving them 100 gold coins. Ronan accepted 100 gold coins. Brother, you are truly a model of nobility. If you ever need anything in the future, just come to the kingdom of foes and mention my name. Absolutely. The Lord's face was beaming with joy. He was genuinely happy. A ship and 100 gold coins were admittedly painful, but being able to meet Ronan, this extraordinary future king consort, was a huge win. Would an ordinary king consort be worthy of receiving both a ship and money? Ronan is different. On one hand, his future wife, Ambrina, has lost her mother, her uncles have been expelled, and her father is dying. On the other hand, Ronan has a lover like Dinia who occupies a powerful department. Isn't Ronan the future ruler of the kingdom of foes? Sending Ronan a boat and money, many people would love to do that, but no one has the connections. To be honest, if Ronan hadn't accepted it, he was prepared to kneel down. The following morning, Ronan and his group of 4 left the port, departed from the Northern Alliance, and headed west and then south along the coastline. A few days later, Ronan terminated his employment contract with the captain and the others, then borrowed money from the captain, sold him the ship, took the money back, and left the captain and a group of sailors to fend for themselves. He simply couldn't be bothered to waste time arranging things for this group of people. Unfortunately, Ronan's current status prevents him from assigning people to jobs arbitrarily. If he were to assign a farmer to harvest wheat in the field, that farmer would simply have to watch others harvest wheat every day and then count it as his own. Every so often, someone would deliver a report praising Ronan's keen eye for talent and how incredibly skilled the farmer was at harvesting wheat. A single word from someone in power can create an exploiter who brings disaster to the people. Ronan and his party returned to the kingdom of Fas, and again traveled by boat eastward along the Seine River back to the capital. Upon arriving in the capital, Ronan went straight to the princess's residence. Ambrina rushed out and gave Ronan a hug, then pulled him into the house. Who was that blonde woman? This was Ambrina's first question. The goddess of the moon, Ronan replied. Huh? Ambrina was surprised. She naturally knew that the moon goddess was the pagan god worshipped by Alina and her clan. She had considered many possibilities regarding the blonde woman who had returned with Ronan, and was even prepared to make a scene with him, since bringing a woman home so casually was disrespectful to her. But I never expected it to turn out like this. Tonight, let's all get together. There are some things I need to discuss with you all, Ronan said solemnly, then asked, should we invite Isabel over too? She is not qualified, Ambrina said, dismissing Isabel's claim with a single sentence. Ronan nodded. Okay, I'm going to rest for a while and take a shower. All right, I'll have someone prepare dinner. Should we make it elaborate or simple? Ambrina asked Ronan for his opinion. Keep it simple, so we don't have to eat from 5 to 8, Ronan replied. Chapter 362 Dinner. Sitting posture, arranging Cheng Sheng before dinner, began. In a small hall that differed from the formal banquet hall, there was a large rectangular table, with Ambrina sitting in the sole seat of honor. Then, to Ronan and Dinia's left and right, Ronan's side had Alina, Alice, and the only guest present, Kate Pierre, in order. Dinia's side had Agustina, Dinia's diehard fan, and Faith, who was pretending to be Dinia's brainwashed fan. The dinner was indeed simple, and it wasn't served course by course. It was already winter, and although the temperature in the capital, being a high-latitude region, wasn't too low, still around 5 or 6 degrees Celsius, many vegetables were basically unavailable. So, instead of Ambrina's favorite fried eggplant fritters with tomato sauce, the appetizer was Ronan's chawanmushi, which was steamed with broth, eggs, and shrimp. The soup and main course are served together. The soup is a savory carrot, onion, and beef broth with a hint of wine, the kind that can be used to dip bread. The main course consists of various breads, as well as 3 layered small potatoes made with thick potato slices, thin cheese slices, and smoked meat slices. The main course is crispy roasted chicken with a crispy skin and juicy, tender inside. The chickens are all small and tender, 1 per person. The roasted chicken itself has a mild flavor, so it is eaten with a sweet and spicy garlic sauce. Finally, there's dessert, the kind that's delicious at first bite, nice at second bite, but cloying at third bite. Of course, that's for Ronan. The others don't find it cloying at all. After dinner, the group went to the small living room. The fireplace was already lit, and the room was warm and cozy. Ronan and Ambrina sat on the sofa facing the fireplace, while the others sat on sofas on either side. On a small table some distance from the fireplace were thinly sliced ham and several bottles of red wine. Ambrina sat on Ronan's lap, letting him hold her. She was still wearing white stockings, but she was also wearing a pair of light grey openwork knitted stockings over them. Dinya wore opaque black pantyhose made of a blend of fine wool and silk. She wore slippers so her toes were not visible, and her legs were together, with only a slight see-through at the knees. Although they lack the sheen and texture of stockings and have a more conservative and summer feel, these legs are still perfect, constantly oscillating between the desire to admire them and the urge to grab them and go for it. Alina lay sprawled across half the sofa, her long, muscular legs, encased in thick black stockings, crossed and bare, with a pair of long black cotton socks on her feet, though they were loose and not pulled up properly. This relaxed and casual state conveys two words: waiting for you. Alice sat properly, her coat neatly folded to one side. She wore the women's uniform of the Security Bureau, a fitted, double-pocketed, single-breasted military-style uniform with a golden eagle embroidered badge representing royalty on the left pocket and a shield badge representing the Bureau of Commerce and Industry on the right. She wore a purple long skirt and opaque flesh-colored stockings. She was originally supposed to wear brown leather boots, but Alice was now wearing slippers and light brown cotton socks. Alice is the kind of rigid and capable professional stay-at-home type who makes you want to break her serious demeanor. Page 159. Agostina stood next to Dinia, also dressed in a women's uniform, the style identical. Her coat was draped over the back of the sofa, but her dress was predominantly blue-black, with a sword badge on her right pocket representing the National Security Bureau. Her boots were also black leather high-tops. Underneath her uniform skirt, like Alina, she wore thick black stockings. Like Alina, she was unconventional. One leg was bent at the knee and resting on the sofa, the stockings on her calf, and foot stretched to a semi-transparent level. Her other leg lay straight on a slipper on the floor, straight and slightly muscular. She had previously worn a pair of mid-length ribbed black knit stockings, which she had removed. In the firelight, her toes and heels appeared slightly translucent, exceptionally alluring. The way this female officer is relaxing makes you want to make her even more passionate right away. Faith's stockings were still the old-fashioned coffee color. Anyway, they were either coffee or tan, but one of her feet was there, gently dangling her toe on her slipper. A restrained exterior hides a restless heart. Only by pinning her down can he truly calm her. The only guest, the moon goddess, Kate Pierre, also followed local customs, wearing only a pair of slightly thick white stockings, which were tinged with a pale gold by the firelight. Let me start from the beginning. It all started after my first meeting with Dinia, when the Pied Piper people caused trouble. The sea flute incident, Gardener Tier, primal power, nameless alien island, alien people, alien civilization, colonial pyramid incident, purple-clad organization, crystal skull skeleton, Tower of Babel, creator god, celestial realm, androids, soul transfer technique, immortality, northern ice plains, moon goddess, world composition. Finally, Ronan highlighted Caterpillar and his plans for her future. Of those present, only Ronan had truly experienced everything. The others had shared some experiences with Ronan, while others had not. Ronan briefly recounted everything in chronological order, and also revealed another side of the truth about this world. The Creator God created this world, but he no longer exists. Afterwards, otherworldly beings came to this world and tampered with the celestial realm that the Creator God used to operate magic. After that, magic underwent new developments. The Western continent had the oath of heaven and destiny, while other places were different. Soon after, the otherworldly beings left, leaving only the Gardener Tier, the moon goddess, and other artificial intelligence robots. By all accounts, I, Dinia, am already an immortal. Ambrina is one too, Faith is another kind of immortal, and Alina can live for a long time now. I've decided to transplant crystal skull skeletons into Alice and Agostina in a few days as well, Ronan said. As he spoke, Ronan suddenly remembered something and turned to Kate Pierre. By the way, Kate, Master Stefan is very knowledgeable about liquid souls, which are somewhat similar to yours. He is also the principal of the Magic Academy. You can go to him. Remember to mention my name. Kate Peter put down his glass. You have to pay my tuition. Okay, but remember to go to work at the Technology Development Center. Yuri, the deputy director. Ronan agreed, while reminding her that she still had to go to work. The Technology Development Center is a unit under the Security Bureau, responsible for researching various industrial and agricultural technologies. Kanon is in charge of weapons research and development. Ronan brought back from the colonies the one who can tinker with lathes, and Haiti, who is in charge of agricultural technology, are all in this unit. No problem. I am a very professional person, Caterpillar replied. Ronan stopped talking to her and got to the point. I've been away for almost a month. Let me tell you about the situation at the Ministry of the Interior. Alice replied. The framework has been set up, but apart from the Postal Transportation Bureau and the Royal Palace Command, there is a severe shortage of personnel. The Security Bureau will soon have enough. A group of low-ranking mages and novice mages will arrive, but they won't be assigned to work yet. They need to be properly trained. Dinia and I will personally oversee this training. If agents don't have a suitable and firm belief, they will inevitably become ruthless and cowardly executioners. Chapter 363 The Situation, the Business. Ronan's consistent style. Hearing Ronan's words, Agostina was relieved. She no longer had to be a lone commander. Alice was somewhat worried. What should the Oversight Bureau do? I'm just a deputy director of the investigation department, but Director Cheney comes from the Treasury Department and is part of the Prime Minister's faction. I don't even have the right to express my opinion on personnel issues. Once he brings in those corrupt bureaucrats, I'll be helpless. Then the Oversight Bureau will really become an agency where bureaucrats supervise themselves. Alice was in a hurry. Her position in the Ministry of the Interior was quite low. She was the head of the investigation department under the Inspectorate of the Ministry of the Interior, and she was only a deputy. Of course, the others weren't much better. Agostina was just the head of the operations department under the Security Bureau. Elena, on the other hand, was a complete office worker. She was the head of personnel at the Security Bureau. The current structure of the Ministry of the Interior is as follows. Dinia is the minister. Ronan is the director of the Bureau of Commerce and Industry, and Elena works under him, nominally in charge of personnel matters, but in reality, she mainly serves as Ronan's assistant. The previous operation against the Territory Management Department did manage to recruit some people, but these people were originally diligent workers from the Territory Management Department in the localities. As we all know, diligent workers are always in the minority, so the Security Bureau is still short-staffed. Then there's the Ombudsman's Office, headed by Cheney, who is a division chief under the Treasury Department's General Administration of Taxation. As Alice said, he's part of the Prime Minister's faction. The Ombudsman's leadership is now complete, and Alice is barely a minor leader with no real power. The Bureau of Supervision is also short-staffed, and Alice is worried that the director will transfer people from other departments. Then there's the Security Bureau, a special agency. The director's position is vacant, and there are also many vacancies in the heads of other units. Agostina is the head of the operations department, and for the time being, she is the highest-ranking officer in the department. Unfortunately, she is currently all alone and has no subordinates. However, Ronan has already made arrangements, and someone will be there soon. Of course, these people need to undergo some training. The head of the Postal and Transportation Bureau is Baron Prospel of Durand. He was originally a lone commander, but after Ronan's maneuvering, the local personnel who originally belonged to the Territory Administration Department became his people. Together with the people from the original postal system, his unit was able to function normally. As for the Royal Palace Command, it's essentially just the Royal Guard with a new bureaucratic label. Everyone in it is the same old Royal Guard personnel. Seeing that Ronan didn't answer, Alice looked at him with some impatience. Ronan glared at Alice sternly. Alice, didn't I say we'd leave the Bureau of Inspectorate to them for now? Besides, Director Cheney hasn't arbitrarily expanded the staff, has he? That means he's willing to communicate. If you want to say what you think, I can only say I don't want to hear it. Alice clenched her fist. Ambrina wanted to speak up for Alice, but Ronan pinched her thigh, reminding her not to express her opinion, so Ambrina had to swallow the words she was about to say. You're not a child anymore. You need to learn to respect your direct supervisor, Ronan said bluntly. Alice stopped talking. Dinia, who had been listening and thinking, clapped her hands to put a pause on the conversation, then turned her gaze to Ronan. Where was the first shot fired? Security Bureau. I need to discuss a big deal with some domestic capitalists, and a meeting will be held before the Governor's Conference after the new year, Ronan replied. The Governor's Conference is held in the first half of each year, and the governors of each state must come to the capital to report to the king on their work from the previous year. What big business? Ambrina asked curiously. Ronan replied, amending the law. No, I should say adding some new laws concerning property rights. In general, to establish the principle of fair trade in legal form, protect private property, safeguard the development of industry and commerce, and incidentally lay the groundwork for the future introduction of a real civil code. So the meeting was scheduled before the governors' meeting, so that the governors of each state could bring along some of their most important businessmen along the way. Of course, in this process, we also need to get the big capitalists in the country to agree to our department's constraints on them. If they don't agree, then I'll just have to show them what unfair competition really means. At that time, we will also involve some law students. Anyway, their future prospects are bleak if they go to work in the court, so they might as well work in the Security Bureau. In fact, the core objective is to take this opportunity to bring college students here. Ronan said, if this big deal goes through, great. If it fails, it doesn't matter. The most important thing is to take the opportunity to recruit another batch of passionate young people to strengthen the Security Bureau's workforce. Ronan didn't think he was wrong at all to say that the courts had no future. The kingdom was a semi-feudal, semi-civilian state. On the one hand, judicial independence was non-existent. The court's indictment was simply, with officials asking, "Who here accuses me?" It's not that I'm innocent. It's the scenario of we'll spend money to seek justice at the royal court in the capital isn't something that happens every day. After all, many plaintiffs don't even have the chance to walk into court alive. On the other hand, judges still use customary laws from some ancient empires thousands of years ago and decrees issued by past kings as the basis for their judgments. That's practically letting judges operate arbitrarily. That's really in line with your usual style. Dinia commented with a smile. Ronan's consistent style is to do one thing and achieve multiple goals. Moreover, most people wouldn't understand what his true goals are. To Dinia's seemingly complimentary words, Ronan could only sigh. There's nothing we can do about it. There are too many people in the entire bureaucracy who don't get along with us. No matter what method we use or what kind of people we choose, it's too easy for these damn bureaucrats to interfere with us if we recruit directly. We can only create a big storm and use that storm to achieve our goal. That's all for today. We can discuss the details later. Then I'll be going now, Dinia said, taking her leave. Me too. Agostina followed closely behind. They then bid farewell and left, following the others. In the blink of an eye, only Ronan and Ambrina remained in the room. Ronan was about to say a few words to Ambrina when she suddenly got up, slipped on her slippers, and ran out. A short while later, Ambrina returned with Alice. Ambrina patted Alice on the shoulder. Alice, just say what you have to say. With me here, if he dares to scold you again, I'll hit him. Alice's face darkened, and she said in a low voice, I was wrong just now, but I'm really worried that if a department like the Bureau of Supervision has a bad atmosphere from the very beginning, it will be very difficult to correct it later. Do you know why you're only a deputy section chief? Ronan asked. Alice was taken aback. She truly didn't know. Ronan shook his head and smiled. Because you immediately go into hedgehog mode with anyone you think has a different opinion or stance from yours. It was fine when you were working under me, but now that you're a central official, it's not good. Let me give you a piece of advice. It's okay if you disagree, but not communicating will cause problems. Chapter 364. Let's reason things out and work together. We can't get things done by wasting money. Ronan's feelings for Alice were more complicated than Alina's, because in addition to being her adopted daughter, sister, and lover, he also felt a sense of guilt and responsibility. Although it was Alice's father's own actions that led to the destruction of his family, Ronan couldn't say he had no connection to it at all. What do you think is the purpose of communicating with these people? Ronan asked a question. Alice quickly replied, I know them. You've got it backwards. It is about letting them get to know you, Ronan said, then explained. You're someone who wants to get things done, not a bureaucrat just coasting along. Whether it is your superiors, colleagues, or subordinates, whether they be potential friends or enemies, they'll only express their attitude towards you after they get to know you. Only then will they take action when you're ready to act. Only when they take action can you distinguish friend from foe, respond accordingly, and ultimately use the power of the system you in to accomplish what you want to achieve, instead of acting like a child who sees someone else having candy and immediately wants some, indirectly asking me to find ways to promote you and increase your power. Go and talk to your colleagues, then get them together to discuss it with your boss. Whether he agrees or not is his business. Whether you say it or not is your business. Don't be afraid of others knowing what you want to do. This is the attitude that a person who wants to do great things should have. Ambrina wholeheartedly agreed with this statement. Ronan was never afraid of others knowing what he was going to do, and often he would even give advance notice. After his announcement, all parties would start to move. Only when both enemies and friends were in action would Ronan begin to exert his true strength. Yes, Alice replied. That's settled then. You can go back now. After saying that, Ronan waved for Alice to go back on her own. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Alice was still a little short of being able to stand on her own and needed more training. Ambrina suddenly called out to Alice. Where are you going, Alice? Stay, let's stay together tonight. This Ronan suddenly found himself speechless. A short while later, the three arrived at Ambrina's bedroom. In the spacious bedroom, there were two large coal stoves, burning smokeless honeycomb briquettes. The honeycomb briquettes and stoves were naturally made by Ronan. However, the kingdom of Fas was a coal-scarce country, and high-quality coal was even rarer. But did that prevent the royal family from using imported high-quality coal? It just meant spending a little more money. In addition to the coal stove for heating, there was also aromatherapy, making the entire bedroom not only warm but also fragrant. On the large bed, Ronan lay half-reclined. Ambrina quickly ripped off her floral knitted socks and tossed them aside, leaving only thick pinkish-white pantyhose. Alice also took off her light brown cotton socks, leaving only flesh-colored stockings. Ambrina crawled a couple of steps, grabbed Ronan's still limp penis with one hand, opened her mouth and sucked on it, moving it up and down. Soon the thing became a hard, huge object. Ambrina relented and turned to look at Alice. Alice, come here. Alice hesitated. She had been with Alina many times, but Ambrina was in front of her, and she felt a little awkward. Ambrina smiled, took out a glass jar from the alternate dimension, drizzled some chocolate sauce on Ronan's jar, and savored it with relish. A moment later, Ronan felt something and gently stepped back from Ambrina. My princess, it is my turn to serve you. Ambrina took off her thick white stockings and silk panties, tossing them aside. She picked up a pair of semi-transparent thin white stockings and put them on. Underneath the thin layer of white silk, a large patch of thick, dark, shiny pubic hair resembled a wildly growing desire. Ronan did not immediately bend down, but instead looked back at Alice. Alice understood, pouted, and then lay down on her back. And so, Ronan gently bit down on Ambrina's fat through a layer of white silk, sticking out his tongue, while Alice held the base of Ronan's thing with one hand, taking the head into her mouth, her tongue constantly tracing around the glands. Unbeknownst to her, Alice was also aroused. Feeling empty in her lower body, she reached into her pantyhose with her other hand and began to dig and prod with one finger. Ambrina's pantyhose gradually became wet at the crotch. Her legs crossed and clamped around Ronan's neck, her round, white toes in the white stockings sometimes curling inwards and sometimes spreading outwards. Ronan gradually got the hang of it and suddenly bent over, and the thing went in a little deeper. Alice swallowed a part of it and made a whimpering sound. At the same time, she slapped Ronan's thigh hard to make him lift it up. Ronan just wouldn't lift up, which made Alice so angry that she gently pinched him with her upper and lower front teeth. Ronan immediately arched his back, and Alice spat it out, threatening fiercely, "If you do that again, I'll really bite you." "My Alice, how could you bear to part with her?" Ronan teased. Alice glared at Ronan, grabbed her clothes, and made to leave, but Ronan pounced on her and pinned her to the bed. "It's about time to get to the main event." As he spoke, Ronan tore open his pantyhose, thrust his hips forward, and entered her. Alice, who hadn't done this for many days, was quite wet inside and was contracting violently. Ronan immediately felt aroused and began to thrust wildly. The slender Alice was like a small boat being battered by giant waves, constantly rocking back and forth. Sometimes she would clamp her legs tightly around Ronan's waist, trying to steady herself, and other times she would spread them wide, trying to open herself up as much as possible. Ronan, seeing Alice's flailing little legs, simply grabbed them with both hands to stop her from moving. Thick stockings don't have the same rough feel as thin stockings. They only have a soft, smooth texture. Ronan couldn't help himself and simply put Alice's toes into his mouth, increasing his thrusting intensity once again. At this moment, Ambrina hugged Ronan from behind. After making Alice limp, Ronan pulled out, turned around, pressed Ambrina down, and began a new round. A moment later, Ronan picked up Ambrina, stood on the bed, and began to lift her up and down. The long night officially begins at this moment. The next morning, after breakfast, Ronan and Ambrina went to the palace to meet the king. Lucian looked increasingly aged, though not yet 50. He now appeared to be a 70-year-old. After a few simple greetings, Lucian inquired about the Ministry of the Interior and Ronan. Ronan told his father-in-law, the king, everything about his plans. Lucian took off his glasses, rub them, and put them back on. Is the Supervisory Bureau just going to do nothing? Actually, the inspectorate isn't that important, Ronan replied. The main purpose of the Ministry of the Interior is to give the monarch his own information channels so that he can avoid being misled by a group of ministers, and to have the ability to directly transmit instructions to the localities. As for the officials, there is no way to supervise them. The role of the inspectorate in the future will only be to conduct some investigations involving officials. Saying that we will supervise officials is just to scare them. Ronan told his father-in-law the truth. In this era of imperfect systems and underdeveloped communication, talking about supervising officials is not entirely impossible, but it's too costly. Most things in this world that are too expensive to do are simply impossible. Chapter 365 Family Matters. Underestimating them, low-class methods. As the new year approached, everything in the capital remained as usual. The citizens did not feel any changes, and the same was true for most officials. The Crown Prince's wedding and the establishment of the Ministry of the Interior did not bring about any changes. The mass resignation of local staff in the Territory Management Department had caused quite a stir, but it did not have any impact on other departments. Everyone did what they were supposed to do, and took what they were supposed to take. The Ministry of the Interior, apart from the post office, looks like a stagnant pool. Minister Dinia came to work in the morning, then disappeared, and then reappeared in the afternoon before leaving. Page 160. The Bureau of Commerce and Industry Security, led by Ronan, did nothing except to have a group of people from the Territory Management Department receive salaries. The Supervisory Bureau was even more bizarre. Director Cheney cobbled together a leadership team from various sources, but there wasn't a single person actually doing the actual work. The National Security Bureau doesn't even have all its key officials. That day, Alice and Agostina underwent a skeleton transplant together. Afterwards, Agostina went to spar with Alina, while Alice went home alone. Afterwards, Edina went to visit her uncle as arranged, while Agostina went to her father's house. She lost both her parents at a young age and was raised by her family members in turns. After settling down in the capital, Edina brought her family members to the capital and found them shops to do small business. Uncle, why is the restaurant closed? Elena asked as soon as she entered the room and hung up her coat. The restaurant wasn't making much money, so we sold it, Elena's uncle replied. Alina didn't believe it. The restaurant was located near the factory area, with a lot of foot traffic. Although the workers either ate at the factory or brought their own food and were unwilling to spend money, many vendors who came here to do business were happy to have a slice of pizza or a plate of meat sauce noodles to make do with a meal. It was cheap and saved time. With so many customers, it was impossible for them not to make money. Although she didn't believe it, Elena didn't want to dwell on the issue. If you don't open a restaurant, what will your family do? Elena's uncle laughed. Your little cousin met a good man and is now a police officer in the police force. As for me, I help count tickets at the theater. The income is not bad. Your aunt helps other people take care of their children. The police force is recruiting in the first half of the year, right? And will he even pass the exam? Elena questioned. Also, didn't I say that doing some small business would be fine? Well, we've made some connections now, Elena's uncle said, giving her a look that said, how can you not understand this? Besides, what is the point of doing business? I am planning to talk to your other uncles and aunts about making arrangements for their children. They've even started making arrangements for people. Elena didn't say anything more, and a little while later, her little cousin came back. Her uncle has 3 children, but the other 2 are already married and doing well in Venia, so they haven't come to the capital. Elena, how's your Ministry of the Interior doing lately? My little cousin asked casually. They didn't even greet me. They just came up and asked this. Not very good, Elena replied dismissively. My cousin looked at me with disbelief. No way, mister. Ronan must have some plans, right? You must know, tell me. Do you still need to ask? Elena already had a conclusion in mind, but she didn't refuse to answer. Instead, she pointed to the coat hanging on the other side of the clothes rack and said, please take my coat down. The younger cousin was annoyed. Did they think he was a servant? That was what he thought. But he still turned around and fetched Elena's coat with a fawning expression. As soon as he turned around, Elena kicked him to the ground, stepped on her cousin's waist, and pressed the tips of 2 swords against the back of his neck. Who got you into the police force? Tell me. Her aunt and uncle rushed over, but Elena pushed them aside and plunged her sword into her cousin's back. Blood gushed out, and her cousin screamed in pain. It's a police officer. His name is I don't want to know his name. Get up and take me to him, Elena said. I want to reason with him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Agostina was at her father's house. Besides her father, there were a few other guests. Her aunt, who used to treat her like a servant. Her cousin and cousin-in-law, who had dragged her to the test but hadn't been selected. A talkative middle-aged woman. And a man in his 30s. A nobleman. A second-tier magician working in the Ministry of Magic, who was fairly handsome, but still far less so than Ronan. After dinner, once the guests had left, Agostina's father called her aside and asked, "What do you think of him?" "Not very good," Agostina replied bluntly. "My good daughter, it is time for you to get married," Agostina's father said. Agostina shrugged. "I'm a lesbian, didn't you know?" "Stop talking nonsense. You're clearly Ronan's lover," Agostina's father said angrily. Agostina chuckled softly. "You know that, yet you still bring it up." Sigh. "If only your brother hadn't died." Agostina's father suddenly sighed. "Here we go again." Sigh. "Fine. I'll try to find a way to get you a grandson. Once he's born, we'll say he's my brother's son and he'll use our family name, okay?" Agostina said with a troubled expression. She knew very well that her father didn't actually ask anything of her. He was just too lonely, hearing that his daughter had promised to give him a grandson, and even one with their family name. He immediately smiled. "By the way, what's the situation in your department? I heard there's nobody there." Agostina's one eye froze for a moment, but then her face softened into a gentle smile. "Who told you that?" "People who drink and play cards together," Agostina's father replied casually. "Oh, then I'll be going now." Agostina said goodbye. She acted as if nothing was wrong, but in her mind she was already thinking about where to start burning her father's friend. She didn't intend to kill him. She just wanted to burn his limbs and let him die in the muddy, filthy market, screaming in agony. The other side, Alice, who had just arrived home, opened her sister's letter. "Dear sister, how are you?" "I'm fine. At this moment, when I'm about to graduate, a kind older sister wanted to introduce me to a job, but I refused. Obviously, your rival is really not good enough, resorting to such despicable means. I've already sent her to heaven, but to let something like this happen, you and Golden Retriever are really too incompetent. Brother Ronan still needs me. Respectfully yours, your most hated younger sister." After reading the new moment, Alice slammed the letter on the table and muttered, "Idiot." Alice immediately got up, skipped her meal, and headed straight for the princess's residence. Ambrina, who was enjoying the new dishes with Ronan, saw Alice rushing over and immediately put down her knife and fork. "What's wrong, Alice?" "No rush. Let's eat and talk." Ronan gestured for Alice to sit down. Alice sat down and began to tell her story. Chapter 366: Suicide, a Small Business. Calm down. The next day, 2 more corpses appeared in the peaceful capital. Soon, the news spread throughout the streets and alleys. The 2 deceased, whether it was the police captain or the owner of many taverns, were important figures that the citizens occasionally saw in their daily lives. If it were a high-ranking official or a nobleman who had died, the citizens might not have been so eager to discuss it, since it had nothing to do with them. But it was these 2 people who had died, so it was different. The following day, the newly released Paris Weekly featured 2 headlines on its front page. Police captain suicided after being struck by 8 swords in back, and tavern owner's spontaneous combustion at Keishaku was a pure accident. Nobody believed these 2 reports, of course, but the citizens couldn't really come up with any conspiracy theories either. That night, at the usual pub, Ronan sat opposite Prime Minister Alexander. Alexander took a big gulp of wine. "I really didn't expect there to be such fools. I wish they were like your 2 lovers." Ronan took a bite of the shrimp pie, which was about the size of a small round cookie, and asked, "Prime Minister, I'm curious, who was behind this?" "I don't know. I can't even be sure if they re from my lineage," Alexander said. "That's normal, your faction." Ha! Ronan couldn't help but laugh when Prime Minister Alexander's faction was mentioned. "Well, this Prime Minister is an honest and upright person, leaning towards conservatism, who wants to carry out moderate reforms. Few of the so-called Prime Minister's faction got their high positions because of him. They can only be called allies, not cronies. Ultimately, it's not difficult for corrupt officials to control honest officials, but it's difficult for honest officials to control corrupt officials." Seeing Alexander fall silent, Ronan pressed on, "Are you going to find the person yourself, or am I going to use this opportunity to give the Ministry of the Interior something to do? Investigate? Impossible. You know perfectly well enough that any investigation would uncover a whole host of problems," Alexander said. "Just consider it doing me a favor, okay?" "Sure. But I also hope you can do me a favor." Ronan agreed and set his conditions. Alexander gestured for him to speak. Speak. When I saw His Majesty a few days ago, he could barely see people. Now he is probably completely unable to govern. It is likely that Henry will preside over the next ministerial meeting. Ronan laid the groundwork first. At that time, please stand up and propose to abolish the Royal United Chamber of Commerce. The Council of Ministers is like the Court Assembly of Ceres, with ministers and important officials from various departments all in attendance, though it is mostly just a ceremonial formality. What Ronan asked the Prime Minister to do was roughly equivalent to having the Prime Minister lead the way in embarrassing the Regent Crown Prince when Emperor Ceres was seriously ill and unable to attend court. It's a life-threatening job. The bargaining chips of the two parties were not equal. Alexander took a bite of a square potato crisp the size of a child's palm. First, tell me your real purpose. Second, I want to participate in the formulation of the Ministry of the Interior's regulations. My real purpose is very simple. I want to add a new property law to establish the principles of free and fair transactions and promise to protect private property so as to promote the development of industry and commerce. As for the regulations of the Ministry of the Interior, you are the Prime Minister, and I am a subordinate of your subordinate. If you want to participate, how can I object? Ronan laughed as he spoke. Alexander remained expressionless, and Ronan could only lament the Prime Minister's lack of humor. Deal? Ronan asked. Deal, Alexander replied. The transaction was complete, and the two did not speak again. They poured themselves drinks and focused on enjoying the inexpensive food and drinks in the tavern. After finishing a bottle of wine and the small dishes on the table, Ronan paid the bill, and the two left one after the other. Ronan did not head towards the princess's residence. He had received Ambrina's permission before leaving home that he did not need to go home that night. At this point, Ronan was preparing to go find Dinia for a second round of drinks. He didn't expect that Dinia would appear in front of him before he had taken more than a few steps. Dinia sighed insincerely. Alas, who would have thought that the leaders of the two factions were actually the biggest moles within each other? Ronan was a little embarrassed. Didi, let me correct your mistake a little. You are the head of our faction. I hope so, Dinia said. That's the only way, Ronan replied, casually grabbing Dinia's buttocks. He had to admit, even through the wool skirt, the feel of those shapely buttocks was still amazing. Dinia stepped on Ronan's foot. This is the street. Watch your hands. Isn't there nobody here? Ronan said, looking completely aggrieved. Dinia elbowed Ronan in the chest, almost choking him. What did you talk about with the Prime Minister? It's nothing. It's just Ronan told Dinia the whole story. Dinia then asked, does Ambrina know? I'll talk to her tomorrow, Ronan replied. Dinia nodded secretly, paused for a moment, and then said, we can't let those merchants run rampant. Our country is different from Wheeland. Wheeland only has 4 million people, while we have 20 million. Even if the situation is under control, many people will inevitably lose their homes. If it gets out of control, many people may die, and the impact will be incomparable to that of that island nation. Today, Dinia has grown into an official with principles. She won't dwell on the plight of a small number of people whose homes have been ruined, but she won't accept the plight of a large number of people who have been driven to the brink of despair. Don't worry, you were involved throughout the entire process, and you reviewed every single one of them, Ronan assured him. Speaking of this, Dinia was so angry she wanted to hit someone. What's the use? Over the years, every time you lied to me, wasn't it with my own approval? Ronan felt wronged, and he wasn't faking it. You may not believe in my character, but you have to believe in my stance. Didi, I am a bureaucrat and also Ambrina's husband. My stance is on the side of the civil service and the autocratic rulers. Would I allow capitalists to truly gain power? A hint of anger flashed across Dinia's face. Why are you getting so worked up? When have I ever stopped believing you? Ronan stopped Dinia with one hand and stroked her breasts up and down with the other, eventually grabbing them. Calm down, calm down. Heh, so you want me to calm down by grabbing my breasts? Huh. Dinia reached out and pinched Ronan's cheek. How can you be so shameless? Ronan withdrew his hand. All right, let's get down to business. What brings you here? Dinia gently took Ronan's hand. Although you wrote communitarianism to create a persona for me, I agree with it. Community values are superior to the individual, group interests are superior to the individual, and the state should not let the private sphere run rampant. I don't want to wait until problems arise before implementing these principles. Do you understand? Ronan smiled. Of course. The Ministry of the Interior doesn't exist for the sake of freedom, does it? Dinia responded with a satisfied All right, that's enough business. Ronan looked at the 2-story villa in Dinia not far ahead. Dinia, it's time for a long night to begin. Dinia didn't respond, but couldn't help squeezing her legs together slightly. Chapter 367 Late Night Kitchen. Flavors of Life. Parting advice. My name is Arkarif. I am a ruse, a mage, and also a cook. Another day has ended, and at a time when even drunkards have been dragged home. My shop has just opened, that's the menu, but I'll try my best to make anything that's not on the menu. The shop is open from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. and its name is Night Owl Mage's Shop, but people prefer to call it Midnight Kitchen. You asked if any guests have come. We've had quite a few guests. Why? Because this is Pallister, the largest city on the western continent. There will always be some people who have just finished doing something at this time, and there will always be some people who are preparing to do something at this time. There were 3 people in the shop, me, Laura, and Laura's daughter, Melissa, who had aphasia. When the guests arrived, I took 2 big puffs of my cigarette and then put it out. I like this kind of cigarette that you can smoke by just putting on a metal mouthpiece. It's called Ronin cigarette, except for the price. He was a regular customer, and I never asked customers by name, so he was called Scarface. 1 chicken burrito and 2 glasses of ale. Somewhat surprisingly, he usually only drinks 1 glass. Okay, page 161. Flatten boneless chicken breast, sprinkle with salt and pepper, roll it up with frozen salted butter strips, coat it with egg and breadcrumbs, and deep fry it. The outer skin is crispy, the chicken is tender, and the butter filling is molten. Soon, Melissa placed a plate of chicken wraps and ale in front of Scarface returned a smile, but the scar that ran from below his left eye down through the corner of his mouth to his chin made the smile look extremely ugly. Scarface looked at the chicken roll in front of him, but didn't touch it. Instead, he took a big gulp of ale. It won't taste good when it's cold, Laura said from the side. The chicken roll isn't afraid of being cold, but I am. With that, Scarface took another swig of wine. He had offended some big shots, but with the strength of a first-tier mage, he could make a decent living by delivering goods at night, if life was measured only by money. The problem is money now. His boss has disappeared and is probably dead. They will likely break up soon because the weapon that can seriously injure a first-tier mage is said to have been manufactured, but it will be some time before it is actually put into use. Scarface was unaware that after the dozen or so mages who had originally followed Victor arrived, everything progressed rapidly, and after Kate Baller arrived, they instantly broke through the final barrier. Scarface only knew that the time between now and the official deployment of that weapon was the countdown to his departure from this bustling metropolis. At that moment, Dinia and Ronan walked into the store. Hello, Archie, Laura, and Melissa. Dinia greeted the shop owner and the mother and daughter warmly. You look unexpectedly beautiful today, Akirov said. He had always considered Dinia one of the most beautiful women in the country, but at this moment, the word one of seemed to need to be dropped. Laura looked at Ronan and asked, and who is this? My dog, Arts. Dinia introduced Ronan, as revenge for Ronan's relentless licking of her an hour earlier, which had nearly made her come, yet he still hadn't penetrated her. Woof woof. Ronan imitated a dog's bark twice, then greeted everyone with a smile. Hello everyone. Apart from Scarface, who was feeling depressed, the other regular customers couldn't help but burst into laughter. They were not unaware of Dinia's identity. With her white hair, red eyes, and extraordinary magic, there was no one else but her. When they first met Dinia, they were naturally very afraid, as Dinia was an absolutely great figure to them. After a few encounters, I realized that this woman was not someone who was unapproachable. Later, everyone gradually got used to this important figure who would occasionally come. That's why they dared to laugh at Ronan. Of course, the 2 new guests brought by the regular customer were already in a state of shock. Just then, Melissa walked over, holding a notebook with yellowed paper, and wrote down the words. The shrimp were just caught and are very fresh. Okay, 1 order of fried shrimp balls and a bottle of cheap wine, Dinia ordered. The so-called cheap wine was just a cheap red wine. I'll have a plate of scrambled eggs with butter, please, Ronan ordered. Okay, Akirov replied from the open kitchen. Ronan looked at Laura, who was chatting with Scarface, and found it hard to imagine that this woman, who was probably in her 40s, still charming, and so cheerful and talkative, had suffered such harm many years ago. She was the mother who set up a cake stall with her daughter back then, the most important and the least important person in the cold cake incident. Whether it was fried shrimp balls or scrambled eggs with butter, both dishes were quick to prepare. Soon, Melissa brought over the snacks for the 2 of them, and Ronan's plate of scrambled eggs with butter also had a few pieces of oyster meat. Akirov returned to the bar. There are only a few oysters left, They'll spoil by tomorrow. That's true, what a coincidence, Ronan replied with a smile. Dinia's vagina was like a living thing. Before the climax, it was practically sucking his balls in. Dinia picked up her glass and poured the wine into Ronan's mouth. Only she understood what Ronan meant by what a coincidence. Just then, Isabel and Ashley walked in, and instantly everyone stood up and bowed in respect. Good evening, Your Highness, Akirif greeted respectfully. Isabel waved her hand. I'm just a commoner. What prince am I? To me, you will always be His Highness. Someone said this. That is right. Several tables immediately echoed. What's wrong with calling someone Your Highness? Is it not allowed for someone to be called princess by their nickname? The person who said this was clearly drunk. Long time no see, Melissa. How have you been? Isabel asked Melissa with concern. Melissa quickly wrote and drew, adding I'm fine and a smiley face at the end. Isabel nodded and plopped down next to Ronan. The food here is all right, isn't it? Ronan didn't shy away from Isabel's intense gaze at all. Not bad. Soon after, Ronan and Dinia left. Although they weren't exactly full, they were definitely well rested and ready to fight until dawn. Just before leaving, Ronan suddenly turned back and said to Scarface, Actually, you could consider trying the Ministry of the Interior. They're quite short-staffed there lately. After Ronan and Dinah left, Melissa quietly approached and asked Isabel who Ronan was. Isabel reached out and tapped Melissa's nose. You're so dense. He's our crown prince's husband, Ronan Arts. Her voice wasn't loud, but in this small shop, many people heard her clearly. The diners were stunned for a moment, not expecting that the rumors were true. Ronan and Dinia really did have that kind of relationship, and even his relationship with Princess Isabel seemed quite delicate. Laura looked in the direction Dinia and Ronan had left, clasped her hands together, and silently prayed that God would grant Dinia lasting happiness. Meanwhile, after quite some time, Ronan and Dinia had returned to Dinia's residence. Ronan pinned Dinia against the wall, lifted her skirt, and began kissing her neck passionately. Under Ronan's onslaught, Dinia became increasingly confused. Chapter 368 Mouth Explosion. The choice of the times in this chaotic and infatuated entanglement. The two continued to remove each other's clothes. Soon, Dinia was only wearing a white lace bud bra, revealing her deep breasts to Ronan. She had also taken off her long skirt and tossed it aside. Her reddish-brown V-neck mid-calf riding boots were too heavy to take off while standing, so she hadn't taken them off. She was still wearing thick black stockings, though they had sagged slightly at the waist during the intense exercise. Ronan had stripped down to his underwear, revealing his well-defined muscles. Diddy, give me a blowjob. Roll. Ronan held Dinia's hands tightly and called out in a spoiled tone, Dinia, don't try that on me. Dinia turned her face away. Ronan, with his clean-shaven, young, and handsome face, acted cute and charming, just like a handsome and strong little wolf dog with big, watery eyes who was hungry and coming to ask for food, making it hard to refuse him. Diddy, Ronan's voice became even more childlike. You're so annoying. Dinia snapped. Ronan hugged Dinia's waist tightly, saying, Dinia, look how listless it is. As he spoke, Ronan's hands didn't stop either. One hand reached into Dinia's black stockings and kept fiddling with them, while the other hand slipped into her bra and pressed her sensitive nipples. After a while, Dinia's breathing became erratic. You've ruined my life, Dinia said resentfully. Ronan knew that Dinia's words meant she had agreed, but he didn't show the slightest hint of smugness. If he showed even a little bit of smugness at this moment, the matter would be over. Close your eyes and don't move. If you dare open your eyes, I'll gouge them out, Dinia said fiercely. Ronan obediently closed his eyes and stood still. Dinia used magic to create a hair tie to tie her hair into a ponytail. She slowly squatted down, pulled down Ronan's shorts, and the thing sprang out in front of her. She had just taken a shower before leaving the house, and there was still a lingering scent of soap infused with lavender essential oil. Underneath this scent, there was another smell that was hard to describe. Dinia crouched down completely, grabbed Ronan's thighs with both hands, and slowly moved closer. As she remained in a squatting position with her forefeet on the ground, her thick black stockings formed obvious creases behind her knees, while the knees became transparent. Her reddish-brown leather boots also bent, creating a unique and beautiful sheen. The light from the wrought iron chandelier on the ceiling shone down on her head, making her snow-white and pale gold hair appear as if it were a blend of silver and warm gold. Her red eyes, like rubies that had been collected for a long time, had lost their brilliance, leaving only a warm, matte finish. Dinia closed her eyes and brought her lips closer. In contrast to her pure and innocent face, her body exuded extreme desire. Her buttocks, in a squatting position, had thick black stockings that had almost become thin black stockings, as if they were about to burst at any moment. The white panties underneath were clearly visible, and the smooth, slightly oily stockings indicated that a mirror-like surface had formed at the most rounded and bulging part of her buttocks, reflecting the flickering candlelight from the ceiling. Dinia's lips finally touched. The next moment, her lips parted and took a tiny bit into her mouth. Ronan's 2 testicles suddenly tightened. He wanted to push them in a little further, but he couldn't. Dinia didn't take any more in. She just held it with one hand and started stroking it. Her hands moved slowly and without rhythm, yet they brought Ronan an unprecedented and uncontrollable pleasure. Finally, Ronan couldn't help but open one eye. With her eyes closed and no expression at all, Dinia's ponytail swayed gently. Her large breasts were not sagging at all, and her waist looked slender but incredibly strong, with her big, fleshy buttocks barely contained by her bulging black stockings. In an instant, his animalistic instincts overcame his reason, and Ronan's penis suddenly swelled and throbbed. Sensing something amiss, Dinia opened her eyes instantly, but the first spray still landed on her lips. The next instant, Dinia punched Ronan in the balls. Ronan cried out and fell to his knees, clutching his chest and curling up in a ball. Dinia reached out and wiped the white, fishy smell from her lips. Stop pretending. Even if you're broken, you'll regenerate right away. Ronan struggled to his feet, his toes pointing inward. No, is this pain real? Dinia sat down on the edge of the bed, took off one boot, and said, "Are you going to continue or not? If not, I'm going to sleep." Do it, Ronan said hastily. Dinia took off her other boot, raised her hand and turned off the ceiling light. Do you know why I hit you? Ronan remained silent. I told you not to open your eyes, and this is the price you pay for breaking your promise, Dinia said. Ronan didn't argue back, climbed onto the bed, pinned Dinia down and began kissing and caressing her. Half an hour later, the two ended the session in a purely missionary manner. Ronan, Dinia whispered, her face flushed, as she wrapped one arm around Ronan's neck. What's wrong? Ronan asked. Dinia looked at Ronan. I'm thinking about the future. In the future, in terms of career, we'll improve the Ministry of the Interior, make the country prosperous and strong, and then dominate the Western continent. We'll get Anli a crown to wear. On the other hand, once Anli gets pregnant, we'll give her a child if she wants one, but we'll have to take turns, since we still have to do our jobs. Ronan replied. I mean further into the future, we will live for a very, very long time. Dinia said she had never thought about immortality before, but after meeting Ronan, she somehow became immortal. In fact, this question had been bothering her ever since she returned from the colony. However, the succession struggle, Ronan and Ambrina's marriage, the establishment of the Ministry of the Interior and other events kept her from discussing this with Ronan. Now that Ambrina's position is secure and the Ministry of the Interior has been established, she finally has the time to have a proper talk with Ronan about this issue. Ronan knew what Dinia was thinking, of course. In fact, regarding immortality, apart from the relatively simple-minded Ambrina, Elena, Alice, and Agustina were all confused by it, and Ronan was well aware of this. Well, it's really nothing, Ronan said. Let us retire after we finish what our generation has to do. Then we can all leave this country and travel the world, spending a few years in each place. Let us go to the southern continent, Central Asia, and finally Ceres. Ceres is a very beautiful place. Maybe many years later, revolutionary ideas will arise in the kingdom, and my and Henriette's descendants will be sent to the guillotine. Then we can come back and start a revolution. I think that would be very interesting. While the capitalist beast shackled by Ronan was indeed powerful, it was industrialization that could truly shatter the old era. Ronan had already begun laying the foundation for industrialization. The wheels of time keep turning, and 100 years from now, the world will surely be in chaos. It would be so much fun to come back and play again then. Dinia asked the question that had been nagging at her. Didn't you ever think about having your descendants reign as kings? Ha ha ha. Why should I work for my grandson's grandson? Does he deserve it? Ronan retorted. If one day he is to be sent to the guillotine, I will not stop him, because that is the choice of the times, and this era has chosen you and me. Chapter 369 The Origin of the Royal Palace. The Ministerial Conference. The show begins. Krishnamurti Palace, the official name of the Royal Palace. Krish is a wingman and a mythological legend related to the Frago family in the Black Forest region of this world. This legend is very old-fashioned and melodramatic. A prince from a kingdom that was not the kingdom of foes lost his father shortly after birth and was taken to this place by his loyal retainers, where he grew up day by day in the Black Forest region. The prince awakened his magic at the age of 3 and crushed a giant python with one hand. He was simply strong and handsome, loved by everyone. The Lord wanted to give him his unborn daughter as soon as they met, and the prince wouldn't take no for an answer. Flowers bloomed at his sight, and they really did bloom. The original poem says that when he walked into the forest, the flowers bloomed. He could also communicate with birds and beasts and had an eagle as his companion. This eagle is called Krishnamurti. It was originally just an ordinary eagle. One day, the 8-year-old prince encountered a band of thieves. The eagle, loyal to its master, was shot and killed by an arrow. The little prince then suddenly became powerful and wiped out the entire band of thieves. The heartbroken little prince carried the eagle's carcass to the lakeside, intending to bury it, but a miracle occurred. The eagle came back to life and transformed into a golden eagle that could fan flames. Later, the little prince married the Lord's daughter. Shortly after his son was born, the little prince learned that his enemy, his uncle, had become the king of a kingdom that was not, in any case, the kingdom of foes, and decided to return home to seek revenge. On his way back home, he leveled up, fought monsters, and collected divine equipment. After returning home, with the help of his wingman Krish, he won over the princess, who turned out to be his half-sister. In the end, the answer is always yes or no. That is the question. The prince is gone, and Golden Eagle returns to deliver the news. Page 162. This legend has a sequel called Frago's Revenge. Frago is the son of the little prince and the Lord's daughter from the first part, and is the ancestor of the Frago family. The Clichy Palace is different from the Palace of Versailles in another timeline of Paris. The Palace of Versailles is in the southwest of Paris, while the Clichy Palace is in the northeast. The overall layout of the Krishnamurti Palace is a regular pentagon. The first half is a plaza shaped like a two-winged bird. Entering from the south gate, there is a trapezoid, representing the bird's tail. Further ahead, the two sides spread out to form the wings, and then there is a triangle, which is the bird's head. The square is lined with rooms arranged in dense blocks, each with a different function. Further north of the bird's head in the square is a wide crossroad paved with white stone slabs, representing the church. If you go straight north from the crossroads, you'll find the main hall, which is the largest, most spacious, and brightest part of the entire palace. On either side of the main hall are the secondary halls. Behind the main hall is a garden, and the sleeping quarters are also located within this garden. At this moment, the ministerial meeting is being held in the main hall. The Prime Minister, the General Secretary, and the ministers of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Defense, the Ministry of Finance, the Ministry of Agriculture, the Ministry of Crafts and Commerce, the Ministry of Foreign Trade, the National Guard, the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Magic, and the Ministry of the Interior were all present. In addition, the Chief Justice of the High Court, the Grand Master of the Mage Order, and the Chief of the Military Staff were also in attendance. The ministers were in front, while those of Ronin, who were one rank lower than ministerial officials, could only stand on the periphery. Of course, Ronin could have gone to the front and stood next to Ambrina, but he didn't. As for those at the next lower level, they are not qualified to attend the meeting. As the Crown Prince presiding over the meeting, Ambrina naturally sat on the throne. Most of the time, ministerial meetings are just a formality. The Prime Minister comes out and says a few correct but meaningless words to summarize the work of the recent period. Then a few ministers echo his sentiments. The king nods and praises everyone for their loyalty to the country, and that's pretty much it. But most people didn't expect that the Prime Minister would make such a big move right from the start. I hope His Majesty will abolish the Royal United Chamber of Commerce and then sell off its assets, the Prime Minister said. Although the Crown Prince was presiding over the meeting, he was still speaking to the king. It's common knowledge that the shorter the message, the bigger the issue, but this issue is way too damn big. Everyone present was dumbfounded. You're going to go all out like this? Aren't you going to inform everyone? The Royal Chamber of Commerce is a major source of revenue for the royal family's treasury. On the throne, Ambrina, though she had long anticipated the scene and was prepared to play her opposite, was still angered when she saw the Prime Minister looking up at the sky as he spoke. She gripped the armrest of the throne and demanded, "What do you mean?" Prime Minister Alexander stepped forward without backing down, saying, "The Royal Chamber of Commerce has been established for over a century and is no longer what it used to be. Your Highness should know this better than I do." Ambrina raised her head. "I don't know. Could you please tell me?" Her posture and tone were completely devoid of any intention to ask a question, and were full of provocation. The country's industry and commerce have not developed because this Chamber of Commerce engages in forced buying and selling and disrupts market order. Many people felt that the Prime Minister would once again do what he had done in the past, clearly listing a bunch of reasons so that the person sitting on the throne would have no room for rebuttal. But to my surprise, apart from the first sentence, The rest was all nonsense. While it's standard practice for bureaucrats to spout nonsense to emphasize the seriousness of a matter, prime ministers don't usually do this. Heavenly Father, have you finally shown your power, bringing the prime minister down to the same level as everyone else? Alexander rambled on for a long time, but to put it simply, the country's political, economic, military, and social problems were all caused by the malignant tumor that was the Royal Chamber of Commerce, which had to be eradicated. That's unreasonable and unfairly pinning the blame on someone. Although it's a case of falsely accusing someone, Ronan strongly agrees that the Royal Chamber of Commerce is a cancer. The Royal Merchant Guild was founded by Lawrence. Lawrence was ruthless and merciless, which is why he was nicknamed Tyrant. However, he also fulfilled most of the promises he made when recruiting people, which is why he later earned the nickname Holy King. He reversed the trend and appointed a bunch of lords, big and small. At the same time, he also fulfilled his promise to the civil service, and the finances no longer belonged entirely to the king. Against this backdrop, the Wang Lai United Chamber of Commerce was established as a source of funds for the slush fund. More than 100 years have passed, and this joint chamber of commerce is still filled with all sorts of cronies. Their methods cannot be described as mere trickery or plunder, because there was no trickery involved, only plunder. It's no exaggeration to say they disrupted market order. The only business under the Wang Lai Chamber of Commerce that isn't in such bad shape is land. The key point is, not so bad. These useless bastards can't even manage to collect rent properly. This is why the royal family isn't considered wealthy. Otherwise, would Ambrina, the queen mother who loves luxury and extravagance, be associating with a bunch of capitalists? Of course, the Royal Chamber of Commerce is not entirely without capable people, but these people have been gradually assigned to various companies under Ambrina's control in recent years to manage those companies for her. Ambrina, seated on her throne, glanced at the department head. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts? The Prime Minister's words make a lot of sense, the bolder person stated. They don't care about the closure of the Royal Chamber of Commerce. What they care about is the subsequent sales, which is a big business. Chapter 370. A routine, a four-in-one strike, in an era without conscience with someone taking the lead. Soon, voices agreeing with the Prime Minister were heard everywhere. The sale of royal property is definitely overseen by relevant officials, but if these ministerial-level executives were to communicate with them, they would have to be given some face. Right, I agree with that as well. Dinia's voice instantly silenced everyone, and all eyes turned to her. Then, Dinia changed the subject, however. Such a big matter will affect the entire kingdom's market. I think we should establish some rules and regulations and add some relevant laws. As we all know, those parasites in the Royal Chamber of Commerce are not good at running businesses, but they are very good at persecuting others. If these assets are sold without some protection, they may be snatched back by these parasites. At that time, the country's credit will be lost. Before the ministers below could figure out the meaning behind Dinia's words, Ambrina slapped the armrest and said, "All right, that's settled." The future king made the decision, and the ministers found it difficult to voice their opposition. Otherwise, Ambrina would certainly have used this as an excuse to reject the proposal to abolish the Royal Chamber of Commerce. Besides, it would be very dangerous to really displease the king. This is not hundreds of years ago, when the king was just a slightly more powerful lord. At that moment, no one noticed that Prime Minister Alexander sighed, because only he knew that the so-called abolition of the Royal Chamber of Commerce was just a pretext. The real purpose was to enact new laws. No, that's not entirely true, since it was also a way to sell off unprofitable businesses, a win-win situation. Seeing that no one objected, Ambrina added, "We'll discuss the specifics later. I just hope that there won't be any issues with embezzlement or bribery." Ha ha, who the hell is embezzling or taking bribes? We're all decent people, just collecting a little consulting fee and accepting a little donation. That said, we have a lot to do with the Marquis of Rhine, Lord Ronan the King's consort. Ever since the engagement was announced, everyone has started investigating Ronan, originally hoping to find something on him. But instead of finding anything, they learned quite a bit. Oh no, the Prime Minister suddenly realized that these incompetent teammates were about to try and be clever again. This is not just killing two birds with one stone, it's killing four birds with one stone. Ronan and Ambrina are conducting an entrapment to take the opportunity to purge a group of officials. It's no use if they're not corrupt. Those within the Royal Chamber of Commerce who are destined to lose power will become Ambrina's dogs. Whichever official she points to, they will bite. Otherwise, it won't just be a matter of mismanagement, but a crime of embezzling royal assets. At the same time, the proceeds from the dismantling of the Royal Chamber of Commerce and the sale of its assets will largely become the initial funding for the Ministry of the Interior. Because the official in charge of the matter was arrested, the Ministry of the Interior can legitimately take over. The money of the Royal Chamber of Commerce is, after all, the royal family's money. Ambrina can give it to whomever she wants, and she herself is not short of money. As the Crown Princess, she is actually the biggest capitalist in the country. She has a monopoly on grain, cooking oil, feed, sugar and dairy products, and also owns 2 highly profitable industries, stockings and porcelain. She was also the banker's mother, because she owed them countless sums of money at this time. Suddenly, a hand slapped his shoulder. Alexander turned his head and saw Dinia's red eyes staring at him. Alexander gently brushed Dinia's hand away without saying a word. A hint of helplessness flashed across his face, followed by a smile that was tinged with pleasure. I got tricked, but it doesn't seem so bad. Ronan, standing at the edge of the main hall, breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the Prime Minister didn't lash out, otherwise he would have had to resort to backup measures. Before long, the meeting ended, and the officials walked out of the main hall and headed south, preparing to take their carriages home. On the other side, Ambrina left the right corridor of the main hall to change clothes and remove her makeup in the dressing room. The heavy clothes, the blue velvet cloak that looked like a big quilt, the corset that forced her to sit up straight, the pointed high heels that made her toes hurt, and the extremely formal updo all made her very uncomfortable. She just wanted to relax as soon as possible. After a long while, in the changing room, Ambrina finally changed into a light and comfortable outfit and let her hair down. Ronan just walked in. Anley, I have an appointment tonight. Who? Ambrina asked. Carl, Ronan replied, but I suspect it was his father who truly invited me. Count Lorraine? Ambrina looked puzzled. This was the leader of the powerful nobles. What did he want to do by inviting Ronan? There is nothing to worry about, Ronan said casually. So-called powerful nobles are nothing more than those with more land, more people, and more money. They may have a lot of troops under their command, but they don't have many mages. That's all they are. We must also mention Aron and Lawrence. Aron, with his absolute power that had dominated the land for generations, established a civil service system and reduced the political power of the feudal nobles. Although Lawrence redistributed fiefdoms, he took away the military power of the great nobles, stationed troops around their fiefdoms, and demanded that they pay for logistical support. The only ones who can reliably provide the core combat force of the army mages and musketeers are the small military nobles who have established fiefdoms around the numerous magic academies in the north. The state will subsidize the children of these small noble families to attend school, because the southern and western coastal areas, which are relatively wealthy in terms of industry and commerce, generally do not allow the establishment of magic academies. Even if you have money, you can only spend a lot of money and find a way to come to the north to study Magic Knight. Ronan boarded Carl's carriage and arrived at his family's villa in the capital. Soon, Ronan met Carl's father, Marcus. He was taller than Carl, standing at nearly 1.9 meters. Even in winter clothes, one could tell he had a very robust physique. He had a square, long face with a resolute and decisive expression, and with his neatly trimmed beard, he looked more like a valiant warrior than a wise man. Good evening, Earl Lorraine, Ronan greeted. Marcus responded with a warm greeting. Good evening, Marquis of Rhine. I think there is no need for formalities. You can just say what you want to say. Ronan didn't want to say anything polite. The Marquis of Rhine is more like one of us northerners, Marcus said with a smile. Then I'll be frank. I want the land owned by the Royal Merchant Guild. A hint of surprise flashed across Ronan's face. Don't you dislike land? Marcus gestured for Ronan to sit down and poured him a glass of wine himself. What I don't like is my own land, not that I dislike the land. Ronan thought for a moment and understood a little, but still asked, Oh, I still don't quite understand. I hope you can explain it to me. Marcus smiled and took a sip of his drink. Because the people on my land are also mine. To put it nicely, I am a nobleman with a conscience. My people have dedicated their blood and sweat to my family for generations. How could I bear to mistreat them? To put it bluntly, even a slave owner wouldn't drive a slave to his death. After all, they are his own property, aren't they? But this is an era where conscience is no longer an option, don't you think, Marquis of Rhine? Chapter 371 Conscience, Spirit of Contract, Guiding Ideology. During a pause in conversation, Marcus used tweezers to pick up a piece of crispy beef that had been marinated and then grilled, dipped it in a jelly-like sweet and sour sauce, put it in his mouth, and then took a sip of red wine. More importantly, The vast lands and the large number of people who depend on me are something that a king who wants to centralize power is unwilling to see. If we don't get rid of these people, one day the king will resort to the most ruthless methods. So ever since I learned about the strategy of exchanging land for shares, I have been supporting you. First, we'll exchange land for shares, so that the clansmen who are more trouble than they're worth will have a place where they can maintain their wealth and status. After that, there are still some issues to deal with. Farmers don't need to worry. With the change of land ownership, they can continue to farm, but those who originally profited from the land were not just the sons of nobles, but also a large group of noble vassals. My plan is to lend these people a sum of money so that they can engage in manufacturing. But manufacturing also needs agricultural support and workers, so I need a piece of land that can be exploited and a group of farmers that are easy to exploit. The land owned by the Royal Chamber of Commerce would be very suitable. This is not just my personal need. After saying that, Marcus put down his glass. Ronan swirled his wine glass. Your Excellency, you want to play the good guy and reap the benefits. Isn't that a bit too much? I am a nobleman. Aren't noblemen just greedy and wicked people? Marcus was not angry at all, but instead mocked himself. Ronan took a sip of his drink. After the land for shares swap, your land will undergo some reforms. I fully support the reforms, Marcus replied without hesitation. Even if the land ownership changes, if Ronan wants to carry out reforms on his original fiefdom, it's not that Ronan can't do it, but there will be endless troubles if he doesn't support it. Those engaged in industry and commerce must also abide by laws and regulations, Ronan added. Of course, I've always been a law-abiding citizen, Marcus replied with a smile. If someone breaks the law, it is definitely not my problem. This wasn't a preemptive statement to distance himself from the issue, but rather a promise not to cover for anyone. The assets under the Royal Chamber of Commerce, including land, will be sold through auction. This is not my responsibility, and even if it were my responsibility one day, I would absolutely not provide any assistance to anyone in any form. After all, fairness is essential, right? Ronan said this. Marcus nodded. As a smart man, he naturally understood Ronan's meaning. He would not favor anyone. In other words, everyone should rely on their own abilities, and as long as the methods were not excessive, Ronan would pretend not to see them. Do you have a technical department there? Marcus asked. Is it Mrs. Heath? Ronan asked. Mrs. Heath is Carl's wife, Lena Heath, a woman who is 1.8 meters tall, carries a giant sword made of wood, and looks like a female warrior, but is actually a scholar who specializes in magical artifacts. That's right. She should have no problem working for you, Marcus said. Then let her be the head of the technical department. Ronan offered her the position directly. She is probably not a good fit, Marcus said. Although Lena rarely expressed her opinions, Marcus knew very well that his daughter-in-law had far better political judgment than his son Carl. However, she had no interest in politics and was obsessed with researching magical artifacts. Ronan and Rihanna knew each other, so he understood why Marcus said it wasn't appropriate. He explained. The technical department is a purely research institution with a strong sense of independence. That is good. Marcus nodded. The two reached a verbal agreement, and Ronan finished his drink and left. Both trusted each other. After all, they were both from the Western continent and valued the spirit of contract. The spirit of contract originated on the ships of the maritime civilization, just like the spirit of benevolence and righteousness that originated in the fields of the Seers' agricultural civilization. For thousands of years, few people have truly possessed it. They all talk about it. However, when both parties are engaged in robbery and trade on the same small boat or making a living in the same field, both the spirit of contract and the spirit of benevolence and righteousness are relatively reliable. After disembarking and receiving their share of the land, that's another story. Page 163. On his way back to the princess's residence, Ronan encountered an unexpected person. Issa, what are you doing here? Ronan asked. Can't I be here? Isabel retorted. Ronan didn't want to beat around the bush. Get to the point. The Security Bureau has recruited quite a few magicians. When do you plan to officially begin training them? Isabel got straight to the point. In a few days, Ronan replied, then asked, are you planning to get involved? Isabel crossed her arms over her chest. I'm curious how you're going to train them. As far as I know, you only have experience in anti-revolutionary work and don't have much experience in intelligence work. You're not going to tell me that the job of the Security Bureau is to arrest people who curse the king and cause trouble when they're drunk, are you? It seems you didn't ask Dinia, Ronan said. This training isn't about training their skills. In fact, the mages who will be recruited by the Security Bureau are basically all wet and dry workers. Their professional skills don't need any training. Issa, you need to understand one thing. If an intelligence agency doesn't have some guiding principles, it will quickly become corrupt and out of control. Guiding ideology? You're not planning to bring people into the church, are you? Isabel was completely bewildered. How many magicians are truly religious? Ronan countered. Isabel was starting to get impatient. So what kind of guiding ideology are you going to come up with? Respect, Ronan replied with just one word. Isabel was utterly bewildered. Respect? Can respect even be considered a concept? Ronan further stated. Respect this country, respect this society, respect everyone who respects this country and society, and treat this respect as a belief. Why not be loyal to the monarch and love the country? Isabel countered. Why should I be loyal to the monarch? Because she pays my salary. Being a spy isn't just about working hard, it's about risking your life, even selling your soul. Can a salary solve that? As for the country, that's even more absurd. I really can't think of anything to love about this country. At least, as a magician, I can't think of anything. Ronan asked a series of questions. Isabel had no way to refute it. Ronan continued, if the Security Bureau is to become a true weapon of the nation, it needs those who, at certain times, put the collective interest above their own. But clearly such mages are extremely rare. Very few mages are willing to serve others, let alone risk their lives. Even most of those in the mage corps who came from the Iggy's orphanage are the same. Ultimately, it's because mages themselves don't respect this country or this society. Ha! Then what makes you think these magicians will respect the country and society? Isabel retorted. Ronan sighed softly. Few people are willing to take the initiative to respect others, but everyone hopes that others will respect them. At the very least, others should not have the ability to disrespect them. What do you mean? Chapter 372 Respect. Having been notified, even bad things can be good things. Ronan replied calmly. It means that vanity and fear are human weaknesses, especially for magicians, and these 2 points should be exploited. They need to understand that if they respect this country and society, they will naturally earn the respect of others, even magicians. And if they do not respect this country and society, then in the future a group of people who will be able to disrespect them will emerge. Respecting the country and society is respecting yourself. This is the lesson we want to teach them in this training. In the last sentence, Ronan emphasized each word, stressing it deeply. Isabel thought she understood completely. I thought you were going to come up with some fascinating ideas, but it turns out it's just the same old trick of coercion and enticement. People with dark hearts see everything as dark. The point is not that I coerced or bribed them, but that I taught these people, who originally lacked respect for everything except power, to respect it. Ronan said, guiding principles must be grounded in reality and address the most pressing issues. He did dream of liberating the world's minds and indulging in the Soviet-style bureaucracy. But the problem was that even capitalism was still in its embryonic stage, only at its primary stage, namely agricultural capitalism. It's not a problem of taking too big a step and getting hurt. It's a problem of not being able to take that step at all. Ha, you just have a point, Isabel said, as if to say, fine, I can't argue with you anymore. Ronan looked at Isabel with a hint of surprise. You've changed quite a bit. In the past, you wouldn't have admitted defeat so easily. Not even verbally. If you lose everything, you'll get used to admitting defeat. Isabel's helplessness held a hint of resentment, but she smiled again. Let us not talk about this anymore. How about coming to my house for a while? Huh? Ronan was stunned. Seeing Ronan's expression, Isabel couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, your wife knows about this. I was discussing something with her before she came to see you. What's the matter? Ronan asked curiously. We'll talk about it when we get to my house, Isabel said, turning around and walking straight ahead. Ronan followed, and the two walked together until they arrived at a house by the river. It couldn't be called a villa because it didn't even have a yard, but it was located by the river in a good location. It had 3 floors and occupied a considerable area of about 100 square meters. Upon entering, the interior decoration, while not luxurious, was certainly not bad either. Such a well-located house is not cheap in the capital. Didn't you run out of money? Ronan asked. Others chipped in to buy it for me, Isabel replied proudly. She had helped many poor people, many of whom lived a good life, and some even became rich. Although most of these people were afraid of being known after she was demoted to commoners and even made attacks on her to distance themselves from her, there were still some people, especially those who were just getting by, who remembered her kindness and pooled their money to buy her this house. As she spoke, Isabel sat on the stool by the door. Only then did Ronan notice that under her long skirt, She wore flesh-colored stockings close to her skin tone, covered by a pair of light gray socks, and round-toed leather shoes. Surprisingly, she had a fresh and artistic air about her. Isabel then changed into slippers, which were made of 3 layers, crocheted wool on the outside, cork on the sole, leather and rubber, and then nailed together. These slippers were also invented by Ronan. Although they have been copied by various workshops, only manufacturers in Shanghai City can supply the vulcanized rubber soles that provide a slight elasticity and create a comfortable feel. The natural rubber in UC City is mostly imported from the Balil colonies in the New World, and the rest comes from a place in the western part of the southern continent, roughly the same place as Ivory Coast in Ronan's original timeline, an old French colony, where the world line is closed. The rubber there was brought over by Ronan, and it's only just starting to take shape. In the future, it will become the main supplier of rubber to the kingdom of Fas. Is it pretty? Isabel suddenly asked. To say it's not good-looking would be a lie, Ronan replied. Isabel's legs are somewhere between Alice's and Ambrina's, a little more fleshy than Alice's but a little less fleshy than Ambrina's. Isabel didn't ask any more questions. She walked into the living room and sat down. To answer your previous question, I discussed with Ambrina how to deal with Mariana's matter. Mariana is the 3rd princess. She is 7 years younger than Ambrina and 5 years younger than Isabel. She is now 15 years old and of marriageable age. What I mean is to marry her off abroad. Ambrina plans to let her choose one from among the great nobles in the country, Isabel continued. Before Ronan could express his opinion, Isabel sighed. Only Ambrina was lucky enough to be able to choose for herself. But even that choice wasn't entirely free, as you know very well. Ronan simply smiled. He was well aware of this. If he hadn't won King Lucian's favor through his exceptional abilities, provided Ambrina with such great assistance, and even killed Ambrina's 2 cousins as a pledge of loyalty, then no matter how much Ambrina liked him, it wouldn't have mattered. Actually, it's the same all over the world. When a farmer looks for a son-in-law, he still has to find someone who can do the work, right? Ronan replied half-jokingly. I was just making a comment, and I am telling you this because I want to hear your opinion on Mariana's marriage, Isabel said. Ronan shrugged. I've never even met her, how can I give my opinion? Then you'd better not see him, Isabel said. Ronan asked, puzzled. She just got something wrong with her head, Isabel explained. She didn't inherit our family as summoning magic. She is a shapeshifter, she can turn into an eagle. She thinks she is the evil Krish from the mythology. You get it? Ronan was speechless. Isabel also looked helpless. In short, it's best not to have contact with mentally ill people like this. Never mind, let's not talk about this anymore. Let Ambrina worry about this. I came to you mainly because of something more important. Speak. Ronan gestured for him to speak. I don't approve of your current approach. Yes, you've got all sorts of nobles, bureaucrats from different factions, church influence, and magicians all under your thumb, but where is our base of support? Isabel questioned. So that's it, Ronan smiled. It's simple. Once the country's economy improves, there will be more resources, which will be invested in the construction of the Magic Academy. At that time, many magicians from commoner backgrounds will emerge, and these commoner magicians will be our base. Everything we're doing now is for 2 reasons. First, to build the economy, and second, to gain more control over the distribution of wealth. So, in other words, we'll have to keep walking a tightrope for the next few years. That's just how it is, but it's also a good thing, Ronan replied. Ambrina not having a team was both a bad thing and a good thing. Chapter 373 Good Things and Bad Things. Surprises and unexpected people. Ambrina lacked her own faction, just like her father Lucian had done, and was unable to place her longtime confidants and close associates in various departments to seize power, which was undoubtedly a bad thing. Even though Ronan pioneered a new path and united limited forces to establish the Ministry of the Interior, he still needed to forge alliances among various interest groups to get things done. However, the so-called core group mostly consists of representatives of different interest groups, and a few are people with extremely stubborn self-ambitions. Ambrina's lack of such people means that she does not need to consider the position of any party, which is a good thing. There is no one to rely on, which means there is no need to consider balancing the interests of one's own people. It also makes it easier to build a new base. Isabel nodded. She had to admit that although Ronan often did unexpected things, these things were never impulsive or isolated incidents, but rather interconnected and linked together. Ronan is like an enigmatic chess player, always making unexpected moves. You either have to find a way to deal with these strange moves, or you can ignore them and play your own game. But whether you deal with them or ignore them, as the game progresses, you will eventually find that these strange moves have connected to form a major trend, a trend that is impossible to resist. That's how Isabel lost. She published 2 books, returned home but not to the capital, and suddenly entered Rennes City, with a series of inexplicable actions, without spending any money or moving any troops. She could only obediently admit defeat in this battle for the throne. If she could turn back time, she would want to go back to the year Rowan came to the capital. After watching that stage play, she would never let Rowan leave again. Ronan looked at Isabel, who was lost in thought, and asked, "Are you all right?" Isabel snapped out of her reverie. "It's good that you've thought about it. Oh, and there's something else I need to tell you. Faith has left. She's probably on her way back to Wheeland right now." "What's going on?" Ronan was genuinely shocked. Villa and Wayland are about to go to war, but they are still in the preparation stage. The formal declaration of war may not be until next year. At that time, Villa's fleet will set sail to invade Wayland. With Wayland's naval power, it will probably be difficult for them to resist. Isabel explained the situation. "The kingdom will know this information soon." They really know how to pick their timing," Ronan remarked. "The current king's father-in-law, Lucian, is in critical condition and can barely get out of bed. It would be a miracle if he could even survive the new year. The war will likely begin when Ambrina has just ascended the throne and has no time to spare." Isabel, having some experience in the military field, made some judgments. "At that time, we will probably have to send troops to Villa to create some pressure, lest Villa destroy Wayland and then occupy the coast and install a puppet regime." Ronan, however, said, "Why bother with Villa? Let's launch a direct surprise attack on the Empire of Will and seize the Rhineland." Isabel was momentarily caught off guard by Ronan's abrupt shifts in thought, and could only tease him. "You don't actually want to become a real Marquis of Rhine, do you? Do you think I have such a narrow vision? Don't forget, our dilapidated country is short of coal, but the western part of the Empire of Will is full of coal. This war is not really about occupying territory, but about forcing them to sign an agreement to supply coal at a low price. At the moment, when Villa is on an expedition to Wayland, the Empire of Will definitely not expect us to suddenly attack. We will give them a surprise then. To truly enter a new era, a coal and iron conglomerate is indispensable. This battle was bound to happen sooner or later, so we might as well take advantage of this opportunity." "I see, that's good," Isabel said, but she still had some doubts. "But if Wayland loses, it will be troublesome. Villa won't last long. Its domestic manufacturing industry has collapsed, while the naval power of Wayland will only grow stronger," Ronan said. "Why?" Isabel was puzzled. "Because there is plenty of high-quality timber in the northern part of the New World," Ronan replied. The era of steam-powered ironclad warships was still a long way off. Large wooden sailing ships were the core of the navy, and building such ships required timber from cold regions. In this respect, the disgusting island nation of Wheeland had an unparalleled advantage. At that moment, Isabel understood completely. "Is there anything else you want to say?" Ronan asked. "There really is," Isabel said, standing up. "I'll introduce you to someone." Ronan followed Isabel to the second floor. Then, Ronan met someone who was both familiar and unfamiliar, Alice's sister, Gloria. After many years, Galan has grown up a lot. Her eyes are still almost exactly the same as Alice's. Alice likes to have a cold face, so her eyes often convey a sense of aloofness and indifference. Galan is different. She likes to laugh, but her eyes convey a sense of arrogance and eccentricity. Besides that, Grand is a little taller than Alice, about 165 cm, and her front and back are also slightly more prominent. Before Ronan could even greet her, Galan rushed over and hugged him tightly, leaving Ronan somewhat flustered. "Why are you here?" Ronan was genuinely surprised. "Also, you're all grown up now, don't act like this," Grand replied. "I could have graduated from the Advanced Magic Academy a long time ago. I'm here to join the Security Bureau, of course. At the Elementary Magic Academy, one can graduate as long as they become a novice mage. At the Advanced Magic Academy, one can graduate as long as they reach the rank of a regular mage. Since Grandin was already a rank 2 mage 2 years ago, she could have graduated long ago." "Your sister would never agree to that," Ronan said. "What's the use of her not agreeing?" Grandin didn't care about her sister Alice's attitude at all. "Anyway, as long as you agree, brother, that's enough." Grandin had called Ronan her brother since she was a child. In her eyes, her father, who had sought death, was extremely foolish, and her mother, who had abandoned them, was like an enemy. Only Ronan, who taught her, raised her, and doted on her, was her true family. Her sister. She could only be considered half a sister. Ronan smiled. Unfortunately, I won't agree either. However, Galan was not discouraged, as if she had expected it. If you don't agree, even if I want to go through the normal procedures, it won't work, so I can only try to find some connections. Oh, you have connections? Ronan was curious about who could provide her with this kind of help. Of course it's me. Isabella's voice came from behind. Although he had already guessed it, Ronan was still somewhat surprised. When did it start? Just before your wedding, Grand replied. I contacted her myself. To be honest, I've always been curious about Princess Isabel, and I became even more curious after she was suddenly demoted to a commoner. You really bold. If your sister found out, she'd be furious. Ronan sighed. Alice was already Ambrina's best friend. That's wonderful, Galan said happily. Ronan pressed his hand to his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. You haven't changed at all in your way of picking on your sister. Page 164, Chapter 374. Key points. Onboarding and special training methods. The following day at noon, at the princess's residence. Nothing happened between you and Isabel? Ambrina asked in surprise, having given her ample opportunity. Ronan pinched the bridge of his nose. Annalie, is this what we should be focusing on? Is that Alice's sister? Ambrina asked, looking completely bewildered, though it was unclear whether she was doing it on purpose. I am talking about Villa and Wayland, Ronan said. We'll faint and then march on the Rhine region of the Will Empire. Around the same time, the Spanish Armada of another timeline launched its first expedition against Britain, which, of course, ended in failure. Subsequent expeditions, for various reasons, also failed to achieve any significant results. Because of the existence of magicians in this world, the outcome is hard to predict. However, it will be more difficult for Villa to overthrow the regime in Wheeland than in Ronan's original timeline, because Wheeland is an island, not 3 islands, and its coastline is farther from the western continent. Ambrina nodded. Oh, I'll have a good talk with the foreign minister and the military staff when I have time. Ronan responded. Once the strategic goals are set, that's enough. As for the specifics, neither diplomacy nor military affairs are his areas of expertise. After all, Ronan was a low-level civil servant in his previous life, and at most, as an engineering student, he had some understanding of technology. In this life, he has accumulated some experience in domestic affairs, but diplomacy and military affairs are practically non-existent for him. Ronan said, I won't be home for the next couple of days. I need to discuss the training for the Ministry of the Interior's Security Bureau with Dinia, and I also need to give the Prime Minister a heads up. The Prime Minister? Ambrina asked. Ronan explained, I have an agreement with the Prime Minister that involves the rules and regulations of the Ministry of the Interior, and I need to communicate with him in advance. He didn't want to have a conflict with the Prime Minister. In fact, it was precisely because of Ronan's friendly attitude that the Prime Minister, the head of the civil service, had not used his power to fight him. The previous encounters could not be considered political struggles, because once a real political struggle begins, there is never any compromise. Throughout history and across the world, political struggles have ranged from taking your power to taking your life. For some bureaucrats, power and life are essentially the same thing, which is called compromise. A day later, the training began at the Security Bureau under the Ministry of the Interior. Currently, the Security Bureau still does not have a director. The highest-ranking official is Agustina, the head of the Operations Division. There weren't many people receiving training, only about a dozen, all of whom were rank 1 magicians, and most of them had joined recently. It must be acknowledged that Stefan, the 7th-tier mage, was the one who made this decision. It was his statement that deterred some mage organizations from causing further trouble. The lower-level mages under these organizations, especially those whose magic was more combat-oriented, saw that their organizations were failing and did not want to actually go down the path of legality and crime. So they had no choice but to come to the Security Bureau to see if they could serve the citizens. The Security Bureau's top echelon naturally consists of Isabel and her henchman Ashley. Although Isabel is only a 2nd-tier cultivator, her spatial magic is both offensive and defensive, and includes rapid teleportation that ignores physical obstacles. Ashley can move freely in the shadows, and she is adept at both real and feigned infiltration. The 2nd tier includes Galan, a 2nd-tier elementalist. She is a rare dual elementalist in both water and fire, and is currently progressing towards the 3rd tier. The sisters had a huge argument about Galan joining the Security Bureau. If Ronan hadn't intervened and Ambrina hadn't released the anti-magic field, the two of them would definitely have fought. In a real fight, the outcome would be hard to predict. In terms of magic, technique, and firepower, Grand is undoubtedly stronger. However, Grand is a standard academic, while Alice has practical combat experience. As a second-tier player, her summoned gun is more powerful, has a higher rate of fire, and is more maneuverable. Furthermore, it can combine with other parts of her body, allowing any part of her to become the gun barrel. In the end, they didn't fight. Alice couldn't win against her younger sister, who had always been at odds with her since childhood. Besides Grandin, the other members of the second tier are also elemental mages. It has to be said that elemental mages, who are the most numerous among magicians, are indeed experiencing a bit of infighting. Then there's the third tier, which, apart from a few first-order elements, is a bunch of oddly shaped creatures. For example, Scar, whom Ronan casually recruited in the Midnight Kitchen, is a first-tier fate magic manifestation type. His manifested object is a box that he can control and move. Only he can open the box, and besides that, the box can also reflect magic. He was the kind of fate mage who wasn't favored by destiny. He awakened in his 20s, experienced many ups and downs in his youth, but his magic power was insufficient, and the Book of Destiny never turned a page. As he grew older, he lived a peaceful and stable life. He had enough magic power, but he never encountered that moment of destiny. As a result, he is now in his 30s and is still only at the first rank. Even so, these people were once the elite. That's why Ronan had no intention of making any impassioned or inflammatory remarks. The people present were all seasoned veterans, who had been through the ups and downs of society for many years and already held a certain social standing. They weren't young people, so no one was buying it. Have you noticed that prices haven't risen much in the last 2 years? Ronan's first words surprised everyone. I thought we'd talk about honor, mission, or treatment and privileges, but what is this? Just chatting about everyday things. However, upon closer reflection, it is quite surprising that prices haven't risen much. Prices in the kingdom have been rising for the past few decades. In fact, the entire Western continent is like this. The influx of large amounts of silver is equivalent to annual monetary easing, so it's no wonder that prices are rising. The kingdom is considered to have experienced less inflation. Firstly, it is not the main force in silver mining, and secondly, it is a major agricultural country. In contrast, in countries like Bilia, the #1 country in transporting silver, prices have skyrocketed, even causing the collapse of the country's semi-manual manufacturing industry. Because of excellent seeds and crop rotation, wheat and soybeans have had bumper harvests, resulting in a significant increase in grain and edible oil production, as well as feed. Consequently, the livestock industry has also flourished. In addition, Her Highness the Princess made some wise decisions and implemented some regulations. All of this can be supplied to the country while also being exported. Therefore, prices have basically not risen in the past 2 years, and have even fallen occasionally. Moreover, industry and commerce are also entering a period of rapid development, given the great development of agriculture. Have you thought about what the future will hold? Ronan suddenly asked a question. Most of them were stunned. As low-level mages, they were stuck in a limbo, neither good enough for high positions nor good enough for low ones. Their only options were to improve their magic and make money. They had never thought of such things. Let's put that question aside for now and talk about mages. After hundreds of years of research, it's generally accepted that only about 1% of people have magical talent. The kingdom currently has 22 million people, so theoretically there should be 200,000 mages, or even more. This is because ordinary people die young from illness and overwork, and many don't live past 50. Mages, on the other hand, are physically strong, don't go to the battlefield, and can easily live to 70. But the actual number of mages is far less than the theoretical number. I think everyone knows why this is the case. As magicians, they were well aware that this was because of poverty. Chapter 375 Magic is equal. Pay attention in class. Suddenly falls seriously ill. Many people with magical talent will sense the presence of magic in their childhood, around the age of 5 or 6. Some may even experience abnormalities, such as unconsciously gathering and manipulating magic to destroy things. Of course, not everyone with magical talent reacts so strongly. Formal testing is the accurate way to determine if someone truly has magical talent. Take Agustina, for example. Her family was very wealthy when she was young and could afford the testing, but her reaction was so weak that she didn't even feel it herself. She only received a free test after she was older. Her family went bankrupt, and she went abroad to stay with relatives. She accompanied them to the testing, where a magician recognized her talent and gave her a free trial. The exceptions are destiny and ritual calling. Destiny is awakening, which may happen suddenly one day, while calling is hereditary, which one is born with. Excluding these two categories of people, people with magical talent generally cannot realize their potential without guidance and relevant education. The best among the few exceptions is that they can only become novice magicians. Aside from summoning magic, magical talent is fair and doesn't consider your family background. This has resulted in most children with magical talent coming from poor families. A lucky few can receive financial assistance at a cost, but most cannot even afford the testing fees. But if the government can afford to pay for education, then it's a different story. Even if the child can only become a novice mage, there is still a good chance of becoming a police officer. A mere police officer is nothing to someone like Ronan, let alone to a local minor nobleman. But for the common people, a police officer is someone they need to curry favor with. If I'm lucky enough to reach the regular level, then there's nothing more to say. Currently, there are only a few thousand people in the entire kingdom of Fas. As long as they are not involved in power struggles in the capital, they are absolute lords in the countryside. Currently, overall wealth is on the rise, and as long as Ronan controls the distribution, he can use this money for subsidies and loans, living allowances and student loans. Ronan never intended to make the lower classes rich and let them pay for their children's education, because even if the lower classes became wealthy, they would be plundered by the powerful and capitalists through political and economic means, or even outright robbed by shady characters. In short, the money should only be in the hands of the state, or rather, the state, and should not be given to ordinary people at the bottom of society. If I really have to give it to you, then it will be in the future. When Ma Zai dealt with Master Wong, he first distributed guns to the people of Gu City before giving them money, so that the money wouldn't be taken away. Ronan naturally also kept the money in his own hands first, distributed guns to them, and then considered giving them money. Damn it, I've really been corrupted by that woman Dinia. I'm becoming less and less like a reactionary. At this moment, Ronan couldn't help but sigh in his heart, realizing that his heart was becoming less and less wicked. More mages, plus weapons that could pose a threat to first and second tier mages. In the future, those first and second tier mages who gain status and wealth through personal force will not only see their advantage in force diminish, but also be replaced by a large group of mages who may become the rightful rulers at any time. Their path is difficult. Seeing the anxiety on everyone's faces, Ronan said, "It seems you've realized it too. To deal with knowledgeable people in a precarious social position, you can't offer platitudes, you have to sell them anxiety." A silence fell over the crowd. "So you should be glad, because getting into the National Security Bureau in the future will be much more difficult than it is now, and with this identity, your social status will be preserved. From now on, the Security Bureau status will be your status. But there is a prerequisite, respect." Ronan mentioned the word respect. For a moment, the group was confused. What did this have to do with respect? It's hard for magicians to respect others. After all, they're superior to humans in terms of intelligence, physical strength, and everything else. Magicians don't even care about this country. After all, where can't a magician go? Does the state of a country affect a magician? However, the Security Bureau and even the Ministry of the Interior are part of the country. Only when the country and society are doing well can this department do well, and only when the department is doing well can you do well. Therefore, as a member of the Security Bureau, you may not love it, but you must respect this country and this society. In this place, when you respect the country and society must also respect you in return. Don't think that respect is something difficult to achieve. In the future, many people might have to kneel before they could even get that kind of help. If you don't respect this country and society, then you will certainly not be respected by others. I think that's what is truly upsetting, isn't it? Remember, the guiding principle of the National Security Bureau is respect. At that moment, someone laughed. Ronan ignored him, and then two more people joined in the laughter, while the others remained silent. The situation was somewhat better than he had expected. All right, that concludes the first training session. With that, the session ended. The next day, everyone learned that the first session did not actually end when Ronan called it over, because the person who laughed first died, and the two who laughed after him also died. The Ministry of Magic's investigation concluded that it was most likely a revenge killing, and the killer is still under investigation. The subsequent training courses were conducted by Bai Bayan, who was King Lucian's personal independent intelligence agent. He had multiple identities, and no one knew which one was the real him. His specialty is not assassination, but intelligence gathering and analysis. Of course, he gathers intelligence using his unique transformation magic. Ronan didn't intend for him to teach him this, nor did he need to. Those who can enter the security bureau are all people with experience in both dry and wet work, and they have some experience in intelligence gathering. Ronan wanted him to teach intelligence analysis skills and compile them into teaching materials for future generations. The Security Bureau is still in its early stages, and Ronan doesn't expect it to play any significant role for the time being. For a period of time afterward, Ronan would come over intermittently to give some ideological lectures, but he devoted his main energy to his Bureau of Industry and Commerce Security, since the Bureau of Security would also be involved in the drafting of the new law and the sale of assets under the Royal Chamber of Commerce. However, on the eve of the new year, King Lucian's condition suddenly worsened, and he urgently summoned Ronan and Ambrina. Upon arriving at the bedchamber, Ronan looked at Lucian, who was half lying on the bed. His aged face was unusually energetic, and he was even eating, gnawing on a large pig's trotter. Lucian put down the pig's trotter. This is the first and last time I've ever eaten pig's trotters. It's just a pity that I really don't think they're delicious. The Frege family's ancestors were Germans, but they have been in France for 300 years, and their food and clothing have long lost their German flavor. I won't see the sun next year, Lucian lamented, his eyes completely unfocused, indicating he was likely blind. Ambrina covered her mouth and nose with one hand, trying her best to stop sobbing. Ronan gently grasped Ambrina's hand with one hand, and slowly raised his other hand. Chapter 376. Not an apology, not a warning, a dignified departure. Ambrina took a deep breath and managed to calm herself down. She didn't have a deep affection for her father. She went to a church school when she was very young, and after her father ascended the throne when she was a little older, she was basically left to her own devices and rarely saw him. But it has to be said that her father was really good to her. She may be the only princess in the entire Western continent in hundreds of years who chose her marriage partner according to her own wishes. Ronan raised his hand to wipe away the tiny tear from the corner of his eye. He had absolutely no affection for his father-in-law, but he was grateful. Even though their relationship was one of mutual exploitation, it didn't stop Ronan from feeling grateful. I can say that I have accomplished nothing in my life. I was a complete dissolute scoundrel when I was young. In the past, when talking about this foolish period of his youth, whether to Dinia or Ronan, Lucian spoke with a tone of pride. But at this moment, he had changed. Even after I married your mother and had you, I was still the same. I have wronged her and I have wronged you. Ambrina sniffed but didn't say anything. If I hadn't acted that way back then, perhaps your mother wouldn't have ended up like that, and you and Issa wouldn't be where you are now. Lucian's tone was full of regret. Even after Ambrina was born, he was still often away from home. Ambrina's mother spent money recklessly and took it out on Ambrina. This is why Ambrina was later sent to a not-so-good church school and studied with ordinary people. Later, Ambrina's mother wanted to have a son, but instead, a girl was born, Isabel. So, when Isabel was still very young, she began to force her to learn how to be a noble lady and forcibly instilled all kinds of knowledge in the hope that this daughter could be sold for a good price. Marian was born after Lucian ascended the throne, when Lucian wanted to have a son to inherit the throne. Unfortunately, it backfired. Later, Lucian contracted a strange illness and became unable to have children. I'm so sorry. Lucian raised his hand to touch Ambrina's cheek, but being blind, he couldn't reach her at all. Ambrina grabbed her father's hand and placed it on her face. Lucian sighed easily. Ronan, I am here, Ronan replied. I am sorry, your mother and brother. I was the one who arranged for them to. Lucian didn't finish his sentence, knowing Ronan understood. I know, Ronan replied. Ah, if only you were my son, Lucian said again, this time with utmost sincerity. In short, I entrust the system I envisioned to you. Only in this way can I, a king with no achievements, leave a mark on history. Page 165. Lucian still longed for this. Lucian moved his hand. You can go now. I want to talk to Anley. Ronan stood up, bowed to Lucian, and quickly left the bedroom and went outside. Only Lucian and his daughter Ambrina remained in the room. I've left you 2 lists. One is a list of young officials who have been suppressed in recent years for opposing me. These young people haven't lost their principles, and are people who want to get things done. After you take the throne, promote them. A new king needs to promote some talented people. The other one is a list of some mid-level officials that I have assigned over the past few years. They are the right-hand men of certain people in the central government. Because I am a dying madman, the leaders of their respective factions have not done anything to protect them. They are just waiting for me to die so they can launch a counterattack and have Ronan clean them all up. I have already prepared a candidate for the new chief of the military staff for you. Just do as I say and do not discuss it with Ronan. Also, I know that you have plans to open more magic academies in the future. You must personally handle this matter and not leave it entirely to him. In short, military power and magicians must be in your own hands. You should nominate Dinia as the next prime minister. At the same time, transfer Ronan out of the Ministry of the Interior and make him the chief secretary. The Ministry of the Interior cannot be directly controlled by him for long. Finally, if you develop the same symptoms as me before you turn 30, then entrust your affairs to him after your death. If you develop the same symptoms as me at 40, then divorce him. Anli, I don't mean for you to be wary of him or even create distance between you. It is just that only in this way can your relationship be maintained. You don't want your relationship to have problems, right? He is a smart man, he'll understand. Just then, Lucian suddenly changed the subject, saying, when I was young, I was so handsome and charming to girls. Your husband couldn't compare to me. Normally, Ambrina might have disagreed, but at this moment, she just nodded. As long as her father was happy. Alas, in a few more days, I'm afraid I won't be able to control this body anymore. How outrageous and ugly that would be. Lucian then sighed. Upon hearing this, Ambrina gripped her father's hand tightly, and tears suddenly streamed down her face uncontrollably. That's all I wanted to say. You can go now. Lucian told Ambrina to leave. Ambrina sniffed hard, wiped away her tears, stood up and turned to leave. She took one step, then another, walking very slowly. She was afraid that she would never see her father so lucid again. Just as she was about to step out the door, she suddenly felt a magical fluctuation. Ambrina turned around abruptly, only to realize that in that instant, her father, Lucian, had killed himself with magic. This man, who was carefree and unrestrained in his youth, suffered a defeat in his first battle after ascending to the throne, and struggled in the vortex of power for more than a decade without accomplishing anything. Could not accept his shameful state of incontinence in the final moments of his life. When he was barely conscious and still had a sliver of strength left, he chose to commit suicide. Ambrina threw herself at the bedside and burst into tears. Outside the door, Ronan, who had been crying, rushed in and found Ambrina kneeling by the bed, grieving over her father's body, while Lucian on the bed was already lifeless. King Lucian died, recalling his words from a few minutes earlier that he would not see the sun of the new year. Ronan understood that Lucian had summoned the two of them here with the intention of ending his own life after delivering his last words. At this moment, Ronan didn't know how to react, so he could only stand quietly beside Ambrina. Half an hour later, Ronan helped the somewhat limp Ambrina to her feet, summoned the palace servants, and ordered the palace guards to temporarily seal off the palace. The following day, news of the king's death spread. On the third day, the central government temporarily shut down and began preparations for the king's funeral. Although the funeral of the king here was far less grand than that of the emperor in Saris, it was still not something that could be done casually. Moreover, there is Ambrina's coronation ceremony to follow. The first month of the new year is anything but peaceful. Chapter 377. January is busy. February is even busier. Prepare a few more pairs of stockings throughout January of the year 1588. Ronan was extremely busy, to the point of being overwhelmed. He had to take care of his father-in-law's funeral. The church said it should be grand, and Ronan couldn't very well say it shouldn't be grand. Although people in the Western continent are generally not very filial, people still have to be respectful when someone dies. The bigger the entourage, the more money spent is secondary. The key is that there are more things to deal with. He also had to worry about Ambrina's coronation ceremony. She was the first queen of the Golden Eagle dynasty, and also the first queen of the entire kingdom of Fas. In other words, the kingdom's nobility had been reduced for 300 years, the civil service system had been completely stabilized, and only Lucian's elder brother was still alive among the male members of the royal family. In addition, Lucian went on a crazy purge of dissidents in his last few years to pave the way for Ambrina. Otherwise, the throne might have fallen to a distant relative of the royal family, or even a foreigner. Even so, there were still some people, namely some old nobles, who planned to manipulate etiquette to diminish Ambrina's authority. Ronan had no choice but to use money to solve the problem. Using her iron fist at this point would only make her seem hasty, and more importantly, it would be detrimental to Ambrina's benevolent ruler persona that she was trying to establish. At the same time, he also had to fulfill his father-in-law's dying wish to eliminate more than a dozen mid-level officials on the list. He simply couldn't spare the time, so he could only entrust the matter to Isabel and to Ashley, whom he could trust and who were capable of doing so. January was spent in a flurry of activity, and February will be just as busy, because a new law needs to be enacted. While Ambrina, who had recently ascended to the throne, was busy meeting with various important figures in the military, Ronan had already arrived at the law school of the Royal University of Paris-2. This is a university with a long history, founded in the 13th century, at the end of the previous dynasty. That was the most prosperous period for the church, but also the eve of its schism. As the saying goes, where there is oppression, there is resistance. During that period, the church could be considered the absolute ruler at the grassroots level. The gentry and landowners, who were the grassroots rulers in the countryside of Paris, were far more powerful. This was because the gentry were also born from the imperial system. Without official rank, one could not become a gentry, but the priests were self-made, their own people, ruling the grassroots of the country with their own rules. Any king who isn't brain-damaged would want to wipe out the Dogecoin church. Of course, they couldn't do it. Although the doctrines of the seven churches were more secular than the Catholicism in Ronan's original timeline, the seven churches were rich and powerful. If you disagreed with the Pope, it wasn't something you could just do by kneeling down in the snow and shouting "I'm sorry." The king dreamed of having a group of his own people replace the priests. Against this backdrop, universities were born, and the most crucial of these was law. It can be said that the reason why universities were established in the Western continent had little to do with any humanistic thought. It was mainly because the king wanted to create some executors to seize power from the church. However, although universities existed and trained many people, it was the end of a dynasty. Although there wouldn't be the kind of upheaval that occurred during the transition of the Sears dynasty, these scholars really didn't have the opportunity to use their talents. Later, the founding monarch of the Golden Eagle dynasty, Arendt, seized the opportunity and started the civil service system. Without these universities, things would be very different. Even today, the Royal University of Paris Law School remains a cradle for high-ranking officials in the kingdom's central government. However, only one in several graduating classes actually becomes a high-ranking official. Many students can only manage to become low-level civil servants, and many others can't even reach that level. However, for students still in school, they are all ambitious and passionate young people who often say things like, "If I were prime minister, I would do this and that," and are also known as political commentators. That's exactly the kind of person Ronan was looking for. With several male secretaries sent by the prime minister and people from the central court, they found a few professors and had them recommend a group of students, and that's how the team to draft the new law was formed. The current legal system is a hodgepodge. Its core foundation is the old imperial law, which is roughly equivalent to the Roman law of Ronan's original timeline. It encompasses all aspects of the country and society. Most of the current written laws are based on it, with deletions, additions, and modifications. Then came the Golden Eagle Code, which was completed by Lawrence based on several dozen decrees from the founding of the state of Holland. This code did not cover much civil law, it mainly focused on criminal law. In addition, there are many local laws enacted by the council that are limited to a particular city, and some customary laws formed by ancient traditions mixed with religious thought. What Ronan wanted to work on was the property law within civil law. Without a doubt, Ronan is the editor-in-chief. Ronan's plan for this new property law is quite simple. He will first copy the relevant parts of Napoleon's Code of Law, and then combine them with practical considerations and discussions with others to make revisions and improvements. Overall, it wasn't too difficult. It took about a month to finalize the decision. Then it's just a matter of following the procedures. Fortunately, there is an autocratic monarch like Ambrina, so procedures are handled quickly. On the other hand, some of the students who participated in drafting the new law and won Ronan's favor have been recorded on a list and are planned to be recruited into the Bureau of Commerce and Industry Protection of the Ministry of the Interior in the future. After all, the new property law establishes the principles of fair transactions and protection of private property, which can be considered as loosening the reins on capitalists of all sizes in China, allowing them to make money with peace of mind. However, loosening the restrictions is not an option without putting on some chains. Therefore, after the sale of the Royal Chamber of Commerce's assets is completed, Ronan will need to create another commercial law and have the Bureau of Industry and Commerce Security supervise and manage the market, laying the groundwork for intervention when appropriate. Liberalism is unacceptable. If Ronan dares to embrace liberalism, he'll definitely get a severe beating from Dinia. "You rewrite, aren't you?" Ronan asked Dinia. HMPH. Dinia snorted coldly, her expression saying, You'd better know what's good for you. Take your hand away, it's working hours. Ronan ran his fingers over the stockings on Dinya's legs. I've been holding back for a month, and I just couldn't control myself. It's March now. The temperature is warming up, and it's stocking season again. Dinya looked at the document in her hand, twirling a pen in one hand. You should go to Ambrina's first. She is pregnant, Ronan replied. Huh? Dinya was stunned for a moment. It's been about a month, Ronan said. He couldn't be sure for sure, but he was certain she was pregnant, because a female mage's magical energy fluctuations would change when she was pregnant. Dinya put down the documents in her hand. Congratulations. This is the beginning of a disaster. Ronan sighed and turned to leave. Just as he was about to close the office door, he suddenly opened it again and peeked out from the crack. Tonight, at your house, prepare a few extra pairs of socks. After saying that, Ronan returned to his office, where he would have some rare free time in the next few days. A few days later, Ronan would be busy again, because the sale of assets under the Wangley United Chamber of Commerce was about to begin. Although Ronan would not be directly involved, everything was arranged, and he would have to act as a firefighter if anything happened. Chapter 378 with a hint of sweetness. Don't worry, you ride me and I'll ride you. The asset liquidation and valuation of the Wangley United Chamber of Commerce has been completed in the past 2 months, with Alina and Alice leading a team to participate. Things didn't go smoothly at first, of course. There were hardly any good-for-nothings in the Chamber of Commerce who knew right from wrong. One group came to Ambrina crying, while the other group used every trick in the book. To put it in my own words, it's like a group of people coming over crying out that our ancestors shed blood for the founding emperor, that our ancestors made contributions to the restoration of the dynasty for the founding emperor, that we are all old Paris plain white banner people, and that your majesty, please open your eyes and give us, these die-hard peasants, a way to survive. Another group concocted a drama of ghost soldiers borrowing grain and fire dragons burning the granary, and the assets. Don't ask, they were just given to the devil. However, these old men forgot one thing. Ambrina, this empress, was anything but wise. From then on, the monarch stopped holding court in the mornings, and the government was now controlled by Ronan, this femme fatale. A way out? Of course there is a way out. Being a dog gives you a way out. Dogs, after all, are supposed to bite people, and they have to bite whoever their owner tells them to. Demons? If it's a demon, then we need to ask a professional to identify it. Anyone the unit mentioned as having demons should undergo an exorcism. How does the church perform exorcism? By burning you at the stake, pouring holy water into your mouth, piercing you from your anus to your throat, locking you in a red-hot bronze urn, and smashing your limbs and hanging them on the wall. As for certain capitalists and even nobles who took over bad assets in advance, that's relatively easy. First, confiscate their property, then behead them. It's that simple. After these 3 key steps, the liquidation and assessment process went smoothly. Now, a specially established Royal Chamber of Commerce Asset Sale Committee has been formed, with members including officials from the Ministry of Finance, people drawn from other relevant departments, professionals from third-party consulting firms, and senior executives and key personnel from several banks involved in this sale. The Ministry of the Interior should have also been involved and played a supervisory role, but Ronan had Dinya find an excuse to avoid it. At that moment, Dinya was sitting on the sofa at home, and Ronan was sitting on the carpet in front of her. You'd better watch out. These people have already learned the tricks you're using. Dinya said she was fully aware of Ronan's fishing plan, but she also knew that today's bureaucrats were different from before. They had learned Ronan's legal methods of corruption, and it was difficult to find corresponding crimes in the current legal provisions, so it was difficult to arrest them legally. Just arrest them on other charges first, and then let them confess their crimes themselves. As he spoke, Ronan lifted Dinya's leg with one hand and raised his wine glass with the other. The glistening liquid was poured onto Dinya's long legs, which were encased in flesh-colored, silky stockings. Normally, most liquid would have soaked through and wet the surrounding area, but the magic prevented this. Instead, the liquid formed a stream and flowed down her thigh. Although the stockings felt smooth and delicate to the touch, they weren't actually like that. The flow, which should have been irregular, was instead shaped by the magic into a straight line, from her thigh to her knee, then past her knee to her calf, and finally over her instep, where it condensed into a puddle of liquid at her toes. Ronan lifted Dinya's feet with both hands and took a sip of the wine. Dinya found it hard to describe her feelings at that moment. She didn't like these strange and unusual ways of playing, and deep down she was also somewhat repulsed by Ronan's extreme obsession with her body. But seeing Ronan, the man who led the entire kingdom's high-ranking officials around like sheep, kneeling in front of her, she still felt a strange sense of pleasure. Ronan got up and pressed himself against her. With Dinya's cooperation, he took off her turtleneck sweater, ripped off her bra, and her large, white breasts sprang out. Ronan grabbed the breasts, which were too big for his hands to fully enclose, and sucked on the nipples. Dinya tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and gently tapped her teeth together. Soon, her nipples became erect from being sucked, and Dinya involuntarily wrapped her arms around the back of Ronan's neck. Ronan released one hand and began to move it downwards, slipping it inside the pantyhose and rubbing the plump, tender flesh through the underwear. Soon, fluid seeped out. Ronan pulled aside the underwear, inserted 2 fingers, and began to move them in and out rapidly. More and more fluid appeared, gradually soaking the crotch of the pantyhose. The crotch of the originally lustrous, silky pantyhose was now a light brown color from the water. Dinya sensed it and patted Ronan on the back, signaling him to get started. Ronan, however, kept talking, but his hands simply pulled down his pants and rubbed his penis against something without actually penetrating it. Dinya opened her eyes. Don't even think about me giving you oral sex first, then I won't go in. Ronan pouted like a little boy. Hell, Dinya sneered. One hand pressed against Ronan's back, and the entire hand suddenly turned into countless red fungus-like aggregates, like a large tentacle formed by countless fine tendrils. The tendrils grew further, completely locking Ronan's limbs. With her other hand, Dinya grabbed Ronan's already hard and swollen member and shoved it inside, the entire thing sliding in instantly. Immediately, Dinya pushed Ronan onto the sofa and mounted him, starting to move. You cheated, Ronan said. Dinya's hands had returned to their original position, pressing down on Ronan's 2 pectoral muscles. What cheating? You've ridden me so many times, I'm going to ride you once. Page 166. Dinya's waist was thin and lacked muscle, but she wasn't human at all. When she twisted her waist, it rotated up and down, and her insides moved as well. The folds of flesh in her vaginal cavity constantly contracted, opened, and squeezed, as if trying to merge with the fleshy rod. Her cervix could also open to swallow Ronan's head and bite the coronal sulcus. It wasn't just the physical stimulation. Watching those breasts sway wildly was even more exciting. Soon, Ronan couldn't hold back any longer and ejaculated. He had been holding back for a month, and it was much more than usual, 20 or 30 streams. He'd ejaculated for half a minute, and streams of hot liquid continuously sprayed onto the inner wall of the uterus. Dinya also tilted her head back and sprayed out a large amount of slippery, transparent semen. Dinya took a few breaths and looked down at Ronan beneath her. Why are you so useless today? I've been holding it in for a month. Isn't that normal? Besides, you also sprayed it out, so how come you're useless? Ronan said. Dinya had intended to say I've held it in longer than you, but the words caught in her throat. They were too lewd, and she couldn't bring herself to say them, even if she had a shred of reason left. Ronan smiled. It's still early, the night is far from over. After they were completely exhausted, the two separated. Ronan sat on the sofa to rest, while Dinya went to change into another pair of stockings. A moment later, Dinya came over wearing black stockings. Seeing that Ronan's thing was still limp, she stretched out her foot and pinched it with her toes. Your recovery speed is pretty slow. Then use your feet to speed up the recovery, Ronan said. As a special shape-shifting mage, Dinya can freely manipulate every part of her body. Her feet and tongue are extremely flexible. Chapter 379. Taking a bath. Leaving some room, doing one's best. The second round ended with a position of penetration from behind. Ronan pulled out at the last moment, and more than a dozen streams of semen shot onto the plump, black-stockinged buttocks, back, and hair. At this moment, the black silk threads were covered with strands of white fluid, forming a stark contrast with the black. Below, within the torn black silk, the fleshy opening was not yet fully closed, resembling a reddish-brown pit from which a carrot had just been pulled out. The surrounding area was even muddier, creating an extremely lewd scene. Unfortunately, this scene only lasted for a moment. Dinya quickly turned around and got out of bed. Her physical strength and recovery ability were simply monstrous. Although her body would lose control and her rationality would be lost during the climax, she would return to normal in the blink of an eye. If Dinya could open his mouth and lick it clean right now, that would be perfect. Unfortunately, that's just wishful thinking. Getting him to lick it clean would be incredibly difficult. Afterwards, the two prepared to take a shower together. Ronan volunteered to wash Dinya's hair. Nowadays, there is no such thing as shampoo, and Ronan can't make it either. He can only use a traditional shampoo made from handmade soap, lavender perfume, olive oil, egg whites, and a little lemon juice to wash Dinah's hair. Nowadays, many nobles use this traditional shampoo. As for ordinary people, they are lucky to have cheap soap to use. Many poor people wash their hair with sand, then rinse it with water and that's it. Wet your hair, apply shampoo, rub and massage, straighten, rinse, and wash thoroughly. Dinia closed her eyes and enjoyed the entire process of Ronan washing her hair. I didn't expect you to have this skill, Dinia said with a smile. Ronan washed his hands clean. When I first met Alina, she looked like a stray golden retriever with all her hair tangled. So I messed around with it and came up with this shampoo. Later, I often washed her and Alice's hair and bathed them, and that's how I got the hang of it. As they talked, the two got into the bathtub. The bathtub in Dinia's house is very large, made of high-quality materials and exquisitely crafted. It's not cramped at all for two people. It can be said that bathtub culture is also part of the culture of the Kingdom of Foes. This is because after the rise of the church, it directly claimed in the name of God that bathing was bad. In fact, everyone understands the specific reason. It was because the people of the old empire loved to bathe too much and built public bathhouses everywhere. The so-called public bathhouses were simply a mess. Men and women, men and men, women and women, men and women and women and women and women and women and women. How could the church tolerate this? Initially, enforcement was very strict, but it was later relaxed. Even so, public bathhouses were still not allowed, leaving ordinary people with nowhere to bathe. Bathing was expensive, after all. Firewood and charcoal cost money. Besides, wooden tubs and basins were valuable items, and people couldn't bear to waste them. You know, making a fortune in the wooden tub business was possible, but the upper class is different. They take out bathtubs. If you don't have a nice bathtub at home, you don't deserve to have a lover. If you're going to rub my back, then rub my back. Why are you touching my butt? Dinia was enjoying herself when Ronan's hands started getting inappropriate, and she immediately became unhappy. Ronan smacked his right hand hard with his left, saying, "It's all this hand's fault." After hitting his hand, he continued rubbing his back. As he rubbed, the towel was put aside. Ronan pressed himself against Dinia from behind, his hands reaching under her armpits to knead her soft, bouncy breasts, shaping them into various forms. Gradually, Ronan's lower body slowly moved towards that spot, and just as it was about to touch it, Dinia interrupted him. "Leave some for AI and Tina." "Okay." Ronan let go and leaned back. Dinia turned her head and smiled at Ronan. "Being able to listen to people is one of the few good things about you." Ronan retorted playfully, "Isn't being able to make you scream a virtue?" Dinia's face instantly turned serious. "I didn't call out. You called out," Ronan insisted. "I didn't yell," Dinia reiterated. "MMMMM is still a sound," Ronan insisted, refusing to back down. Dinia gave a helpless smile, like a mother at her wit's end with her child, and said in a coaxing tone, "I give up, okay, Mr. Ronan is invincible. PFFT, haha, ahaha." Ronan also burst out laughing. Dinia laughed along, but after laughing, she suddenly looked thoughtful and said, "I suddenly realize that our relationship is very strange. Normal lovers usually go through a dating process, but we don't seem to have done that at all. If we're lovers, it seems we've never expressed anything to each other." Ronan sat up. "Well, actually, think about it. What would it be like if the two of us were like those other couples?" Dinia tried to think about it for a moment, then shook her head violently, feeling goosebumps all over her body. "Right, if people like us were to fall in love, it would be incredibly awkward." "That's right," Dinia affirmed, then got up and stepped out of the bathtub, grabbed a towel to dry herself, then pulled out another dry towel to wrap her hair, put on a long purple bathrobe, and walked out of the bathroom. Since their hair wasn't dry, they decided to go to sleep, so they opened a bottle of low-alcohol red wine to drink as a post-bath beverage. While drinking, they talked about things that had happened some time ago. "If it were me in the past, I wouldn't have let those people who went to Ambrina beg for mercy go either. It wouldn't have been enough for them to just spit out some stolen money and then turn against me," Dinia said with a sigh. "I've really been corrupted by you. In the past, I would have carefully selected and categorized those shady, playful people and used them," Ronan said, swirling his wine glass. "You're the one who truly corrupted me." "It was clearly me who took good care of you," Dinia corrected. "Ha, washing your face makes you look weaker," Ronan joked. After chatting about recent events for a while, the two of them started talking about the future. "Are you confident in launching a surprise attack on the Rhine region of the Will Empire, while Villa and Wayland are at war?" Dinia asked. Ronan replied, I've already upgraded the nation's logistical capabilities to a new level, and with the addition of new weapons specifically designed to counter mages, the rest is up to the generals. The current combat patterns of the powerful nations of the Western continent are basically the same, consisting of three main parts: a long spear and musket formation used as a mobile fortress, a field artillery column for fire support, and a mage musketeer unit composed of novice mages. This powerful and highly mobile force is the one that truly determines victory or defeat. In the past, mage musketeers would move around with powerful muskets, find an opportunity to get close and fire, and then get closer again. A small number of first and second tier mage officers would cast spells to tear apart the enemy's formation, and then a large number of novice mages would use their superhuman speed and strength to break through the enemy's lines in close combat. Now, in the kingdom of foes, musketeers who possess magical revolvers no longer draw their swords after firing their guns. Instead, they draw another gun. This gun may not be as physically powerful as a musket, but its magical attack power is enough to cause damage to mages below the second tier, and it will definitely give the opponent a surprise. Chapter 380: A pleasant surprise. Double the joy. Just in time. Dinia put it down. That's a pity, surprises only happen once. The 6-shot revolver magic pistol, that draws on magic power and then condenses and activates it, is not something with an extremely complex structure. In fact, even before the invention of firearms, some people wanted to create similar magical artifacts that would allow the majority of novice mages to cast powerful offensive spells, even if they could only cast them once in a short period of time. After all, there are very few true orthodox mages who can actually cast spells. Even a country like the Kingdom of Foes, with a population of 20 million, only has a few thousand upright positions. Most high-ranking mages would not be willing to serve others. In feudal countries, high-ranking mages and lords were almost synonymous, and those who were particularly high-ranking were not even worthy of being lords. If they were, they would be arbitrators. In a country like the Kingdom of Fas, which has a civil service system, most high-ranking mages either have their own small factions or are affiliated with a large faction. In a sense, the mages in a mage guild are also affiliated, because the mages in a mage guild usually earn extra money on the side. Without a major event, it is impossible to gather a full guild. Therefore, for thousands of years, many people have wanted to research magical items that could improve the output of novice mages, because novice mages are the best resource that is plentiful, inexpensive, and of high quality. Although no one had been able to develop it in the past, either it couldn't be mass-produced, or it wasn't durable enough, or it was unusable for novice mages, or its activation speed and power simply couldn't meet the requirements. However, each country has accumulated relevant technological expertise. It wasn't until Canon, this little genius, and a mixed-race youth who created a new type of lathe that Ronan had even forgotten his name, along with Carl's wife Riene, overcame the three major hurdles of activation speed, mass production capability, and universality for novice mages, that this thing was finally made. However, this thing is easy to imitate. As long as a great victory is achieved on the battlefield, the national machinery of other major powers will go into full swing to imitate it. One time is enough. Take over the Rhine region, force them to sign a coal supply agreement, and then start a major expansion. Ronan clenched his fist and said excitedly and confidently, "If the Anglo-Spanish naval battle has already occurred, how far away can the 30 Years' War be?" Ronan is a complete novice when it comes to military affairs. In the original timeline, he might have been able to talk about military strategy on paper, but in this timeline, he doesn't even have the qualifications to talk about military strategy on paper. The only thing he can do is to make the country have more food, more money, more guns and cannons, and more magicians. After finishing his drink, Ronan went to his guest room to sleep. The next day, Ronan was at Agostina's house, and Alina was also there. Agostina is now the de facto head of the Security Bureau, and Alina is Ronan's secretary. Both were key executors in the subsequent fishing operation. During the day, Ronan explained a lot to the two of them. There was no other way. The significance of this fishing operation was truly immense. It was far more than just getting rid of the burden of the Royal Alliance Chamber of Commerce. It was also related to the establishment of the new law's credibility, and the foundation for Ronan and the powerful nobles' future land for shares deal. At the same time, there was another important objective: to take the opportunity to eliminate the forces opposing Ambrina, to use the parasites in the original Royal Alliance Chamber of Commerce to implicate a group of corrupt officials, and then to let these corrupt officials implicate another group of opponents who had not yet explicitly expressed their opposition. Of course, Ronan only arrested these opposition figures under the guise of an investigation, and the Oversight Bureau interrogated and investigated them. If, after the interrogation and investigation, no serious crimes were found, but only minor bribery and embezzlement, Ronan would release them. Then I estimate that no one can leave, Agostina said. In this era, corruption and bribery are almost standard practices for officials. Those who embezzle relatively little are considered to be of relatively good character among officials, while many others embezzle a great deal, and some are not only extremely corrupt, but also commit countless other misdeeds. Agreed. Elena agreed. When Ronan started the project in Right, he distributed many of the profits as benefits to the entire civil service in Right, ensuring that even the lowest-ranking civil servants lived at an above-average standard of living. Yet, every year, several corrupt individuals still emerged. It's important to know that Right City is just a third-rate port city. Anyway, you just don't need to have any preconceived notions, and you don't need to consider whether you have to select a few people to let go. As for the specific execution, leave it to Abbess Isabel. That's what she's used for, Ronan said. As the future king consort, he is to assist in governing the country, and Ambrina's character is that of a benevolent ruler. As the man assisting in governing, he should not be labeled as a Secret Service chief, even if only superficially. Conversely, the worse Isabel's reputation was among the bureaucrats, nobles, and even the church, the better. The recently deceased King Lucian spared the life of his second daughter, not merely out of a lingering sense of kinship, but because Ronan, who had a very good understanding with his father-in-law, could fully comprehend his intentions. In the evening, after dinner, I rested for a while. Agostina and Elena lay face down on the bed, wearing only their underwear and black stockings. The same black stockings looked completely different on the two of them. Elena, with her wider and fleshier buttocks, thicker thighs, and larger feet, had her slightly sheer black stockings stretched to be even more transparent, especially around her buttocks, heels, and toes. Agostina also has a strong and fit physique. Her buttocks are not so fleshy, but rather firm and perky. Her waist, abdomen, thighs, and calves are thinner, but the muscle lines are more obvious. The black stockings also have more obvious light and dark variations due to the changes in muscle lines, forming a unique color. Ronan didn't rush to start eating. Instead, he got on the bed and sat between the two of them, one in each hand. Different types of stockings have different textures. Thin stockings feel very light when you run your fingers through them, with a noticeable abrasive texture and a unique feel against the skin. Thick stockings, on the other hand, have the smooth, delicate, and soft feel of silk fabric, with a slight stickiness. Ronan's favorite texture is that of medium thickness, slightly sheer pantyhose, somewhere in between. Gradually, Ronan's gentle stroking turned into patting and kneading. Agostina's firm and tight texture requires patting to fully feel its power. Elena's fleshy, bouncy body requires a firm grip to truly satisfy. Immersed in two completely different sensations, Ronan's thing was already hard and erect, almost parallel to his abdominal muscles. Ronan poked at the cleft between their bodies, signaling that they were ready to begin. The next day, at breakfast, sunlight streamed in through the window. When Ronan opened his eyes, Elena was licking and sucking his large penis in bed. Agostina was still asleep. Usually casual and lazy, she slept like an introverted little girl, curled up in a ball with her back against the inner wall. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and then the door was pushed open, revealing Alice in Ronan's sight. Alice, dressed in casual clothes, said, "The delegation from Villa and Wayland has arrived." Ronan pressed Elena's head down. Oh, unexpectedly fast, but just right. Chapter 381 Terrible Acting. Reading out titles. What the hell is this Vice King? It was just in time, because Ronan was able to use this opportunity to extricate himself from matters related to the Ministry of the Interior. On the one hand, it encourages those who are planning to cause trouble in this sale of Royal Chamber of Commerce assets to be bolder and take bigger steps. On the other hand, afterward, when everyone realizes that they have been tricked by Ronan, Ronan can easily deny it and shift the blame to Isabel. Ronan had originally planned to use caring for the pregnant Ambrina as a pretext to extricate himself, but now he had a better option: to get involved in diplomatic affairs. Ronan didn't care about appearances in front of Alice. He got out of bed naked to get dressed. After getting dressed, Ronan hugged Alice and whispered a few words in her ear. Alice, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed, elbowed Ronan. Ronan left Agostina's house and went straight to the royal palace. When Ronan arrived, a royal meeting was underway, where the Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister, and court protocol officials were explaining to Ambrina the procedures and related precautions for receiving the delegation. Ronan, who had rushed over and whose clothes were somewhat disheveled, waved his hand at the gazes of the others and said, "You can continue." Page 167. After saying that, Ronan stood to the side. After the explanation, the important part began. The Prime Minister wanted to know Queen Ambrina's true attitude. It is common knowledge that Villa is about to launch a war against Wayland. This has little to do with the fact that Villa caused all sorts of trouble at home and abroad to perfect his pretext for declaring war, and thus made a big fuss. The main reason is that the national organization and mobilization efficiency of this era is low. To launch a major war against another country, it would take at least 2 or 3 months of preparation beforehand. However, there is constant trade between the countries of the Western continent. As long as you are not deaf and blind, you would know after a few months. In most cases, the other side already knows you're going to attack them before you even declare war, so it doesn't matter whether you declare it or not. Ambrina was just getting into the flow when Ronan gave her a look, and she immediately clutched her stomach. "Oh, my stomach hurts. The baby is kicking me." "Prime Minister, you can talk to Ronan. He knows what I mean. The afternoon meeting will proceed as scheduled. I have to go." With that, Ambrina left. Ambrina clutched her stomach, but her steps were quick and steady. "A baby that's only 2 months along can already kick? Your Majesty, can't you at least pretend to be serious?" The Prime Minister looked at Ronan, who spread his hands and then covered his head with his hands. "I'm sorry, Prime Minister. I drank all night in a tavern last night and my mind is a bit unclear. I really can't remember what His Majesty meant." The Foreign Minister's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought to himself, "How can you two be so inconsiderate? One of you is pretending to have a stomachache, and the other is pretending to be drunk. At least you could have sprinkled some alcohol on yourselves. There's no smell of alcohol, but there's definitely perfume and more than one of them." "Then let's leave it at that." Alexander didn't press further. He already understood. Ronan's mention of the pub was an implication that the two of them would have a private discussion there that night. The Imperial Council meeting ended hastily. In the afternoon, Ambrina received the diplomatic corps from both countries. Ronan, the king's husband, as well as the Prime Minister and the Foreign Minister were all present. First came the delegation from Villa. The head of the delegation instructed his men to carry the gifts into the palace, and then began to read a letter by the father, King Villa. Ronan thought to himself, "Holy crap," and began his incredibly long surrender speech. The King of Villa in this world, while not having as many titles as the King of Spain and Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire from the Habsburg family in his original timeline, still has quite a few. He holds several royal titles within Villa alone, which is very similar to the King of Spain in his original timeline. Both are dynastic unions where one king holds multiple titles, in addition to a host of foreign duke and count titles. This is very Habsburg-like. After reading for a long time, he finally finished, "To King Fas," and then began again. Ambrina has quite a few titles. The Kingdom of Fas is a semi-feudal, semi-civil society, so Ambrina does not hold any other domestic lordship titles. She only has 3 titles in the country: King, Leader of the Alliance, and Supporter. The title of King is self-explanatory, and the title of Leader of the Alliance means the leader of all nations. The Fas kingdom in this world is quite different from the France in Ronan's original timeline. The Fas people's place of origin and the Isle de France are the same land. In Ronan's original timeline, the Isle de France was established because Duke Hugo Capet of France became king of the Franks and founded the Capetian dynasty, which occurred in the 10th century. In this world, the Fas people truly rose to prominence in the 6th century. This martial and hunting people used spear and shield formations, along with heavily armored knights who carried bows and axes. Traveling on horseback and fighting on dismount, they grew stronger with each battle, eventually subjugating their surroundings and becoming the leader of a group of peoples. As for supporters, they refer to believers. Almost all the kings of the Western continent have this. The saying that everyone has a godfather and filial sons is not just a casual remark. Only after Ambrina's full name has been read can the real content begin. The content is quite long, but the meaning is very simple. In short, we in Villa are preparing to attack Wayland. We'll be using the Netherlands as a transit point for our expedition, not to attack you. Don't be alarmed. Of course, if you're planning to join us, that would be even better. Our army won't be deploying too many troops. Wayland is no good. You know that better than I do. I hope you won't do anything that hurts your allies and pleases your enemies. Once it's finished reading, that's it. The Kingdom of Fas has a civil service system, and the king's orders are issued through the civil government. There are no scenarios where the king meets with envoys and then directly expresses his views to them. The delegation from Villa came and went, and next came the delegation from Wayland. The task of reading out titles came up again, but fortunately, King Wieland was still quite poor, and since the 3 islands had become one, there weren't as many titles. The spectacle of one string of titles greeting another has ended, and the main event begins. Unlike Villa, which hopes the kingdom of foes will remain neutral, Wieland hopes to form an alliance with the kingdom of foes. In that case, Wieland will provide the funds, the kingdom of foes will provide the manpower, and they will send troops to threaten Villa's homeland. When the meeting ended and the delegation was leaving, Alger, one of the delegation members, who was the one who had negotiated the bone china deal with Ronan in the New World, invited Ronan to be his guest. Although such behavior of befriending foreigners was very common in the Western continent, and even the kings were related by marriage, so what was the big deal? Ronan still refused, on the grounds that he was not only Ambrina's husband and the Marquis of Rhine, but also an official of the Ministry of the Interior, and the Ministry of the Interior was different. That night, inside the tavern, Ronan met with Prime Minister Alexander. Your Excellency, speak, what exactly happened? Prime Minister Alexander addressed Ronan with a mocking title. He was extremely displeased at the moment, regardless of whether he remained neutral, allied with Wayland, or even allied with Villa. It was not to the point that even the foreign minister and the courtiers could not know that there was another scheme at play. Neutral, but in reality we plan to launch a surprise attack on the Rhine region of the Will Empire. Ronan answered calmly. PFFT. He almost lost his composure. Cough, cough, cough. Alexander choked and coughed for a long time before he could recover. Chapter 382. They're all laymen. They can't even understand wordplay. Stopping his cough, Alexander looked at Ronan with a questioning expression. Are you kidding me? Could the border regions of the Will Empire be undefended? Would you really let them launch a surprise attack so easily? Ronan continued calmly. The plan is to feign a deployment of troops in the north to guard against Villa's army in the Netherlands. Once the battle between Villa and Wayland officially begins, we will suddenly turn around and attack the Rhine region. The General Staff has conducted simulations and it is feasible. Is this considered a surprise attack? Alexander asked. Ronan smiled as he ate the snacks in front of him. There won't be too many enemy troops on the border. The Will Empire is called an empire, but it is actually an alliance of lords. In peacetime, it usually only has the small force of one lord. When we have already defeated them, they will start to assemble a large army. What if they see through your plan? Alexander asked again. Ronan now understood that the prime minister, like himself, was a military layman. He had asked the same